It's a shortened season this year in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK and a whole heap of other championships as well. We're here at Silverstone for rounds 3 and 4 of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. A whole heap of British racing too as well from the BRSCC. Now, who is going to be staking a claim on the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy this year? Well, Henry Neal, unsurprisingly looking very, very fast out there in the Honda Civic. He is looking very quick ahead of round 3 here today. Staking a claim as well is Lewis Kent in the Hyundai i30N. But it's more than just touring car racing here from Silverstone, from the national circuit. 1.63 miles, in fact, of tarmac they'll be trying to conquer today. It is more than just that, because we've got BRSCC racing from the Mazdas, from the Mazda Super Cup as well. Also got the Fiestas, the Fiesta Juniors. We're going to be catching up with Laura Payne, the coordinator of the Fiesta Juniors. Paul O'Neill from British Touring Car fame he's going to be out here today racing in the Fiestas. But we've also got a couple of others, the VW Civic Cup and the Miltech Civic as well. And speaking of which, behind me the cars are now making their way onto the grid for the first race of the day, brought to you from a very sunny but not really hot Silverstone. I'm wearing shorts. It was a bold choice, perhaps a wrong choice, but it doesn't matter. We're about to get racing. We're very happy about that. So over to our commentary pairing. We've got Scott Woodwiss. We've also got Chaz Draycott looking after you today. They're up there about to talk to you the first race, as I say, the Miltech Civic Cup.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to some fantastic club racing from the British Racing and Sports Car Club. Sunny weather conditions here at the home of British Motorsport, the Silverstone National Circuit in play, and as Bryn rightfully says, the headline act being the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK, and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. But there is also, of course, plenty of support action from the Mazda MX5s, Fiestas, and also the VWs, as well as the Club Sport Trophy and the City Car Cup. But also coming up first is going to be the first race of today, which is the Miltech Civic Cup. Scott Woodwiss here on commentary. Chaz Draycott, I'm pleased to say, is alongside me here. Chaz, you'll be leading the way for the Civics.
Yes.
And here is the grid, in which I think that's actually slightly different. Those are the Mazdas, I think, but in many cases. Looking at, we've seen these cars, of course, at Thruxton. Of course, you commentate them at Thruxton. And for those who haven't seen these Civics before, for me, they look and sound like mini touring cars. They are superb in the way that they run. Oh yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of these EP3s in my time. I was quite heavily involved in the modified car scene for a few years, and yeah, they are a pick for those enthusiasts as well. But brilliant race cars. You know, a lot of people use them as track day cars, and to see the full form race cars here again is brilliant. Like you say, Thruxton, last time I saw these, was just amazing. The fact that this series itself, it doesn't have massive numbers, but it is the pinnacle and the prime example of you don't need a big field to have a great race. We saw some incredible battles and, you know, comeback drives from drivers that had maybe a poor time in the first race, making their way through the field and getting themselves a very, very strong result for the second race of the day that they had there. They're just making their way round now, as you can see, round towards the last couple of corners here. We're just on the exit of Luffield at Woodcote, just before the start-finish line, which is where the commentary box is. I think it might be worth briefly. I think we did have a slightly wrong grid on the screen, so apologies for that. I was going to quickly give the grid from TSL Timing, just to double-check and see where people are in terms of where they qualified from yesterday. So cars forming up onto the grid very shortly, just coming around the last couple of corners. So, briefly to go through the grid, it is going to be Bruce Winfield, championship leader, on pole position. Alongside him is Alistair Camping, car 45. Second row of the grid is number 5, George Alp Williams, and number 71, Max Lewis, who took a win last time out at Thruxton. Yeah, he did. Paul Taylor in number 195, alongside David Buki, who's a championship favourite amongst the paddock. He's got quite a bit of banter, and he certainly one people enjoy. Martin Dalzell, welcome back to the championship for him. He starts 7th. Alongside him is number 4, JB Tonks, having a very impressive rookie season. Damien Harris and Paul McHugh round out the top 10. At the back of the grid, Ross Darlington and Sam Barrett. It's the first of 2 15-minute races here this morning at least, for the BRSCC meeting, which is headlined by TCR, TCT and BW Cup. Chaz, the floor is yours to lead us away for this one. It's going to be, as we see at Thruxton, these guys always put on fantastic action, and I'm pretty confident this morning's first race is going to be more of the same. It definitely will be. You can see on your screen then, that is Bruce Winfield on the outside in the number 37, in the orange highlighted machine.
It's going to be very, very close, this one, trust me, because having all the same cars, there's a lot of one-make series here today. As they're away, you can hear them. A lot of these cars do rev over 9,000 RPM. They make a hell of a noise. Winfield gets a great start, though. Looks like he's going to lead them through turn 1. He's not quite got rid of the overlap from second place. They're actually almost going 3 wide as they go down towards Beckett's. They're all just trying to filter through and do what they can. Alongside him, though, it looks like Alistair Camp has just held on to second there. On the brakes into Beckett's. Cold tyres first time round as well, trying to get the power down. Front wheel drive these cars. Listen to the rasp. It's like a swarm of angry wasps coming out of Beckett's. They look and sound phenomenal. They're on the grass as well. I think that's actually Buki. He's been forced wide onto the left there. It's hard to tell because it's monochrome as they get towards us because of the sunlight here at Silverstone. But it's your championship leader, Bruce Winfield, leading the way at the moment. Second place there. That's Lewis just going down the inside of the 77 of Dalzell. One of the cars we didn't see last time out at Thruxton. Round Luffield they go. They've just come into sight now. It's like being back in Winsford, this. It's fantastic as they put their foot down on the exit. And here they go for the first time down the straight again here at Silverstone. And there's a humongous pack forming behind third place. Alp Williams was in third off the start, but it's Lewis that's third. Then it's Dalzell, Alp Williams, Taylor, Buki, Tonks, who also did a very, very strong recovery drive at Thruxton last time. Had engine issues in the first race, if I remember rightly, in the MRF adorning car. Fastest lap of the race, though, for Bruce Winfield on the first lap. But you can see, though, that Camp is now trying to stay with him into Beckett's. And those two, they might work together here, Scott, just to try and break away from that pack behind. Yeah, that's the key thing to try and pull away, particularly on a fast circuit that's quite short but got long straights like this one heading down towards Brooklands. This is the key thing. The biggest mover on that first lap was, in fact, Martin Dalzell. So welcome back to the championship for him to get up 3 spots from... He started back in 7th on the grid. He's up to 4th. They might be looking for 3rd, but he's defending at the moment from George Alp Williams, who started in 3rd position. He's down to 5th. So it wasn't a great start from the second row of the grid. He's now under threat from Paul Taylor in the 195. As they come up through Luffield for the end of the second lap. And you're absolutely right that Winfield and Camp are starting to become the class of the field. Max Lewis is trying to go with them in 3rd position as they fly through Woodcote for the end of lap 2. 15-minute race. They're all on the Honda Civic EP3s, 2-litre engines. As you can see, they do really have the touring car sound to them. As Martin Dalzell has a look up the inside for 3rd place into Copse Corner, and Lewis almost lets him through, as say, after you, Martin, and through he goes. Tries to get the cut back on the exit as Camp sets the fastest lap, but now it's everyone trying to be 3rd place, because you can see George Alp Williams is in the mix. So also too was Paul Taylor and David Buki. Top 2 get away, but for 3rd place, it's everyone trying to get into Magnus and Beckett's into the lead of that group, and it is in fact Max Lewis. One car running wide, I think that was possibly Damien Harris, as Jamie Tonks got a bit of a tag there from Ross Darlington, and as Damien Harris recovers, it's all kicking off in the mid-pack, Chaz. It is indeed, and Alp Williams actually sort of got on the brakes a little bit early there to try and make a move as like a cutback on the pack as they got together, but with Buki's car right in front, he couldn't quite see the apex and he almost cut the corner. But it's 5 cars at the moment, nearly 6 for 3rd place, and it's there you can see Lewis just ahead of the 195 of Paul Taylor. But back into our sight again then, and it looks like Winfield's opening up a little gap from Camp, but Lewis needs to just crack on now and try and get away from these guys behind him, but it's not easy. But again, as I said before, proof in the pudding that there is no need for a massive grid of cars to have a great race. Absolutely, these guys really do put on a great show, and they did that, of course, when we were both looking at them on circuit comms at Thruxton just a few weeks ago. It was brilliant to see. So out of Copse now at the start of lap 4. Here's that scrap for 3rd. So it's the blue and orange car number 71 of Max Lewis being chased down by the 195, the sort of black and white car of Paul Taylor, and a bit of a wiggle there for Martin Dalzell. He gets very sideways under braking. That's going to put him under threat from the 51 of David Buki. Also trying to recover is George Alp Williams, who he doesn't have the rookie cross on the map, but he started on the second row of the grid and he's just falling back towards the back end of the top 10. He's back down to 7th. He's got a bit of a gap to Jamie Tonks, who's trying to close in, and he's had a great rookie season so far as Jamie. He's only ever done track days before this season, but he's certainly doing a phenomenal job so far in the MRF backed car, and we see the scrap for 3rd continuing. So we've got battles pairing off here. Quickly looking back at the lead, Bruce Winfield says, well, either come with me or let me go, because Bruce Winfield has put his foot down, and the gap was last time by across the line just over 3/4 of a second. I think a possible mishap there for Alistair Camp has put the gap out. He's doubled it to 1.5 seconds, and Bruce Winfield smashes the fastest lap time with a 1 minute 5.699. He's pulled out 8/10, and that's not on a mistake actually for Alistair Camp. That's just pure pace from Bruce, showing how quick he really is this season. Yeah, he's absolutely flying and undoubtedly showing why he is the championship leader at the moment. This is a great battle though between Lewis and Taylor, the 3rd and 4th position on the brakes into Beckett's. Interesting little thing to note as well, this is a bit of a nerdy fact about the Honda Civic EP3. Some of them here are running the standard EP3 rear wing. Some of them have the uprated Mugen wing, which actually has a modifiable gurney flap in the middle of it that you can have at a different angle, which is very popular in the modified scene. Some of the cars, though, like I say, running the standard one. You can see there the car of, I believe it's Taylor, that is running the air intake on the roof. There's a couple of them in the field doing that. That's Alp Williams trying to go around David Buki. A bit of a lock up there as well. Dalzell sort of holding them up there. Alp Williams looks down the inside. Bit of contact. Buki's off. Oh, you can see as he corrected it, the car straightened up. That's the thing sometimes in front wheel drive cars. If they get enough of a slide on, you can just floor it and it'll straighten up. But in that case there, he put the power on and it just understeered even further wide. And he is now behind Darlington and the number 9 machine of Paul McHugh just ahead of him. But there you see now, there's a bit of a gap in the pack due to that. But Alp Williams, little bit of guilty damage on the front left of the splitter there, hanging down slightly. There's the championship white car of Darlington, as Scott informed me very quickly at Thruxton. And we've actually got Barrett, number 155, coming into the pit lane. I'm not sure what's up with that car. He had a bit of an issue with one of the brakes at Thruxton, I think, snatching on him when he was going into the complex, as Buki makes his comeback now, and like you said, he was one of the favourites for the championship, and now he's really getting involved here. 3 wide almost as they come towards Brooklands.
Yeah, I don't think he appreciated being elbow wide there. I think knowing David Buki has summed in the paddock, he won't appreciate being pushed around. He's certainly going to try and make that Civic one his thing as much as he can. He's now got to try and defend from Paul McHugh as they come into the complex. Ross Darlington tries to look around the outside in that championship white and green machine. He tries to get the inside line for Luffield. That's a classic switchback move. You've got the momentum around the outside. You can try and make it work, and there's more contact. Ross thinks, right, I'm going to have a chunk of Paul McHugh this time. Tries to spin him around. Oh, there's contact. He's giving it back. Goodness me. They're banging wing mirrors on the run through Woodcote corner. You're going to try and biff me out of the way. Have that, sunshine, as he comes up through the corner. And now they're still going side by side. I don't think it's finished just yet. They tap wing mirrors again. Back with the leads, meanwhile, a bit more civilised at the front, as Bruce Winfield has a 2-second lead now with the fastest lap. Frohan has to camp in 2nd place. Max Lewis, who picked up a race win at Thruxton last time out, is in 3rd, being chased down by Paul Taylor. So, and that gap at the moment between them is about half a second. Then the next duel with George Alp Williams, who has got past Martin Dalzell. So after falling back from 3rd on the grid as far as 7th place, he's climbing back up the order. But if these two keep on scrapping, look for Jamie Tonks in the white and red number 4 MRF sponsored car. That car's also going to be in the mix as well, but he's also under threat. Just behind, there's a battle going on with David Buki, who has managed to get away from the duelling pair, shall I say. And I use that term quite lightly because they're never doing anything but just politely duelling. It's like pistols drawn at noon, wasn't it? Yeah. But in many cases, it was a fantastic battle we've had so far, and these two are continuing that scrap. And we just got past halfway. There was so much action for the first race. We've already just hit halfway. It's phenomenal stuff.
He's entering the Paris-Dakar, and he's going in the pit lane by the look of it, involuntarily, as he comes back across the grass. That was almost the most stylish pit lane entrance I've ever seen there from Paul McHugh, but not quite desired. He's got Harris bearing down on him behind. There is Jamie Tonks in the number 4 MRF tyres car. Great livery on that car. Looks like one of the classical sort of older Civic liveries that you used to see on the old EG6s back in the day. There's a slide there from Lewis, and well, thank you very much. Down the inside goes Taylor, but he keeps it with him side by side. There's the prime example of those 2 different rear wings that I was talking about. If you can make the black flap out on Lewis's car, still side by side as they come down towards Brooklands, though. You'll see the nose of the car just dive down as they get on the brakes, but it's not easy to get them settled into the corner and then get them turned in. Don't forget these things are front wheel drive, so the front wheels are doing all of the work. Onto the brakes again into Luffield, and you can see Taylor takes a late apex there, tries just to open the door. That's more than opening the door, that's absolutely barging it open. Just gives him a nudge and he loses a bit of momentum out the final corner then, so Lewis stays ahead for now. They roar past the commentary box. There's more of a scream, isn't it, really, in the Honda Civic Type R. The K20 engines doing what they do. They're still right together as they go through cops as well, though. But Taylor, this is a relentless pursuit at the moment, and until that moment, he wasn't really trying too hard to pry the door open. It was more of just sort of following and just trying to get a mistake out of Lewis, and he's done it at the moment. There was that little twitch into Beckett's as they go through there once again now. Back onto the throttle. I could listen to these things all day, honestly. It's fantastic. Yeah, agreed. Over 8,500 RPM, some of them, like I say, 9 and slightly above. It's incredible stuff, and these engines are very bomb-proof. Even just the road cars, they are incredible. As he looks down the inside, no, just again trying to put the pressure on to make the move. These two are 5 seconds back from the lead pair, by the way, who are still separated by just over 2 seconds, or they were last time they crossed the line. Personal best last time round, though, actually, from the number 45 of Alistair Camp. So he's on his pace. The two cars at the front as well, wearing the Area Motorsport branding. There's a couple of cars out there and a lot of Civics that you will see with that as well. They're very well known within the entire Honda community. David Buki, he's gradually making time up, but not massively. I'd say that. He's actually done his personal best, but the car ahead of Tonks was actually a 10th quicker than him on that previous lap. So he's trying to do that comeback, but it's so closely matched here, Scott, that it's not easy to try and get back through the field once it spreads out a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I just quickly noticed that someone else decided to kick some dust up on the exit of Luffield as well, which is starting to settle now, so someone decided to run wide. But it just shows how closely matched and how tightly controlled these cars really are. It just shows that in the right hands, these cars can either pull away with a 5-6 second lead, or you can be in the pack and find yourself somebody to race with. And there are some personal bests coming up. George Williams, Martin Dalzell, and indeed, as you pointed out, Chaz, David Buki, all setting personal best in that last lap. Meanwhile, I think Paul Taylor wants to climb inside Max Lewis's boot lid, never mind try and get past him. He's so close, and every time takes that late line. It might work this time as Lewis possibly leaves the door open. And Taylor tried to lean him on the apex of the corner, but couldn't quite make it stick. And they've got to be careful, because look at George Williams in the grey and red car behind him in 5th position, car number 5. He's starting to try and close in. He set a personal best last time by, and just trying to close that gap in. The gap between Taylor and Williams is just under a second. Again, Taylor and Williams both set personal best, as Max Lewis is the one that's almost the cork in the bottle here for who decides the final podium place. It looks, touch wood, pretty set at the moment for that one as George Williams runs wide on the exit of Copse. He might start to come with a threat for Martin Dalzell. More personal bests from Jamie Tonks and David Buki, and on that time by Tonks' personal best was 2/10 quicker than Buki, so I think possibly the 51 car's risen as high as it's possibly going to go on his comeback here. But this is the scrap for third between Max Lewis and the blue and orange car, the black and white car of Paul Taylor, and then it's the grey and red machine of George Williams as they come back down towards Brooklands again. This is on lap 11. We've still got 3 minutes to go here in this first race of the weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup. And also, we should keep a note that he might be running out of time possibly, but Alistair Camp in this second half of the race, Chaz, is starting to slowly reel Bruce Winfield back in. But I think with 2.5 minutes to go, unless something dramatic happens, touch wood, I don't think he will catch him.
He gained a 1/10 and a half on the last lap, but he's just lost 3/10 again now. So there's a bit of a yo-yo effect going on at the moment. But it's like someone's put a bungee cord on the back of Winfield's car, but not a very good one. As Taylor at the moment still chasing down Lewis for third position, and he desperately wants to take that podium spot away from Max, and Max is doing everything he can. Maybe it's the bright pink on the car putting Taylor off at this point. You never know. Some of these drivers do say that bright liveries do tend to put them off a little bit, but you know, he's got his own neon yellow rear wing anyway. But it's a great chase at the moment, and Alp Williams, despite having that novice sticker on in the background, is just going to be watching thinking, please have a bit of contact, boys. Just please close it up a little bit just so I can have another go. But look at this now. Taylor weaving around on the straight all over the place, trying to put Max Lewis off. But if anything there, he just hindered his own line, although Lewis has gone a little bit wide. I'm just looking out the window. He's gone wide, and now Taylor's trying to go around the outside of Luffield. Maybe a bit of a touch there, right front to left rear. There they are, just coming into shot now out of the final corner. There's going to be 2 laps to go now in this race. The pair of them are still stuck together. And now that's a very good bungee cord on the back of Max Lewis's car. This one's certainly working and holding them together. In the background you can see Tonks is just closing up on Dalzell. Down the inside into Copse goes Taylor. Slides it sideways. Manages to save it. The car's all over the place. That's an absolutely phenomenal double save there. The back end just steps out again once he gets back on the power. But look at that. He's lost a lot of time now. And Alp Williams also ran wide out of Copse. But he's also gained a bit of time on the pair of them. You've got to think it might be gaining an advantage by going off the circuit, but you never know. It's not too much of an advantage, to be fair, because at the end of the day it was a mistake by Taylor as well. He actually ducks out of the slipstream there. You've got to think that might be just to cool the car slightly, because they do run hot, these Civics, as race cars do, but even naturally just these K20 engines do get very hot because of the tiny tolerances they have and how well they're built. They do operate at very high temperatures. They do it well. Taylor now, once again, he's just inspecting the back of Max Lewis's car, just to see if there's any tow hooks that he can try and grab hold of on the back of it. Doing a great job out of Luffield, although I say that, he's actually lost, he's not got as good a run as Max Lewis out of there, so he just can't quite stick with him. This is going to be the final lap now for race leader Bruce Winfield, championship leader as well, doing another phenomenal job. He's got to be very confident going into yet another race this afternoon, which will be coming to you from 10 to 2. Can't wait for that one as well. It's going to be another great round. But I reiterate again, everyone, that the fact that this field is, 12 cars, and every single one of them has been involved in a battle. We've lost Barrett from the race, unfortunately, lost him a good 8 laps ago. But into the final few corners then, this battle is really going to hot up. We will have a quick look back at Bruce Winfield, I'm sure, as he comes round into Luffield, and undoubtedly will take the win. But we've got this epic battle for third place. Who is going to secure the final podium spot? But just coming out of Luffield then is Bruce Winfield to come round Woodcote and take the checkered flag. Bruce Winfield wins it. Very well done. Championship leader takes another chunk of points away from his rivals. Great second place, though, for Mr. Camp. And it is Max Lewis third. And between Taylor and Art Williams is going to try and drag him to the line. And he doesn't quite do it. 79 thousandths of a second between the pair of them. But another fantastic race from the Miltech Civic Cup. We've got Dalzell there just ahead of Tonks. And David Buki, hand out the window. He's still acknowledging the marshals. And we must say thank you to all the marshals and the Orange Army for their commitment to this as well. If anything, we thought there was going to be a shortage of marshals because of COVID, but it's actually increased it because everyone wants to get back to a racetrack again. It's great, but Buki just couldn't quite recover there, unfortunately. But you know, he still put the effort in, and it was great to watch. But yeah, a fantastic race to start the day there, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. They just quickly confirm the result then. Bruce Winfield, who wins the race by 4.1 seconds from Alistair Camp in second. Max Lewis does win that battle for third place that Chaz very eloquently described in those closing laps. And Paul Taylor fourth. George Ant Williams just missing out on fourth by 79 one-thousandths of a second. Martin Dalzell finishes sixth from Jamie Tonks in seventh. And David Buki, Ross Dollington and Paul McHugh rounds out the top 10, with Damien Harris finishing 11th. And unfortunately, we lost Barrett in the pit lane early on. So the cars are making their way into pit lane just outside the left of our commentary box overlooking Woodcote Corner. But absolutely, regardless of the numbers, fantastic race to start off today's racing. And that's 1 down, 12 more to go. And if exciting as that, with the fact with more cars in the mix, it's going to be a barnstormer for the rest of the afternoon, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, as soon as I saw the programme, I almost jumped out of my seat with excitement, just knowing how many fantastic series we've got here, and they're all going to be as close as that. We've got, I mean, the MX5s. We were just talking before earlier in the qualifying session, the fact that there was 18 cars separated by less than a second.
Yes,
it was unbelievable, and it's probably going to be like that in the race. I mean, we had like 4 or 5 wide in the Fun Cup yesterday. I imagine we're probably going to get the same in the MX5 because those boys are not scared of getting their elbows out. As you see your podium here in the Civics, congratulations from both drivers, one to another. And then we're going to switch over now to the next race in just a moment, I believe.
Believe so, but before that, I think we're going to hand over to our pit lane reporter, Bryn Lucas, who is down there with our top 3 to have a chat and see what Bruce Winfield made of his 4th win out of 5 races from that top 3.
Thank you very much indeed, gents. It was kind of processional, wasn't it? A bit of a battle there between 3rd and 4th. We're going to talk to a couple of the drivers in just a few seconds. They're a bit sweaty. They're getting their face masks on. You know, it's a weird world we live in with COVID-19, but we are getting through it somehow, and the drivers are getting prepared. In fact, let's go straight to Alistair Camp here. If I can jump straight. Alistair, can we have a quick word? If we just put you here for us. So, Alistair, that was a tricky one, really, because you were kind of stuck behind. You couldn't get on the back of Bruce there, but you knew you were miles ahead of 3rd place, and all you had to do was just keep it true.
Yeah, keep it true. I could see my delta in the car going quicker and quicker, and I thought if I can just get the fastest laps, that's worth the point. And then I made a mess down here, and that's when Bruce managed to get the gap then, and I thought, well, I'm not going to get it in the toe now because you rely, obviously, on the back straight with a bit of toe because it's such a fine margin around here. So, yeah, just did all we could, and then when I knew I weren't going to get any more, I just thought, just settle for where you are and don't make any stupid mistakes and go again for the next race.
But as we know, often when it comes to settling for a position for second, that is when mistakes can happen because your focus slightly goes off, doesn't it?
Yeah, you don't, like I say, because you're not chasing. You can get a bit too reserved sometimes, and you look in the mirror, you see somebody catching, you're thinking, oh no, I need a bit more work here to do, and then that's when your mistakes are made. But the car feels really good, really comfortable with it, so really happy.
Great stuff. With no champagne spraying around, but well done. You got yourself a 2nd place.
Okay, thank you very much, Jude.
And now we'll grab our 3rd place driver, I think, actually. If we go to Max, he had to work quite hard there, I think it's fair to say. He jumped up to 3rd place. Max, if we can get you in position for us, that'd be great. So, first of all, well done.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I struggled a bit. I had to hang on to a race. My mirror was full of Paul Taylor all the time.
I was going to say, really looking for us out on track, yours was the battle that we had our eyes on because you got up to 3rd place and then thought, okay, he's got this, but then really you were getting pulled.
I had a bit of a gap. I missed a gear. I missed 5th coming up here, and then Martin Dazal sort of really closed on me, and then from then I was defending, and the car started getting a bit of understeer, and yeah, it was a battle from there really, but I enjoyed it. It was good fun. But I had to work for it.
What's it like trying to defend around the Silverstone National?
It's not too bad, but you just got to be really careful because it's easy to go because the straights are so fast, you can go too deep into the corner, and that's all it takes for someone to get at the inside. So there's a couple of moments where Paul did stick his nose in, but just managed to, yeah, just stay in front. Lucky.
Absolutely. And track conditions, what they like, because it's very cold out here today, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was same in qualifying. I was struggling with a bit of understeer, so I made a few adjustments which seemed better at the start, but then it went off. So I think I need to go a bit further and see if I can make it a lot bit better. So we'll see. So see what happens in the second race.
It's always dangerous changing setups and stuff, isn't it, between races? But well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
There you go. That's our third place driver, but our race winner. And I say unsurprisingly, it really kind of was a great. John, step in, Bruce. It really was one of those races that had Bruce Winfield's name all over it from the start.
Well, yeah, Ali was giving me a run from 1 at the start, though. Every corner I came out of, he was right behind me. He made a little mistake coming down into the complex here. Just give me a little bit of breathing room, and then instead of defending, I could just concentrate on, doing my own thing. So, yeah, pulled out a little bit of a gap, and yeah, came away with first place.
But there you are driving along, you're on pole to start with, and you drive away, you start to get this bit of a gap, the Civic behind you gets smaller and smaller and smaller until all of a sudden probably non-existent.
Yeah, I think there was a bit in the middle of the race where he started catching me a little bit. I made a couple of little mistakes, not big ones, a couple of little ones, and he seemed quite consistent, so I think he started catching me a little bit, and then I just, concentrate on what I was doing and stop making the mistakes. Your lap times drop off a little bit because it's more a case of just trying to maintain that gap instead of trying to, pull a lead. But yeah, he started gaining back on me a little bit in the middle of the race, and then I think he made a couple more mistakes. That was kind of, that was it really, yeah.
Not a bad start. And there's also, I was talking about track conditions, because although it is sunny here and the sun is shining quite nicely, it's quite windy and it's quite cold still.
Yeah, it's not overly warm, but it's better for the engine when it's cooler, isn't it? So it's a combination of track temperature and air temperature, like I say. The engines run sweeter in cooler air, but your tyres prefer it when it's warmer. So yeah, hopefully we'll see how we got in the race in a bit.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There you go, 3 very happy drivers. They're saying about the track conditions, and it is tricky out here because, as Bruce was saying, yes, on one hand you've got cool air, which is perfect for the engine, sucks more air in, you get more power out of it, but then, of course, not quite as grippy with the tyres. So there you go, things to bear in mind for the next race, which is coming up in just a few minutes here live from Silverstone. We've got coverage for you of the BRSCC Mazda MX5.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Bryn. Cars heading out onto the track from assembly area for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship. This is arguably one of the best supported championships in British Club Motorsport. Last year they had an average grid of 57 entries per meeting, and they've got some 60 cars here this weekend with a cap of that because they're running in 3 groups to make sure that everyone gets 2 races each. This is groups A and C. We had B and C racing yesterday, but there's been 1 or 2 interesting developments, particularly in the race for the championship, because yesterday not only did Will Blackwell-Chambers, former double champion, not compete in yesterday's race, he was unfortunately able to get onto the grid, but also we've had information from the championship leader Joe Wiggin, where we had some kind of an infringement for him, which means that I believe he's been at least disqualified from his race win yesterday, which means it will count as a drop score for him. It won't count as a drop score, and it will count as one of his results, which means unfortunately he does lose the points from yesterday's win, which means that Brian Trott was promoted to yesterday's victory, and that means then that it's going to be Brian Trott to pick up the victory from yesterday. Here's the grid then for groups A and C. It's Sebastian Fischer who was overall quickest in qualifying from the 2 groups. He starts on pole position. Alongside him is yesterday's promoted race winner Brian Trott. Jack Brewer starts in 3rd position in car number 93, alongside hopefully Will Blackwell-Chambers, who is there on the grid, I can see, in 4th place. Ollie Allwood, who is 2nd ever champion this weekend, in 5th place on the grid from yesterday's 3rd place man promoted Matt Pollard, starting in 6th position. And then moving up to 7th place, Oliver Graham, one of Seth Fisher's teammates for the Auto Test team. And then it's the Fraser Fenwick in 8th position. 9th place for Ian Blake, a good effort from Ian on one of his first appearances this season. And Michael Nibbs rounds out the top 10 in car number 82. Row 6 is Owen Mills. Alongside him is Richard Wooten in 12th position. 13th on the grid is Australian Tim Dorr in his green and gold number 37. Alongside him is Michael Green in the 222. Oliver Attard, one of the 3 Attard family, including former British GT champion Marco Attard, who's here this weekend. He was racing yesterday. He starts from 15th alongside John Pethick, making his first appearance of the season. Nick Ledoyen and Christopher Ginn are on the 6th row of the grid as the cars make their way onto the formation lap. Bill Taylor and Sam Attard, another of Marco Attard's sons, also in this race on the 10th row of the grid to round out the top 20. Bo Parry, who's racing John Langridge's championship winning car from last year, is on row 11 alongside Martin Canning, who makes a welcome return. And then Marco Attard making it a full family affair with all 3 of them in this race. He starts 23rd alongside Harry Storer in the number 17. Then even going further back, Ed Worthington, one half of the championship sponsors Wasp. He starts the 777 car, which he shares with Jay Shepherd this weekend. So he will race in this one. Jay in the next one alongside Brandon Abraham in the 15 on row 13. Row 14 is Thomas Holland and Peter Higton. And then it's George King and Jonathan Fieldsend on row 15. And we only got to 30th place on the grid. There's still more cars to go on here. Kean Donaldson and Ashley Heath are on row 16. 31st and 32nd. Chris Watts, who shares his car with Kevin Pemberton, he starts this race from 33rd, and Robert Bond on row 17 alongside him. Andrew Dean and Richard Bartlett are on row 18 of the grid. Make it 36 cars that's on the first 36 on that grid. And then just towards the back on the last row, last but not least, David Sculler and Jack Wilmot making a 38-car entry for this first race. It should be pretty frantic around the Silverstone National Circuit.
He's going to need binoculars to see the start lights from all the way back here at Woodcote. Honestly, it's a fantastically huge grid. I must say as well, Worthington in that 777 car, much as it looks good on the Fun Cup car that was racing here yesterday, that MX5 looks phenomenal in that livery. It's a very pretty car.
Have to agree, absolutely. So coming into the weekend, the main championship contenders have been Joe Wiggin from Oliver Allwood, then Mike Comber and Will Blackwood Chambers, 2 of which are racing in this particular race, Ollie Allwood and Will Blackwood Chambers, with Will Blackwood Chambers ahead of Allwood. Of course, as we mentioned, Blackwood Chambers didn't race yesterday, so he'll have to count that. He can count that as a drop score, but it will be no points for him for not starting. And as we said, Joe Wiggin losing the victory from yesterday means that he loses a whole bag of points from the result that he scored yesterday, which means that he is going to have to... he wants to try and make up. So, on the grid at the front, on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, forgive me, on pole position is the silver and purple car of Sebastian Fischer. Alongside him on the left is the white, green, purple and orange car of Brian Trott. And then just behind them, just to the right, on the yellow and red car is Jack Brewer. And then Will Blackwood Chambers, former double champion, on the left-hand side. And they're still forming up at the back of the last few cars. I'm just watching outside, but still the last few rows being formed up. So 15 minutes, you get 100 points for a win, and it's also 1 point for a fastest lap as well. And everyone has to drop their 1 worst score this season. The green flag is at the back. Get ready. This is going to be pretty exciting. 15 minutes of BRSCC Mazda MX5 action. It's Sebastian Fischer on pole for the first time in his MX5 career alongside Brian Trott. Wait for the lights to go out. They do so, and they're underway in racing. It's a pretty good start from Fischer from pole position. Trott tries to go with him on the inside run down towards Copse Corner. Also peeking out is Oliver Graham in the blue and orange number 24 as they head out through Copse for the first time. There's Ollie Allwood in the white and blue number 63. And number 95 there is Ian Blake, one of the many AB Motorsport run cars. But they all seem to have got through, fingers crossed. The first few corners okay, but it's Fischer in the lead. He's been looking pretty quick so far in testing, and the qualifying pace showed that. For third position, just behind Brian Trott, gets a little bit sideways. Will Blackwood Chambers goes up the inside of Jack Brewer to relieve him with third. Matt Paul in the 55 is there as Fraser Fennick gets banging door mirrors with Oliver Graham as they come down the back straight and further back. Oh, goodness me! Up and over goes Ed Worthington. 2 more cars involved. One, I think, was the 15 of... that was Brandon Abraham. And hopefully he's okay. They race on. There might possibly be at least a safety car, I'm afraid. Ollie Allwood looks up the inside. It's 3 abreast, and there's a red flag.
Yeah,
and I think, truthfully, to be fair, Chaz, no surprise. And I really hope, first and foremost, that Ed Worthington's okay after what was a rather nasty-looking roll. And everyone's trying to close up as they see the red flags a little late. But that, unfortunately, Chaz, was not the way he wanted to start the MX5 action for this morning's racing.
No, especially not with a rollover. I mean, these cars do have incredibly sturdy roll cages, as you can see, and you know they're all made to fantastic regulations and standards. So I'm very sure that Ed will be okay, but we'll have to just wait and see that they get. Well, let's just hope they get that cleaned up very quickly as well, and we can get back to racing. But first and foremost, let's just hope that Ed Worthington is okay. But it has to be the car that I say is pretty, isn't it? Ends up on its roof. I mean, I've heard of commentators' curses before, but this is my first time here at Silverstone and the first time commentating on this series. And I'm sorry, Ed, but like I say, I can joke and make light of it all I can. But yeah, we just hope he's all right. But It was a very interesting first couple of corners. I was just watching on the circuit cameras. I mean, you saw me lean over very aggressively. The fact that I was like, really? They're making it round there? They were 4 wide going around Copse. It was amazing.
Yeah, so
here we go.
We've got a bit of a replay here just to go through it. So the camera switch, we caught it late, but I mean, that went over and it ended up on its side. In fact, ended up being upside down.
Roof, didn't it? It was weird because he was sort of away from the other 2 cars when it was going over. It was like he might have been clipped, I think, maybe wheel-to-wheel contact with another car in there. Not sure whether he was directly involved with those other 2 cars, Abraham being one of them, that had already gone off. Whether, there might have been a couple of cars got together and maybe in avoidance, everyone changes direction quite quickly. And in a bunched field like this, it's easy to make very sudden contact. And we've seen it before, wheel-to-wheel contact, no matter what car it's in. A lot of the time with these as well, they're quite low to the ground, so the weight gets flung up on its side very quickly and it'll go over. So it's an interesting scenario, but yeah, like we say, it's always a bit scary to see a rollover like that. But these cars are built to such a thorough standard as well. Yeah, it's incredible the safety involved, isn't it?
Yeah, we do have quite a stringent roll cage, including kind of stock car style door bars in them as well. So they do try and make them as safe as they possibly can with these cars, and that's the most important thing. Ed Worthington out of the car, he looks a little bit winded, and I think, to be fair, no surprise after that roll. But thankfully, the main thing is he is up and around and walking, and that's the main thing. The other 2 cars that were involved in that, I've worked out. One was Brandon Abraham in the 15. I think the other one was number 8, which is Peter Higton, which is the pink car that we had down there parked next to him. So both cars looked as though either. Again, the cameras caught it late on the second half of that incident, so we're not sure if they played a part or had a separate incident as a result of that, or if they got clipped. But everyone forming back up onto the grid. Now, what this means is because they red flagged the race within the first 2 laps, everyone goes back to the grid and they will start in their original grid position. So that means Sebastian Fischer gets another opportunity to start from pole position. Brian Trott alongside him, which means he has to try and get another good start away to lead the field back down towards Maggots and Beckett. And it was a good start also for Will Blackwell Chambers, who picked up 3rd from Jack Brewer heading into into the Beckett's complex as they went onto the back straight. But the ever-efficient Orange Army doing a fantastic job of getting everyone back into the original grid format, which is pretty simple because they hadn't completed a lap before they red flagged the session. Just forming everyone back up once again. And these cars, it's incredibly popular championship over the years. I think over the last couple of years, they've had, in terms of total registered drivers, they've broken 100 drivers in many cases. And if you look at the average numbers, I think that Autosport magazine put out last year, the MX5 championship was firmly at the top. As we said, 57 cars on average per meeting, and it's no wonder that in a usual season, they have to split them into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, and they race in their own particular races. And there is normally a promotion and relegation system. So if you finish in the bottom 5 of a Group A race, you then move down to the front of the Group B race, and then vice versa. If you're in the top 5 of a Group B race, you then get promoted to the back of Group A. But for this year, with obviously being everything going on around the world, they've amended it slightly. So it's a very similar format to that of Champions like the Compact Cup, where if there's a meeting where they've got so many cars, they split them into 3 groups, and each group races each other twice. So we had Groups B and C yesterday. This is the first race for Group A, but also the second race for Group C. So their weekend finishes pretty early, but I'm sure some of them will stick around but most of the teams will, because they'll have cars that are racing in the other groups as well. But some of the drivers might even stick around to offer a bit of help. But
that's one of the interesting things, actually. Sorry to cut in, but the obviously I saw the Group C race yesterday. I was commentating on it on the circuit at PA, and it's the fact that you get some of the cars from that race and then some cars that you've still not seen racing yet, and it's comparing the pace and mixing them all together. And it's not like, because of the 2 groups, that there's a definite split of one group being faster than the other. There's just a complete melee of all these different cars from different classes, and it's fantastic to watch.
And the great thing is as well with that is that you get such a quite variety of different drivers. But the key thing is also is because you have 3 races, you get 3 sets of points handed out.
Yeah.
So you will get 3 sets of 100 points handed out. You have 3 fastest lap points that are handed out. 3 drivers that will have 3 sets of a set of 98 points each, whether it's the same driver finishing in second twice. But it's crucial because it means then that both drivers have a chance to potentially win 2 races, whilst one of the championship drivers could still win another, and that could be crucial when you come to the last rounds.
Yeah.
We've had rounds so far already this season at Cabell Park at the beginning of August, and They were originally scheduled to go to Anglesey on the 22nd, 23rd of August, but of course, because of the current restrictions in Wales, unfortunately that meeting had to be postponed, and so they managed to move the cars across to the Donington Park circuit of a national circuit, and had 2 brilliant races on that weekend too. They're here at Silverstone, and the plan is also for them to finish the season at Brands Hatch on October 24th and 25th at the legendary Formula Ford Festival. I think it's the first time the Mazda will have ever appeared there, and it will certainly add a fantastic element to what is already a brilliant event. We're just looking on the CCTV cameras that they are loading, I think, the cars onto the low loaders, so all the work going on there is normal.
The 777 car's already on the back of the low loader, and he's just moving that away. They're just trying to get, I believe there was a pink car, and then the yellow car of Abraham had gone off. The pink car is still being moved, but it looks like there's quite severe damage to the front right of it, and it's on the grass, so they're struggling to get it even pushed or pulled.
Right.
Because the front of it seems quite deformed and away from the ground. It's like it's been bent upwards or something with the contact. So they're just they are moving it, but just very slowly, I'm afraid. And there you go. Yeah, you can see the bonnet bent completely upwards. Some fluid obviously getting onto the track from Ed Worthington's uprighted car. But great job as always, like you said, Scott, from the Orange Army, as they're known. The British Marshals are the very best in the world, and we do appreciate all of your efforts very much. But yeah, that number 8 machine, I'm afraid, that is Peter Higton. It's not going anywhere anytime soon at race pace, I'd imagine. But that's the thing with these cars, though. I mean, I've known people that race in these as well. A friend of mine races in the 750 Motor Club MX5 series as well, Dan Blake. He's had incidents before and had the car fixed in half an hour. And they can work on these cars so quickly, and the amount of parts that you can get for them very, very quickly as well is phenomenal. It's another one of those paddocks where teams will just help each other out. It's a very big family, and it's a bit of a cliche to use the whole family sort of noun for it. A lot of series and organisations sort of pride themselves on that, but it's true. You get it a lot more often now as well, especially in one-make series as well. If you do go to a meeting and you've got a limited amount of parts, other teams will always help you out and try and give them to you, obviously, if they're not too major and it doesn't hinder their weekend too much.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is a fantastic collective in the paddock, and you do get lots of teams. If others have an hour of need in that, drivers do have other teams tend to help them where they can in many cases, but obviously there is varying different levels of team support, so you will get independents, but at the same time you also get big teams in the paddock that will have 6, 7, 8 cars that will pair. So the level is different, but it also means you've got teams that are pretty quick. I think one example I think they use is of a team that's got a very quick car and a very quick driver is Ben O'Hare, who runs for the Close Racing Squad. And they're a small team of, let's say, 4 or 5 mechanics in many cases, but they run 3 cars. And Ben is also in his first weekend in the championship. Sorry, first season, forgive me. And he so far has been a revelation. He's on course to be the top rookie. There's usually a Rookie of the Year award that gets awarded to the best placed rookie in the championship. And I mean, Ben O'Hare's got a great chance of that. Yeah,
that's it. And it's great that they can sort of get involved so quickly in something like this as well. I mean, the costs involved. I've spoken to a couple of drivers about different series and things and how much it costs them, and the variation at a club level isn't actually that great. It's really interesting because a lot of people get into championships and I think, well, why have you gone into that one rather than this? And they'll go, well, it's the same price. And you think, oh, is it really? And it's quite surprising. I was just pointing out there, I believe it's the number 82 car of Michael Nibbs, and it looks like it's sort of a copy of the 2020 BMW touring car livery, and it actually looks pretty good on the MX5. I mean, it's a gorgeous livery as is, but I thought it was a bit of an interesting one. But I believe we're just going to go to a quick ad break while they get things cleared up, and it's an advert, I believe, from the City Car Cup, if I've heard Luke correctly.
Finally, someone is listening. We do all your office's services in one place. Telephone systems, communication lines, IT support, cloud migration, and print services.
So, back here at Silverstone, great to see a little advert there both for Maximum Networks, who are the main supporters and sponsors of the TCR UK Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and VW Cup, and of course for the City Car Cup, which we'll see later on this afternoon is our last race of the day, as they are also racing alongside the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. So, on our timing screens, the new race distance is 1 green flag lap and then a 10-minute race, which means that it will be reduced in length because, of course, we've got a timetable to get through of other races to try and keep on schedule as much as possible. But as you mentioned, as the race was stopped within the first 2 laps, it means that everyone is in the same grid positions that they were originally, which means that Sebastian Fischer keeps his pole position and will get another chance to lead away from the front row alongside Brian Trott. And it'll be an option to see if Jack Brewer and Will Blackwood Chambers can make some moves up as well. It was also a strong start for Oliver Graham, who was up there getting past a couple of cars, and not such a good getaway for Oliver Allwood. I noticed that he started around sort of 5th or 6th on the grid, but dropped down sort of around the top 10, so he's going to possibly try and make up some more spots if he can. There's Ollie Allwood there in 63 in the white and blue AB Motorsport car. There's plenty of these cars in the mix. And when last time we came here to Silverstone with this championship, 2 of their cars won races in Group A outright. We had Matt Luff and Fraser Fennick both took a win each, and that was their first ones in their first season of a championship. Nice. So they've made some great gains over the winter. One car into the pit lane is Richard Wootton in number 3, so it looks like he's going to have some trouble and possibly might be starting from the pit lane as we get the cars formed up onto the grid. And there is Richard Wootton inset there at the bottom right, so whatever the issue is for Richard, sadly. And he shares the same team morning with Adam Craig, who is not in this race, but he will be on the grid for the A and B grid race later on. So once again, as the cars form up onto the grid, it's the silver and purple car with the black bonnet is number 81, Sebastian Fischer. Alongside him there is Brian Trott in car number 83.
Looks like Wootton actually isn't making it down the pit lane. He's actually having to get a push from the marshals as well. He's not quite. Something's obviously just turned off on the car. It's completely shut down, and they're having to push it down the pit lane now, I'm afraid. He's not really making any progress. But the rest of the grid, though, is still lined up. We should be good to go.
Green flag at the back. Let's try this again, shall we? 10 minutes of BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship action is all set to get underway. Watch for the red lights in the bottom right of the screen. They will go on, and then they'll be underway. Red lights on, revs will rise. They dump the clutch, and we're away for the second start of race 1 of the day for the Mazda MX5 Championship. Away they go from the grid, all of them heading down towards Copse Corner, and it's a decent start. Once again, it's side by side for the lead between Sebastian Fischer and Brian Trott. Side by side also for Ollie Graham and Fraser Fenn, because they lean on each other on the exit of the corner. Ollie Allwood again with a shaky start. He's coming under threat from Michael Nibbs, and one car's going a bit slowly on the exit of Copse on our cameras. But apart from that, Sebastian Fischer leads the way down into Magton Beckett's for the first time. It's Trott in second place, back into third place. He's done it again. He's Will Blackwood Chambers. They're all trying to be 6th and 7th on the exit. Let's hope this time they all get through cleanly.
Looks like it.
So they are. The rest of the field goes streaming through. A couple of side-by-side moments at the back, but they've all got through nicely. So down at racing speeds on the Wellington straight towards Brooklands, and Brian Trott already moving out to try and take the lead, and Blackwood Chambers is going with him. Under brakes into the left-hander, and Trott, who was promoted into yesterday's race win after Joe Wiggin was disqualified for an infringement, he is now into the lead on the road. There's Bill Taylor in the mix, battling with Ian Blake as they head up through Brooklands. One car running wide in the back. I think that's one of the Attard cars in there as well. Possibly either Sam or Oliver Attard, because it's got a rookie cross on the back, and I'm pretty sure British GT champion Marco Attard is anything but a rookie, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
But across the line to end lap 1 then, and it's going to be side by side for the lead, because here comes Sebastian Fischer trying to retake the lead, and Will Blackwood Chambers will be in the slipstream. Fraser Fennick is up to 4th, it's Brewer 5th, and Graham, Allwood, Nibbs, Pollard, and Owen Mills, who's lost 4 spots from where he started on the grid in 6th, down to 10th. But already looks like it's going to be a frantic battle for the lead here as they come up to it. One car running wide is Tim Dorr in the 37. But again, side by side for the lead. This is going to be a bit of a theme, I think. And Will Blackwood Chambers, if Fischer keeps the door open, might want to follow him through here. And what Sebastian is saying, after you boys, through goes 1, through goes 2, because Trott and Blackwood Chambers got through. Is Fraser Fennick going to try and follow him through here? He will be side by side on the exit. But this lead group already, Chaz, is starting to form here, and it's bigger than it was in yesterday's first race.
It's crazy. I mean, yeah, Trott was definitely one of those drivers to watch yesterday, and like you say, got promoted to the race win after the disqualification. Down the inside, not quite making it work there. I was just going to say that out of Beckett's, you saw them using every inch of the circuit, because these cars, as it's all one make and they're so close together in terms of pace, and the drivers are also close together in terms of pace, is it's all about momentum, and you've got to use all of the circuit. As soon as you lose a tiny bit of momentum or go out the slipstream in this now, they're just flying down Woodcote, just looking out the window. It's an incredible sight. There's just an absolute Mazda centipede going past. It looks absolutely brilliant all the way down the straight. And Trott is really having to work here to defend this lead. But Dorr, that you mentioned, in the bright yellow and green machine, got a fantastic start. It looked like he gained about 3 places before they got to Copse.
Yeah, he's in 11th place. The top 11, would you believe it, are all in one group together. We had a top 9 yesterday. It was top 10 briefly until there was a bit of contact for, I think it was Ben O'Hare, and he dropped back. But now for third place down the outside comes the 263 of Fraser Fenwick. He looks for a podium spot if he can. And Fisher tries to fight back, and Fisher had a great start, but he's just losing ground with these opening laps here if he can try and work it out. There's the Australian Tim Dorr at the back of that group. He's trying to follow on to the back of, looks like that's Matt Pollard, who's been passed by Owen Mills. Now, the one that's making the move here is Oliver Allwood. He had a bit of a poor start. He's up to 5th at the end of the second lap, but he's looking for 4th and maybe even 3rd down the inside into Brooklands, but his teammate Fenwick shuts the door, and now Sebastian Fisher behind him. He's come under attack from his teammate Oliver Graham in the blue and orange car, running wide at the exit of Brooklands. That's Owen Mills. He's trying to get past Michael Nibbs, and he's now on the tail of Jack Brewer. So Brian Trott looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 for him this weekend. Fraser Fenwick is up to 2nd place though, so he has made that move. He was under attack from... That was interesting. He was under attack from Ollie Allwood, so I think it must have been a mistake for Will Blackwell Chambers that's lost him 2nd place. So it is an AB Motorsport 1-2. And it could be a 1-2-3 if Allwood can find a way past Blackwell Chambers. And I'm pretty sure if Valley Bray's watching, he'll have a smile as wide as anything, knowing that he's got 3 of his cars up in the top 5, and Sebastian Fisher's not finished either because he's in 5th position on the tail, and this top 5 are starting to break away and edge away slightly down towards Maggers and Beckett's, and here comes Fenwick for the lead up the inside in the white and cyan car number 263. Trott gets edged sideways and runs wide on the exit. Now it's Blackwell Chambers in the blue and white car with the green trim, number 18, double champion from 2017 and 2018. He's now in the mix to try and make it 3rd place, and here comes Ollie Allwood in the outside line in the white and blue car, and if we're not careful, Chaz, it could be 4 abreast down towards the complex at Brooklands.
It could be indeed. You know, these guys aren't scared enough to make that. They're absolutely on it constantly here. The top 5 right together. A bit of a slide there from, I believe it was Fenwick. Oh, sorry, it was Fisher. Apologies. They're still stuck together. They've broken away a little bit from the rest of them, but one decent bit of slipstreaming is all you need to close back in. Trott is trying to get this lead back. There is the number 18 of Blackwell Chambers, though. He wants to get back up onto that podium spot. Like you said, though, Scott, it must have been a mistake earlier, and it's easy to make a mistake in this pack. And the thing is, as I mentioned yesterday on the PA, is the fact that if you're in a group like this now, I mean, if you're in 3rd place like Allwood, for example, if you try and make a move and then it compromises you, you could very easily lose 1, maybe 2 or even 3 spots here.
It's very, very key. Also, we should mention that the one that's motoring along also is one of your favourite looking cars, Michael Nibbs. He's in 6th, and he's in the mix with Jack Brewer in 7th. Rest of the top 10 is Ollie Graham in 8th position. 9th is, at the moment, Owen Mills, but I just caught in the glimpse of my eye there on the camera that he was running wide alongside Matt Pollard, and I was right, they're side by side, and also getting the mix is Tim Dorr. So he's also another one of the AB Motorsport cars. He runs a lot of cars in the championship, and he's got quite a few, about 4 or 5 in the top 10, which I'm sure will please him greatly. But he's got 3 of them leading the top 3 positions, so they're going to go into inter-team combat here, because Fraser Fenwick is under attack from Trott, who is under attack from Allwood, who is under attack from Blackwell Chambers, who is under attack from Sebastian Fisher.
It's the conjoining phrase, isn't it, at the moment?
It really is. It's just an endless train of Mazda MX5s, and it's brilliant. It's only a 10-minute race. We're coming up to 4 minutes to go there. I don't want this to end in any case.
It'd be a 10-hour race.
We could do, absolutely. So this is now through Woodcote now to end lap 5.
Trott's just pushed his teammate. Just looked out the window then as they came past it. He's literally pushing him down the straight. There was contact all the way through Woodcote. It's fantastic.
That's teamwork for you with these guys.
Love tap.
Yeah, absolutely. Or as Jimmy Braun would say, a little kiss, I think, from that side. Anyway, now we're going to 3.5 minutes to go now. Lap 6, fastest lap of the race has gone to Jack Brewer, 1 minute 11.627, so he'll get the bonus point. Here comes Ollie Allwood for 2nd place, into Maggers and Beckett, up the inside, he edges his teammate wide. Out of the way, Brian, I'm the one that's mixed for the championship, get out of the way. And into 2nd place he goes. Now he really wants to try and win the race because of what's everything been going on around his championship contenders. Mike Comber's not in this race. Blackwell Chambers missed the race yesterday, and of course Joe Wiggin was disqualified from that race. This is a prime opportunity for him to score maximum points if he can. can, and he's going for it
down the inside.
Up the inside line, and also Fraser Fenwick has left the door open for not only Brian Trott, but possibly Blackwall Chambers and even possibly Sebastian Fisher, if he can go round the outside of Blackwall Chambers to fourth into Luffield, which he has. That's brilliant move from the pole setter, Sebastian Fisher, up into fourth place. And here comes Michael Nibbs. He shoves him out wide and says, don't mind if I do, I'll take fifth position back if you don't mind. And also look at Jack Brewer in the 93. Will Blackwall Chambers is marching towards the back of the top 10 with this, and it's that key thing you mentioned, one small slip in momentum, and not only lose one place, particularly in these cars at a circuit like this, he's lost 2 or 3 in succession.
Yeah, it just happened before you can even blink. You know, you've got just so much pressure on behind, and speaking of pressure on behind there, it looked like Blackwell Chambers was trying to just inspect the boot of the car in front there. Absolutely brilliant stuff. That's a new scrutineering process I've never seen before. But Fisher at the moment, you could say, landed a big one a moment ago. He's up into fourth place though, and he needs to get back into that top 3, but the 3 cars ahead have really been the class of this group at the moment. But Nibbs right up there at the moment into 5th position. Brewer has got ahead in the 93, and now Blackwell Chambers finds himself in 7th. But look at them all just darting, all trying to figure out what line are we going on. Trott goes down the inside. Now, he did this before, but he just doesn't get the turn in as Allwood does, and Allwood just manages to hold on to it. And all Trott is doing when he's doing that is just compromising his own line. And Fenwick wants a piece of this as well, of course. He wants to try and get ahead. Looks like Trott's gone a little bit wide, although he actually tucks it in quite nicely and gets a good run out the final corner. Out the window once again. This is magnificent sight. The top 9 all together. We'll just see what the gap is when they've all crossed the line. What is the spread between all of these cars? It is only 1.8 seconds between the top 9. That's 2/10 a car on average.
And we've got 2 laps to go. Now, Will Blackwell Chambers, you mentioned, is back to 7th place now. He's lost a place, another one to Jack Brewer, so he really did lose momentum. He was up as high as 2nd place at one point, but he's losing out. Now, what's interesting, I'm going to point out as well, is that Michael Nibbs is in 5th position. His best result he's had so far this year is 6th. He could get high if he can. It's up the inside for the lead goes Brian Trott at Beckett's corner. And again, Allwood, he's lost momentum again because he's lost one place. He might lose to his teammate Fraser Fenwick. All 3 of these guys are absolute race winners, but Sebastian Fisher and Michael Nibbs, who still have a chance of getting at least a podium here, are still in the mix in 4th and 5th. As I said, best results so far this season. Oh, there's a bit of contact from somebody. That was Fisher possibly trying to get past maybe Brian Trott or someone in the mix. But one of the AB Motorsport cars has dropped back. It might be Fraser Fenwick, as here comes Sebastian Fisher for 3rd and now for 2nd round the outside, possibly into Luffield, into Brooklands, up into Luffield. He can't make it stick, but he's into 3rd place. Nibbs goes up the inside looking for 4th. He tries to edge his way up the inside at the apex. He's absolutely flying out there. Will Blackwell Chambers, meanwhile, has got back past Jack Brewer into 6th. Also in contention is the blue and orange car of Oliver Graham. And look at this, they are pretty much 3 together for what is going to be possibly 4th position. We are into the final lap of this first race. I don't want this to end. It's fantastic. So, Ollie Allwood leads the way. That's crucial for his championship if he can hold on. 2nd place for Brian Trott. 3rd for Sebastian Fisher, who started on pole. 4th for Michael Nibbs. Blackwell Chambers back up to 5th position. The biggest loser so far at the moment in terms of positions is Fraser Fenwick, because he went down to 6th. It might be 7th if he loses out to either Fraser, at least Jack Brewer. Also, Oliver Graham he might get past as well. Up the inside go for Fraser Fenwick goes Jack Brewer in the white and red car, number 93. But now the approach down the back straight for the final time. Who's going to win the drag race down towards Brooklands? This is going to be the last big braking duel here. Allwood has it, everyone else wants it as they come back down towards the complex. Here comes Fisher, he's gone for 2nd place. It's going to be 3 abreast into Brooklands. Who's going to get it? Fisher's good on the outside line if he can hold on.
Allwood.
Nibbs is in there too, but Allwood has his nose in front. Trott is in 2nd place. It is Fisher for 3rd. Michael Nibbs is going to be 4th. That'll be a personal left for him if he can hold on. Blackwell Chambers is holding on for 5th position, but they come out of Luffield for the final time. And it is going to be Ollie Allwood who took a victory at Cadwell Park. It is going to be an AB Motorsport 1-2 as they come up through Woodcote for the last time, up to the checkered flag. And after a brilliant 2nd race of the weekend for the Mazda MX5 Championship, Oliver Allwood picks up his 2nd win of the season. And he is delighted. He knows exactly what that means for the championship. He is pumped up for sure. What a win that was. Brian Trott in 2nd place. And Sebastian Fisher gets his best result ever in the championship with 3rd place. What a result from pole. 4th for Michael Nibbs, his best result. Blackwell Chambers might be disappointed with 5th, but it still points towards it. Then 6th for Fraser Fenwick, 7th for Jack Brewer, 8th for Ollie Graham, and 9th for Matt Pollard. Top 9 covered by 1.994 seconds. How incredible was that, Chaz Draycott?
That was unbelievable. I've sat on the floor. I just need to calm down. It's just, I would lie down if I could, but that was an amazing race. And I mean, we knew at the top of it that it was going to be close between the top 10 maybe even just the top 5, but the top 9 there, as they stayed together, just proved to us how you can have such close racing in a series like this. and there was a tiny bit of contact here or there, but it was all fair game. You know, there was no contact that ended anybody's race. There was nobody taken out by it. There was no really dirty driving in that. There was a lot of teamwork from the AB Motorsport cars near the front. But wow, that was phenomenal stuff. I really enjoyed that one. And Nibs managed to get that 4th place there, and I'm very, very pleased for him in that. Like you say, Fisher as well, best result for him in the championship. So I know that, as you mentioned with Blackwell Chambers, he might not have been as happy with 5th, but at the end of the day, he would have definitely enjoyed the race.
Absolutely. Quickly run through the top 10 then. Oliver Allwood wins by 0.174 of a second from Brian Trott, with Sebastian Fisher taking his first podium in 3rd place. Michael Nibs with a personal best result of 4th. Double champion former Will Blackwell Chambers finishes 5th after being as high as 2nd at one point. Fraser Fenwick finishes 6th, and Jack Brewer, then Oliver Graham, Matt Pollard and Owen Mills rounding up the top 10. And look at the gap between 9th and 10th. It shows how big that gap was. Ian Blake with 11th place from Tim Doran 12th. Bill Taylor gets 13th, and Martin Canning, impressive on his first weekend back for a couple of years, in 14th place. Michael Green, then John Pethick, Harry Storer, Christopher Ginn, and then Sam and Marco Attard. Sam beats his father, so 19th and 20th. That's the family affair on that one. 19th and 20th to round out the top 20. 21st, Nick Ledoyne. 22nd, Bo Parry. 23rd was Cian Donaldson from Thomas Holland and George King. That's Ashley Heath and Richard Bartlett from Jonathan Fieldsend, Chris Watts and Robert Bond to round out the top 30. And then the last few cars from the races that we had, it's Andrew Dean, Oliver Attard and David Sculler round out the 33 cars that made it to the flag. Breathless racing, and we've got one more of those races coming up later on this afternoon at roughly around 10 to 3 on this beautiful sunny morning here at the Silverstone, the home of British Motorsport with the British Racing and Sports Car Club. As the cars are in the top 3 positions, we can hand down very shortly to Bryn Lucas, who will be having a chat with our top 3, including, I'm pretty sure, a very much ecstatic Oliver Allwood. That is a win which he seriously needed for the championship, and with the compromise of his rivals around him, that possibly could be a key one. There's the celebration. He is delighted with that, and I'm sure Bryn Lucas, we hand back down to him, will certainly appreciate the effort that was put in. So Bryn, down to you, and I'm sure you're going to have a very happy Oliver Allwood down there with his 2nd win of the season.
Yes, indeed. Very, very happy scenes down here. You could see just what that meant to Oliver, who jumped out of the car and, well, celebrated quite happily. Oliver Allwood there, taking quite an impressive victory. We're going to go and get some words from these drivers. In fact, I'm going to get Oliver first of all. Oliver, can we have a word with you over here? So we're going to get a quick word with Oliver. We've got, let's go here actually, this is cool. So Oliver, this was an interesting race for you. I mean, the top 7 covered off by a second.
Oh wow, I didn't even know it was that close. I was just trying to concentrate on what was in front. I had Brian behind me pretty much most of the race, just trying to cover him off. But I knew once I hit the lead, I kind of had to stay there because this is Silverstone, that's what it's like. Yeah, cracking race.
Really was, and from your point of view, just as it should have gone, right? Textbook after the tricky start.
Yeah, I completely fluffed the first start up. Got the second one up okay. Got off the line and just started making progress from there, really. So yeah, I just got to say a big thanks to the guys at AB Motorsport who have worked so hard to get my car ready. We've had all sorts of problems this weekend, and they've just done a brilliant job. So yeah, big thanks to those guys and my dad as well.
Great stuff, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
And let's get another word, shall we? Who should we get? Let's go to 2nd place. If we get Mr. Trott over, this is fantastic. If we get you in front of here for us, please. And we're moving on because I know the Fiesta Juniors are out on track already. So, Brian, that was another very, very impressive race in the Mazdas.
Oh, that was close all the way, and we knew before the start it was going to be a slipstreamer. The way the wind was blowing, if you were in front, you were a sitting duck, and not from the car behind, but from the 2 or 3 back. And it was a case of just getting into the race, trying to stay somewhere near the front, and then attack near the end. As it was my teammate, I was a bit kind to him. The last couple of laps, I could have probably had a dive at him, but he's at the moment leading the championship, so I thought I'll play it safe, try and get him somewhere else. But to be fair, he drove well, we all drove well. It was a great race to be in.
It's a great race to watch, well done.
Thank you very much.
There you go, 2nd place. We haven't got time to speak to 3rd place because the races are coming thick and fast here at Silverstone. We're handing out back to the commentary pairing for coverage of the Fiesta Juniors from the BRSCC.
Yes, indeed we are. Thank you, Bryn. And this, I have to admit, is a race that I'm very much looking forward to the first of two. The BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, racing with MRF tyres. These are young racing stars of the future, aged 14 to 17 years old. And how much of a great sight it is based on last year. We had some difficult couple of years on the grid, but this year with 15 cars this weekend, the biggest we've had for a couple of years, and lots of very talented drivers, and we'll give you the grid very shortly for this first race. The pack has closed up after the first races at Cadwell. We saw last year's vice champion Joseph Loke dominate both races and take the maximum score of points of 105, but the pack has closed up here at Silverstone as we look to give you the grid. There is another one of our juniors. Now that's good to see George Davies. He had a problem in qualifying with the engine, but here is the grid for race one then. Joseph Loke, championship leader, who starts on pole position. Alongside him is one of the two Alistair Rushforth Motorsport cars of William Orton. Joe Knight, with much improved pace, starts third, alongside one of four new drivers this weekend, Jake Weston, making his debut in the championship. He starts fourth. Sid Smith, much improved pace from Cadwell. He starts in fifth position, alongside Jensen Brickley in sixth. And then seventh place on the grid is Bradley Beavers from Jake Triggs, alongside him in eighth. Albert Webster was a little bit off the pace in qualifying from ninth. Another newcomer in Alex Lee in 10th. Dylan Hodgin, who was quickest in practice yesterday, it starts 11th. From George Davies, who had an engine failure in qualifying, but they've fixed that. And then Mitch Marie and Alex Sprange, who are two more of our rookies. And then Bryony Davis, who is the sister of George, is at the back of the grid as they all line up. So I have to admit, this is a race which should be incredible. If it was great at Cadwell, it should be even better, particularly on a circuit like Silverstone on the national circuit. The last couple of cars getting into position is Joseph Loke on pole in the white and blue car on the right-hand side. The blue, red and white car of William Orton. The green flag at the back. Let's go racing with some of the stars of the future. The BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, racing with MRF tyres. 15 minutes of racing action for these little Ford Fiesta STs. Lights out, and we are racing. Decent start from the front row for Joseph Loke. Will Orton holds the inside line for second place as Loke tries to cover off the lead into Copse Corner for the first time. For third place, it's going to be Joseph Knight, who turns in with Jake Weston to his inside. And also, I think a great start, possibly, it looks like for Jake Triggs. It is, in fact, Jake Triggs, the Scotsman, up to fifth position. They head out of Copse Corner for the first time, and Joseph Loke, the championship leader, leads the way down towards Maggis and Beckett for the first time. Orton in second. The pack heads down to the complex for third, trying to make a dive up the inside of everyone. Goes Albert Webster in the two, the AMD car. The one's a little too wide. Also running wide is Sid Smith. He comes back onto the road just in alongside Dylan Hodgin. Also Alex Lee running on the exit of Beckett, so they go onto the Wellington straight for the first time. But a nice clean start for all the juniors, down towards Brooklands for the first time, and it is Joseph Loke who maintains the lead from pole position. It is Orton in second, third place for Loke's teammate Jake Weston, and that for fourth. Diving up the inside goes Jake Triggs. He's a fantastic improvement in pace over Cadwell. He just slightly edges Joseph Knight out wide. Then Jensen Brickley, who was last year's national mini stocks champion, moving up into junior circuit racing. He's sixth in that beautiful looking blue and yellow machine. Also a good start for Bradley Beavers. He looks to drag out the inside of possibly Jensen Brickley as he ran wide. And also Dylan Hodgin, who was quickest in practice but had some lap time disallowed, as did several drivers, but they've managed to get over that and move on. So all 15 at the end of first lap, nice and safely. It's Loke who leads the way, Orton second, Weston third, then Triggs, Knight from Brickley and Beavers, then Hodgin, Webster, and it's Sid Smith down to 10th after he started back in 5th. But so far so good, Chaz. All of them through cleanly, and they're showing they've got some great racecraft already. Yeah, definitely. I was very excited to see this, and I know that you were as well. As soon as Scott saw these cars coming onto the grid, he did a little sort of jiggle in excitement just to just to show how excited he was. We've got a little bit of running wide there. That was the number 58, I believe. Just a bit of a moment, sorry, the 50 of Hodgin. There's my dodgy eye letting me down. But Loke at the moment doing a great job, just ahead of Orton in second position. The two of them starting to open up a bit of a gap. We're going to move down the inside, not quite making it work there. That was the number 29 of Beavers. Just trying to have a look. You can see them cocking a wheel on the way into Luffield. Oh, it was actually, Hodgin's got a little bit wide, but he's going to get a good run out of Luffield now because he gets a later apex on the exit of the corner. And he's trying to chase him down, but yeah, this the Junior Championship though, these lot again. I've seen the Junior Saloon Car Championship before as well. I've watched these Fiesta Juniors. You'd think they've been doing it for their whole lives. You'd think they'd be veteran racers because just the racecraft's phenomenal. It really is. These guys really do get the most out of these 2-litre Ford Fiesta STs. They're pretty much roughly identical spec to the ones you see in the Fiesta Championship. But the difference being is that these cars run an engine restrictor and they run specific junior spec tyres as well, which means that it makes them a little bit slower so that they're not going too quickly. But you can turn this from a junior into a senior car quite simply by going the other way, putting a set of slicks on, taking the restrictor off, and then drivers do keep the same car usually if they're graduating from the juniors. This makes it really nice and cost effective.
Yeah.
It means that you don't have to go and buy a new car when you're moving up the ranks. Now, interesting enough for the lead then, William Orton in the first of the 2 Ali Rushforth Motorsport cars set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.505, and he's now on the tail of points leader Joseph Loke. Now at Cadwell Park it was a different story because Joseph Loke took pole by 2 seconds in Cadwell Park and he dominated both races with the fast lap. He took the maximum score of 105 points because you get I think it's 2 points for you get a point for pole position, 2 points for a fastest lap in each race, you get 50 points for a win, so you've got the maximum score. Will Orton, who has been out testing ever since that one, he's been testing out at Brands Hatch and at Blyton Park recently, trying to find a bit more pace. He also gets driver coached, as does his new teammate for this weekend, Alex Lee, by another former Fiesta Junior turned BTCC star Bobby Thompson. So he's been here doing them both. Bobby was one of the first few Fiesta Juniors back when it started in 2012, so he's moved up, of course, to become part of the Trade Price Cars one. I think Alex Lee's car looks great with the Trade Price Cars livery on it, which looks absolutely fantastic.
There's actually one of the cars in the City Car Cup as well with that livery on. I took a picture of it this morning, and it's great because it's almost like these different variations of the touring car. Well, it's the same livery, but just on different cars, and it seems to suit all of them very well. This is the number 29, just trying to make his way around. Obviously, we saw the 2 of Webster going very deep on that first lap, and he's now trying to recuperate from that little off. Well, it wasn't quite an off, was it? But it was a bit of a wiggle and a bit of a moment, so he's trying to recover from that. But as we saw in the Civics earlier, it's not that easy to make this room back in a one-make series as well when it's so close. And speaking of so close, this is the number 246 of Brickley trying to get past, or I believe he's trying to defend, because last time across the line, him and Davis were actually the other way around. So this is Davis trying to get the position back. He runs a bit wide, maybe a bit of a touch. He's like, do you like what I've done with my wing mirrors? Check it out, mate. Look at this. We saw a bit of that before as well with the brake lights on one of the cars near the front. It looks like he's just held on to that there as Brickley, although I say that, the overlap's still there. I noticed a moment ago as well, around Copse, they're on 3 wheels around Copse, and I mean,
and Brooklands, and Brooklands, they do it through Brooklands as well. I was watching qualifying, they were 3-wheeling through Brooklands.
Being on 4 wheels around Copse is scary enough.
It's fantastic. I should mention George Davis, as we can go back to the leaders here with Loke being still closed in by Orton here. I should mention that George Davis is actually, I'm pleased he's on the grid, because at the end of the qualifying session he had, this is his own words on social media, a catastrophic engine failure, as he has got, it looks like he has still chasing Jensen Brickley, but thankfully the team, since the qualifying session, managed to get that fixed. I'm glad he's back out on the grid. It's good to see a full Crows with juniors in the mix. So the gap now, here we go. Now we've got a 10-second penalty for Bradley Beavers for a false start. So unfortunately, he jumped the start, sadly.
Speaking of jumping.
Well, that's Albert Webster in the 2 trying to get back up the inside of Bradley Beavers, but unfortunately because of that penalty, he's been knocked down to 14th place. So he's basically racing for the moment on-track position. As now Webster tries to pull off the switchback, and Beavers might have to open the door here to let him through, or not possibly, because here comes Sid Smith behind him as well. In the 99, he started in 5th position. He's currently running in 8th, so he's trying to climb back up after a bit of a rough start. Up through Woodcote now for the end of lap 5. The lead gap
Smith
is now
just over right behind them. He's trying to just close in as well. He's watching this battle and thinking, could be some freebies here. There you go, look, there is the number 80. 3 wheels through Copse. Fantastic stuff. Shows you how stiff they might be set up as well. I mean, they do bounce around a little bit. I've seen them just bouncing through Luffield. But great cars to watch. Really, really exciting stuff. And again, I come back to the fact that these are junior drivers doing this, and they're putting on touring car-esque performances in a great one-make series. All running wide there. That was Hotchin again, just running slightly wide into Beckett's, I believe. But again, it's trying to get the front-wheel drive car slowed down, not as much weight over the rear, trying to get the front wheels to do everything. It's not easy to do in any stretch of the imagination. As we look now at number 45, that's Weston in 3rd place. Triggs just behind him. Looks like it was a little bit wide there from Weston. And you see a lot of drivers doing this. They take a very early apex. They almost like take a straight line entrance into Luffield, turn in a bit late, but they get a really good slingshot off the corner and as they come past the comms box down here at Woodcote. And in the background as well, I believe that Webster's just getting this done now. You'll see them just come into shot in the background. They're side by side at the moment. There they are at the top of his shot, and they've also got Smith trying to make it 3 wide as well down the straight. He's just getting his nose down the inside. We're looking at Triggs.
It is 3 abreast looking on the cameras just in the background.
Oh, he's gone way off at Copse. I'm not sure which one of them that was. I think it might have been Hotchin. Yeah. It's gone way, way wide, but he's recuperated absolutely fine. But that was brave, brave stuff there from Smith and from Webster.
We'll look back at them in a second. This has got an interesting battle that's been developing here for third place. Dylan Hodgkin there. Here's that battle we're looking at. So Bradley Beavers has lost on track 2 spots, because remember he's got that 10-second penalty for a full start.
Second hand.
There's a little bit of trim hanging off the back of Sid Smith's car, so there might have been a little bit of a tiny touch between the 3 of them. It's a great battle. There is also that battle that's been brewing for third place, just in front of the bottom of the camera there. That's between Jake Weston, who's in he's raced elsewhere in junior racing before. They're at it again, 3 abreast into Brooklands Corner. They're not shy of going for moves either, these junior drivers. Remember, these are 14 to 17-year-olds, and if you're a young karter or a mini stocks racer or a short race thinking, I fancy going at this if you're at this sort of age, you can get onto the circuits here with a junior licence as young as 14 years old. And the great thing about this year's championship is that there's been such a great job being done by Laura Payne and the coordination team of the Fiesta Junior Championship and the BRSCC, is that only 1 driver this year is a carryover from last year. Every single driver on this grid is brand new for this season, whether they're been racing junior stuff elsewhere or it's their first ever season racing, which is brilliant job as we see this battle for third place developing here. So Jake Weston, who already has some experience in junior racing earlier on this season, took a bit of a break to get a bit more tuition. He's now decided to move into the Fiesta Junior Championship, which is brilliant to see. I think that might be the ex-Nathaniel Hodgkiss car. Nat Hodgkiss now racing in British F4 this season with JHR Developments. He's now being chased by, I think, one of his teammate, Jake Triggs, because it's Race Car Developments, run by David Elsley, have 3 cars this weekend. One of them still leading the way, which is Joseph Loke from Will Orton, and the gap has stayed static at about 1.1 seconds between those 2. This is certainly a brewing fight for third here between Weston, Triggs and then Joseph Knight. Also, car 76, which is Alex Lee's been given a 5-second time penalty for not respecting track limits, because they were warned about that after qualifying, all the drivers, after there were quite a few that had some lap times disallowed. So Alex Lee, I'm afraid, has got himself a 5-second time penalty, which will lose him, pop him down to, I think, behind at least George Davis on the result so far.
Hodgkin, by the way, has just dropped a spot to Webster, and Beavers is now ahead of the pair of them again.
That's interesting.
Although, actually, no, Beavers is... Yeah, he is still around. I've just on TSL, he's dropped down actually. Just looked at the screen, but Beavers is now back ahead of the number 2. I was just watching Knight here last time out of. Look at it. It's like the car's twerking on the exit. The back end of it's bouncing around on the exit of Cops.
It's brilliant to watch.
It's hilarious.
It's brilliant to watch, isn't it? And that's just how great these guys are racing so far. But this has been arguably one of the better battles. Also, there's a bigger move up the inside, and Jake Triggs just almost left in the room there, and up the inside goes Joseph Knight. I'm glad to see Joseph Knight's having a better weekend than he had at Cadwell, because he did have some clutch problems, which gave him a bit of an issue in terms of trying to find pace. There's been a bit of a switch around in the background as well, I think, as they come into shot between, on track at least,
still going on it.
Bradley Beavers, Albert Webster and Sid Smith who are in that scrap. And I think also trying to close in 2 is possibly, I think, maybe as well Liam Brickley, as we see. This is 3-wheeling Joseph Knight through Brooklands. This is fantastic to watch. Jake Triggs trying to chase on, and these 2 will get both their personal best results, because they sort of finished down around sort of towards the bottom of the top 10 at Cadwell, but they've certainly found some great improvements in pace over the few weeks since then. Of course, they were due to race at Anglesey same weekend as the Mazda MX5 and a couple of other championships, but sadly, due to the Welsh restrictions, they had to move them across originally to the Race Remembrance event, and of course they've had to look at possible options potentially to get them another a 4th round, maybe later on, but that's still being undecided. So up through Cops Corner.
Beavers and Webster, by the way, just come past again side by side. They both had a bit of a switchback on each other through Brooklands and Luffield. They just kept swapping lines, and through Cops, they've just gone past on the CCTV camera just in front of us here. They were again joined at the hip, the pair of them. We're going to see them come into shot in Beckett's any second now. Get ready, everybody, because here it is. Here they go, and it's just Beavers ahead again. But Webster is stuck to the back of him at the moment. He's actually poking his nose down the inside at Beckett's. A little bit of an overlap as they get on the exit. Hodgkin is still dragging that souvenir around with him as well, trying to keep an eye on this. And just behind them as well, don't forget, you've got Lee as well in the number 76, isn't it?
Well, that's Jensen Brickley, because I think Alex Lee has dropped back a little bit, so it looks like he had an issue. Yeah, I think he's dropped behind Jensen Brickley, so Jensen Brickley in the mix now. And this is a battle over. With Dylan Hodgkin has...
Again, TSL is just it's just tricking me here. It just changed around again.
Well, Dylan Hodgkin is still in 6th position. He's a bit of no man's land in 6th position. He's just going past our commentary box now. What we're watching here is effectively the battle for 7th place. Bradley Beavers,
Smith's going slow.
Bradley Beavers on the road is in 7th place. Now, I think he's got his pace back. It might be a little bit of loss of momentum because he might have missed a gear shift, because these are, of course, manual gearboxes in these cars. You get some drivers that come up either from karting and, of course, even mini stocks as well, who don't have any gears to work with. So one of the first things they have to learn with these cars is to do that. Also, a good battle I'm watching just through our window as well. Between two of our newcomers, we've got Alex Sprange and Mitch Marie, who are having a good battle. That's over 13th and 14th place, and having a good battle here for their first race weekend. It's their first ever race weekend, full stop, no karting, no previous short ovals, and they're getting out there having a good little battle amongst themselves, which is brilliant. So this is an on-track scrap here, again, between Bradley Beavers, who has got that 10-second penalty for a false start, which means that, yes, on the road he is in 7th place, but he's actually behind them. So this is simply just an on-track battle here, and really what Webster wants to try and do is try and see if he can clear Bradley Beavers here to get through. Otherwise, he might come under threat from Jensen Brickley. We've got just under 2 minutes to go. Leaders are coming up through Woodcote.
Battle for third is still very close as well. You've got Weston still trying to hold on from Knight and Triggs, and Knight is putting the pressure on. You can see here as they go around Woodcote. Another time, just trying to get into that slipstream. We'll see once again what Knight can do. Weston there feeling the need to go slightly defensive. Goes towards the inside a little bit. Tucks it in. There is the white number 45 car. I took a nice picture of that car this morning. It's one of the cleanest looking cars out there, let me tell you. The three of them all tucked up together, though, as they go down towards Beckett's. And when you're under pressure from a driver behind, going into somewhere like Maggotts and Beckett's like this is so nerve-wracking, because you've got so much to do while trying to keep them behind and keep an eye on any lunges they get. But that's a really good run-through there by Knight. But look also at Triggs just behind now. He actually lost a little bit of momentum last time round. He's gained it all back again now, and he's right back in the fight.
I should mention, if you've seen the yellow squares with the black cross, that means that they've all done less than 6 races, competitive races. So pretty much apart from Joseph Loke, they are all on novice crosses, which means that even more special to see them racing like this. They're going back to their karting days, they're going side by side and just using those kind of karting ways of getting momentum and slipstreaming and trying to switch back. And Jake Triggs, they got the inside, there's a little bit of contact as Triggs edges him out wide. I'm not sure Joseph Knight will really appreciate that. The stewards might have to take a look at that possibly, but they're going to come across the line to start the last lap of this first race of the weekend for the Fiesta Junior Championship.
I think Knight maybe just came back onto the racing line at Luffield to try and get the cut across, and there was a bit of a tuck in, let's say, but it was a bit hard to tell from that angle because of obviously we were directly opposite and sideways. Even from out the window as well, it looked like they were just both trying to go for the same space, but it happens. Luckily, though, they both continue, and they've both actually not lost that much time from that either. I mean, Knight may have lost the position, but he's still within touching distance, and if he just plays this smart and gets back in the slipstream, he could be straight into this fight and having a go at Weston, who, to be fair, is doing an amazing job holding on to third. We're on the final lap now, Scott.
We are. Timer has hit 0, and we look back to our leads in a second. Joseph Loke has resisted the pressure from Will Orton all race, but he has kept him a lot closer than he was last time, because in both races at Cadwell he won by about 12 or 13 seconds. This time, though, Will Orton's pace has really stepped up, but this is the main fight for third we can see here. Weston has it. Triggs and Knight still have a possible chance to try and snatch it if they can. It is nose to tail for third, fourth and fifth. They're all going to get their personal best results, and someone's going to get their first podium as well. But up through Woodcote for the final time and up towards the checkered flag. It is the perfect score so far. 3 from 3 for Joseph Loke, the last year's vice champion. Flashes the headlights in celebration. He wins race 1 of the day in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, racing with MRF tyres. A brilliant second place for Will Orton. And for third place, what a way to debut in the championship. Jake Weston makes it 2 race car consultants cars on the podium, 3 in the top 5, because of course it's third for Jake Weston, 4th for Jake Triggs. Then it's 5th for Joseph Knight, personal best result for him. It is 6th for Dylan Hotchin. He was a bit on his own in that race, but still a solid result for him nonetheless. 7th for Albert Webster, 8th for Jensen Brickley. Then it's 9th for Sid Smith. Bradley Beavers with the penalty ends up 10th. Alex Lee's 11th. And then there was a good little battle towards the end that closed up between these 3, George Davis and then Alex Sprange in the white and green car, and then Mitch Marie there in the Misty Racing Run machine, which is the ex-Danny Harrison car, if I'm correct, finishing in 14th place. Then just one more car to head through is just Bryony Davis. She's been running nice and flawlessly in this run, just learning at her own pace at the back, and she will come across the line. So, all 15 started. You can count all 15 back home again. That is what we wanted to see. Joseph Loke makes it 3 from 3 in the championship so far, but he only wins this time by just over a second, so Will Orton and Pack have closed up a bit more. Jake Weston, first weekend of the championship, first podium, which is great to see. Jake Triggs finishes 4th, personal best for him and Joseph Knight. Dylan Hotchin finishes in 6th, Albert Webster 7th, Jensen Brickley 8th, Sid Smith 9th, and Bradley Beavers, after his penalty for the false start, rounds out the top 10. Then Alex Lee on his first weekend gets 11th. Then it's George Davis, Alex Sprange, Mitch Marie, and Bryony Davis rounds out all 15 finishers. Well, apart from 1 or 2 tiny little taps, I have to say that was really beautiful, sublime, clean racing from the juniors, and just shows that, you know, these guys have got great racecraft. It might need to be their first few races in cars, but they're using all the lessons they've learned from karting and from short ovals, and even for some cases, if they're using it on the sim as well, putting it to good use and putting on a brilliant display there, hopefully for the live stream. And I hope you all enjoyed it as well. And if there's any young karters that are watching on the Alpha live stream, or even on the BRSCC Facebook, or short oval races, or even junior races full stop that want to give this a try, we'll give you a bit more info on that in a second. We're going to have a bit of an interview with Laura Payne very shortly, a bit of a feature on the championship, as we have a qualifying session coming up. But top 3 are in Parc Fermé, and of course you can see them lined up in basically podium formation. But the car in the middle there is your race winner, champion leader Joseph Loke, and he will have a word with Bryn Lucas, as will Will Orton and Jake Weston, and then we have a chat with Bryn very shortly. This is Joseph Loke trying to clamber himself out of the car. So as the drivers clamber out, let's hand back over to Bryn to have a chat with our junior racing stars. A 3rd win of the season, and 3 out of 3 for Joseph Loke.
Thank you very much there, gents. So Chaz and Scott talking through that. As they say, I am going to be talking to Laura Payne about the Fiesta Junior Championship very, very soon. But it's gracefully trying to get out of the car there from Joseph Loke. I'm sure somebody dinked my car by smashing their car door into my car a little bit like that, you know, in a car park recently. But we won't go into detail about that one because, you know, I've let it go. Right, let's grab the drivers. We're just going to get the face masks on. Of course, COVID-19, these restrictions do make it somewhat tricky. But Joseph Loke, once he's got his mask on, we'll get him into position. If you come here for us, Joseph, that'd be great. Thank you very much. And talk us through it, because from the outside looking in, you had control of that one from start to finish.
It was closer than what I was wanting. Yeah, tricky race. I was pushing all out all the way through, but yeah, happy with the result. Obviously, P1, I can't really ask for more. So yeah, happy.
What was it like out on track? It's getting a bit warmer now, so the track temperature's starting to come up. So from the races earlier on, we're going to see a bit more grip coming to the cars.
Yeah, more grip at the start, but then the tyres were just going off. I think probably lap 6, my tyres were just completely gone. I was just hoping it would, you know, stick. So it was a good race. I mean, the tyres going off probably did hinder me a bit, but yeah, it was good.
But you managed to control it. Now, people looking into the Fiesta Junior Championships, they'll be looking at you guys thinking they're so young. How do they have such good car control, such good feel? Where did it all start for you?
I started in karting at 10, just as a bit of fun. But then we realised I was at the front most races, stuff like that. So we decided to look at more competitive stuff. We went into a bit more competitive karting. We didn't do too well, but it was just a nice insight to, you know, competitive motorsport. And then at the Autosport show, we came across Fiesta Juniors, and you know, it was just exactly what we were looking for. So.
And of course, with the current conditions we're in with COVID-19, it does present some unusual racing conditions, particularly with the fact you've got to wear a face mask now and things as well. But when you come into motorsport, that's not something you look at, but you look to the championships, you look to the organisation. How is it coming into something like this? How well organised is it?
Very well. There's not really many words to explain like how professional it all is run. You know, it's everything. It feels as if it's a professional race weekend, as it should really. But yeah, it's really good.
And you've got the pace and you've got the car. So where's the limit? Are you aiming for the very, very top?
I've always said there's no limit. You can always keep improving. There's always time to find. There's always parts of your racing to improve. So I don't think there is a limit to the capacity of driving.
Well, it was a fantastic performance. Well done.
Thank you.
A great win. Thank you very much there to our race winner, Joseph. Let's get our second place driver in now. We're going to catch up with all three. And as I say, we will be bringing you a little interview with Laura Payne as well. So here we go, William Elton. That was a very, very good performance from you.
Yeah, we made a good start, which is something I wanted to work on from Cadwell. Unfortunately, just dropped off a little bit mid-race. I was starting to come back a bit at the end, but just wasn't enough time.
Was it a tyre problem for you?
No, it's just a simple driver error. But no, the car was faultless all race.
You mentioned Cadwell Park there at the start. So have you been able to work on this, or is it something that you can only do when you come to a race condition because you can't put yourself back into that position until you're out on that grid?
It's one of them. It's hard to replicate, but we went to Blighton Park in between rounds, did a few practices, and I feel like I've started to get a bit better at them, and hopefully can carry them on.
Yeah, well, it was a really nice race to watch, and then from where you were, it was quite all right, but behind you, they were all fighting. Did you have much of an idea of that?
No, I was too busy focusing on the car in front, trying to catch up after my little mistake. And, yeah.
Well, second place, well done.
Thank you.
There you go, we've got our second place driver. Let's move to our third and final driver from the grid. If we grab him into position, here he comes right now. And I'm pretty sure Jake will be feeling quite happy about that. Jake, just tell us a bit about what happened for you off the start.
Yeah, it was a pretty good start. Just jumped into third and passed Joseph Knight into the first corner and really didn't have any threats throughout the race, so just kept third place.
And you had a lot going on around you, and you had to work very, very hard, didn't you?
Yeah, I could definitely see that they were catching on to me and trying to make a move, but I think my defending skills were good enough and didn't get past. So.
When you're defending, you have to think of different lines of taking into the corners as well, but how much are you trying to focus on getting to second, or are you just considering all I want to do is keep third all the way through that race?
Yeah, you have to change your lines and well, you still got to get a good run out the corner, because even if you do change your line, they could get a better run down the straight. And second place was just too far ahead, so I thought I'd focus on my place rather than try and catch up with them and maybe lose a place. So.
It was really, really impressive race management, because you don't expect to see such good race management from someone of your age without trying to sound too condescending and patronising.
Yeah, well, I've been brought up on karting, so I've learnt my racecraft and skills through that, and it's gone into cars.
I was wondering where the limit is for you guys. Is it the sky the limit? You can go into what, British touring car? Are you going to think of world endurance racing? Where are you going?
I'd really like to go into touring car and endurance racing. It depends which opportunity I get and if I do get there. So.
Well, you've got some of the tools you need then. Well done, third place.
Thank you.
There you go. So maybe we'll see him at Le Mans in a few years' time doing WEC. Who knows? But to find out more a little bit about this championship, we've got Laura Payne here. Laura's going to come in and she coordinates the Fiesta Juniors. Now, first of all, Laura, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you. Hi.
Now, we've just seen some pretty impressive racing from the juniors. They have got heads on their shoulders that are way beyond their years.
Yeah, they have, definitely. I'm so proud of how well they're all doing. It's only their second race weekend this season, so they're doing an amazing job, yeah.
So tell us a bit about the championships. What is the Fiesta Juniors for those who don't know?
We're a one-make series for 14 to 17-year-olds. We run alongside the senior championship as well. You can go into the senior championship afterwards. We do 8 rounds, normally 8 rounds in a season, lots of different tracks around the country.
Now, one of the drivers just telling me how professional the setup it is really when it comes to the organisation. Now, that's your little thing, isn't it, really? That's what you're in charge of.
Yeah, that is what I'm in charge of. That's really kind of them to say. So I'm the coordinator. It's my job to make sure everything runs smoothly, make sure everyone knows what they're doing, keep them in track. And I've definitely led the campaign for the promotion of the championship as well. So.
Yeah. Now, the age group, you said 14 to 17?
Yeah, 14 to 17, yes.
So what sort of drivers do we see coming through this series? Is it drivers that are looking to move into racing as a professional career move maybe, or just people that are looking to get a bit more experience on the grid?
We have a range, to be honest. I mean, we've got lots of drivers. We've got 14 new drivers this season, and they've come from a variety of backgrounds. Some have come from karting, stock cars, some have done nothing at all. And then, yeah, we want to help them learn, support them through the process, and hopefully see them move on up into different championships as they get older as well, yeah.
And of course they can stay in Fiestas too, because they can just make a couple of tweaks to their car and it can move on up.
They can, yeah, they can go into the senior championship with a few tweaks, yeah, and most of our drivers do go through the seniors, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, we do see a lot of the drivers staying in the Fiestas. What makes the Fiestas so exciting?
Well, the car's a fantastic car, and we have a family atmosphere in our paddock and a supportive atmosphere, and we like to promote that. All of our drivers are such good friends. They stay in touch, they move up together.
Yeah. Talking about some of the other drivers, we see some of the drivers that have raced in Fiesta Juniors go on to the top level of elite British sport, like Aidan Moffat, Ash Sutton, people like that have raced in Fiesta Juniors, and Ash Sutton was British touring car champion. So it is a very good training ground for them.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. And we do see people move up into touring cars. Hopefully, some of these guys will be in touring cars at some point. And yeah, people like Bobby Thompson as well. He's still in our paddock. He's helping our drivers today. So it's great that they stay around.
Yeah. So the cars themselves, what can we say about these cars? They're quite nippy, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, it's a ST150, 2 litre. It has junior spec on it. It's got the same suspension as touring cars as well. They are restricted to 100 mile an hour, but at 14, that's amazing.
Yeah, but especially it's how quickly they get to 100 miles per hour as well, because I think 175 brake horsepower or something, and they're very lightweight.
Yes, yeah, they are. They're fantastic cars. Yeah, very safe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the championship has really grown in recent years, and I'm not going to say it's all down to you, but it is partly because of you, isn't it? So the grid sizes are growing, and we've seen some really good turnouts over the last few rounds, particularly this year as well. But what about next year, 2021? Hopefully 2021 will be a normal year and we'll be able to take the face masks off and get out on track like normal. But, even if not, what have you got planned?
We've got lots planned for next year. I'm hoping for an even bigger grid next year. I mean, lots of our drivers are already saying that they're going to move up to next year. So looking at a bigger grid, we're going to run taster days, media days, etc. Lots in the pipeline, yeah.
And it's going to be trickier as well, because with the current climate, it might mean that there are no ways to have things like Autosport International might not happen. So therefore, it's hard for you to reach the potential audience. But this is a championship that people should have their eyes on, because it's a great training ground. It's a great proving ground. They can move their way up as well. But what about people that are looking at this championship and think, well, I'd love to race, but I don't know how to get the license. What license do I need? Where do they go? Can they come straight to you?
They can come straight to us, yeah. We help them and support them through the process. So if they've done nothing, they don't know how to go about it, they can contact us through the BRSCC website, and we will support them through that process and show them where to go and what to do.
Yeah, I was going to say, how can I get involved? But I know you just tell me that I'm way too old, which I don't want to, I'll take that bullet for you. So if anybody does want to find out more, because obviously you can't come to tracks at the moment and meet up with people like you, but where can they go?
They can go to the BRSCC website and Facebook and Instagram pages.
Yeah, and on there, I think the most up-to-date information is on there.
Yeah, brscc.co.uk is the most up-to-date website, yeah.
Lovely. Laura, thank you very much indeed. There. So if you want to find out more, thank you, Laura. If you want to find out more about the Fiesta Junior Championships and Fiesta Juniors and the opportunities, how to get the licenses, what license you need, where they race, a bit about the cars as well. You want to get in touch with Laura, why not? She's a lovely lady. Just go to the BRSCC website where you'll find all the latest details, the most up-to-date. Now, we have got a slight hiatus here at the moment. Qualifying for another championship is currently going on, but it's been red flagged, so we're just having a little bit of a delay. But we have got the Fiestas up again, this time not the juniors, the regular size chaps. They're going to be coming up next, and they always go guns out. And one man who's going to be racing in that one is Paul O'Neill. We've seen him race and win in British touring cars. He's going to be out in the Fiestas very, very soon. Not sure how long that'll be, but when we get to it, Scott and Chaz will be here. So the next race coming up very, very soon for you, live here from the Silverstone National Circuit in the lovely rolling countryside of Northamptonshire. We have for you coming up the Fiesta Championship. Finally, someone is listening. We do all your office's services in one place. Telephone systems, communication lines, IT support, cloud migration, and print services.
Welcome back to a very sunny and beautiful Silverstone circuit here, the home of British motorsport in Northamptonshire for this BRSCC and TCR, TCT and VW Cup race day. Scott Woodwiss and Chaz Draycott in the commentary box, and we're just finishing off qualifying for what will be our last race of the day, which is the 45-minute mini endurance race for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, featuring the series that you've just seen advertised there before we came back to live track pictures, which is the City Car Cup for Citroen C1s, but also for this other cars on the same platform, the Peugeot 107s and the Toyota Aigos. And those little hot hatches are certainly going to be ones to watch out for. Speaking of hot hatches, we've got more heading out onto track now because it's time for our next race straight out of assembly, and it is for the combined grid for the Hyperdrive ST-XR Challenge and the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, racing with MRF tyres. So, cars heading out onto the assembly area, out of the assembly area. Now you can see there is a lot of Fiestas here. These cars you're watching specifically are the Hyperdrive ST-XRs. They usually race in the northwestern part of England, predominantly circuits such as Alton Park and Anglesey, but they're having their away day of sorts here. They usually have one every year. Silverstone was the venue of choice. We've got 19 of their cars out here this weekend. And these are the BRSCC Fiesta Championship cars. You'll notice at the front we've got 4 of these brand new invitation class turbocharged 4 Fiesta ST180s. They start at the front of the field. They automatically start a lap behind. It means because they're an invitation class, they don't affect the main championship runners who are scoring points, and they start directly behind them. There is also a 10-second gap between the Fiesta Championship cars and the ST-XR Challenge machines to make sure there's 2 separate races going on at once. So a lot for us to look over for me and Chaz between that race, but lots to keep you entertained. Let's give you the grid before we head on to the race. So first of all, it's the Fiesta Championship cars at the front. It's John Cooper who took the overall and invitation class pole from David Knight, then Danny Harrison, who was racing in Brink Car yesterday, and everyone's favourite BTCC pundit and commentator Paul O'Neill making a circuit return. He starts in 4th. Then it's back to the championship competitors. It's last year's Fiesta Junior champion Ollie Turner on pole. That's the second time he's taken pole position this season, after he did at Capitol Park, and then Ethan Rogers is alongside him in 6th position overall and 2nd in the championship class. Looking back to 7th place, it's Sam Watkins. Alongside him, a welcome return for a few drivers, one of which is Richard Ashmole, starting 8th on the grid. Spencer Stevenson, who is the highest placed championship competitor racing this weekend, with no Josh Watkins and no Luke Pinder. Next to him is Rob Smith, father of Fiesta Junior racer Sid Smith. Then it's Ben Winrow, former Clio Cup champion and in production BMWs and in the Trofeo Baths, and also runner-up in catering graduate, starts 11th. And Jamie Going, Jam Sport team boss, starts 12th. Dominic Bush and Zachary Lucas, who makes a welcome return once more, make it an all-specialised motorsport 7th row. Then it's Robert Stevens, who's now with 2010 this season. Then the London-based Italian Marco Ricci, and then Sam Walton, also a specialised, rounds out the Fiesta Championship competitors. Then there's a rose gap back, and we move into the Hyperdrive ST-XR competitors. And at the front of their grid, it's William Heslop, championship leader, who starts on pole, reigning champion in both Class A and overall, but he is in the Class D ST150s. Alongside him, Sam Beckett on the front row. His 10 Sport Performance teammate Chris Grimes comes next. And then it's Will Heslop's main championship rival at the moment, Mark Robinson, who starts 4th for the ST-XRs. Justin Roberts and Chris Jones, who is the leading Class B Escort XR3i, starts on the third row for the STXRs. Then it's Luke Woodward making his championship debut alongside current Class B points leader Jason Hedifer, Adam Bissell and Paul McHugh, who's doing double duty in Civic Cup this weekend and STXR, so busy boy. And then Michael Blackburn making a welcome return to the grid. Also, he was a regular Escort XR3i racer in Class B, but he makes his debut in Class D this weekend. We should give a bit of a shout out to those who are watching on the live stream on YouTube. So shout out to we've got ads online. We've got Dave Goddard, one of our fellow commentators. Good to see him. So he's in the mix. We've got some nice praise from Edward J. Hislop Vordeldonk, who must be from the Netherlands. Rushy Motorsports watching. I have to say thank you to someone who's pointing out how to pronounce Alex Sprange's name Alex Sprange's name. I forgive myself because I got corrected and that was Alex Sprange. I'll remember that for next time for the second race.
We're not strangers to being told how to pronounce names, are we?
If you're in a certain Discord server for Streamwell like in Twitch, you'd get tasered for that, I think. So that's not literally, that's a term they use. Good to see also we've got Isaac Smith, who's a graduate from the Fiestas before. He currently races a mini challenge this year. He was supporting the Race Car Consultants guys. We've got Shadow Griffin watching. Mark Bond, who's been watching his father Richard in the Mazda MX5. We've got Keith Pollard, whose son Matt picked up third place yesterday in the Mazda MX5s. We've got Rob Chalmers who's watching as well, and also we've got Iceman 710, Adventure of Luca. If you're on the live chat, do say hi. We've got Ikatos 23 as well. Good luck to him as well. So you see the cars on the grid, the 4 awesome-looking Turbo Fiesta ST180s. And in the words of John Cooper, who drove when the Anglesey rounds were cancelled, sadly, he drove this car, the car he's driving there in the, I think it was another championship race or all-comers race on an international circuit. You see Ben Winrow, you can tell he's a Clear Cup race, the way he swings that Fiesta from side to side. Look at that, wiggling it from side to side.
We saw them cocking the wheel earlier as they were going through Luffield, not down the straight.
Yeah, they'll be doing plenty of that in these cars, don't worry.
Oh, indeed.
But John Cooper was mentioning when he was racing it, John Cooper there, you see the Simply Car Sales, predominantly white and black car with the red and green flashes. He was mentioning this car is not only just quick for a Fiesta, but it's quick all round. It's an incredibly fast car. And these Turbo Fiestas particularly, you see anything with a turbo on it, you know it's going to be fast, Chaz.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we've just we've got the turboed ones just coming past now, and funnily enough, actually, Paul O'Neill, very aggressive with the woman in the tyres there, actually did a sim race with him over lockdown. And he told me that apparently, I don't know, he was joking at the time, I believe, but he dislocated his thumb, he said, trying to warm his tyres up because he had the force feedback turned up too high.
God, weaving side aggressively, you think he's a touring car driver, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
You would. But anyway, it's good to have him on the grid, and I believe that Bryn's going to be having a chat with him after the race to see what he thinks of the car and what he maybe thinks of of the championship, because it's his first time in here. I think it's his first time racing a front-wheel drive car, I believe. Some sort of from us free to correct me in the who's more knowledgeable than me to correct me in the live stream chat, but I think it might be the first time since a year ago in the mini challenge, I think a couple of years ago, because I know predominantly other stuff he's raced he's raced in the BRSCC in the MX5 Super Cup, which he's also a very big advocate of, and they're coming up in a couple of races time after lunch. But STXR Challenge, we should also mention, it's mainly been a battle between William Heslop and Mark Robinson for overall and Class D honours. There were 3 classes in this, there's 5 classes, but there's 3 represented this weekend. Class A for the Fiesta XR2s, Class B for the Escort XR3Is, and then Class D for the Fiesta ST150s. Slightly different spec, more Group N spec for those cars compared to the ones which race in the Fiesta Championships. They're a little bit slower, but they're still very competitive and very cost effective as well. So the last couple of cars getting into position. Last 2 cars will be Mark Robinson and the 12 of Matthew Morton, who leads Class A, and the green flag will fly at the back. So get ready for some more fantastic hot hatch action for the Hyperdrive STXR Challenge of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, Fiesta Championship race with MRF tyres. So away you go the Fiesta Championship. There's a 10-second delay for the STXRs, but away towards Copse Corner they go for the first time, and John Cooper has the lead, it seems, into Copse. It is second place for David Knight. The STXRs get going in the background as well. And there's Ben Winrow, a couple of cars running wide through Copse Corner and into Mags and Beckett's. And already you can see the 4 Turbo Fiestas making their way through. Meanwhile, here come the STXRs, and it's William Heslop who leads the way from Sam Beckett. As we go back to our turbo cars, and up the inside is Danny Harrison. He was trying to race yesterday. Meanwhile, for the championship cars running wide, is positive Ollie Turner, way wide over the tarmac as he gets out of Beckett's onto the Wellington straight. And one car that hasn't got away, sadly, I can't make out the number. It might be Michael Blackburn at the back, that's a shame if it is. Anyway, down towards the complex at Brooklands for the first time and trying to get second place back in the Turbo Fiesta. There was David Nye. For the championship cars, it's Ethan Rogers who leads the way from Sam Watkins. Ben Winrose up to third place. You can tell he's a clear-cut racer as he cocks his inside wheel, and 3 abreast into Brooklands behind. We thought the juniors were frantic. This is even more so. It's now Paul O'Neill who are trying to make it third place up the inside of David Nye. Those two have been old sparring partners in BTCC, and they're at it again. For the championship cars, it is still Rogers who leads the way then from Watkins in second place, and from pole position, Chaz. That little mistake there for Ollie Turner, who got edge wide out of the at the complex at Maggers and Beckett's, has been knocked down to 5th place in class.
Not good, not good. But you know, you can see Paul O'Neill's car trying to eat the ground as it's flapping away. The splitter. That's not going to be helping. If anything, that's going to make it quite a bumpy ride if it's affecting the airflow at the front of the car. But yeah, like you say, Turner, that little mistake cost him dear. But as we've seen in the juniors, you know, these cars all do pack race very closely together, and I think that he could very quickly, you know, if he just plays it right, just a bit of mind games here, he can easily move forward within the remaining 13 minutes.
I think so. There is Paul. The damage on the front splitter there, but it's not slowing him down. He's still
stopped flapping now, at least, as well.
It has stopped flapping, remember, because it's partly broken, I think. But even so, we've got two of the Rev Fiestas of the championship class going side by side for the lead. It's now Sam Watkins trying to go look round the outside. And this is actually, in fact, it's a 2010 Racing 1-2-3. I'm sure that Simon Hunt will be quite happy with this. Back up to 4th place now is Ollie Turner, last year's Fiesta Junior champion. Of course, he took pole at Cadwell but couldn't start the race due to having, I think it was a drive shaft problem, which left him stranded on the grid, sadly. So he didn't start that race, so he lost the pole position point. It's 5th position for Jamie Going, which I can believe, as he's been a regular race. And 3 abreast for 6th. Look at this. This is between, I think that's Zachary Lucas with... Looks like that's Rob Smith, and also Spencer Stevens is in the mix as well. There are lots of battles. There's Robert Stevens in the 89 car. Now we look back. Here come our STXR runners, and it's William Heslop, championship leader, leading the way from Chris Grimes in second place, one of the 2 10 Sport Performance cars. 3rd for Mark Robinson, 4th for Justin Roberts, then it's Sam Beckett, and then Chris Jones, who missed the Cadwell Park round, but he came back after a few years away from the STXRs, is up there in the mix. He's one of the 2 Escort XR3Is in Class B. He's beating Jason Hennef at the moment as the leaders come back down towards Brooklands for the 3rd time, with now Rogers still holding on to the lead from his 2 teammates, but Ollie Turner and also his team boss Jamie Going are in hot pursuit.
Yeah, we've just got Cooper and Harrison coming out the final corner now, just breaking away from Nye and O'Neill at the front of that class. But look at this on screen at the moment, though. The 109 just jumping down the inside there. Does make it stick on the exit, but they're all nose to tail coming out of Luffield and then Woodcut again. And it's just like we saw earlier on in the day, where it's just completely, it's just one big battle the whole race. We have the number 67 machine on screen right now. Gorgeous looking car. I absolutely love these XRs. And even they're cocking wheels as well around Brooklands. Love it. Absolutely love it. And this is the beauty of a championship like this. I mean, they are obviously mainly Fiestas, but it's the fact that you've got the older and newer generation of cars, and they're all still competitive in this spec. It's brilliant.
Absolutely. It's interesting that the timing is actually showing the turbo cars on the same lap. So as far as I'm aware, they were a lap down. Unless that's changed, I'm not sure. But we'll get some clarification on that, I'm sure. But
they're nearly not a lap down, actually. They're just coming out of the field now again.
No, but that's true. But they're actually at the top of the timing screen rather than being a bit further down. So I thought that was quite intriguing. But those Turbo Fiestas coming through, we're looking at our championship runners here that are scoring points. We've got Jamie Going ahead of Zachary Lucas. We've got Richard Ashmole battling away. And this is Spencer Stevenson, who, as we mentioned, is the highest placed man in the championship. And there goes Ollie Turner. Pole sitter Ollie Turner goes round at Brooklands. At Luffield, excuse me. Now then, hopefully it's not too much damage. He can get going. Now, whether he stalled the engine, and if he can't get that going, that's going to be a safety car at least, I imagine. Now, he was battling with... It was around the people like Zach Lucas and Jamie Going. So whether he caught up to the top 3 and was battling amongst them, I think the cameras caught it late, sadly. And as he head through the final few corners, here's our STXR runners, top 3 together. And I think, is that Chris Jones who's moved up to 4th place? Chris Jones in the older XR3i is absolutely emotionally long in 4th place. So great, good on him, because that's the great thing as Ollie Turner does recover, thankfully, so we won't need a safety car, which is great. The great thing is about this championship with the STXRs is that in the right hands, in the right setup, these older cars can keep up with these more contemporary cars. As we're seeing here, Jason Hennifer there is about 6th overall, but he's 2nd in his class, ahead of Paul McHugh. We've got Tony Mumford, who's an ex pickup truck racer and short oval racer as well, doing well. But the 2 leaders in the mix here, looks like between Rogers and Watkins in that championship class. And with the turbo cars, it's still Cooper who leads the way in that category from Harrison and then Nye and then O'Neill.
Smith there just trying to chase Bush. The two of them right together. Sorry, not Smith, it's Stevenson. Smith is actually the car just behind the pair of them. It's all about trying to get the momentum out of Luffield because it's such a long corner. You want to get on the power, and as soon as you get on it just that little bit too early and the car understeers wide, you've got to then compensate for that and try and get a slingshot out the corner, really narrow down the apex and get your foot down. But it's not as easy in a front-wheel drive car. But like you were saying there, though, Jones in that XR3i, what a great bit of kit it is to see racing against these much more recent Fiestas. But again, like I said, just showing that in the pack like this, it doesn't matter really what the car looks like or how old it is. It's still competitive, and he'll be loving it out there. You know, it's clearly a car that he loves to bits, and you know he's been running it for a while, from what I understand. So the fact that he can still bring it to a track and even see what he'll call the young ones in these Fiestas and still be having a go at them, and you know, getting door to door on track, it's epic. As you can see now, whoa, a bit of a wobble there for Cooper as he turns the car in. That was a right moment. It just chucked it in and it rolled a bit and sort of just jiggled around on the rear as he chucks it into Copse. But again, it's not really a corner that is well suited to front-wheel drive cars, is it?
It's not a circuit board to consider front-wheel drive cars, but they're making the most of it in many cases.
True.
Now, what I love about the fact you're talking about the pace of Chris Jones, as we see our STXR leaders here battling into Brooklands, is that Chris Jones, he leads Class B, but he's on the similar sort of pace to the leaders here. And if they keep on scrapping amongst each other, these two in particular, not only is it going to help Mark Robinson in third place, but also Chris Jones will bring that pack with him, because he is lapping on similar pace to the leaders. So he's looking pretty good. He's bringing Justin Roberts with him, and Sam Beckett, who's been a podium finisher and up in the top 5. It's his and Chris's first time at the championship. New team to the STXR Challenge, 10 Sport Performance, doing a grand job. There was Jason Hennifer going through the shot there. What's interesting, look at this. The Turbo Fiestas are right amongst the STXR Challengers. They've got side by side with Alec Townley and Adam Bissell here. And the two Turbo Fiestas go, get out the way. He shoves him out of the way through the middle of the pair of them. Whilst the two Turbo cars are leader going side by side. It's Cooper leading the way from Harris, and David Nyers in the mix. And also you see Ollie Turner's trying to recover here after his spin. And Paul O'Neill's getting stuck in as well. That's the different championships, but it's very equally matched and very competitive action all the way through.
Yeah, Nye actually did the fastest lap of the race not too long ago, but Harrison was right with Cooper there. There was only 1/10 of a second separating them. I think Cooper got a little bit held up on the exit of Luffield, and then Harrison has managed to make the move right up to the rear of that other ST. Well, obviously most of them STs, but one of the newer generation STs, I believe it's the Mark 7. That was a very wide line there from the number 25 car. Just going on a bit of an agricultural route around the outside of Luffield there, but manages to get it tucked back in. But the STs, again, have come back into sight, the turbo cars, and the three of them are right together. And I think, has Nye potentially... No, he's not made the move, but he's closed right up there, hasn't he?
And this is looking great, all three of them together. Paul O'Neill is doing a fantastic job trying to keep with them. Ollie Turner's managed to get himself out of the melee of STXR cars he was trying to get through.
There's just a gaggle of them as well, just coming around Woodcut. They're just having a look at it now on screen as well, actually. The 2x2 mainly in the middle there, and it's just never ending. They're just all over each other, all over the circuit in different classes. We've got a car going slowly out of Brooklands. Not quite sure which one it is. I think it's one of the Mark 5 STs, red one. But he's going very slowly around Luffield as well and hugging it to the inside. I imagine that car will be coming in the pits.
I think that's possibly the Matthew or John Spencer in the STXR Challenge, I believe. Yeah, it's one of them coming into the pits. It is number 87. Yeah, that's John Spencer, who's the father of Matthew. So those two. Matthew Spencer, last year's Class D STXR champion, but found the competition has stepped up a little bit. So back with our Fiestas in the championship class. It's still Sam Watkins who leads the way from Ethan Rogers. Whoops, there's been a spinner. I've seen it just outside of... We go to Brooklands. I've seen a spinner out of my window. I think that's Sam Beckett's had a spin. Yes, there he is. So Sam Beckett has spun around the 98 Sticks car.
J-turn.
And well coordinated by Luke there to spot that on my call. Thank you for that, because I spotted out the window and thought it might be worth to have a look at. So he's got going. He's lost out what would have been, I think it was 6th position, which is unfortunate. There goes our STXR leaders, now being caught by the Turbo Fiesta leaders. And there's Chris Jones going through. Then Paul O'Neill. There's Justin Roberts. And then we've got Jason Hennifer here in the 27, but he's also been caught up now by Ollie Turner, who's on the recovery trail here. He's just got past Paul McHugh, who's doing double duty in the Civic Cup. There's Michael Blackburn running well in his first weekend in the Class Ds, ahead of Adam Bissell. And here's our Fiesta Championship runners. This is the top 2 here. Still Sam Watkins ahead of Ethan Rogers. Sam Watkins, these two have come through junior racing, although not in the same championships. Sam Watkins was a former Fiesta Junior, whereas Ethan Rogers moved up into senior Fiestas from the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and he debuted it towards the end of last year. Liked it so much, he's come back for a full season. Ben Winrow, meanwhile, doing a grand job using all his front-wheel drive expertise to be 3rd in the same car that Luke Pinder drove to a victory at Cadwell a few weeks ago. So it's the same car.
Oh, there's a bit of there's something hanging down there from the front of the Fiesta. Sometimes, obviously, they have a sump guard, don't they, underneath at the front, and that can often come down if you bounce it around on a curb too much, as I found out in one of my old cars. I used to have a Fabia VRS that was dragging the tray everywhere, which sounded fantastic. But no, the racing all up and down so far has been phenomenal. Every time I look out the window, there's at least 5 cars all going for manoeuvres into Luffield. We've actually got one of the XR2s just alongside, maybe a bit of contact there with one of the Mark 5 STs. Here it is on screen for you. It's the number 67 of Paul Green, and one of the STs off. That is from, it's not one of the turboed cars in the first class, of course, but...
No, that's Marco Ricci, I'm afraid, in the more standard ZTEC S model, I'm afraid. He's gone off the road. Now, whether he's hit the barrier or not, I'm not sure.
It's off at Copse, isn't it?
It is off at Copse, right on the outside line, as John Cooper flashes the headlights to allow Sam Walton to get out of the way in the 33 there. He's also chasing down Robert Stevens, but if he's not careful...
Put the hazards on.
Yeah, he is, yeah. And he's been chased down by Danny Harrison, who had some awful luck yesterday. He was racing in Britcar in the regular Praga T1. He shares with someone else who's got some brief Fiesta experience, which is Jem Hepworth. She raced here on the international circuit towards the end of last year as a one-off, and he had some awful luck yesterday when I think he got into the pit stop and they had a mechanical issue shortly afterwards. But he's trying to make up for it now. He's got a great run after Cooper got stuck, but there's yellow flags heading down towards Copse, so they cannot overtake. And Harrison sees that, and he's going to try and hold on, even though Cooper's doing his best to let him through as he heads through Copse into another lap. We've got 2.5 minutes to go here as our STXR runners head into Copse. Still Heslop leading the way from Grimes, then Robinson in 3rd place, and Chris Jones really has pulled away from Justin Roberts. He's shown just how quick he is in that Escort. Then we've got Justin Roberts. Then behind him was the recovering Ollie Turner.
We've got the XR2 and ST battle side by side again, just coming past Woodcut, by the way. Just looking out the window, the 48 and the 67 still right together. But here is the battle for the overall lead then. The 3 of them, as you can see Paul O'Neill in the background as well, they're still very close together though. Harrison definitely piling the pressure on.
Yeah, he really is. He's got the hazards on.
It's because he brakes hard enough, it sets the hazards off, doesn't it? Because a lot of modern cars have this setting where if you brake hard enough, then the hazards come on to show people that you're slowing down very quickly. And it's obviously still wired in on the car, so it's still triggering it. It's a great form of defence, but
absolutely
not enough at the moment to get Harrison away. Look at him now, tucked right up behind him as they come past the commentary box again. Nye's probably sitting there in the background thinking, surely the time is nigh for me to get through.
He's probably got the popcorn out sat there thinking, right, yes, you keep on battling, you two, because if you mess up, I'm right there to take advantage. So
indeed.
1 minute 25 on the clock still to go. They've got 2 more laps then as we come through. Looks like I think Marco Ricci, thankfully has got that car back out. Yes, he has. And so he watches his turbocharged brethren in the invitation class make their way through. But John Cooper, I think, arguably has the most experience out of all 4 of these drivers in these cars. So Danny Harrison and Paul O'Neill in these cars for the first time. And David Knight, he saw his car for the first time when he turned up at Cadwell Park and tried it. But he absolutely loved how quick it was. And the good thing is that they are planning to make these a particular championship point scoring class next year, which is great. There should be some more coming in next year, which is brilliant. This is pretty much a development season with everything going on. They've used the opportunity to allow these cars to come in invitation classes. Danny Harrison lifts the inside wheel through Brooklands into Luffield. It's brilliant to watch, proper touring car style stuff. But they're going to come on to the last lap now with 40 seconds left on the clock or so, or just under. They're just coming up to put a lap on Rob Smith. Looks like that damage on the back bottom of his car has been affecting him a little bit too much, and so he's dropping back as he sweeps around the outside. He's not sharp making it. He did that splitting through a couple of the STXR cars to make a move. So John Cooper's not hanging around it, and he's got good reason not to, because Danny Harrison is pushing him all the way. And Danny Harrison is a former Fiesta Junior and then Fiesta Championship title contender in both of which, so he's definitely a rapid peddler. Good to see him back in the championship after a year away, moving up into different championships. You saw Cooper trying to get the car turned in once and then twice, but he does hold on. And all the rear bumpers hanging off the rear of Danny Harris's car. I think that the team that they're running both of those cars for Danny and for Paul might have some bodywork to try and fix in that. You see more battles going on further back in the Fiesta Championship, lapping 1 or 2 of the slower cars.
I didn't see any contact, so it's quite interesting to know how that's happened, as there's a real wobble there for Cooper on the way in. Still manages to get it turned in. These cars are very pokey at the front. Out the window, there's just a it's just a buffet of Fiestas.
It really is.
If that's what you call a pack of them. But out the final corner, though, Scott, it looks like Cooper's going to wrap this up.
It is. It might be an invitation class win, so he won't score any points, but a win is a win nonetheless. Out of the final corner, what a display of the turbo Fiestas have made. Across the line he goes, and it should be... sorry, it looks like... I think there's a bit of confusion on the timing screen because... No, the checker flag has come out. So John Cooper does in fact. Apologies, I think they've got confused by the timing screen not immediately flashing over to a checkered flag.
Yeah.
So, but that does mean that John Cooper wins. Looks like takes an overall win and the invitation class win from Danny Harrison and David Knight from Paul O'Neill in 4th place. And now we've got to try and find out where our other class winners are, because Sam Watkins leads the way from Ethan Rogers in the class. Meanwhile, for the SDXR Challenge, across the line they come, and it's going to be a win overall in Class D. A flash of the headlights of Will Hessler takes another victory, the defending overall champion. Chris Grimes takes his best result of the season with 2nd, and he breaks the deadlock of both Heslop and Robertson dominating the top 2 places. So it's someone else other than Heslop and Robertson for the first time this year finished in the top 2, which is grand.
We've
Robertson
got some elbows. Sorry, mate. We've got some elbows out here at Luffield. The number 7 car's just gone through Watkins, so he's away from all this melee, but here they are, 3 wide across the line. It's the 46 just jumping down the inside there. That's Jamie Going, and he's just got ahead across the line, and there they go. Just gets it done. Last minute dive down the inside there. He'd got a fantastic run out of Luffield, and the XR2 involved there as well, the number 67. But wow, that was very feisty stuff. I didn't know where to look there. There were so many cars on track. That was phenomenal.
That's the beauty of having 2 fairly well popular championships on grid together to make it happen. So great racing all round. Just to confirm, it was indeed. We'll confirm the results now. So John Cooper wins overall, and in the invitation class, of course, they score no points. They don't affect anything to do with the championship cars behind them. So John Cooper wins from Danny Harrison and David Nye. Paul O'Neill manages to finish his first Fiesta race in 4th place. I think without the damage to front splitter, you might have done a little bit better. Sam Watkins wins the championship class cars, and he wins out of Ethan Rogers and Ben Winrow. So that is a 2010 Racing 1-2-3. The boys down there will be absolutely made up with that. Jamie Going finishes in 4th place from Dominic Bush and then Zachary Lucas to round out the top 10. And then further down the order, we look to 11th place, which was 7th in the Fiesta class overall, which was Richard Ashmole, Spencer Stevenson, and then Robert Smith, then Rob Smith, Robert Stevens, and Sam Walton. Then we go to our SDXR winners. We've got William Heslop, who wins that in overall and in Class D, from Chris Grimes and Mark Robinson. Ollie Turner, I think, would have definitely been up there had he not made that mistake, but he'll be back for the 2nd race later on this afternoon. And then Chris Jones, a very impressive drive to 4th overall in the SDXRs and winning Class B. Justin Roberts was 21st overall, but Michael Blackburn, very impressive first run in his ST after graduating from the Escorts. Jason Hennifer comes 2nd in Class B ahead of Paul McHugh, and Adam Bessel, Sam Beckett, Tony Mumford, Paul Green, Alec Townley and Matthew Spencer to round out the top 30 of all the cars that were on track together. Then Ron Lofstad from Matthew Morton. Marco Ricci was further down after he had his off at Cops Corner but rejoined. And then John Spencer pitted and lost laps. And we didn't unfortunately get, either he retired on the first lap or didn't start, was Luke Woodward, unfortunately. So the Fiesta will be out later on for the race 12. That's scheduled at roughly around about 3:20. But some exciting stuff all round from both championships involved. They're sharing this grid this weekend. You can see Laura there for the Fiesta paddock just helping out with some of the senior stuff and getting the trophies ready. And that's Will Heslop there just having a chat with 1 or 2 of his mechanics. Of course, they will all have to don a mask. And we're going to, as the drivers head out, we see Chris Grimes climbing out his car in 2nd place and Mark Robinson in 3rd. I'm pretty sure with the time that we've got heading into lunch, we'll be able to have a chat with all of our top 3 podium finishers, I'm sure, as well as a brief chat with Paul O'Neill to see how he found his first Fiesta race. But for all of that, let's head back down to the pit lane and Bryn Lucas.
Thanks very much there, gents. Yeah, I've got the race winners and, well, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd from every single class. There are about 1 billion down here for us to speak to. So we'll grab, but they've got to get their face masks on first of all, and they haven't got that at this stage, so we can't speak to these guys from this moment. But what we can do is we can speak to a few of the others as we can quickly look around where we are at this stage. You can see Paul O'Neill in the distance there. He was invitational for the Turbo, and we'll catch up with him very, very soon. But at this stage, we're just trying to get hold of names and get the drivers in place. And it's a bit of a mishmash of drivers around here at this moment, as I'm sure you can see. But we'll get to them one by one. I want to come to the Fiesta Seniors, I think, first of all, really, because I got them over to my right. So let's grab the Fiesta Seniors into place here. if we get the race winner over here, we'll get the race winner, Sam Watkins. If we get Sam over here for us, so Sam's going to wander over. We'll get a quick word from Sam, and then we'll work out our way through this as we go. If you can stand in front of the lovely sign that fell down just a few minutes ago, well, that was a good race, wasn't it? Not bad.
Yeah, it was awesome. In all fairness, traffic made it a little bit interesting at the end, but yeah, it was really fun.
Now, how easy is it to race in a series where there are so many different classes and you're catching people, you've got other people coming by with turbos going on?
No, it's amazing. Each class is all competitive on its own, and then you've got other cars, obviously, of each class that compete. It's amazing. It's really awesome to race on the same track.
Yeah, and what about the circuit itself? What did it feel like out there? It started off this morning very, very cold on track, so nice cool air in the engines, but not a lot of grip, and it's started to come back now.
Yeah, towards the end of the race, I think everyone was starting to do their faster laps, but yeah, overall it was just really fun. It was great.
It's very tough to see how happy you are because of the face mask, but you got the Welsh crest, the Welsh flag on there, so you're flying the flag for Wales as well.
Yeah, it's got to be done. Got it on the helmet, got it on the mask. Just missing it on the top now.
Yeah. Oh, well done, great performance.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
There's our race winner. Let's bring number 2 in, shall we? Why not? Let's get our second place driver in right now. So we've got Ethan Rogers coming up. Lots of different cars to get through. So show us the trophy first of all. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? Second place here at the Silverstone National. How was that race for you?
It was brilliant. I had a great start. And it just me and Sam managed to get a good gap and just battle in until we hit the back markers, so it was a good race.
And then the back markers make things a little bit tricky, don't they?
Yeah. Sam got away with me after we got to the back markers, but I enjoyed it. It was good.
Are you just shouting, get out of the way, get out of the way? Is that your way through? You've got to find a special moment to get past them, or are you just praying that they'll move over for you?
Luckily, they know I was in the other championship. A lot of them let me pass, but they're having their own battle as well, so you can understand why they don't want to let you past and things, but it was good.
Yeah, great stuff, brilliant to watch as well, well done.
Thank you.
There's our second place. Let's bring third place driver in right now. I'm trying to anyway. I think we're trying to get him over. Here he comes. Yes, we've got Ben Winrow. Like I said, we've got more cars here as well. We've got cars on the left-hand side from the STXR, and we've also got some of the turbos in too. But here is our third place. Show us your trophy with pride. There you go. Look at that. The heaviest trophies on the planet. Well done. Third place for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was a bit disheartened after quali, but no, good comeback from P7. So yeah,
a really good comeback from P7.
Yeah. I mean, we're fresh into the championship for this weekend, so we've got some really limited testing. Ran for an hour on Friday morning, and that was it. So yeah, it's I took for granted I'd never run on a fresh pair of slicks before in quali, and I don't think I made the best of that. So nice Row 2 start for the second race, and we'll roll on then. Got a bit of work to do to catch up with these two boys though.
They are quick, aren't they?
Very quick, yeah. But I think a lot of it, I mean, to be honest, just weren't quite close enough to get in the slipstream. So I was really pleased to hold on to third, to be honest, because I don't know names, but a car was kind of, a white car behind me was in my slipstream for the whole race. So to be able to hold him off, really good, but really tough on the tyres. So yeah, keep in touch with these guys and we'll see what happens race 2.
Well, it was great to watch, well done.
Thank you very much.
There you go, third place in the Fiesta Seniors. Now we've got our drivers from the STXR racing as well. Let's get our first place into position with a lovely trophy. Look at that, that's a rather majestic looking trophy, a slightly bigger trophy than these guys. Make sure you get the ears in. Go make sure you get your ears, it's hard to miss them. No, what a race that was.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. I just felt that I knew where I was stronger, and I just drove a nice steady race really. I didn't have to do anything stupid. There was enough going on behind me to keep them occupied for a bit. Struggled with the tyres and the heat, but I think everyone was in the same boat, but really happy the car's in one piece and nice win.
Listen to commentary, they were literally saying, you know, that everyone behind you was racing trying to catch you, and all you had to do was maintain. But when we've seen these races before, when people are trying to maintain, your focus can go, because all of a sudden you're looking in the mirrors all the time, seeing what's going on behind and not really concentrating on what's ahead. So what was it like for you?
Yeah, it's just them 15 minutes are strong. You've got to keep your concentration and keep going and keep your head down. Obviously the timers are a big help in the car, because you can look at your lap times, and as long as you're staying consistent and you can keep your gaps where they are, then that's enough. He kept me honest pretty much the whole race. I had a little bit more to give if I had to, but I'm really happy with that.
So you held a bit back just in case?
I'll tell you that. I'll do a little bit back.
I know all the excuses. That was great. A really good performance and a great win.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There you go. Happy days. Let's bring in number two. Number two with a slightly smaller trophy, but you know what? It doesn't matter. It's not quite silver, so you won't melt down into anything. But this race, for people that have never seen this Fiesta Series racing, it is close and hard, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely close. Brilliant cars to drive. All the suspension, the tyres, relatively cheap. So it's good.
Now, for your point of view, sitting where you were sitting in that race, talk us through the highs and the lows.
The highs, every time he ran wide on turn one. The lows, just trying to keep pushing, really. Yeah, just trying to keep on the back of him.
It is tricky, isn't it? Because, you know, with these sorts of cars, when you get into the slipstream, we talk dirty air all the time, but once you get into it, you start to get the toe, and then you can't make use of the toe sometimes.
Yeah, the toe, I didn't feel made a massive difference. So that's what I thought at first, but it didn't seem to really make much difference. So I still did it anyway, but yeah, not much of a difference.
But you're happy with your morning? I was going to say day's work, but well, it's afternoon now. The afternoon's work.
Absolutely, yeah. One more to come later on, hopefully.
Yeah, great stuff. Well done. And let's go to third place then. This was a really, really exciting race to watch, and I think everybody out on track put in their best efforts, but that was a really hard-fought third.
Yeah, it was a tough race for me. We've had problems in qualifying. Thought we'd dialed them out for the race with the heat and the front tyres, but the first couple of laps were fine, and I was confident we could stay with the lead too, but it just they made a break, and it was stagnant after that. I just couldn't gain it back.
But still, you've got to keep your head down and hope that they'll make a mistake. There's no point in easing off just in case, because it's motor racing. Anything can happen.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I was hoping for a mistake, but it never came. The two of them drove a really good race. See how it goes in the third one. Second one.
Go and get some lunch now.
Thanks very much.
Well done, well done. And then we've got our two turbo drivers, the two invitationals actually, and our turbo winner John Cooper was here as well, so we're going to get John Cooper to come over, and then we've got Paul O'Neill. So if I get Matt to go and get John Cooper for us. That was our winner from the turbo, and then Paul O'Neill, who was here in the invitational, and it was great to see Paul O'Neill back out here, wasn't it, really, in a turbo car at Silverstone International. This is a guy who's won the British Touring Car Racing Series, well, he's won races in that series anyway, over many years performing in that, and he was here with the invitation. We're just pushing this car forward. It's currently in parc fermé conditions, so they can't actually do anything to the car, obviously, so it has to come here in a very certain way. And I'm just looking around to see who we're going to chat to first. I think we're going to talk to John Cooper first of all, so we'll get John into position. Hopefully they put the handbrake on, otherwise we might have a slightly squished presenter and camera. John, first of all, this trophy here is a different trophy to the others we've seen. It's got a beautiful big turbo on the top there. That was really exciting, that race.
It was hard work with that. It was really interesting, but it was very hard work. Danny was all over me for most of the race. I think he dropped off a little bit in back end of the race, got caught in traffic somewhere, and I managed to sneak through, but enjoyable.
Traffic is the key, isn't it? I mean, you're in a turbo, you're going to be blitzing the others, and you proved it. You got there, and then you have to fight through the traffic, and most of them are experienced in letting you go. Did you have any moments?
Yeah, somebody turned in going up back straight, just a little clip, but nothing major. It was just, they were trying their best to get out of the way, but you close your speed from these to the other ones. I think it caught a lot of them out.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's great to see his cars out on track. Great to see, and a lovely trophy. Not bad for your early afternoon.
Yeah, it's a good start today. See if we can get another one later on.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Well done there to John Cooper, the winner of the turbo class in that race. Let's speak to a man that we'll all know from British Touring Car, from ITV's coverage. Here he is. He's here on the Invitational. If we can drag him away. Paul, can we get you to stand just here on the trapdoor? Great to see you out here at Silverstone.
Yeah, made up. Hey, listen, it was a call from Greg at the BRSCC, and he said, would you come along? And Cooper Manor, you've just interviewed there, I've got to thank him, and also JRW who are running the car, and the boys there are doing a great job. And you know what? I'm really impressed with it. It was fantastic. I wanted to be in there a bit more with them, but it was difficult, and yeah, I'm happy enough.
Well, it's hard when you get into a series that you've not tested the car. You know, when was the last time you raced here? Don't say yes, last week.
Actually, no, that's a very good point. Probably about 5 or 6 years ago, but the last time I raced was 2 years ago in the mini challenge. So getting in this morning, it was I've been up since 4 o'clock, so I was a bit like, oh, that's a wake-up call. But you know what? It's just so cool in times like this to get out there, have a blast. And with the guys who've all chipped in and helped me out to get out there, it's been great, and it's a fantastic series. Anyone who wants to learn front-wheel drive, it's a fantastic place to start. There's so many different variations of the car, so it's all good, fella. You're looking well. I like your outfit. Is it like a C&A?
I got this C&A, Primark, thank you. I took it from you. You know, I see you wearing all sorts of things on ITV, so I thought, I'll dedicate my look today to Paul O'Neill. And you've come dressed like what?
A Goodwood racer. I was going to say you look like a rubbish Stuart Lyons with all that on, mate. But no, you're looking really good. But no, it's weird having these overalls on because it's proper Goodwood like spec stuff. But I've lost about 2 stone cycling, so they're hanging off. I look like
so there's room there.
Well, no, mate. I know. Don't say that. I'll go and eat a pizza now.
No, it's a pleasure to see you out. Are you back out later on?
Yeah, later on. Looking forward to it. I just love motorsport. It's amazing. It's a privilege to be here. As I say, BRSCC, the Fiesta guys, the team who are running the car, and Cooper, man, it's just mega. I think they're doing a great job, and it'd be great to see more cars rattling the way around and through the traffic. Oh, my word. Honestly, I had to hold my breath every time. It was awesome.
I was going to ask you about that. I mean, the lovely trophy as well, by the way. Are you going to try and get your hands on that one later on? I'm sure you want to add to your collection to put in your living room.
Well, I don't know about collection. I'm going to try Nick Johns. He said he'll let me have his, but it's so cool. I think Greg makes them from the BRSCC, and yeah, it's a Turbo Garrett. They're better than the touring car ones, but don't tell anyone that. They're amazing. Imagine having that on your mantelpiece.
You might just get one, you know, don't, you know, you've got to fingers crossed and put your foot down, but, you know, it was great to see you out on track, and it's always really nice to see a whole variety. Class racing is really hard to watch because there's so many things going on, and you can never really work out what's actually happening, but when you guys come up to the back markers, then there's one thing, you know, there's going to be fireworks, or potentially.
Yeah, there wasn't. That's exactly what I was waiting for, because that's when I operate best, because I'm used to endurance stuff as well, where you have to navigate your way through, and I was laughing when, as soon as that bunch of 3 top lads went in, all I could see was like gravel, yellow flags, bits of bodywork flying off the cars, and I thought, right, I'm going to get involved, and then they'd just make their way through, and I'd be too nice to them. I didn't really want to get in anyone's race, so these lot are just horrible. So a couple of Northerners in there, mate. They're bad people.
Yeah, you got to break out your demon for later on. Well, for me, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Paul.
Have a good day, and thanks for watching, guys. Nice one.
There you go, Paul O'Neill here for the invitational side, really, of the Fiesta Championship. We're going to take a short break. We are coming back here to Silverstone very, very soon. Not long at all, actually, before we kick off with TCT, the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Rounds 3 and round 4 coming to you today from Silverstone, but we have the BRSCC action alongside, and we're here with you until about 6 o'clock this evening. I'll see you back here very soon. Welcome back to Silverstone, to the national circuit. Behind me, TCT and TCR UK all lining up. Also the VW Racing Cup there at the back of the grid, because different class, much slower in qualifying. But you can see here Henry Neal. Let's take a little wander, shall we? Henry Neal sticking it on pole as per usual in that beautiful NGTC Honda Civic Type R. If you move further this way, we've got Dan Kirby. Now, Dan Kirby made a brilliant start last time out when we saw him at Alton Park. This guy, you know, fantastic when you think about his racing career and history in the TCT car. We move our way back a little bit further on. William Butler. Now, this guy here, incredible. This man is brilliant when it comes to rallying. He stepped foot into that TCT car, that TCR car, in fact, the Cupra, and stuck it third, which isn't bad at all. Then we move to Lewis Kent. Here's a man that we have really no need to introduce. Lewis Kent, very fast at Alton Park, 1 and 2 at Alton Park on track. And actually I was talking to Lewis yesterday about the car, how it's been going so far this year, and he said they found something yesterday at Silverstone, and what they found was they have had their bias on their brakes set the wrong way round. So when they thought they were moving it forward to their front brake, they're actually moving to the back of the car, which they have now fixed. Got Darrell Wilson here as well, looking very fast. They're hoping for some good things. They've looking for a bit more testing. They had a bit of testing here at Silverstone. They found a few extra tenths, they say, in the car, so fingers crossed to that one too. And if we look a little bit further back as well, the other cars stretching back into the distance, including the VW Racing. But we have got to leave the grid now. The cars are about to go round 2 laps in gentle anger before it all kicks off. Maybe 1 lap in gentle anger before it all kicks off. But to talk us through it, we're going to go back up to Scott and to Chaz for this TCT, TCR UK and the VW Racing.
Of this weekend's BRSCC race meeting is finally upon us. Scott Woodwiss and Chaz Draycott in the commentary box for the first of 2 races this weekend for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy with TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. And I have to say, we take a little moment here for a second, is that, Chaz, I know this is something that you wanted to pinch yourself in many cases, because this is your first time commentating on touring cars for real, yes. And I know it's a moment which you've been very much looking forward to. And this is, I think, is a special moment for anyone, because of course, any kind of touring car racing is fantastic, but obviously for us here, it's brilliant to have them here this weekend in these beautiful weather conditions. So I'm pretty confident. Again, same with the Civic Cup, regardless of numbers, I'm certain they're going to put on, hopefully, a fantastic race, particularly with it being so close in qualifying. Yeah, definitely, that was it. The times have been very close indeed. It's very competitive. A lot of people I know were always like, oh, the NGTC car's always going to win, but it's not been the case. You know, it's been in the pack and fighting. Henry Neal has stuck it on pole position, but yeah, as you say, I had a bit of a moment this morning when I saw the cars again, and yesterday when they were out on track, having an ex-Matt Neal British Touring Car Championship race-winning Honda Civic on track with his son Henry Neal driving it as they get away is just, yeah, pretty amazing to be honest. But I mean, we all are fans of TCR cars. It first came along and everyone was a bit like, I don't know, but yeah, they're amazing. Henry Neal then, pole position from Dan Kirby. Great to see him on the front row of the grid. Will Butler, just like you saw there, as Bryn was saying, third on the grid. Fantastic stuff. Lewis Kent in the beautiful Hyundai i30N is fourth on the grid. Interesting thing, I've got to tell you about that in a moment. Darrell Wilson in the beautiful bright green Astra is fifth on the grid, just ahead of Max Hart in the number 101 car. Then it's Tim Docker in the Golf at the back of that class, and we have Bradley Kent and Russell Joyce on the front row of the VW Cup grid, with Paul Ivans, Richard Gilbert in the other bright green car on the grid, the TCR body kitted Golf in the VW Cup, and then it's Jeffrey Olden and Andrew Wilmot bringing up the rear of the grid. But I mentioned the Hyundai i30, and I had a chat with Bryn this morning. Apparently Lewis has had a bit of an issue with getting that Hyundai dialed in and having it handling the way he wants it. Apparently he had a discussion with Hyundai, and the sticker on the brake bias dial was the wrong way up. That's convenient. So basically, if he was trying to dial the brake bias forward just to get it a bit more settled on the brakes, he was actually putting it back. And then you go. I imagine that must have been frustrating, yet a little bit amusing in equal measure, I guess. Oh, yeah. But then again, if you've paid, must be like 100 grand or so for, or maybe that's £6,000, £80,000 for a TCR car, You might expect Hyundai to put the sticker the right way around, but then again, even so, now that he seems to have solved that, it looks as though he should be on good pace. Of course, Henry Neal and Lewis Kent did share race victories each last time, and Richard Gilbert is also the points leader heading into this weekend off the first weekend of VW Cup. Dan Kirby, of course, put it on pole position last time in the wet conditions, and William Butler, who starts third on the grid, did race the VW Cup last time at Alton Park. He's graduated now into the second Power Maxed Racing Cupra, because there are 2 Cupras on the grid, and
there's 3 on the grid actually, but 2 of the Power Max ones.
Yes, sorry, yes, because Max Hart as well. I'm getting sort of carried away with other things, but they line up onto the grid in the mix as well. And Andy Wilmot, of course, who's the other team partner of Trade Price Cars Racing, he's on the back of the grid in the mix as well. So the cars lining up, and you'll see on the front row when we switch to the front camera, it's going to be the familiar colours of Team Dynamics of Henry Neal on the front row on pole position with Dan Kirby alongside in that beautiful black, white and gold car. Chaz, the start is yours.
Thank you very much, Scott. A moment I've been very excited for all weekend, and since I started commentating. Here we go then. Ready for the first race of the day, and they're away, and look at that. Darrell Wilson gets a fantastic start. It's really not gone well for Butler. He's not got away well, but it looks like into turn 1. Yeah, Dan Kirby's got a great jump on Henry Neal. Henry's down to 3rd, maybe 4th. He's actually going to go down to 5th if he doesn't get his act together before Beckett's, but not the start he wanted in the Honda Civic then. See how they get on down towards Beckett's then. And it is still Dan Kirby leading the way. We actually have Darrell Wilson in 3rd position now. There you go as they come into sight. And it's actually Lewis Kent has made the jump up into 2nd as well in the Hyundai. So a very, very mixed start for the field. You can see Henry Neal just poking his nose out on the very left-hand side. But it is Dan Kirby leading the way. Darrell Wilson down the inside in the Astra. Just says, thank you very much, Lewis. I'll have that from you. Looks like Lewis had a bit of a wobble in there. Henry Neal side by side just behind there with Max Hart. The 2 of them right together. On the exit though, look at that Astra. It's a fantastic looking car in the very bright green. But through for the first time. Dan Kirby leads the way. Then it is Wilson. Nice first lap for him. Then it's Kent, Neal, and then Butler. And in the VWs as well, a little bit further back. Looks like Max Hart has dropped off a little bit there, actually. He's not... I don't think his transponder's come through. It's not gone over the line. But in the VW Cup, it is Kent from Wilmot. And then Ivans is in 3rd in that class. But it looks like, yeah, we have got a couple of cars that do not have working transponders. So they've not come through on the timing. But into shot again is Dan Kirby in the lead. Darrell Wilson just behind him. They're all tucking in the slipstream here. You'll see that over the first few laps, while the cars aren't running completely at top operating temperatures, they will still tuck behind. Later on in the race, I should say, they may actually just dive out into the colder air. This is the 101, just trying to go round Henry Neal. There's a bit of runoff there. He's just inspecting. It's still there, is Max Hart. But still, all nose to tail at the moment. A bit wide there from Lewis Kent in the Hyundai. It looks a lot higher off the ground than the other cars, doesn't it, the Hyundai, just because of the stature of it?
I think that's also as well because they've had a bit of balance of performance, some of the TCR cars, and I believe they've given it a little extra ride up, but also I think the car's running also on, I think the global power to weight sort of balance, I think it's down to 95% power, just to equalise it with everything else. It's been a bit of a change of BOP in many cases with those cars. But this is the scrap for the lead then. Dan Kirby, ex-BMW Compact Cup racer and team boss of Trade Price Cars Racing, showcasing his racing prowess once again at the wheel of his Cupra TCR. He's being challenged here by Darrell Wilson. What's key to mention is neither of these two have won a TCR race just yet. Darrell Wilson, since he started in 2018, has finished on the podium of Darrell Wilson, but he hasn't actually won a race. He's going for it here in the DW Racing run of Vauxhall Astra as he comes into the complex at Brooklands, but Dan Kirby holding on, using all of his racing experience. Then we've got a car, I think, that's stopped on the exit of Cops looking on screens.
Gilbert, isn't it?
That's the 2 of Richard Gilbert, and he's, of course, our championship leader. So Richard
Wilson.
Gilbert in trouble. Meanwhile, Darrell Wilson tries to squeeze up the inside through Wooker, but can't make it stick as Dan Kirby gets his elbows out and holds on to the lead in the Cupra. Back up to 3rd now is Henry Neal, so he's got past Lewis Kent, and Kent himself is under threat from Max Hart in 5th position, whilst we see William Butler recovering from his poor start in 6th, and then Tim Docker in 7th place, whilst it looks as though that it's still Bradley Kent leading the way, brother of Lewis, who leads the way in the VWs.
Yeah, there is a bit of shimmying around here. This is Kent and Hart right together going into Beckett's. You can see the right rear wheel coming off the ground in the Hyundai there. Nice bright white wheels, making it very apparent when that has stopped rotating. But yeah, like I say, Butler is just trying to recover from that poor start. It's a shame to see him drop down so quickly, but Wilson is really putting the pressure on Kirby here. The 2 of them still breaking away, but they've got to think about Henry Neal closing down. Look at that down the inside from Max Hart. Certainly is Max attack from Max Hart. He's going to go wide into Luffield, though. They're still side by side. A little bit of an overlap, maybe a bit of contact. Oh, you'll want a new body kit on that thing if you get any closer than that, boys. He's actually still managed to get ahead, but the top two still battling away. Henry Neal in third then. But this is a fantastic scrap now, and Butler is closing in on this, and I'm sure before long Docker will be as well. But out in front in the VWs, Mr. Kent is absolutely flying. He's got a huge gap, over 4.5 seconds from Wilmot.
Yeah, we should mention that Bradley and Lewis Kent both have come up through the same route together in many cases. They came up through both were Fiesta Juniors. They didn't race in the championship at the same time, but they both came up the Fiesta Junior route, and then they both went into the Fiesta Championship, and they didn't race against each other there. And then since then, Lewis Kent has graduated from after he left the championship in 2017 for the including this season. For the past 3 seasons, he has been in that Hyundai i30N TCR car and battling away and learning race by race, year on year, which has been pretty key. And of course, Bradley's now stepped up into the VW Cup after he was in the Mazda MX5 Super Cup last year for a few rounds and getting to grips with rear-wheel drive. Now he's back into front-wheel drive machinery, and he leads the way for the Essex and Kent Motorsport team. Now, Richard Gilbert has got back going again, but he is now going to be lapped very shortly by our touring car leaders to come back up through Woodcote Corner to end lap 5. And fastest lap of the race from Henry Neal. This is further back here between 21 and 7. This is Andy Wilmot, who's dropped back a bit. This is him battling with Paul Ivans. Of course, we've got Richard Gilbert. And one car we've also lost from the VWs, unfortunately, is Russell Joyce, because he's had some issues there. There is Bradley Kent with quite a lead. He's quite running away out of canter here. And this is our scrap for second and third between the two Scirocco's here. It's a Scirocco 1, 2, 3 in the VW Cup, because Andy Wilmot holds on to the place from Paul Ivans. So Richard Gilbert had an incident where he, for some reason, stopped on circuit outside Copse, and Russell Joyce is unfortunately looks to be out of the race. And in fact, there is Russell Joyce, in fact, so he's been in the pit lane, but back out again. It's side by side for the lead into Brooklands Corner. Kirby will fight round the outside if he can, but Wilson tries to edge towards it, put right onto the curb, and out the inside again. There's almost more contact, and they go through. There is contact sideways for Wilson, and up the inside of both of them goes Henry Neal. Henry Neal takes a whack of Darryl Wilson. Up the inside now for the lead. They go side by side. Kirby's back in the mix as well. It is side by side for the lead through Woodcote, and his nose in front now towards Copse. It's going to be the rib, but Bodywork comes off the back of Darryl Wilson's car. 3 of them for the lead, Chaz, and it's getting spicy.
Yeah, I think Wilson got it really nicely down the inside. That is barely hanging on, that's honestly, I don't know how that is hanging on, just on a hope and a prayer. A little bit of a wobble there from Henry Neal. He's still in front though, just a bit. Dives down, you can just see how low the front of that car is to the ground, scraping along as he gets on the brakes to Beckett's. Wilson all over the back of him, giving him a bit of a shove through there. I'll have some of this. Do you like the back of this Astra? It's a bit of a scrape though, as it tucks under. It's all over the back of Mr. Kirby's car, sorry, the front of Kirby's car, but that's not going to help any sort of cooling. But Henry Neal's thinking, right, while you're shedding body parts, I'm going to try and run away here. But surely the back of that car not feeling so good now. The front of the other one not feeling great either on that Hyundai. We've got, it's Max Hart running very wide. Butler's going to tag along there and try and get the manoeuvre done on him, but it's not going to work. But now that bodywork seems to have cleared off from the front of Kirby's car, and he's thinking, right, don't chuck that other bit at me now, mate. I just want to try and get up to the back of you and not have that. But the contact happened there. Wilson went down the inside. There was a little bit of a tap, and then he just didn't leave enough room for Kirby to come back on the circuit, and contact was inevitable as he tried to get it stopped for Luffield in my eyes. And Joyce has gone back out on track and then come back in again in the VWs, unfortunately. So some recurring issues there for him, but what a fantastic battle that was.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see that all touring cars are in the mix, and the piece of bodywork that flew off Darryl Wilson's car is still in the circuit. It's not on the racing line, so to speak, but it might be. There's also I saw a slippery surface flag that was down there, so whether a car's been dropping a little bit of fluid down there, or possibly it's a consequence of the piece of bodywork coming off Darryl Wilson's car, we'll have to wait and see. This is our scrap for second and third in VW Cup. We've still got, as we say, Andy Wilmot, the other half of the Trade Price Cars racing team management, but of course former British touring car racer himself, back in the VW Cup. He's scrapping away there with Paul Ivans in car number 79 as he comes up through Copse Corner once again. Now he goes up to end lap 8, and it's Henry Neal with the fastest lap of the race, then continuing to lead and stretch out the advantage. It's now 1.1 seconds, so he's managed to build up the gap by half a second. Kirby in third position. Now he has shed that bodywork, and he's coming under threat from Lewis Kent. Then this scrap between the two Cupras, between here Max Hart and William Butler, who is dapped into his first race weekend in this car very well, and finding someone to battle with in the mix as we go back to our VW scrapping over second.
Yeah, that's the thing. No matter what happens here, even if it is a smaller grid, if you fall away from the car ahead or just try and make a move that doesn't quite work, you'll soon be back in the clutches of the car behind. Bit of debris on the circuit, obviously, from Darryl Wilson's car there, but the Marshall is actually on circuit now, just retrieving it, but it was offline, so it wasn't too dangerous. Here is the moment. So you've got Wilson just down the inside, gets on the brakes. You can see the car squirms a little bit, doesn't quite turn in as much as he wants. Kirby keeps the power on, runs wide, but Darrell, look, he hugs the inside line and Kirby's got nowhere to go. There's the first contact, then the second bit. Henry Neal goes down the inside, but Darrell then recloses the line. Extra bit of contact again. The rear arch starts wobbling around like mad. Henry Neal still down the inside as they go through Woodcote and manages to get it done. And Henry, like you said there, Scott, is gradually opening that lead up now, and that'll be a bit of a swipe of the brow now because of the fact that he had that poor start that dropped him down, and he's managed to get back up there as well. I know obviously his father Matt was sharing a tweet about them yesterday, very proud of his team for getting that car on pole position, so if he can continue this form and get that win, then he'll be over the moon. We've also had Lewis Kent get ahead of Max Hart, and here is the bodywork being picked up by Dan Kirby. I hope that Darrell Wilson's not opening up a Vauxhall Astra parts franchise anytime soon, because he's only giving out part of the pieces, but still doing a fine job though with the fact that that car is missing most of the rear end now.
It'd be quite limited parts because he's
sorry mate, it's about to miss the rest of the rear end because I've just seen Dan Kirby come into ice shot and he's stuck all over the back of it as well. He was literally pushing him around Brooklands, but he's managed to unlatch himself from the tow hook that Darrell seems to have put on the back of the Astra. He's also got Lewis Kent there in the Hyundai as well, still chasing him down. So we've got a trio for second place again.
I was going to say, it'd be quite a limited parts department because his car's a TCR car, so he'd be supplying other cars over in Europe, so it'd be quite intriguing to see that. Here's our runaway VW Cup leader, which is Bradley Kent, and literally runaway because there is a scrap for second in the background between Andy Wilmot and Paul Ivans, but Bradley's certainly making the most of the clear track around him to extend the lead, and he's doing a bit of three-wheeling action through Brooklyn, which looks good.
It's nice to see the Scirocco's doing so well as well, because it's a very pretty car, even as the road car, in my opinion. It's a very aggressive-looking bit of kit.
Agreed.
But it goes well as a race car, and I know that the VW Cup's been, obviously, as you can understand, mainly dominated by Golfs in previous seasons. But yeah, the three Scirocco's, 1, 2 and 3 at the moment in that class, and it's nice to see that.
It is, absolutely. And Bradley Kent's certainly developing at quite a nice rate here. He's got a nice mixture in his arsenal of experience, as we talked about. His arsenal includes front and rear wheel drive racing, as we see our touring car runners heading up through Woodcote once again. This is to end lap 11. And we've got black and white flag going up for car 42, which is the race leader, Henry Neal, and that's for not respecting track limits. And if he carries on, that could potentially become a time penalty if he's not careful. I suspect the place he's doing it is right here at Copse, if that is going to be anything. Thankfully, it looks like the bodywork has completely fallen off the back of the Royal Sources car, so he's a little bit lighter. But as he heads into the...
Well, he did his personal best, actually, last time round. He was 0.6 of a second faster than Henry Neal, so you've got to be thinking if Henry's been told now to just rein it in a bit, Sunshine, because of the track limits, ironically a black and white flag for a black and white car, but he's obviously tried to rein it in a little bit just to make sure he doesn't annoy the stewards from any sort of angle. And it seems that that's affecting his lap time. So, if you are gaining an advantage from that, that's why they give you the black and white flag. He's just coming up now to lap the Scirocco's as he tries to negotiate his way. Got held up on the exit of Luffield a bit there, but Darrell Wilson doesn't seem like he's on that much of a hot lap from a visual perspective anyway at the moment. He's still got Dan Kirby and Lewis Kent pressurising him. A little bit further back is Max Hart. Then we, of course, have Butler. And then Docker not able to make much ground at the moment in that wonderfully pretty Golf. I was dribbling all over the floor in the garage earlier trying to look at that car this morning. It is a stunning piece of kit. The livery just works so well on it, as they do with most of these cars. And the Astra, very garish in the green. He's flashing the lights there at the Scirocco saying, get out of the way, I've got an angry Seat Cooper behind me, and a Hyundai as well. Lewis Kent gets a nice run down the inside of that corner, but look at Dan Kirby's run off there, Scott. He's surely going to get a good slipstream down here.
This will really help here. Darrell Wilson's going to try and go on the defensive as he sprints down towards Brooklands corner. Kirby's in the slipstream, but getting a double toe is going to be Lewis Kent. And here comes Dan Kirby making a dive up the inside. This is payback for when he possibly lost the position before. And sprinting back into second place goes Kirby. Wilson tries to fight back on the exit to try and get the switch back. Here he comes up the inside. Kirby runs deep. Wilson says thanks very much. Oh, it's contacting off the road. Both into the gravel, into the tyre barriers goes Darrell Wilson. And tracking through the gravel is Dan Kirby. And, well, that's unfortunate. It was building up to such a good battle back and forth before that. And I'm afraid it's all come for nothing for Darrell Wilson. And Dan Kirby's race has been severely compromised.
Yeah, it was left rear to right front. I'm not sure whether it was Darrell running a bit wide or whether Dan just tried to sort of dig in a little bit and get a switch back and just made that contact. But as you saw, the two cars just locked together and just went straight on as Darrell was clearly trying to get on the power and turn it to the right as hard as possible. But with that left rear contact, it just straightened it up. It equalled itself out effectively. Joyce has been on and off again. He's come back in the pit lanes again. It's more like a track day for him now, just to test the car out. But that is a real shame, that, because Darrell Wilson, despite the bodywork damage, despite the contact, was having an incredible battle with Dan Kirby. but I'm afraid it has ended in tears there, and it was quite a big hit in the wall as well. I mean, the rear end of the car came off the ground. I know it's lighter than it was before, but it certainly paid testament to that. We've got Henry Neal still leading the way then. Lewis Kent will be laughing all the way to the bank now. He's up into second place now, Hyundai, and then Max Hart is now up into third with Butler in fourth.
I think that's quite interesting. I think Tim Docker realised that whether you're lapping somebody or not, you cannot overtake anyone on track for the other folks. So he realised that, I'll sit back and just let the VW Cup cars. Unfortunately, he's still getting in the way of this battle for second place between Andy Willman and Paul Ivis, but he was only doing so to actually get... He's not, well, I say that, but he was trying to get back past up the inside of Andy Wilmot, and he thought, no, I'm having my own battle here. If you want to come past me, you do it properly. But with the pace advantage that Docker's VW Golf has, up the inside he goes. Of course, remember that's a TCR car, not one of these sort of rebody cars like Richard Gilbert has, where he has like a TCR style body kit. That is a full-blown VW Golf GTI TCR. We've got 5.25 minutes to go in this first race of two today for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy with TCR UK and VW Cup. And it's Henry Neal who leads the way by almost 3 seconds from Lewis Kent, and then it's Max Hart in third place. It's almost a bit of a carbon copy, unfortunately, because of what happened with Dan Kirby and then Darrell Wilson. Almost a carbon copy of what we had at Alton Park, where we had all three of those cars on the podium, but it was Neal and Kent trading a win each. And so it looks like it's going to be the repeat of the result from, I think, race 2 at Alton Park.
Yeah, I believe it was Henry Neal at that one. Darrell Wilson's car, by the way, I can just see it out of the window. It's been dragged through the gravel and moved out of the way. There is a lot of damage on the front. There it is. You can see the bonnet's been pushed right up. That's a very grumpy looking Vauxhall Astra, and I imagine a quite grumpy Darrell Wilson as well. We've got double waved yellows into that corner as well, and here is a replay then. So you can see Dan Kirby sends it down the inside. There's no other word for it. Darrell just straightens up a little bit, thinks, right, I'm getting out of the way of that. Dan's gone a bit quick into Brooklands, quick into Luffield, and then you can see Darrell just chucks it down the inside, but he gets on the power and he seems to run out a bit wide, and then there's the contact with the wall. To be honest as well, I must say we're quite lucky for Dan Kirby there that because of Darrell's car bouncing back from the wall, that it didn't clip the back end of Kirby's car and completely end his race as well. He does a bit of Parry Dakar and a bit of lawn mowing to get back on, but manages to continue. There is Max Hart flying past one of the Scirocco's, the class leading Scirocco, the number 44 car. And that is Bradley Kent, of course. And he's laughing at the moment, isn't he, in that class? I'm just waiting for the next car to come through just to see what the gap is. They're just crossing the line now. They're a lot closer together than they were. The gap is 16.4 seconds. But there is your race leader overall. Here they are, the two Scirocco's. This is Wilmot and Ivans. And, well, the black car doing a really strong job at the moment, just closing up, because a few laps ago it was about 2 or 3 seconds while they were getting out of the way of the TCRs, but now it seems like he's used that traffic. It's quite interesting because usually when you're the car doing the lapping, you try and use the traffic to your advantage. In this case, it's the cars being lapped that have done that, and that's one of the things that you don't often see in motorsport, is the lapped cars taking advantage of it. But that's been the case here, as we see Dan Kirby almost on 2 wheels around Brooklands, absolutely launching the Seat Leon Cooper around. You can see there the right rear wheel just pretty much stopping in mid-air. It's great to see that. And he's almost, I think... Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, he's dropped down to the back of the pack. I was just going to say, is he lapping Docker? But no, he's not. That's for position if he gets up to the back of him. But it's a real shame to see that incident. There is Gilbert's car. Now, as Scott pointed out before, it's a rebodied VW Cup car which has the TCR kit on it that was modified. I believe it was Josh Coggan and Mark Wakefield of JMR Racing that have made that kit effectively, and I think it was going to be mandatory for this year, but obviously due to restrictions and everything and time frame of getting it together, it hasn't been the case. But it's a good looking car, but it isn't the actual TCR car, as we're going to see a prime example now of the pace differences. That is Butler trying to make his way through the traffic. He's got to go the long way around. That's not ideal for him. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths of a second, if not more. But look at the class leader there. Bradley Kent now all over the back of Gilbert. And that, of course, is to lap him, so it's not for position. Doing a fine job. And also Docker in there as well. He goes out to the right. Now that is the actual TCR Golf doing his job. We've got a bit of an overlap here because Dan Kirby's in the fight as well, trying to come through here. So everyone's a bit out of sync here, and that's one of the more exciting parts of it, because they've all got to try and figure out who they're racing and who's lapping one another. It's going to be a right confusing moment for the drivers.
It really is, but it makes it fun to watch them having to battle amongst each other in many cases. And what is also quite interesting is that, yes, Richard Gilbert had stopped for some reason on the exit of Copse Corner, but the pace he's showing right now does prove that had that not happened, he probably would have given Bradley Kent a pretty decent race, because yes, Bradley Kent's lapping him, but Richard Gilbert's not exactly running at a pace that's allowing Bradley Kent to get through easily. So he's certainly just doing enough and possibly showing what the car can truly do. It's got good pace. Here comes Tim Docker with a move up the inside of William Butler, but he's got to be careful because if it's a failed attempt and they hold each other up, it's going to be the second Power Max Cupra. Oh, and there is contact on the left rear of William Butler, and here comes Dan Kirby. He's had enough contact for one day already, I think, so far. He doesn't want any more, but William Butler runs wide on the exit. Here comes Docker up the inside. He takes a great one position, and Dan Kirby slips past and makes it 2 positions lost to Butler. I'm not sure if William possibly let him have that and said, I'll stop back inside and after you, team leader.
Weaving around behind him as if he was... That's the touring car equivalent of waving at one another, that is. He's just launching the car around. He's just out there enjoying himself, isn't he? And to be fair, while he may be 6th overall in class and obviously not leading that class by any stretch of the imagination, he's still having a good time of it, and fair play to him because he's been on the pace, he's been with the other guys in terms of that, but he knows that Dan Kirby wants to fight for this championship, so he's saying, you go after him, you go get that pesky Golf, mate, you do your thing. We've got Henry Neal just coming around the final corner. He's got 13 seconds on the clock, so there's going to be one more lap, I believe. Yeah, unless it's going to take him 7 seconds to get to the line now, which I highly doubt. He's just gone flying past.
No, the last lap board has just gone out, so indeed last lap at the time it hits 0.
Love it, and there it is, the wonderful Civic with Lewis Kent in the Hyundai just behind. Although actually, Kent seems to be 4th on the timing screw. Oh no, he's second on the he's second on the TSL one. Hart is 3rd at the moment. Docker 4th with Dan Kirby right behind him. Here is Max Hart in the Seat Leon Cupra, the very iconic Maximum Motorsport livery. Looks and sounds phenomenal. TCR cars, they really do sound the part. NGTC cars, I should say, do sound phenomenal. But TCR cars just have an extra little rasp, and the car fanboy in me just absolutely loves that. But Henry Neal is coming round Luffield now for the final time. It wasn't the ideal start for him, dropping down the order, but he's managed to claw his way back up and round Woodcote for the final time. Henry Neal takes the win here at Silverstone in the first race of the day for the Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK. Fantastic drive. Lewis Kent second in the Hyundai, and 3 different cars on the podium here with Max Hart in 3rd position for Maximum Motorsport. Brilliant performance. Is Tim Docker going to beat Dan Kirby to the line? He is. There is the Golf now, just popping out. 4th place for him. He'll be happy with that one. Dan Kirby 5th. And Will Butler, fantastic first performance for him in the championship there. 6th place overall in the other Seat Leon Cupra. In the Volkswagens, it is the number 44 of Bradley Kent who takes the win in class. He crosses the line now just behind Richard Gilbert in the number 2. He won't be too pleased with that one, with the technical issue before, but what a fantastic race to start their weekend. 2nd and 3rd in the VWs, it is going to be Wilmot just beating Ivans across the line. They had a great scrap all race long, and even though they were very far away from the leader, Scott, I imagine they'll have big smiles on their faces with that one having such a great scrap out on track. Yeah, definitely. That was a good battle between the pair of them for 2nd and 3rd, one of the best entertaining battles we had out there. And I think what's also a testament as well is that I think realistically, had all the contact and mishaps not happened, just about all the touring cars were very evenly matched. We saw it in qualifying being very close. I think about most of the good were separated by less than a second in that sort of section. But result-wise, they all finished pretty well, pretty good. So Henry Neal then takes the victory in race 1 of the weekend for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK and BW Cup. Well, this is the results from qualifying, I think, so we can give you the results from the race on our timing screen here. So Henry Neal takes the victory. It was Lewis Kent from 2nd place with Max Hart in 3rd, and then it's 4th place for Tim Docker, 5th for Dan Kirby, which could have been more had it not been the contact with Darrell Wilson, but it is what it is, and he'll try and recover for race 2. Then it's Will Butler in 6th, and then 7th place overall, and winning VW Cup is Bradley Kent from Andy Wilmot and Paul Ivers, and Richard Gilbert, who did finish a lap behind his competitors, but the pace looks good enough for him possibly in race 2 if he has a clean race to get up there and finish on the podium. And we lost 2 cars, unfortunately, sadly, which was Darrell Wilson with the Vauxhall Astra after his contact into the tyre barrier after a little bit of a skirmish with Dan Kirby, and then Russell Joyce with constant mechanical problems, it seems, meant he only completed 5 laps, sadly, in that race. But all round, all things considered, Chaz, very entertaining first race for the touring cars. It was indeed. That was a lot of fun. That really enjoyed calling that one as well. Thank you very much for allowing that. We've got William Butler, by the way, just creeping his way into the pits. I noticed him going round Woodcote very slowly. Sorry, round Brooklands. He's just making his way into the pits now, but that doesn't look like it's a car that, I mean, even on a cool-down lap, it doesn't look like it's at full operation as things stand. So hopefully there's no overriding issue that takes him out of the second race. But yeah, what a great race, and what a performance by Henry Neal. You know, when you have a poor start like that and you drop back into the pack, it's so easy for your head to just go, and anything that you try and do from there can just get you down and down. You can drive frustrated, overdrive the car, ruin the tyres, have a spin, you know, get involved in a fight with a competitor, do something silly and rash, just trying to get back up to the top of the order. But he controlled that very well there, and it was a fantastic win for the ex-BTCC Honda Civic. And we're just going to hand over to Bryn Lucas, and to Bryn I say, all right, Bryn, how's it going? All right, what's occurring? Well, he's going to let us know what's going on in the pit lane.
Oh, Sadly, there's no Welsh. There's no Welsh there. It's got a ridiculously Welsh name, but never mind. What a fantastic performance that was. And we're going to come to the three drivers. Will Neal is sporting a fantastic new hairstyle, which we'll come to in just a bit. But we'll come to him last of all. We'll do it a bit, you know, wrong way round, but doesn't matter. Lewis Kent, that was an interesting race, I think, from the outside looking in. First of all, you had Will Neal trying to beat himself, and then you had to try and contend with a few others. You were gaining, and then, of course, ahead of you, well, you tell us what happened.
Well, exactly. Had a really good start, and we just struggled with rear end grip, where we weren't able to do this cross swap on the tyres at the start. So, at the start of the race, we lacked a lot of rear end grip, which made it a bit challenging. But no, it then got a lot easier when Dan and Darrell decided to have a little excursion off the track. I thought it was going to be hard work, but they made it a lot easier for me. But no, as I say, it's a great race. Can't thank all the boys enough. Henry just checked out at the start, so if we were there, I think we were putting in the same time. So next time we're just going to have to get on the back bumper, try and not get caught up with anything, and hopefully we can just pull along with Henry.
It was a great race for us to watch, and particularly with Darrell and Dan having that little problem. That did play into your hands because it gave you a bit of space, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. As soon as it happened, I got past Max. Me and Max had a really good race for the first couple of laps. You know, normal touring car style, banging off the doors and having a good fun. We come out, shook hands, and went, that was brilliant. So no, as soon as that happened, I had a nice little gap. Could look in my mirrors on the last couple of laps. So I thought, don't break the car, take it easy, and just pedal it home. I'd like to catch Henry, but it was a little bit too far away. But yeah, always next race.
Absolutely, well done to you.
Thank you very much.
Let's go and grab another one. Henry's over there. I'll see if I can get Henry's attention, and we'll grab Henry over this way. Henry, can we have a word with you, my friend? Let's grab you over to this area here, the designated interview area. First of all, what's this new hairstyle? It's looking sharp.
I'll tell you what, my girlfriend obviously loves it, as you can imagine. I just thought I'd get a mullet. COVID, something to do in it.
It certainly is. Well, first of all, that race there, and we've got another race about to start, so we're trying to keep this as quick as we can, but you decided to race yourself to start with.
I know. I mean, being starts just isn't happening this year, or last year, really. I thought I got a half-decent start, and then everyone starts driving past me. I'm like, oh, maybe not then. So I gave myself a bit of work to do from the start, but got past the one tyre, and then I see Darrell and Kirby are getting stuck into each other, so I thought I'd just get as close as I can, and then see what those two do. See if they give me a gap, and sure enough they did at left field. That gave me the inside, but then I don't think Darrell saw me coming and just gave it right hand down. But by that time I was already alongside him, and then next thing I get away, look in my mirror, and he's just taken Kirby out as well. So I don't know, but yeah, I'm stoked. Well done for the boys. Give me a good car, and on to the next one.
Absolutely, which is coming very, very soon. Go and rest up. We'll catch you back here.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Well done there to Henry Neal. Let's quickly grab Max. The race is about to start, so we will head back up to commentary. But Max, before the race I was talking to you, and you were saying that, problems with no testing, the fact it's very different to racing a single seat. You just, you may have got a bit of luck with what happened ahead of you, but hey, that wasn't bad.
Yeah, sure, I got some real good luck. The race started off good. Initially I got an okay start. It was kind of average for everyone else. Henry seemed to get a bad start there, so we took advantage of that like everyone else. And then I was trying to stay with Lewis. Henry obviously got by me down into the Woodgate there, which is fair play, and was a good move. Then me and Lewis, we had some great racing down there. It was good fun, but overall he obviously got the better of me there, and we had a bit of luck with the two lads. They took each other out. But our pace towards the end was really good, and so we're happy with the race and the result.
Another podium, well done.
Exactly, yeah. Thanks very much.
Well done there to Max Hart. I'm going to do one more interview because the next race is about to start. Let's get the other Kent, shall we? We get Bradley in. We've spoken to one. You've got to be careful how you say that, don't you, on live TV? But there you go. We've had one, and now we've got the other one. Well done. I mean, you walked that, didn't you?
Well, yeah, we had a few issues towards the end of the race. I think the main thing about it was the gap at the start that I got. Just got a good start, got away. I think they had a few problems behind me, but yeah, just got a gap at the start. I actually set some quite good lap times. I was looking at my dash. But yeah, the car was absolutely fantastic. It has been all weekend. Qualifying yesterday, we absolutely smashed it in qualifying. And hopefully we can do exactly the same again later on.
That sort of performance, I think you will.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
Well done there to Bradley Kent. I mean, 17, 18 seconds ahead at the end. It was quite remarkable. No time for any more interviews, though, because the next cars are coming up onto the grid for the next race. Thick and fast here from Silverstone. Back up to Scott and to Chaz for the Mazda MX5s.
So from touring cars, we switch back to sports cars. This is the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Super Cup, and what a stacked grid we have. It's one of the biggest the championship has ever had. 35 cars on the grid across both of our classes of club and pro. It's a stacked pro entry full of top drivers. I think we can quickly give you the grid. Not sure if we've got the on-screen graphic, but I've got the grid in front of me here, so I can give you quickly who is starting where. It is triple defending champion Luke Herbert, who starts on pole position, who did that despite no testing. He told me, we'll see how we go, but clearly he's that good. Alongside him, James Cousins in the ex-Aiden Hills car. It's still Aiden Hills Motorsport run car, but he's on the front row. Second row of the grid, championship leader into this weekend, Sam Smith, and 2014 champion making a second appearance of the season, Abby Eaton, back on the grid in one of the two Clapham North sponsored cars. She's an invitation class driver, so she will score no points, as any drivers that finish behind her will go up a couple of points from where they would have finished before. Fifth place on the grid, just behind the last few cars are forming up, is Patrick Fletcher. Brilliant stuff from Gary Townsend to finish qualify 6th. Then it's Colin Bysouth and Simon Baldwin. For Richard Amos in his first weekend in the club class, and Braden Fletcher. Martin Plowman also well improved, former LMP2 winner in World Endurance and at Le Mans. He starts locked at Alex Miller. Then it's Sam Bailey and Martin Tolley, Jack Sycamore and John Langridge, followed by Nibs and Henderson, with Christian White and Clive Powers rounding out the top 20. Last couple of cars, I think, have just been checked at the back. Declan Lee's been checked at the back, possibly out of position because his car's up against the barrier by the looks of things. If you can see it on the screen, there's just a car just off to the left in the background in the heat haze. That's Declan Lee, and his car...
Not sure whether it's broken down or something, because there's a space a few rows ahead where he should be, and it's very apparent from where he sat where he should be. But
yeah, we've got it on screen here. And he's that would be classed as an out of position start. A couple of the cars around him are just in the mix. I think the marshals are wondering what to do, whether he's had an issue or not. He's another one of the...
The thing is, though, you've got to think here, is there's only 2 cars literally right behind him on the grid. Like, they are not even a car's length back. Even if they just push that car back out of the way and try to get it round to the edge of the pit lane, if they got that underway now, they could probably still start the race with the fact that that car isn't actually really blocking a lot of cars, because it's not like any... I mean, that 77 is barely, like I said, a car's width back. A car's length back. He's not going to hit it from there.
That's true. The only thing, of course, as we said, is that it will be classed as an out-of-position start for him, so he probably will get some kind of a penalty for that one.
Yeah, they are pushing it now.
They are pushing it, I'm afraid. It looks as though possible issues for Declan Lee, then, who will not be able to take the start. He qualified, looking back on the grid order.
There's the JCB just going into shot.
He's way out because he would have started 24th on the grid, so there's a space next to where he would have been next to Matt Pickford in the 16. So
yeah.
He fortunately had some issues there, which possibly means we're going to have a slightly delay. So he's out of the car, in fact, I'm afraid. So that looks as though, unfortunately, we're down to 34 cars because Declan Lee is not going to be able to make the start. It does give us a bit more chance to have a little bit more of the rest of the grid as we see Declan climbing over the car. Hopefully that car is in good enough shape because he'd have to share that car with Aiden Hills next time.
It's your problem now, boys. You deal with it.
It's what Kimi Räikkönen started a few years ago. Kind of like, look, take it over there and push it behind the barriers. But
got a recovery vehicle just going to go and get it now. Just seen it on the CCTV. That's the dejected walk of, well, that didn't go well, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you can see, I think that's Darren Hills, which is Aidan Hills' father, just who's part of the sort of lad and dad team they run. They run 3 cars. They run not only him, but also James Cousins, who, that car which is on the front with the grid is the car which Aidan Hills drove in the championship the last couple of years and has won races in and contended for the title with, and he's now put it on the front row of the grid. And James has been a bit of a sensation since he joined, because his first couple of weekends in the Super Series, when it was separated before, well, I'll get onto that in a second, is that he had a great couple of races and got onto the podium in that. Then did the last round of Super Cup last year and was up there around the top 5 and being great. And also, so far throughout this season, he's been a constant top 5 and top 10 finisher and been really good. And he's got to a point now where this car looks to be so well dialed in that he's on the front row alongside the 3-time defending champion. We should mention that for those who followed this championship over the last couple of years, there used to be, when TCR MX5 Super Cup was mainly supporting TCR UK as one of the main support championships, the Mark III MX5 contingent was kind of split into 2 entities. There was the Super Cup and also the Super Series, which followed the Mark I models in the MX5 Championship, and that happened for a couple of years. But then there was a bit of a poll taken by the drivers to decide what they want to do for the championship going forward for 2020, and it was all decided by majority verdict that they wanted to bring all the Mark III MX5s that raced under the BRSCC back together. So they've merged them back together, but to keep that ethos of Super Cup and Super Series, they've brought in a new 2-class structure, very similar to what National Formula Fords do. They run a pro and a club class. The pro class is for the fastest drivers in the field, some who are more career-minded, or just literally those who are regularly at the front of the field. Big entry of those cars. I think we've got 20 I think, of those. So 24 of those cars. Just, goodness me, that's the highest Declan Lee's car's ever been, I think.
Wow.
As it's being craned over the barrier, and hopefully, I have full confidence in the marshals and the recovery teams, but hopefully that car does get put back onto its wheels safely.
Just shows you the weight distribution, doesn't it? The fact that the engine is obviously in the front of the car,
yeah,
and the fact that it's picked up by almost the middle point there. I think the windscreen is probably the middle point, but obviously you don't want to pick it up by that. But that's a real nosedive. Out the window, it looks even more entertaining, I won't lie. It's like it's trying to launch some sort of air assault on the JCB, but they're getting it out of the way nice and quickly. So thank you again to the marshals for their fantastic work and their commitment. And very soon, I'm sure, the drivers, which will be getting very hot on that grid. You can see from the heat haze there. There is a breeze here at Silverstone today, but it is mighty hot, to be honest. It's a very warm day.
There is such a thing as sunburn, but apparently also there's such a thing as windburn as well, because you get some days when it doesn't seem that quite hot, but effectively there's quite a high sort of ambient temperature around. If you get a cool breeze, it can still cause an effect. And someone who's as many times has forgotten sun cream, unfortunately, I know that all too well.
I hold my hand up in guilt as well.
Yeah, so we've both done that. It might give us a quick chance to actually give us a proper run through the grid, because they're going to have to, I'm afraid, they're going to have to go through another formation up to get the tyres back warm again. So let's just reconfirm the grid and go through it in its entirety. So we've got Luke Herbert on pole position in car number 1. He's the darker blue car on the right hand side of your screen. The lighter blue car, which is it's black, orange and blue, which is number 24, James Cousins. Sam Smith's car is the bright white car, sort of the third car across on the right, and that's him in second place on the grid in row 2. Alongside him is the white car with the Clapham North branding on the bonnet and the red stripe. That is 2014 champion Abby Eaton, of course, of British GT fame. She's racing GT Cup and a BMW. She's, of course, been the main sort of star, sort of professional driver on Grand Tour, and she was scheduled to race in the W Series this year, but unfortunately, due to everything that's going on in the world with the current situation, that W Series was postponed for this year, I'm afraid. So it means we had to run that going forward for 2021 instead. But she's got herself back out on track, and she enjoyed her cameo appearance at Donington Park so much that she decided to come back again and make a second appearance, which is great to see. Remember, we also remind you, she's an invitation driver, so she will not score points. So her results will count, but basically any points that she would have got will basically be given to the next person down, and then onwards and so forth. So if she finished third, for example, she would normally get 96 points, but she won't, so the person in fourth place will get those, and back and onwards. And basically, they get points as if she wasn't in the race, but she is, and she will certainly want to try and enjoy herself as much as possible. Fifth on the grid, as the cars are heading down the back straight, it's Patrick Fletcher, who's been taking a couple of podium finishes and is up there contending for the championship. Gary Townsend, who's a former sort of short oval racer and has been in the championship for a while. I think he's won the Masters contest a couple of times. Masters is for drivers aged 45 and over in this championship, so if you see any on the timing screen with an M next to them, that's what that means. Row 4 is Colin Bysouth, who's got a very distinctive silver and black sort of zebra style livery with the pink wheels and pink graphics on the side as well. That's quite instinctive. 8th alongside him is Simon Baldwin. Richard Amos, who debuted in the MX5 Championship at Donington, switched across to the Super Cup and put in a brilliant 9th quickest alongside Braden Fletcher, who is the brother of actor turned racer and Strictly Come Dancing star Kelvin Fletcher. And that's part of the paddock promotions team that Kelvin Fletcher and Martin Plowman, who is next on the grid in 11th place, have formed themselves. They've got 4 cars out this weekend, where they start the season with 2, which is incredible at the beginning of the year. We've then got Alex Miller in 12th place on the grid on the 6th row. 7th row is Sam Bailey and Martin Tolley, who's a former double Mark 1 Masters champion. Then we've got Jack Sycamore, who took a podium at Cadwell Park, and John Langridge, last year's Mark 1 champion, graduating to Super Cup. It's Michael Nibbs, who's doing double duty this season. He is in 17th place in another Hills Motorsport car, with David Henderson next to him. He's the brother of 2015 Super Cup champion Alan Henderson. Christian White, who's a former MR2 racer, he starts in 19th place alongside Clive Powell. Nick Rutter and Adam Bezel, who's back in the Super Cup this year after 2 years racing in the Mark 1s, is on 22nd on the grid. Matt Pitford, who won races in Super Series last year, he'll be alone on the grid again alongside Declan Lee. And then it's Simon Fleet and Christopher Richardson, George Grant of Clapham North, who's the championship sponsors, and David O'Reilly, Liz Walton, Bruce Robinson, who's in car number 50, so he's jumped in as a surprise entrant, with Martin Heath, Xavier Brooks, Scott Wright, Chris Lindley, Duncan Harris and Seamus Haney at the back of the grid. So green flag at the back. It is a 34 car entry, or 35 car entry. It would have been 36 on the grid if Declan Lee had stayed there. Watch for the red lights and the race will get underway any second now. This is going to be a highly energetic 15 minutes of Super Cup action as the race gets underway. It's a pretty clean start from the first few rows. It's going to be a sprint down towards turn 1. It looks as though Herbert will have the whole shot into Cops for the first time. So Herbert leads it from Cos to second place. A good start from Abby Eaton, puts her up into third already, past championship leader Sam Smith, and also he's coming under attack now from both Patrick Fletcher and Colin Bysouth in there as well in the number 88, but they make their way down towards the right hand at Beckett for the first time, and they're all piling in for the first time here. Is now running a little bit wide. Sam Smith gets edged up by Patrick Fletcher, also with a good start to Gary Townsend, but he's been edged up by Richard Amos in that silver car in the mix as well, and that's the ex-Jeremy Crook car that ran last year that's been built by BC Cars Motorsport, and he's being run by him as well. So onto the back straight for the first time, and it is triple defending champion Luke Herbert with the lead. Cousins in second place, and Abby Eaton's putting on the pressure for third. Here comes Simon Baldwin in the 116 up the inside of Fletcher. He's running incredibly well. He's by far top Masters driver in the field at the moment. The number 11 car there is Martin Plowman, of course former LMP2 champion at Le Mans and also with WECC, and this car's going around. One of them is Simon Baldwin. He hit strife at Donington Park. Another car's gone off. I think that was possibly Jack Sycamore.
There's a car slow in the middle of the pack as well, just on the exit of Luffield. It's got some serious suspension damage. It's not driving in a straight line. They've managed to be avoided by everyone. We've got 3 wide between the 112, the 99 and the 55 going down the straight as well.
And I think it might be possibly Richard Amos, because he's tumbled down the timing straight. It's Herbert who leads the way from Cousins and Eaton. That's the top 3, and the cart's not. It's John Langridge, so he's last year's Mark 1 champion. Damage for John Langridge then. He's had a bit of an up and down start to the season, trying to get himself towards the front, but it's interesting. It's now for second going the outside. Looks Abby Easton in the Clapham North car number 68. Can't get it through. As for 4th and 5th, it's side by side between championship leader Sam Smith, and also look at Martin Plowman. There's Braden Fletcher, 2 Fletchers in 5th and 6th, Patrick in 5th, Fletcher in 6th. But it's now the rest of it. It's Sam Bailey up to 7th from Sycamore, Townsend and Michael Nibbs 11th place as Abby Eaton looks for second place up the inside into Brooklands as Cousins tries to sweep across and take the line. But they're both keeping Luke Herbert in touch. This is pretty impressive because Luke is not running away with this like he has been in previous times, Chaz. These two are staying with him, but if they keep on battling, it's going to be pretty tricky. There are also yellow flags because there was still one of the cars that was in strife. It's John Langridge's car that's parked in pit lane and is actually being pushed down the pit lane by the marshals.
Yeah, we've got a couple of cars that were side by side going around Luffield as well. We've got someone on the gravel just kicking up a bit of dust there as well. They were 2, even 3 wide now as they come past the commentary box. That's feisty stuff. That was the number 50 getting squeezed in the middle and into second place. Now Abby Eaton, after getting held up at Luffield because of the yellow flags, she's made it through and up in second. And don't forget, as you mentioned before, Scott, she does not score championship points. So to be honest, it's quite a good situation now for Cousins because he's actually in 3rd on the road, but he's still classed as 2nd when it comes to championship points.
Yeah, that's pretty key. And also, it also helps Sam Smith because it means he will still get points for 3rd place if he stays there as Braden Fletcher gets sideways through Beckett and loses out to Colin Bysouth as a result. And also behind him, charging up, is Sam Bailey as they come down the mix. Now, Sam Smith, crucially, has taken the fastest lap of the race so far. 1 minute 9.914. That will earn him an extra point, and it will mean he'll start to close in on the top 3. Is what's intriguing now is Abby Eaton is not allowing Luke Herbert to get away here, which is pretty crucial. Luke has been before in times when he's been absolutely able to pull away, and he was quick in qualifying, but he did say to me yesterday, as I mentioned in the paddock, that he hasn't been testing here this weekend, so whereas some of the other drivers certainly have. So that's quite an interesting situation to watch. A couple more cars running wide on the exit there. I think one car that was, the 223 of Gary Townsend. He's having a good scrap there with Jack Sycamore in the 91, one of the AK Motorsport cars. Cross the line to end lap 3, and it's the Herbert from Eaton, from Cousins, from Smith, who sets another new fastest lap of the race, 109.551. It's now Patrick Fletcher in 5th position, Colin Bryce up to 6th, then it's Braden Fletcher 7th, Bailey 8th, Townsend 9th, and Sycamore rounding out the top 10. And Martin Plowman in his 3rd weekend of the championship started tentatively in the Super Cup, but he's managed to get himself up into 11th place and running much better than he had been previously. So getting used to these MX5 Super Cup cars now. What's interesting here, though, I'm loving this now. Abbey Easton is getting very close off the rear of Luke Herbert, and how much of a how much of a great situation would it be to see Abbey Eaton, who's last time she raced in the championship before the previous race she did at Donington was actually 5 years ago at Croft, and she was champion in 2014 back then. Should mention for 3rd place, it was side by side between Cousins and Smith gets edged out wide, and he now falls back into the clutches of both Patrick Fletcher and Colin Bryce. I said before this day started that MX5 Super Cup with this many cars, as Abbey Eaton puts 2 wheels onto the gravel, that will lose her a bit of momentum, it will lose her a couple of car lengths, but there's plenty of time left, Chaz, for her to pick that back up. But I mentioned, looking how close it was in qualifying, the top 18 were separated by less than a second. We said it was going to be competitive, and we really weren't kidding.
Yeah, definitely. There's cars all over the shop just trying to make moves on one another. This is the number 8 of Smith just going down the inside of Cousins. That becomes the outside then as he runs wide. Maybe a bit of a tap there as well from Fletcher just behind. And they're getting very feisty now down towards Beckett. Side by side, nearly a bit of contact. Looked like a bit of a wobble. Fletcher's going to be watching this now thinking, oh no, what have I got myself in for? They're nearly 3 wide on the exit of Beckett's. A little bit of a drift as well. Rumour has it that they're playing Initial D music down at Beckett's or something. I don't know what the cameraman's got on his phone, but he's influencing these MX5s a lot down there. Very, very sideways. There was just a moment a second ago, by the way, just coming past Woodcote. Powells and Richardson in the 15 and 96 made contact at Woodcote flat out and nearly spun one another down the straight. It was a very scary moment, and it was Richardson definitely not amused with that by the look of it. He had his arm in the air. But for the lead, though, Abbey Eaton has now closed right up behind Herbert, and like you were saying, it's a hell of a situation to have, because the thing is, you've got to think now is while Herbert will want to take the win on the road, it won't affect him points wise if Abbey gets ahead and takes the win overall. So it's either pride or championship points. It's not either or with that, because it's not at risk. But yeah, there's the 29, by the way. Fletcher just down the inside of Cousins now. He's going a little bit backwards here.
I was going to mention with the race drivers, their racing drivers, of course they'll want to win. They're always going to go for it. And Abbey Eaton is going for it. Like I said, forget the fact she's an invitation driver. She wants to win an MX5 Super Cup race again for the first time since she won the title in that year in 2014. And she is going for it in the Rob Boston Racing prepared car. Very well prepared cars are there from Rob Boston Racing. And Abbey Eaton's got a very capable car under her in her hands here in number 68. And she's doing Clapham North proud as well. Of course, they're the championship sponsors. You can see on the top right of the screen. And of course, George Grant on his invitation allowed asked Abbey to come back for a second round. Oops, and that was Clive Powell's. He was leading the club class before that. The number 15 car from Tucker Motorsport
Beckett's, isn't it?
Is out of Beckett's, I'm afraid. Yeah, so he's stuck in the gravel, I'm afraid. So unfortunately, that's him. It's just on the exit of Beckett's in that gravel trap. So I wonder, with the time we've got, that's quite beached in there. That might be a safety car in many cases. That could back up quite a lot. So watch out for any safety car boards and flags. At the very least, at the moment, they will put that with double wave yellows down there, which means no overtaking. It removes, for the moment, a prime overtaking spot. But Luke Herbert is not being allowed to relax 1 second here. And why not? Because Abbey Eaton is making the most of her guest appearance in this championship, the second weekend in a row after she came back at Donington in place of George Grant when he was unable to do so. Now, Abbey can't pass here because there will be yellow flags. And they're only covering it with yellows. There's no safety car yet, unless they decide to throw it. But in through Beckett's they go. Sam Smith still 3rd. Patrick Fletcher 4th. Colin Bryson holding to 5th position. 6th is James Cousin. I have to say, the Paddock Promotions cars are running well because they've got 7th place for Braden Fletcher and a 12th for Martin Plowman. Great improved performance by Martin's squad. Really good stuff.
Yeah. I was actually having a little mooch around the paddock this morning and saw their cars as well. They're very, very pretty machines as well. You could tell that they'd been very well maintained and they were getting them out the trailers very sideways. They're playing Eurobeat music down at Brooklands now as well. This is Abbey Eaton putting the pressure all over the back of the number 1 of Luke Herbert. and he's absolutely hanging the rear end of that car out. Fantastic run off Luffield, though. It's like he knows the car so well. Obviously, triple defending champion, like you say, though, Scott. It's the fact that he can do that and then still keep his head and get a great run. We've got side by side down the straight again, number 82 and number 11 as they just come past us here.
That's Michael Nibbs and Martin Plowman. So that's not bad for Michael Nibbs going alongside an LMP2 and Le Mans champion, WEC champion, LMP2 champion in Le Mans and WEC. He's said I've gone side by side with him, and I'm beating one track at the moment. Now leaders come back into Beckett's again. They still can't pass. There's still yellow flags down there for removing Clive Powell's car. But look at this. Oh, and that's a spin for the 20. I think that is Chris Lindley. Yes, it is. That's his first appearance in the championship this year. He has raced before in Super Series. First Super Cup appearance this year, and a bit of strife on the exit of Luffield, it looks like. So leaders back onto the pit straight. He's just darting out from the slipstream. Sam Smith is there in third place watching on, and again, how much pressure can Abby Eaton apply here, because this is crucial. She's not scoring points, but if she can try and affect potentially as Herbert gets sideways again through Brooklands, there's a chance here that if she can force Herbert into a mistake, it could have a knock-on effect for the cars behind, because it also brings Smith into play and Patrick Fletcher into play, and also Colin Bysouth. And Simon Smith does indeed run wide. Good spot. Chaz now side by side for third place. Here comes Patrick Fletcher to try and get himself a podium place. This is crucial for Sam. He needs to score as many points as he can to hold on to this.
Look, there's just a train of 5, by the way, in the mid-pack here. The 2-2-3 backwards. They're just going into short. That was Abby just looking down the inside of the Copse. And only someone like Abby would think, oh, there's an overtaking opportunity at Copse, because it's a nightmare of a corner. It doesn't look that bad from a camera angle like that, but it's such a scary corner. But she's putting immense pressure on Luke Herbert, and what a drive by Luke. You can tell he's a defending champion, because what a defensive drive this is. He's not actually having to defend that hard. He's just putting the car where he needs to.
Now what's interesting is going through that yellow flag zone, obviously no passing, but look at this, the top 5 are just starting to slowly close back together, crescendo towards each other now. Abby Eaton in the tow.
He's defending now.
To go one within the other. It's the defending champion going defensive for the lead as he comes into it. She might possibly bait him into a switchback here if he's not careful, but he holds on to the racing line for the time being. Patrick Fletcher right in there in third place. He knows that, yes, even if he stays there, he will still get the points for second place. You get 98 points for second. It's 96 for third. It's 100 points for winning. You also get a fastest lap point as well. That's currently going to go to Colin Bysouth at the moment. He set fastest lap for him as a 1 minute 9.380. But this is the typical MX5 Super Cup. Lots of back-to-back racing.
There's a car
racing, and there is a car around up at Brooklyn. That's Gary Townsend up at Luffield. Oh dear, that's right front suspension damage. That's a dangerous spot. That car's not moving any further, I'm afraid, and that could possibly be a further hazard. If that car can't move, that might even be something else. Now then, leaders are going to come back down towards Beckett, so they have moved Clive Powell's car, so overtaking is permitted, and Sam Smith thinks, right, now it's time for me to go back out the outside line to try and reclaim the position if I can. What's going to be key, though, is if there is weight for the others down there, are they going to possibly... But they're past 75% distance, so it might possibly be that they get a... Is it you get a red flag potentially? I'm not sure.
There's fluid as well on the circuit from the car. There's a few bits of debris. There's another piece of the car a bit further down. As here is the battle for the lead. Herbert is on the inside, still having to defend, but they're getting to this waved yellow flag now, so they cannot overtake. Bit of a bump there from Abby Eaton saying, get on with it. They just want to be very careful around here, just to make sure they all stay on. If they're on the racing line, it's absolutely fine, but anyone running wide into Luffield could hit that car, in all honesty, and I don't think that we've got double wave yellows now out of that post just beforehand, but it's a bit of a sketchy one at the moment, because there are a lot of battling packs going through here, like 7 or 8 cars at once. And if they don't see it in time and they try and make a move, because the yellows are on the exit of Brooklands, I think they may be just before it, but we've got the recovery vehicle out there at the moment, but still, we carry on looking at this battle for the lead. Abby Eaton has not relented from this battle yet into Brooklands into Beckett side by side. I think there was a bit of a tap there.
But she's going for the outside line. She's not shy about going for it. She's going to try and get momentum here. The key thing is also that what's going to be interesting is that depending where the yellow flag zone starts, if she's going to make a move here, she has to do it on the straight or into the entrance of Brooklands, because by the time they get to Luffield, they have to be back in single file order. So again, Herbert going defensive, tries to take as much race as he can. And to Patrick Fletcher, oh no, they've been waved. And they say, all right, I think he's waving to say, don't pass me. Let's keep in single file. That's probably a smart thing to do. There are still double wave yellows there. They've got 2 minutes 20 to go. They're a little bit slower through that sequence to try and allow them to get through. So still an intense race here. We've still got a couple more laps to go. They're lapping about 1 minute 10, so we're going to get, I think, 2 more laps out of this one. So Luke Herbert maintaining the lead, but I have to admit, he's put up there's a reason why he's the triple defending champion.
Yeah.
He's put up such an impressive defensive drive for someone who is a former champion herself, Abby Eaton. Forget me, I'm getting carried away there. 4 Super Cup titles between them and these two in the front, whilst Patrick Fletcher, Sam Smith are kind of a newer generation of drivers coming through in this championship that wants to try and take the win and the title as well. Of course, Sam Smith, as we said, leading the championship coming into the weekend, but it is Luke Herbert who has 3 wins to his name so far this season. We had 1 for Sam Smith at Cadwell and also 1 for Jack Harding, as now Sam Smith looks up the inside for 3rd. Here we go again. Number 8 car goes up the inside of Patrick Fletcher. He runs wide over the run-off tarmac on the exit, but he holds on to the position, and now it's another chance for Abby Eaton in the tow to try and possibly look for an opportunity to get through. Again, remember, she doesn't score championship points, so even if she wins the race, Herbert will still get the maximum 100, but he wants to go for the win to have that silverware and the pride of having the victory. For 4th place, it could be a change, because here comes Colin Bysouth up the inside of Fletcher. Can't get it done. Little sideways moment again. And as for the recovery of the car, the working vehicle's still on there as well. So there's a chance that there'll be yellow flags there, which means the last passing opportunity might be in the beginning of Brooklyn, so they come on to the last lap here. This is going to be pretty tense. We've got one more lap of the national circuit to go. The question's got to be here, for all the pressure that she's applied, is it possible that Abby Eaton possibly could go for a move here on the last lap?
Just had a bit of an overtake into Luffield by the look of it. They're still side by side, but he's not actually made the move stick. I'm not quite sure which of the drivers that was there, but there was a mistake going into Brooklyn, so he didn't really have much choice but to get alongside. They're still side by side now. It's the 55 and the 7, so that is Alex Miller and Simon Fleet, but they seem to have sorted that out. But here is the battle at the front as Abby Eaton now under pressure from Sam Smith.
Yeah, she's fallen back from 2nd place and under threat now from Smith and Fletcher. Remember, these two will still get the points that they're going to get. This must be pleasing Luke Herbert. He's 3 abreast on the sprint down towards Brooklands. Luke Herbert's thinking, right, I'll take whichever line I want, thanks, because I'll go left, right, centre. You're going to be fighting amongst yourselves. It doesn't matter. So it's Easton on the inside, Smith in the middle, Fletcher on the outside. Something's got to give here. There are still double waved yellows. You've got to sort it out, boys and girls. And Eaton will hold on to 2nd place for the moment. It's Smith in 3rd. They're all going to go back into single file, and I think that might just be it, because the double yellow flags are still up. They've just about recovered Terry Townsend's car off the road, which is a shame because he could have been another passing spot, but it is going to be checkered flag. Talk about not doing well without any testing. Forget that. He's going to take his 4th win out of 6 races. He comes across the line. Triple defending champion Luke Herbert takes another race win in the 2020 MX5 Super Cup. It is 2nd place on the road for Abby Eaton. Great drive for the returning 2014 champion. 3rd place goes to Sam Smith, but he will still get the points for 2nd, as will Patrick Fletcher for 3rd after he finished 4th on the road. Colin Bysouth with an impressive 5th position. James Cousins picks up 6th after he finished on the front row of the grid. 7th place for Braden Fletcher, his best result in the championship so far since he started this season. Sam Bailey with a really strong 8th. Martin Plowman up to 9th. That's his best result of the season too. So Paddock Promotions cars are really on song at the moment, particularly in those two hands. And rounding out the top 10 is Michael Nibbs with 11th place for Christian White. Chris Richardson is 12th, ahead of Henderson in 13th place from Nick Rutter. And it's Richard Amos on his debut in the Super Cup, wins the club class with 15th place overall. And then the rest of the field comes streaming through to finish up that one. And the rest of the top 20 shows Alex Miller in 16th, 17th for Matt Pickford, 18th for Simon Fleet, 19th for Adam Bessel, and 20th for George Grant. So it's 2 Clapham North cars in the top 20, but I'm sure George will be very delighted to see, being very enthusiastic that he is about Clapham North MOT. He's a very enthusiastic sponsor, and of course the championship, very thankful for him for supporting the championship over the last few seasons whilst he's been competing and sponsoring it this year. He'll be delighted to see one of his cars with Clapham North branding on the podium overall.
Oh yeah,
that'll be great stuff to do. And it's great to see Abby back on sort of potential race winning form with 2nd place like that. Brilliant drive, but you have to admit, Luke Herbert, that's why he's a triple defending champion. Just lap after lap, just absorb that pressure, and there's the result. Luke Herbert with his 4th win of the season out of 6 races. He really is on course to make it 4 titles in a row, isn't he? Abby Eaton in 2nd place, but of course invitations, so scores no points. So the points then go down to everyone else below them. So Sam Smith picks up 3rd. 4th place for Patrick Fletcher, 5th for Colin Bysouth, 6th for James Cousins, 7th for Braden Fletcher from Sam Bailey, Martin Plowman with an improved 9th, and Michael Nibbs rounds out the top 10. And then we move back forwards further into the top 20. We have 11th place for Christian White, 12th for Christopher Richardson, 13th for David Henderson from Nick Rutter and Richard Amos, who wins the club class, 16th place for Alex Miller from Matt Pickford, Simon Fleet, Adam Bessel, and George Grant rounding up the top 20, the man behind Clapham North. finishes off in the top 20 in his machine. 21st was Bruce Robinson in his first Super Cup start. He's a regular Mark 1 racer, and he's in, I think, the ex-Brian Chandler car, which he's raced himself, which is good. 22nd for Liz Walton, improved for her. 23rd for Scott Wright in his first weekend, I think, since in his karting days. He used to be a karting rival for Martin Plowman. First weekend with him with Martin's team. Xavier Brook, 24th from David O'Reilly. Simon Baldwin was only 26th, sadly, from Seamus Haney and Chris Lindley, with Duncan Harris and Martin Heath rounding out the top 30. And then the last few cars did make the finish with Jack Sycamore, and Gary Townsend must have dropped off towards the end as well. And unfortunately, we lost Gary Townsend after his incident, which we saw him break his front right suspension. We lost Clive Powles after he beached into the gravel trap. We lost John Langridge after he had some issues, and also we lost Declan Lee, but he didn't even make the start, sadly, with issues that saw him on the grid with problems. So I think we'll be heading down to the Parc Fermé for the top 3 very shortly. I think there's one car that's also, I can't tell who it is, but there's a car being recovered at COP. So that's the top 3 done, and we can hear from them now with Bryn down the pit lane from our winners, including winner Luke Herbert. So down to you, Bryn.
Yeah, thanks very much there. What a race it was. I'm going to come over to Luke first. Triple champion, defending champion as well. And then you have somebody like Abby behind you who's not relenting even though she's not going for the championship. I mean, that was one hell of a race.
Yeah, Silverstone in it. If you're in front, it's like the worst place to be. It's just a massive tow. But to be honest, it wasn't a bad place to be when there were so many yellow flags out on circuit. Every time we got to a corner, it's like yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow flag. So just made my job that little bit easier. But I mean, Abby, drove great. Donington, she was there or thereabouts, and she's just shown that she's still got the champion fight in her from 2014. So yeah, looking forward to the second one. A shame we haven't got 3, but yeah, good result for me for the championship.
I was going to say, you know what she's like in these cars because she's raced in one of them before, and she is just a great driver, and not racing in W Series this year. I mean, she's back with you, fighting you, and she's just, even though not going for the championship, she wants to get that win out on track, and there's no relenting.
Yeah, a championship at the end of the day, it's nice to win it, but at the end of the day, we want outright wins. So if you put someone like Abby on the grid, it just makes it so much more exciting. I mean, there was like a train behind. I was trying to concentrate on what I was doing. But yeah, we raced in 2012 in these, and she wasn't quite that quick, so it's a shock now to have her pushing me on my bumper. So yeah, great driver, very clean, very fair. Didn't try and pressure me under yellow flags. So yeah, real good race. Just a shame for her that she didn't have any pops.
But you doing what you do best, really.
Yeah, sticking out in front and defending. I seem to have built quite a skill up of defending, but that's what's nice about the third race. Normally with the reverse grid, it gives me a chance to have an attack. But it's a win, so it's a great feeling.
Well done, well done. Go and get your trophy. I think it's sitting on your car, nice and pretty as well. Well done there, Luke. Let's grab Abby then. We'll get Abby over here and have a quick word with her. Abby, can we grab you for a second, please? She's just posing for a photograph. You know, what's more important, photos or love? Well, no, anyway. What a great race. Abby, it's great to see you back out in these cars. I mean, no W Series for you this year, obviously, gets you the opportunity to come back out here. And although you're not racing for points or anything, you're out on track and you're not relenting at all.
No, do you know what? It's just so much fun to be back, and it's all thanks to Clapham North and George for the opportunity. It was supposed to be a one-off at Donington, and I think he liked seeing the car up the front, so he asked me back for more. So yeah, to get a podium is awesome, and he's going to have the trophy in his workshop.
Yeah, so you do better than he does in these cars, so you might as well.
Yeah, he's getting there. You know, he hasn't got far to find in this race, so yeah, I don't know how he actually got on. Hopefully well.
Well, not as well as you, but I mean, what a race it was. From your point of view, talk us through the highs and the lows.
I think we were definitely the quicker car, but Luke drove brilliantly out there, and we were hampered by the yellow flags, and I'd get a really good run through turn 1, and then into turn 2 it was yellow for a big while of it, and then I get a good run out of there, and then it's yellow down here. So yeah, not our win for this race, but maybe in the second.
Cannot wait for that one. Well done.
Thanks. Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Well done there to Abby Eaton. Let's get third place Sam then. So Sam, this was an interesting one for you because these two ahead of you, Luke and Abby, were just absolutely flying, and there's you hoping, I imagine, that they were going to take each other out.
I felt quicker, if I'm honest. I just had Patrick Fletcher behind me. Just every time I got in front of him, he was making me compromise my corners. So you need someone who can work with you in a situation like that, not against you. But I made a mistake, to be fair, which let him past, and I was trying to push Patrick to the front, and we got there in the end. We just ran out of laps, and there was too many yellow flags out to do anything with it. But I put a move on her down at the bottom, got alongside, we're 3 abreast going into Luffield, and we came out third, and which was where we went into the corner. So, but yeah, happy with third. Struggling a little bit to balance the car, but I'm sure Brian and the boys will sort it out for the next one. So yeah.
Just quickly talking on that, working with other drivers, you know, when you're racing for trophies, you're racing for podiums as well, it is an understanding you have to get with all the other racers that, hang on, we can work together to get on the back of the two ahead or the one ahead or whatever it happens to be. And then once you've got that bit sorted, you can then start fighting again. But when you start fighting each other all the way back, you can't do anything with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got a poor start, and again, there was already a 5-car length gap to the lead too. And you need someone just to have a bit of mentality to go, right, let's not race for third, let's try and get up there and race for the lead. But I'll have a chat with him for the next one, hopefully, and we'll see how we go. But third, it's where we started, a little bit off the pace this weekend, but I feel good enough to race with him. I just need to get off the bloody line, I'll be all right.
Well, they're always great to watch. Well done. You've got yourself some form of trophy. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's a nice one.
Brilliant. Thank you. Cheers.
Well done there to third place to Sam. Now, that was a brilliant race. I'm sure you'll agree. The Mazdas never, ever disappoint. And we've got another one coming for you very, very soon. Another race. They are thick. They are fast here at Silverstone at the National Circuit. 1.63 miles for these drivers to try to navigate around as best they can. And we've got two commentators standing by to talk you through the next one, which will be happening very, very soon. It's the Miltech Civic Cup coming up next.
Yes, indeed, Bryn. Thank you very much. Good to see our top three from the MX5 Supercar, and well done to our top three of Luke Herbert, Abby Eaton and Sam Smith. We pretty much go back to the beginning of the timetable once more, because we have got action once again, our second action of the day from the Miltech Civic Cup, and of course now me and Chaz, bit of a fist bump from Chaz in the commentary box. We very much enjoyed it, of course, not just covering it at Thruxton, but also together, but also, well, as many yourself that covering it at Thruxton, but covering this morning as well. And it proved the fact that whilst the numbers are a little bit lower than they would normally be, it still put on a brilliant display with the drivers that they did have. And of course, that's an incredible thing to see. Now, if I'm correct, I should know this, but if I'm correct, it should be a slightly or partially reversed grid for the second race. So I'm just going to quickly check this on my timer screen in front of me here. Yes, it is. Yes, so that means that it's the top 10 of these drivers reversed, which means that the driver that finished 10th, Paul McHugh, will be starting from pole position. He's been a busy boy already today because he's been doing both Civic Cup and the STXR Challenge. So 2 championships in one day is pretty hard work. But then there's more than one driver here this weekend that are doing just that.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, you often see that people will share a car over the course of a weekend. They'll do one race, the other driver will do the other. It eases the load off a bit, and it means that you can compete in 2 championships, like you say, which is a lot of fun. But yes, the Miltech Civic Cup then will be on track in just a moment's time, and yeah, like Scott has alluded to there, this morning was fantastic. Really strong race from these cars. The K20 engined Civic EP3s, revving over 8,500, in some cases over 9,000 RPM. They sound like proper touring cars. They look like compact little beefy touring cars as well. And they have some insane action among them. And plenty of unpredictability as well. Unless you, of course, drive the number 37, which is Bruce Winfield, who took another flawless win this morning. However, he did have... It was Alistair Camp, wasn't it, chasing him down throughout the race. The gap, as I described in the race, was on a bit of a bungee cord. It opened up and closed up very quickly, but still... We could see more of that once if they get to the front today. It's never an easy feat to get there from the lower reaches of the grid. But again, just leading to the fact that there isn't a massive amount of cars here, so not as many for them to get through. But still, I think the whole onus of this championship is the fact that there isn't a big grid, but it's still exciting, and we will continue to praise that every single time we see it, won't we?
Absolutely, and even when it again, regardless of grid, the Civic Cup has always put on a fantastic race with the action that it's had, and you look at the people that have come through it and done previous races. You've got Rob Baker, who won it 2 years ago. I think it was the first time they raced on the with the BRSCC in 2018. He was the champion. Of course, he's the boss of Area Motorsport, who is here. Of course, he's here this weekend running his cars. Yeah. But they regularly run cars in all sorts of different championships across Club Motorsport, not just BRSCC, but other places as well. But he's prominently got quite a large stock of Civics that race, and he's got Civics in various specifications. He's got a couple which the old school BTC class touring cars and other stuff like that. So he does a lot of stuff across it. They had Lee Deegan, who dominated. He's been a former champion, I think 2017. Came back. It was a funny story with Deegan actually. For the first round 2019, I think he flew in. I think on the first thing on the it was the Sunday morning, and then jumped into the car. The first time we'd ever seen the car for his car for the season pretty much was in qualifying. Only had that kind of 15-20 minute qualifying session. Immediately, you could tell his pace and his familiarity in his cars stuck it on pole, and then just went ahead, and he went on to win the championship. I think, in fact, he provisionally clinched the championship pretty much here at Silverstone on the national circuit last year. Of course, and Lee's also been quite well versed in, I think it's mini media racing he does as well. Of course, there's plenty of cars that compete in that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, the Civics, of course, if you want to find out more about the championship, you can head to the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk. I should do want to have a very quick shout out. I did get asked by one of our very fantastic volunteers, Luke Souch, saying to mention, of course, opportunities to volunteer with the BRSCC. You can do so as an official, as a clerk of the course, or you can marshal in general. If you want to find out more information, you can also contact Luke. His email address is simply luke@brscc.co.uk, and he can give you insight into a world of different opportunities to get involved, because it's not just marshalling, and we do praise our marshals a lot, and they absolutely deserve it, but there are, there's also, the club are keen to bring in younger blood into this side of the sport too. They want to see more people who might want to become a clerk of the course, or maybe a steward, or someone who looks after timekeeping, or scrutineers. Anyone that thinks they want to get involved in motorsport but aren't quite sure how, becoming a volunteer is a great way to do that, because of course it gives you the experience in various different areas. You might have expertise mechanically, so you might be good as a scrutineer, or possibly as someone who can possibly look into regulations, stuff like that, or if you're happy at stuff like timekeeping, other things along those lines. There's different areas you can do, so you can always get in touch with any of the regional centres, and of course with Luke at the BRSCC as well, who can help you give an insight as to what opportunities there are to get involved with the club. And the club is always keen to bring in fresh people, and fresh people who love motorsport and want to be involved in it and make a pathway, and many people have done that over the years. In fact, some drivers and some people in team bosses and even other people have started as marshals and gone up to higher rungs of the sport in various different levels.
Fair play. It's a good ladder. There's so many ways that you can get onto it. We're just going to look at the grid now for the Civic Cup, the second race of the day in the Miltech Civic Cup. It's Paul McHugh on pole position with Ross Darlington, the championship white number 20 car. David Bucke and Jamie Tonks. That's a very interesting row 2. Watch out for those pair. They could make a good breakaway here if they get the start they want. Martin Dalzell, the bright yellow 77 car, is 5th on the grid, just ahead of George Out-Williams in the number 5. And then behind him is Paul Taylor and Max Lewis, and then Alistair Camp and Bruce Winfield, the top 4 from race 1. Damien Harris is at the back of the grid in car 11, and it doesn't look like we have Samuel Barrett taking part in this one, I'm afraid, after an issue in race 1. However, the cars are getting ready to get underway. The revs will rise and they will go away on their green flag lap. Plenty of burnouts, as you can imagine, from these cars. It's got quite a lot of torque for what it is, the Civic K20 engine, and because of the amount of revs that it puts out as well, it's actually got a very impressive range. Of course, the very famous VTEC system that they have as well. Once they get over, I think it's usually about 4.5, sometimes 5,000 revs, I think. Can't remember from when I had. I used to have a H22 engined Accord Type R, which was a similar sort of thing with VTEC as well. Obviously, it was about 90 feet longer than a Honda Civic EP3, but it was a right old boat. But these cars, though, you can see just from the sort of, there is a little bit of body roll when they're weaving, but they're very stiff, compact cars, aren't they? They're very tightly packaged, especially in the engine bay. I mean, have you ever seen one of these under the bonnet? It's like literally trying to get a 2-litre engine in your pocket. It's just crazy.
But they are fantastic engines. They sound great, and also it's why you see pretty much engines from cars like the Civic Type R get inserted into cars like Lotus Elise and stuff like that, because they are such reliable engines. And you can give them a lot of abuse in terms of, you'd be surprised how much horsepower you can put into an engine like a K20 engine or engine that you get from a Civic Type R or something like an S2000 or Integra Type R. They do take so much strain, so much pressure, because they're revving so high so often, and so not only does it mean that they're quite reliable in many cases, but also as well, as we've rightly pointed out, they make such a sensational noise.
Oh god, yeah. Well, I used to have a friend with a 350 brake horsepower supercharged EP3, and that was ridiculous. And I'm going to give a shout out to my friend Sam Burrows on this one right here, because he has a Fiesta ST Mark V, like we've seen, with a humongous wing on the back of it. It's a track day car that he uses, but that's got a Civic EP3 engine in it. I went out in it on the A500 bypass once, and it scared the life out of me because it is an insanely fast car. I mean, these cars, just as road cars, are fast enough.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, in Fiesta, you just don't expect it. I mean, we've seen the racing Fiestas today, and they are phenomenal, but just the mix of the EP3 noise and power, and then this very clean, I must say, red Fiesta just looks phenomenal and goes like stink as well. But, just coming back to my earlier point, David Bucke and Jamie Tonks, row 2, cars 51 and car 4, need to keep an eye on those two, because if they get a really good start here and get ahead of McHugh and Darlington on that front row, there's a good chance that Buki could take this, but Tonks was very quick at Thruxton, as you'll remember, before he hit trouble. So this is going to be an incredibly interesting race. We've got the marshals just running out the way there with the yellow flags, everyone lined up on the grid as they would like them. The final car takes to the grid now, and any moment now the lights will come on. The green flag waves at the back. The revs will indeed rise. Let's have a look then. Get them ready to go. There are the revs, they're away. And you can see the torque steer, everyone going to the right-hand side of the grid. But look at Buki trying to come through the middle, and it looks like he's already got it done before turn one. What a start from David Buki. There's contact, though, between McHugh and Dalzell. There's another hit as well from Out Williams. And, starting from pole position, it's like a bad jinx for McHugh, and he is off the circuit already. Down towards Beckett's they go. And David Buki is leading it there. Apologies for the camera issues there. Just having a little bit of a moment, but David Buki, well, we said, didn't we, Scott, that he needs to make that breakaway. There you go.
Absolutely, and he managed to get out of the trouble which unfortunately Paul McHugh found himself in. Dalzell is still in the mix, as is Out Williams. They've got a little bit of body damage on a bit of the bumpers. In fact, there's the piece of bumper, I think, hanging off the front of Out Williams' car that's been bent in somewhat. But it is David Buki leads the way, and here comes Jamie Tonks, good for second place. As you mentioned, Paul Taylor make it 3 abreast with Alistair Camp and Martin Dalzell. Really fast starting Alistair Camp, and also as well Paul Taylor. As for Bruce Winfield, I think he's about 7th or 8th, I think. He hasn't made up as many places as I think maybe many would have expected him to, but the top 3 are trying to break away already with David Buki in front. And of course he was in the contention for the win until he got caught up with Damien Harris at Thruxton, and unfortunately the pair ended up making contact at the club chicane, and that was effectively the race end over for both, unfortunately. But this time, hopefully, in no bad luck for David Buki this time. But it's Buki who leads it then, from Tonks in second, with Darlington third, and there's Bruce Winfield who goes side by side with his sparring partner from race 1, Max Lewis, and edges him out onto the curbing on the exit of Copse. If he gets pinged for that, he'll say, "Honest governor, I got shoved out wide. It wasn't my fault."
I'm innocent, Your Honour. But McHugh is still going, by the way. He just screamed his way past our commentary box here at Woodcote. There is David Buki leading the way then, coming towards us. Darlington's still up there as well. He was in 3rd place across the line last time. Taylor gained 3 places on lap 1. So too did Alistair Camp. Bruce Winfield and his sparring partner, like I say, Max Lewis, were together. Dalzell and Camp in there as well. Look at that down the inside of both of them from Dalzell. He's going to run a little bit wide, but he gets past Taylor as well. That was flawless stuff by Dalzell. He had a bit of a rough first lap with that contact, and then getting swarmed by Taylor into Brooklands on the first lap. But wow, that was a fantastic manoeuvre. That caught all of them off guard, trying to get through this as well. Alistair Camp trying to make up places. Oh, that's Lewis having a bit of a moment there as well. And Camp has got past Darlington down the straight. Bruce Winfield is in there as well. He wants to try and make places, but he's thinking, flipping heck, these lot have got their elbows out a little bit more than I imagined after that first race. But what a fantastic start we've had down the inside of Darlington as well. Darlington going backwards a little bit there, but he's still within the pack. Bruce Winfield, there you go, fastest lap of the race, 106.622. What a time that is, Scott. He's really on it now, even in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, he's really going for it. A little wide there for... That was the Damien Harris, by the looks of things. Sorry, the cars at the back of the... Samuel Barrett was running a little wide towards the back of the field. It might actually be Harris, in fact, in many cases. So, onto the back straight they go once again. Still with Buki in the lead. Tonks in 2nd place. And then Dalzell with that fantastic form in 3rd place. Dare I say, if he sets a good enough pace, imagine if he wins this race after that contact in turn 1. It'd be pretty impressive. Here comes Alistair Camp, though. Make him a dive, and they're going 3 abreast to get into Brooklands. They almost went either side of Dalzell, so a bit of a pincer movement to try and get him back through Brooklands, but didn't quite work that time as Taylor holds on. But Camp's now sitting on the outside line to try and get the switch back on the exit of Luffield if he can try and squeeze through. Can't quite make it stick, and running wide there is Bruce Winfield. He's on the back of Alistair Camp now. And there's the headlight flash from Paul Taylor. Come on, Martin, get on with it. We've got to try and catch these top 2 as they come out through Woodcote Corner.
Alt Williams in the background, by the way, has just gone past Max Lewis as they're going across the line, so he's made that move stick. Dalzell's still in 3rd, though, with this absolute train of Hondas behind him. Not like it'd be anything else. But Taylor then 4th position at the moment. He's now under pressure from Camp and Winfield, like you said. They're right together. Look at Alistair Camp there with the pink flashes on his car and the day glow yellow all over the back of Taylor. As I said before, you can see the differences in the rear wings that they're running. The Mugen rear wing on the back of Camp's car and the standard EP3 Type R rear wing on Taylor's car. It looks like Alistair Camp's got a really good run out of Beckett's now, and down towards Brooklands. he might already have had that done. Not quite, but look at Bruce Winfield around the outside, Scott. He's trying to get in on this as well.
Yeah, he wants to go through the middle of both Taylor and Camp, but he can't quite manage it. As Alistair Camp does indeed squeeze through into 4th place. That puts Taylor down to 5th, and if he's not careful, it might be 6th, because the charging Bruce Winfield, who's the most successful driver so far this season, he's taken, I think it's 5 wins out of 4 as Ross Darlington runs wide. and that's going to allow possibly both George Ant Williams and Max Lewis through, and Ant Williams squeezes past.
Yeah, I've just seen as well Bruce Winfield talking about squeezing past. He was very, very close to making contact with Taylor as he went through. Now we've got Camp on the back of Dalzell, and Bruce Winfield is going to be putting the pressure on from 5th place. He's done a good job, but look at the front 2 here. Buki did open up a real gap before, but last time round Tonks was 0.2 of a second quicker, which wouldn't sound like too much, but visually he's really closed in. And look at this now, down the inside Camp into the back of Dalzell. It's not the first time he's made contact today, but that was definitely not track limits from Alistair Camp there. He was just all over the shop. Bruce Winfield's getting a run as well now. Get on the grass, he says. Try some of that. Eat your greens. He's just trying to squeeze his way through. And Bruce Winfield says, not on your life, mate. Down the inside of Camp as well. What a fantastic move. He breaks a little bit early because he knows Camp might have squeezed him in. Camp's going to run wide, and is Dalzell going to give him the room? He is indeed. Nice stuff, good avoidance. And Bruce Winfield somehow manages to come out on top out of all of that. He gets back on the power, pumps all the power through the front wheels, and somehow they're all still on circuit together. What a brilliant battle that was.
I imagine Rob Baker was having heart palpitations watching that, watching 3 of his team cars go side by side, almost practically hitting each other. I think, to be honest, in my thought of it, Camp's move looked a little ambitious, but that's what set it off.
Yeah,
the eventual sequence that allowed Winfield to get through. So 3 area cars into 1 wouldn't have gone. I think that Rob Baker would have given them quite a stern talking to and quite a hefty bill off that if that happened. So
yeah, would have been like to be a fly on the wall in that one.
Yeah, but what's interesting now is Bruce Winfield with Alistair Camp in tow always does another move there for upside of Martin Dalzell. That is George Ant Williams recovering. And Paul Taylor's also slipping back a little bit as well, and it's side by side between these two. It's 2 more area motorsport cars. I think it is, because it's Dalzell and Ant Williams side by side in the run towards Brooklands Corner. There's the leading 2. What's intriguing now is how much can both Winfield and Camp, who they can inadvertently work together, how much can they bridge that gap to the leaders, as Ant Williams does go up the inside of Dalzell and just cuts it fine through there. We should mention George Ant Williams hasn't even passed. I think have a look for a second here. He hasn't even passed his driving test yet. He's 17 years old, and he's up there battling in car number 5. That's the reason why he has the yellow cross with the black X. He is a rookie in this championship, but he's driving like he's done it for years.
He's driving it like he's stolen it. It's like that, honestly, absolutely on it. So fair play to Ant Williams. That's fantastic. That is. That's really impressive. And again, thank you to whoever provided the information. I'm sure Scott will enlighten me.
I think that was Bryn. I think it was Bryn, in fact. So thanks to Bryn on that.
Cheers, Bryn. At the moment, though, Dalzell is defending for his life, but someone else that needs to defend for his life at the moment is Buki. He's got the bright pink rear wing, the bright pink wing mirrors, but also Bruce Winfield, like you said, Scott, him and Camp are really closing in on these top pair now, and with 7 3/4 minutes to go, this could go anyway. It really could.
Well, it's only half distance in the race. We had that much action, so I think the phrase is rubs hands with glee, because I think this is going to be pretty good. As Jamie Tonks does just die out the inside line. And it looked like it was a tentative look at the inside to think, right, I'm just going to try and distract you and put you wide. It might have worked, in fact, actually, because Buki does go wide. This puts Tonks onto his rear quarter as he goes through. But look at Bruce Winfield thinking, knock, boys, I'm back in contention for the lead here. Let's see if I can make some progress. And now Tonks is going to put Buki under pressure, but the harder these two fight each other, the easier it's going to be by any day of the week for Bruce to get through. And the scrap for 5th is looking pretty tasty too, between looks like Taylor, Dalzell, Lewis and Darlington as they come up across the line. That's for 6th, in fact, because George Ant Williams is in the top 5 now.
Yeah, car 5, P5 at the moment. That's phenomenal stuff. I'm just more amazed that he's not even passed his driving test yet. We've got a massive drift as well. I think that was Taylor just on the exit. Buki's coming under pressure from... That's Tonks in 2nd place. Apologies there, just a complete mind blank. Winfield, though, stick it to the inside there, all over the back of the number 4 machine, and now he's down the inside of Buki. This is going to get feisty, trust me, because Tonks has realised now, he's like, right, I can't mess about now in the background as well. Taylor's honestly exploring the track limits a lot here. You've also got Camp looking down the inside, and Bruce Winfield's ahead of Tonks already down the inside of David Buki. How have you done that, Bruce? Honestly, that's absolutely phenomenal. He makes it work one way or another. Now you've got to think about what Buki's going to do here with having Alistair Camp just trying to come around the outside. That's not going to work at Luffield. Watch out for Tonks as well, nearly making contact there. almost going 3 wide, but Tonks thinks better of it. In the background, the nose to tail as well. But these pair, as they go around Woodcote once again, Alistair Camp's got a great run out of Luffield, and I think he's going to be ahead before they get down to Copse. David Bucke, you might just see him slot back into line here because he's got a car length over Tonks. Yes, there you go, he does. Although Tonks is still trying to look around the outside. George Out Williams is going to be watching in the background. He's actually really closing in on this fight as well. Last time round, he was only 1.6 seconds off the lead. So the top 5 barely covered by 2 seconds here. This is frightening stuff for the leaders because they're just going to constantly watch the mirrors.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news to David Bucke fans. I've just spotted on the timing screen, car 51, 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start.
Joking.
So it never rains, but it pours with David Bucke. He does it every time he gets into position to win a race. Something happens, and unfortunately, I'm afraid, out-of-position start for David Bucke. That is a 10-second penalty. So what this means now is we're back to square one what we were in race 1 between Winfield and Camp.
Yeah.
This effectively now becomes between Tonks and Alp Williams, you're absolutely right, has caught these up. He's at a personal best from the on that last lap, 1 minute 6.425. He was at least a full 3 or 4 tenths quicker than the cars in front of him. So he's making up that gap. So what this now becomes is, I'm afraid David Bucke pretty much is only third on the road, because now the battle of the third becomes Jamie Tonks versus George Amp Williams, whereas David Bucke now becomes something of a catalyst. I hate to say it, but unfortunately the 10-second penalty means he does drop down the order with that. So also there's been a black and white flag that's gone out for Damien Harris for not respecting track limits. We have seen him go wide once or twice in this race, so there's possibly no surprise on that one. But gutting stuff for David Bucke, who at one point looked so good for the win, but unfortunately it's just been, again, in a position to win a race that's just been snatched away from him.
It's that black and orange car, honestly. It's a curse for everyone else, and just such a very incredible performing machine. But at the moment, you've got to say, though, Alistair Camp is one of the most underrated performances in this race for me, because he stuck with Bruce from the very get-go. He did it in race 1 as well. He just put the pressure on him. Bruce said in his post-race interview that, Ali was behind me, he says, but he was watching him and he knew he was pushing hard all the way through it, because from the outside it looked like it was a very easy race, the first one for Bruce, and it looks like he's making this easy as well. But let me tell you, he is definitely working hard in that car. You could see it cocking a wheel through Brooklands and through Luffield as well. Back round Woodcote one more time. We've got 4 minutes of the race to go. Bucke still holding on to third. Tonks has actually been closed in on by car 5 P5 at the moment. George Out Williams, so it's car 4 P4. Car 5 P5. I've only just realised down the inside, though, Alt Williams says, yeah, look at this. Down the inside he goes. Maybe a bit of a touch there, or a bit of a slide from Alt Williams. They both just check the track limits lasers if they've got them in the curbs. Well, that was very, very forceful by Alt Williams. But look at this, though, from Alistair Camp. I think you might have to think at this point, in terms of tyre life, I know that they're not going to go off massively over a short race like this, but even still, from being at their optimum performance, Bruce is feeling the need to break the slipstream here. He knows that Alistair Camp's coming here for him to try and take this race lead. Maybe Bruce has just overdone it a bit on the tyres, just trying to get through the field here, because Camp seems to just have a lot more confidence. And look at the turn-in. He's really got it hooked up here, and Bruce has not got this all his own way as we first thought he might.
Oh, and up for third. Meanwhile, whilst that was happening, George Williams is up into what is now third place, because the penalty has been applied to David Bucke's car. So I'm afraid he's now dropped down to what's showing on the timing screen as 9th place. So that's gutting for David. I genuinely feel for David on that one, but unfortunately, if the rule is the rule. If you're out of position, that is a penalty. So unfortunately, he is the one that will have to settle for what is now 9th place. But you're absolutely right with Alistair Camp on that one. He really has stuck with him throughout that whole sequence. They started back on the 5th row together, being first and second with the top 10 reversed. Yeah. So, and making that sequence up through the field together is key. But I think Alistair possibly, as you say, it's a good point with the tyres. I mean, they're running Dunlops here this season, while the last couple of seasons they're running MRF. So they've had to change the tyre supply to fit in line with everything else with the VW Cup and TCR TCT, which is all of the whole collective of Maximum Motorsport and Stuart Line. So, and they have been making some good feedback on these Dunlop tyres. It's intriguing to see just how much of a difference in performance it's making, and also overall how much great racing these tyres are providing, as Camp does take a small peek up the outside line. And again, this is going to be nerve-wracking stuff for Rob Baker with 2 of his leading cars battling for the lead. He'd be supporting them both. I'm sure at deep down he won't care which one wins. He's just hoping, just please get home without any contact, because he wants to take his cars back home to his workshop with minimal to no damage, please. And I think these guys are certainly obliging for that. We're going to get 2 more laps here at Silverstone underneath these beautiful clear blue skies and beautiful warm sunshine. Perfect day, perfect weather for motorsport this afternoon. And going into Copse Corner, Camp is still applying that pressure, and he's Going to keep on pushing him here for the next minute and a half, I'm pretty certain. And Bruce Winfield is going to keep looking his mirrors here and carry on driving defensively, because if he's not careful, he's going to get pounced.
He is indeed, and like I said before, in his post-race interview, he made it very clear that he was watching his mirror and that he knew that Alistair Camp was trying to get there. Alistair takes a bit of a later apex there at Beckett's, tries to get the run, and he's going to get into the slipstream now. He's tucked right up behind the back of Bruce Winfield. Bruce is staying over to the left. He doesn't want Alistair to come down the inside and make the move. Alistair says, all right then, if you're going to play that, I'm going to go around the outside and then try and not get a compromised line, but there's a bit of an overlap. That makes it a little bit more difficult for him. Bruce gets rid of that mid-corner. Just holds onto it until Luffield gets the car settled, although he goes what looks like a bit deep, but we've seen this all day. People go a little bit deep into the first part of Luffield and then get a really good slingshot on the exit by taking a bit of a tight line on the way out, and it looks like that's worked for Bruce, because look, it's opened up by about 2 car lengths now over the second place man. Also, just behind, you'll just see it in the right of your shot as they come through, or you might not. George Al Williams is right behind David Buki on the road now, so he might not know that that penalty's been given, but he's still going to crack on and try and make the move on track. And Al Williams has been a real sensation in this one as well, to be honest. It's been a fantastic performance, coming from the middle of the pack, trying to get, well, he's obviously on the road, not in the podium spot, but in terms of the timing he is, he pulls out onto the left-hand side, doesn't quite get it done as they break for Beckett's. He's going to try and get the switch back. Takes a bit of curb on the inside, but it's a nice run by the look of it. Gets slight overlap. They're going to be side by side as they go down the straight towards Brooklands. Just behind them as well, Jamie Tonks is thinking, I could potentially benefit from this. Alistair Camp's thinking, I could benefit from some slipstream now if the car wasn't right in front of me. Bruce Winfield then is going to have to go defensive. This is going to be the last couple of corners for these cars, though. Alistair Camp has now tried to get the switch back, and Alt Williams doesn't need to push too hard now because he's got the time advantage over Buki. He needs to be very careful, though. But round Woodcote for the final time, it is going to be another win. Bruce Winfield, what a fantastic performance. Great stuff from Alistair Camp. And onto the podium, even though he's not done it on the road, Alt Williams, he nearly does it on the road. It was very close between the pair of them. 4th place goes the way of Jamie Tonks, car 4, P4, like I said before. Dalzell will take 5th, Taylor 6th, with Lewis in 7th. Buki is classified 8th, with Darlington only 8 tenths behind after that penalty. And then Harris will cross the line in just a moment in 10th position. But, wow, another amazing race. A real shame for the pole sitter McHugh, though, with that first contact on the first lap. That was It was such a shame to see it end that way. But, you know, these drivers, they push hard so often. They really just give it everything. And that's the most exciting part about it. There's the sprint race formats are just so enjoyable to watch because it's short, quick-fire stuff. And the drivers don't have a sort of, right, it's a long race, let's just chill out a bit. There's none of that. They just have to go for it, and there is your result.
Absolutely, I can't disagree with that. And that's it's a great advert for the championship, and hopefully we get more drivers joining in as the season goes on, going into next year. So Bruce Winfield makes it 5 wins out of 6 races. He really is on course to hit the 2020 title, isn't he, with that form? But Alistair Camp, as we said, like in race 1, raced his way back up to the front with him, and he joined him towards the front in 2nd place. George Japp Williams, the young 17-year-old, hasn't even got his driving license on the road yet he picks up a 3rd place in his first season of champion racing. Fantastic stuff. Credit also to Jamie Tonks. It's his first full season of racing. He's doing superbly. He'd only ever done track days before this season. He's doing it superbly well. Martin Dalzell, welcome back to the championship with that. 5th position, having some great battles early on. Paul Taylor picks up 6th. Max Lewis is 7th. Gutting for David Buki. He would have finished 3rd on the road, but sadly, the 10-second penalty for the out-of-position start means he gets classified 8th with that penalty. Then it's Ross Darlington and Damien Harris. And the last finisher we had was Paul McHugh, who sadly went from pole position to the back of the field after contact at the first corner. So that's it for the Civic Cup for the moment. I believe their next round is going to be at Donington Park next month on October 17th and 18th, all things considered. And hopefully we'll be able to find out what the top 3 from that race found out very shortly when we hand over to Bryn. We've got more action coming up shortly with our 2nd race for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship race with MRF title. Raising the eyebrows and excitement there from Chaz, as I mentioned that. And we've got plenty more races coming up from the MX5 Championship, more STXRs and Fiestas, then Super Cup again, then the 2nd Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK and VW Fun Cup race. Then it's BRSCC Club Sport Trophy and City Car Cup. So we're watching 1 or 2 of the juniors heading out of the assembly areas of the grid, just wiggling from side to side.
Loke, wasn't it? He's literally on 2 wheels around Brooklands. He's driving that thing so hard on the outlap. But we need to just pass down now to Bryn, who's in the pit lane with the top 3 from the Civic Cup.
Yeah, thanks very much there, gents. I'm just here with David Buki now. He doesn't seem to know about his penalty there, so he was a bit shocked, came into third place, has just found this out. So he was racing very hard on track. I know that we were chatting about it, or the commentators were chatting about it, as to whether or not George behind knew that David had that penalty. He didn't know. That's the confirmation. He didn't know, so he's only just discovered it thinking he was in third, not got third there for him. But we've got our race winner, Bruce Winfield, of course, 5 out of 6 races. And over to my right, to my left, to your right there, is George, who came in incredibly third, George Alp Williams. Now, the juniors are about to start, so I'm not sure we're going to get any time to speak to any of these drivers, which is a real shame because Bruce is over there at the minute. I actually want to speak to George. He's the main one, but Fiestas are out on track. So what we might do, I have to try and work this out, but what we might do is manage to get a chat with George after this race, unless I can grab him in the next few seconds. Fiestas are out on track. We've got a few moments, really. We'll see if we can get a quick word. But let's just see the celebration there. This is a 17-year-old with no driving licence, provisional only, really, and he's just come third with the likes of Bruce Winfield, Alistair Camp as well. What a phenomenal performance there from George Alp Williams. Just watch the scenes as he takes the plaudits from his fellow competitors. Well, the Fiestas are just heading off now on their out lap. We only got about a minute, something like that, so we won't be able to get an interview with any of these drivers. We know what Bruce will say. Well, it was tough, but he won the race. He did that. 5 out of 6. Alistair Camp really had to work hard. But the man of the hour, just over to our left, let's just take a look at him for a second. It is George Alp Williams getting his podium, his third place there. What a phenomenal drive from that man. And yes, it was David Buki who thought he'd got himself a third place, but unfortunately starting out of position meant he got a 10-second penalty. Great race from them all. We're heading back to the commentators, though. We won't be able to get the interviews in here, but we'll head back to the commentators for the next race, the Fiesta Juniors. In theory, George could race in the Fiesta Juniors, but he's not. But over to the commentators for the next race here from Silverstone, the Fiesta Juniors from the BRSCC.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Bryn. And here are our racing stars of the future back on track for their second race. They had a brilliant race earlier on, and it was good to see that we got them back out on track once again. Now, as they're coming around to the grid, basically the grid is set by the results of race 1. A couple of things we need to tell you about. We knew about the penalty for Alex Lee. I think it was for track limits, but we'll give you the grid here. So Joseph Loke, as a result of winning race 1, starts on pole position alongside William Morton alongside him. Then it's Jake Weston in third place, followed by Jake Triggs and Joseph Knight. But Jake Triggs actually was given a 1-second penalty due to gaining an advantage. So was Bradley Beavers. So very quickly right through the rest of the grid. I've got 7th place there for Albert Webster, 8th for Jensen Brickley, 9th for Sid Smith, and 10th for Bradley Beavers, Alex Lee, and then George Davis. And then the rest of the grid, the final 3 cars is Alex Sprange and Mitch Marie. And we should have Bryony Davis, I would have thought, on the grid. But yes, she is there towards the back. So all 15 cars in position. And so it's a very similar front of the field that we're looking at here. So on the right, 3 times winner Joseph Loke, and on the left, Will Orton. Now, Joseph did say that his tyres were going after about lap 6, but it was only Will Orton lost his momentum due to a bit of a mistake. So wonder this time, can he break the Loke domination? Green flag at the back. Get set, Junior fans. 15 more minutes of racing for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, racing with MRF tyres. Is it going to be 4 from 4 for Joseph Loke, or can someone else dethrone him from the front of the field? Lights out, and we go racing immediately. Jake Weston goes across to cover Joseph Knight from the second row in the Schumacher-esque chop in that case. And what that's also done is the Will Orton having to look at his mirrors to defend from Weston. It's allowed Joseph Loke to get through and hold on to the position pretty cleanly as they come through Copse Corner for the first time. Everyone appears to be through nice and clean. They're going to go side by side towards Beckett's for the first time, it seems. All 15 cars away cleanly. That's what we like to see. And now the sprint down towards the complex of Beckett's goes a little bit out of focus there, but we're going to hopefully refocus in a second. So I can see on my CCTV cameras it's Joseph Loke that leads the way. There we go. So Joseph Loke leads the way out of the first few corners. Will Orton in second place. Weston's up to third. Dylan Hodgkin from 6th on the grid. He's up to 4th already. He was very quick in practice yesterday morning and got top time. And he had a little bit of had to pick his way up through the field and managed to pick up 6th position, but he was a bit on his own last time, so we'll wait and see. Albert Webster in the 2s moving around towards trying to get past Joseph Knight. Jake Triggs has fallen back a little bit as well, and also we've got Bradley Beavers and Sid Smith going to battle, as are also Jensen Brickley and George Davis. Everyone looks fairly clean heading through. A little bit of side-by-side action through Brooklands. You've now got Jake Triggs on the outside of Albert Webster, who's hoping for a better race this one after he was a little bit sort of an unknown in that first race, but he's up towards the front a bit better this time. He's going to be finished that first lap in about 5th position, but up to 2nd place, in fact, is Jake Weston. So up in front of Will Orton. End of the first lap then. Loke leads the way. Weston in 2nd place. Orton 3rd. Hotchin up to 4th now. 5th is now Albert Webster. 6th is Joseph Knight from Beavers, Triggs, George Smith, then Brickley. So Sid Smith, Brickley, George Davis, Alex Lee, Alex Sprange, then it's Bryony Davis, then Mitch Marie. The top few cars at the end of the first lap separated by 8.4 seconds, so they head back down towards Brooklands for the 2nd time.
Yeah, it was a hell of a first lap, and to be fair, it was Weston in the 45. He was actually trying to go around the outside into Brooklands of Orton. He got a really good run, and he was quite wide into Luffield, but fair play to Orton because he gave him the room as they went round the right-hander, and he managed to get it done. But Orton now, he's slipping down a little bit here because he's got Hotchin all over him, side by side as they go down towards Brooklands. Hotchin's going to be on the outside in the black and silver machine onto the brakes. Looks like he's got that done. They've just come into eye shot. There's nearly contact. We've also got Knight here having a little bit of a ding-dong as well, a bit of a wobble. That there was Beavers as well, I believe, just behind, trying to pick off that position. It looks like he's got that done on the exit of Luffield as well. It's never ending, honestly. These lot, they're absolutely on it. That was Triggs that was involved in that battle as well. You can see now how much the gap has opened up just ahead of these. They're 2x2, fully on Noah's Ark as they go down. Brickley's in the middle as well, thinking, is there a gap? Please let me have a gap. But it's probably safer for him than it doesn't. You can see them all moving around now, just trying to find any sort of clean air on circuit to try and change line. That's Beavers in the middle with Brickley. Oh! That was a big hit, but it was going to happen. He tried to close down the gap. He just wanted to get in. Oh, there's extra contact as well. There's a headlight assembly there.
I think that was George Davies hitting the back of whoever that was recovering. That's a real shame to see that sort of contact, but everyone looks to have survived pretty much, even though there's a little bit of damage, but they've carried on, so there's not too much dramatic stuff going on apart from that. So everyone will carry on as normal. It's not obviously what anyone loves to see with that bit of contact, but
oh, we've got a car going slow at Beckett's, actually. I'm thinking it's one of the cars involved in that. Maybe
possibly
broke the suspension or something.
Oh, it's George Davis, I'm afraid. George Davis had that engine problem in qualifying, and they managed to get it fixed overnight, thankfully, but unfortunately that was the contact that he had, I think, with the car that was coming back onto the road after the initial contact with Beavers and having made contact with there. So the leaders then make their way through. Hotchin is up to 3rd place past Orton. It's Albert Webster still in, he's down to 6th position because he's been passed by Joseph Knight. So it's now 6th position for Knight, 7th place for Triggs, 8th place for Bradley Beavers, and then it's Brickley in 9th position and Smith in 10th. We'll get them to shake out a little bit. There might be a bit of switch around in the order.
Yeah, I think Knight's made it up to 5th place, actually, on that with the little exchange there. But I think it might have been Knight that potentially... No, it was Brickley on the inside, wasn't it, that made the original contact. Here we go. We're going to have a look at it now. So you've got Brickley on the inside. Beavers is in the middle. He just tries to close down the gap and get it turned in and ready. Oh. He's very lucky that didn't give him a puncture or break the suspension.
Yeah.
And you'll see as well, just as the cars slow down a little bit, ready for the contact on the exit, there is the... Oh, he just goes flying through.
It was a separate incident. I think that was Jake Triggs that he clipped the back. That George Davis clipped the back of Jake Triggs. So it was a separate incident as everyone was trying to avoid what was going on. So there was kind of 2 incidents there going on at the same time, but it looked as though, apart from unfortunately George Davis's car coming off worse from that one, everyone else is continuing on, which is the silver lining to all of that. We're now looking at this scrap that's going on here. So Joseph Knight is up to 5th position now, trying to keep Will Orr to the bay. Will not at the same pace he was running in race 1. He did say that he's making 1 or 2 mistakes in that first race, and he's sort of dropped back a little bit now that Dylan Hotchins got through into 3rd place. So 5th place for Joseph Knight, 6th now for Albert Webster, 7th place for Sid Smith, and he's been chased down by Jensen Brickley, who is still surviving after that contact with Bradley Beavers.
Yeah, it was the number 80 that he did hit. I've just had a look at it at the back of it as he's gone past, and there's a big hole in the right rear of it that's similarly shaped to the front left corner of a Fiesta Mark 5. But yeah, it was just one of those moments. You know, he was trying to carry as much speed as he could through there, and just as he tried to get back over to the right hand side to avoid him, just clipped him with that left rear, and it's obviously broken something on the car, which is a real shame. But it's testament as well, the fact that Beaver's car is continuing, just how sturdy these little Fiestas are, isn't it? Because that could have easily been a broken suspension for either of them, and it's not. But look at this now, side by side, just trying to get the move done. Is he going to get it done though? He's thinking about it, but down the straight there's not really much of a difference between the two of them. This is Smith and Webster.
Smith has got the outside line. Webster's going to hold on to it, and
There's
Brickley going for
Brickley.
another move inside. Oh, Sid Smith saw him late there, and Brickley. I mean, kudos for him for trying the moves. It didn't quite work the first time with Beavers, but that time he almost scared Sid Smith out of the way in many cases. In that side, I think it came steaming down the inside, and Sid went to go and turn in and thought, "Oh crikey, there's another car on me inside."
Good awareness.
Yeah, very good awareness, Sid Smith there. He's a mini stocks racer like Jensen Brickley is, so those two will know what kind of the world of mini stocks is. And also a fellow short oval graduate from Junior Hot Rods is Albert Webster, so he's come up from Junior Hot. So all three of them have come up from short oval racing, two in one discipline and one on the other. So the majority come through from karting, but we have got some from the junior short oval world, which is great to see. But one thing I have to get used to, of course, is that in junior short oval race they don't have gears, whereas they do they do here, of course, in the junior racing here. Now Brickley here got a good run off of Copse Corner.
I've just seen there, sorry, Webster just ran over the debris on the exit of Copse. There was obviously still that headlight assembly there, and I think, is it affecting that front left? He had a moment there as if it was, but I'm not sure. But he definitely hit that debris on the exit of Copse, and I'd be interested to see if that gives him a puncture, because it was quite a big piece of debris that he hit. Definitely ran directly over it with that front left, so I'll have to keep an eye on that and see whether it affects the car at all. But he's still fighting on. He's on the back of Brickley now, even looking down the inside. He's got the confidence to do it, nearly making contact. And Smith's going to be there thinking, oh no, what am I watching?
With Jake Trigger's getting back, it's absolutely one thing. You have to give credit to juniors. They're not scared at having a go for a move on.
Oh, no.
Right? And again, all fairness to Jensen Brickley's move there, of course. Again, these guys are novices and they're learning on the fly. They're learning on each lap they run. So, of course, there's going to be a discussion about it afterwards in the steward's office. But that's to happen afterwards. Let's focus on the racing now in terms of what's going on here. And this great race that we've got with a battling back and forth as Webster going one way then the other as Brickley goes defensive on the run into Copse Corner. But Webster just about holding on to the rear end of Brickley's cars to go through. Just a reminder, it's still Joseph Loke that leads now by 2.3 seconds from Jake Weston, with Dylan Hodgson on course for possibly a third place finish here from Will Alton. Here are our leaders, and Weston isn't getting away from Dylan Hodgson here. Looks as though that Loke has got the pace and everyone else so far out in front. So there could be a battle brewing for second place if they all come back together between Weston, Hodgson and Alton, and also improved pace from Cadwell for Joseph Knight. He possibly could be looking for a good result in 5th position there. Jensen Brickley, when they came across the line, was still in front in 6th, but they're side by side again in the background for 7th. And also we can see Jake Triggs in the 3rd of the race car consultants run cars there, and number 80, the Scotsman. He's possibly going to look up the inside of Sid Smith, which he does. Has a move, and there's a bit of a tap there from Webster as he tried to go back up the inside of Brickley on the cut back. Couldn't quite get it stuck. Going to try again here.
I've just noticed, sorry, in the number 80, after that contact, it knocked the right-hand side window out on the driver's door, if you'll notice. It's wobbling around a bit because it's obviously just deformed the side of the car slightly as he's hit it that hard. But side by side, just in front, still Webster and Brickley. Webster just in front as they go down the straight. But, well, you know these a lot better than I do, Scott. I don't think it's going to stay that way, is it?
We've also got, it's a 5-car scrap now, because look just in the background there, the Trade Price Cars delivery machine of Alex Lee's in there as well. He's at the moment in 10th position, so this is the battle in the second half of the top 10, from 6th down to 10th here as they come up through Copse Corner again. Look at that, you see the Trade Price Cars car in the background. Now for second place, Jake Weston has been caught by Dylan Hodgson here, exiting Beckett's, and Will Alton's not too far away. Again, not quite on the same pace he had in race 1 to keep up with Joseph Loke, but he is doing the best job he can. There is 5th position man Joseph Knight in the black and white car there, just the right shot, and then everyone else behind them in that pack for 6th position. It's great to see. And also I can see Bradley Beavers in the background recovering. He's just behind Alex Sprange, so Alex Sprange could possibly get an 11th place here for his first race weekend, which would be quite nice to see. And Bradley Beavers is still running, but in 12th as Weston's, the rear end of that car, really being put under pressure here from a very feisty Dylan Hodgson, who's trying to recover after a bit of a shaky qualifying. Got up to 6th in race 1. In the second race, he's on fire at the moment.
He's doing a great job, and Brickley's back ahead of Weston, by the way. Webster. They've changed around once again as they've come through Luffield. There's your race leader, though. He is still in this race, is Loke, but he's just miles out in front. Weston now having to defend here from the number 50 of Hodgson. Interesting livery on that car, actually. I quite like that. The red line that follows all the bodywork all the way around. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, just behind them as well, they need to be careful about the fact that Willem Orton, no relation to Randy, is very much in the fight here. He's just sort of waiting, biding his time, isn't he, to see what happens ahead. Because when you're in these scraps, you know, I always say in motorsport you've got to be in it to win it, and it's just one of the phrases I carry with me. But in this situation with a battle, you don't necessarily need to be the one that's really forcing the issue if the cars in front are fighting as well, because they're doing the work for you to hold themselves back and make it a little bit easier. But as this race winds down, we've got 4.5 minutes left now. You might see Orton start to make a few moves here, because he's definitely got the pace to stay with them. It's just whether he actually makes something of it. This is the number 80 now, looking down the inside of Webster. He's still behind Brickley. These two have been absolutely phenomenal to watch. Look at that wheel cocking all the way around there. And look at that now. Webster takes a very wide line into Luffield to try and get the run on the exit, because he knows down towards Copse at turn 1 is the prime opportunity to do this. But the number 80 just behind him of Triggs has also done a similar thing. He was a bit tighter on the way into Luffield, but he's still got a good run himself. And as they go down the straight then, I'm just wondering whether he gets it done.
Just quickly look at them. I think there's an issue for Sid Smith, unfortunately, because his car's going to slow down the pit straight, and unfortunately he's pulling off onto the grass at Brooklands. We look back to our scrap for second, third and fourth, and they have closed up again now. So Weston, who got his first podium on his first race in the championship with third place earlier on in race 1 this morning, he is now pushing on to try and resist from Dylan Hodgson, who got his first podium in the championship in the second race at Cadwell. He got third place, and he managed to take it away from Albert Webster, but with a great pass and to get himself through. So Joseph Knight's in a bit of no man's land there in 5th, but he is slowly closing up, but probably not close enough and quick enough to be able to trouble these 3 for second place. The lead gap for Joseph Lake, by the way, is 3.8 seconds, and he's lapping at least 3/10 quicker than the cars around him, although the cars here are lapping pretty much on the same pace. So it's all this battle that's been going on initially, and the initial pace that he had in those first few laps got him that gap. But now that we've gone to a little bit later on in the race, and whether or not Joseph's used his tyres a bit more once again, like he did in race 1 when he talked to Bryn, he said after about lap 6 his tyres were starting to go off a little bit. Maybe he's done that again, and now everyone else is setting just about a similar lap time pace. Crossed the line that time by, though. I say that. Actually, his last lap was half a second slower than the cars behind him, so the gap has gone down to 3.3. So, but that said, they either have to really come off the cliff or, touch wood, have some kind of an incident or a mistake for these 3 to close back in again. But it looks as though that initially that effort to build that gap before his tyres, he predicted possibly started to go off, seems to be working at the moment to keep these 3 at bay, who, if they keep on battling amongst each other, they're not going to catch him as quickly as they might have done if they're all kind of working together to close up.
Yeah, definitely. I think that at the moment Loke just needs to just keep his head. He's done everything really well so far, and like you say, hasn't he won every race so far this season? He has indeed, yeah. But Hodgson doing a great job at putting the pressure on, but it's quite a wise performance by Hodgson at the moment, because as Weston goes a little bit deep into Brooklands, he's on 2 wheels around there, then catching the curb, flicking up a bit of dust. But as I was going to say though, Hodgson, he's not trying too hard to send it down the inside and make really sort of bold manoeuvres. He's just following along with Weston and waiting for the opportunity to come to him, and that's one of the main things. You don't often see it in juniors because, you know, these drivers, they're younger minds, they're a bit more aggressive, and they just think about the move. They don't think about the long run game all of the time. As you say, they are learning as they go every single lap here, but this is a very, very headstrong performance by Hodgson, and Weston as well defending well. We've got the number 80 of Triggs in the pit lane, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
Jake Triggs in the pit lane, so unfortunately issues for him. I don't know if it's possibly a consequence of when he got hit from the rear by George Davis earlier on, I'm not sure, but hopefully it's nothing too serious. He can get back out again. It's up the inside. Dylan Hodgson makes contact with West. He couldn't get it stopped. The pair of them go sideways and up the inside past both of them goes Will Orton. That was almost a bit of a free pass there.
What was I saying?
I have to admit that was a little bit ambitious maybe from Dylan. He came up the inside. That's at the same time I think Jake was trying to take the corner. I didn't realise that Dylan was going to become steaming down the inside like that. But even so, it's in many cases given a free second place at the moment to Will Orton. And if Jake Weston's not careful, it might be third. And I think possibly that contact might have wounded Dylan Hodgson more than it did Jake Weston, because he's dropping back a little bit on the back straight, which is a shame.
It was definitely limping then, wasn't it? He's wide through Brooklands as well. He's actually indicating he's just gone off the circuit. I think it's broken something. Oh, he's actually had a moment. He's coming back on. He's spinning across Luffield. He's still on the grass on the inside, but something definitely broke on that car. He was really, really wide around Brooklands, which of course is a left-hander, and then suddenly the car straightened up. And as it got onto the grass, it just spun very quickly to the right, and he's now parked on the inside. So we've got double waved yellows there as we're on to the final lap of the race. But Loke is going to be one of the first cars on the scene there to see that. But luckily, like I said, out of the way. But it's a real shame that. But I nearly actually called him Randy Orton then. Orton still in second place though. He's going to be very happy with that. And as I was saying before, Scott, in it to win it. It happened in front of him, and look at this now from Knight. He's all over the back of Weston as Weston decides to take the Grand Prix loop, and this is almost looking like a podium here for Knight.
It possibly could be. It could be the same podium from race 1, or Joseph Knight, if he can pull off a move that works, is in with a chance of possibly snatching his first podium and his best result in the championship so far.
Watch
Down towards Brooklands.
Oh no, he hasn't.
Doesn't make the dive up the inside lane. He might try and go for the undercut if he forces Weston to go deep, but I think he's forcing him to go deep.
Double wave yellows though.
But he can't pass. Very good point. No, he can't pass because of Dylan Hodgson's car that's been off the road. Looks, I think that's the order that's going to stay in, but as they come up through the final couple of corners for the last time. It is going to be, it looks like third place for Jake West, another second place for Will Orton, but can you stop this boy from winning? Joseph Loke makes it 4 from 4 in the Fiesta Junior Championship for 2020. He takes a perfect score of 100 points from each race so far. Will Orton with 4 second places on the bounce now, his closest mix. And Jake Weston does pick up a second podium with third place, 4th for Joseph Knight. It's 5th for Jensen Brickley after all the action antics that he was in, and 6th place for Alex Lee. Something I'm guessing must have happened at some point between Brickley and Webster, because Alex Lee's up to 6th now. 7th for Alex for Webster. It's 8th place for Bradley Beavers and 9th place for Alex Sprainge. He picks up a top 10 on his first result, which is fantastic.
Awesome.
And also I think for Mitch Murillo coming through in 10th, what a way to start his racing career. He picks up a top 10 too, so that's fantastic to see. He comes home in 11th place, and so I believe, given everything that went on, I believe he is the last finisher across the line, because, oh no, we've got Bryony Davis, forgive me. Bryony Davis is coming home in 12th. She picks up more points towards her championship total, another race completed. Here's the replay. Oh, and just I think Dylan maybe just misjudged the braking a little bit there, and it got both very, very sideways.
Orton was lucky actually there, wasn't he? Because obviously the front-wheel drive nature of the cars, they both get on the power, and they suddenly flicked back to the left, and it just sort of cleared them out of the way for Orton, but there was nearly contact. I think if they would have carried on sliding that way, Orton was going around a little bit deep just to try and avoid that, but got away with it. And like you say, 4 wins for Loke, 4 second places for Orton.
Yep, Joseph Loke continues his run of his 100% winning record. 4 starts, 4 wins, and William Orton keeps up his 100% second place finishing order. 4 races, 4 second places. Jake Weston makes it a pair of podiums from Silverstone on his first weekend. Joseph Knight with his personal best result of 4th. Jensen Brickley had a pretty eventful race, but picks up 5th nonetheless. Alex Lee managed to pick his way through the action to get 6th position, ahead of Albert Webster in 7th place. 8th for Bradley Beavers after he got contact from Brickley at Copse Corner. 9th place for Alex Sprainge and Mitch Marie, 2 rookie drivers in their first ever weekends to get each to get a top 10. Credit where credit's due to be able to be there at the end. And then Bryony Davis, who comes home as the last finisher. Sadly, we lost Dylan Hotchin after the contact with Weston. Jake Triggs, I think, must have been a legacy of the contact with George Davis.
Yeah.
Sid Smith must have had some kind of a mechanical issue which dropped him back. I didn't see him make any contact with anyone. And then George Davis, sadly, I think, was an innocent bystander of, I think, Jake Triggs trying to avoid the first incident of cops, and then unfortunately he hit the back of Jake Triggs' car, and that unfortunately sent him parking it up at Beckett's. So, admittedly, a little bit more action-packed, maybe not something that we quite have wanted from the Fiesta Juniors, but even so, nonetheless, these are rookie drivers. They are still learning their way through the championship and getting to grips with the car. And so let's see what the top 3 from that race thought. It's exactly the same top 3 for Bryn, so familiar ground. So let's see if we can have a chat with our 3 Fiesta Juniors down there with Bryn in the Parc Fermé.
Absolutely. Thanks very much there, gents. I shall do my best, I promise. They're over to the left-hand side. We can have a look at them while. Don't look at my ugly mug with a mask on. Look at these young lads of the future. They are going to be ripping up, I'm sure, for the future, for the next number of years, really, with Fiestas, and who knows where. And Joseph Loke, we saw him 4 wins out of 4. I mean, this is just incredible. He just goes from strength to strength, doesn't he? We'll get a chat with him in just a few minutes. I'm also going to speak to Alex Spang, who is the driver of the meeting for the BRSCC. Going to speak to him about how he managed to get that particular award. But just need to get the drivers to come over. They are just, getting their masks on, doing their hair. They are all teenagers. They want to look their very best at all times, obviously. Getting some fluids as well. Very, very hot inside those cars. I mean, outside in the shade, it's quite nice and cool. In the sunshine, you do cook a little bit, and so in those cars, you'll be getting very, very warm indeed. So let's get Joseph. Over there. Joseph, can we grab a word with you very quickly? And he's going to go back for his photographs. Very important to get photographs of these two. But we'll get a quick word with him and concentrate on the other drivers as well. This is becoming quite a good habit for you, isn't it?
Yeah. Good race. I mean, it's a habit, but kind of. I'm sure it'll change. They'll catch me. There's no doubt about it. They're catching me already. From Cadwell, it was a 14-second gap in both races. Today, obviously, race 1 was only a second, and the other race was I don't know what it was then, but yeah.
They're definitely getting nearer, but the crucial thing is they're not able to get near enough. I mean, a second is still a sizable chunk of distance out there, particularly on the Silverstone National Circuit.
Yeah, one of the least technical tracks we'll go to, but it's still a good track. It's nice for people to be a lot closer because as much as it is nice to win, it's better to have a good battle with everyone else. So I'd rather come second but know that I've fought all out than win but know that I've not had to do any racing.
Well, maybe next time ease off for a couple of laps, all right? That's just not going to happen, right? As much as he wants that, it's not going to happen. Well done, great win there for Joseph. So, you know, he wants this more competitive racing and things, but he's not willing to ease off in any way. Typical racer. Let's go to our second place then. William, this was another really strong performance from you.
Yeah, on the outlap I realised the ABS wasn't working, so it was hard trying to drive around that. I was happy with the result.
But it's frustrating, isn't it? And you go out on track and you suddenly realise, because you have to put that problem to the back of your mind, because if that sits right at the very front of your thinking, it will ruin everything you do out on track.
I was just trying to focus on just giving it a little bit of break. I had to blip it when I was changing gears to stop the fronts locking, but overall a good race.
Well done. It's not been a bad day for you.
No.
You'll take it.
Yeah, thank you to the whole of Ali Rushforth Motorsport for the great setup, and Cypher for their support this season.
Well done to you.
Thank you.
Not a bad day at all. Not a bad day in the office. Let's see if we can quickly grab Jake for a second. Jake coming in third, and another strong race. And when you saw how close they're getting near the very end, I'm sure he thought for a second he might have been able to grab second. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. Everything just slipped into place other than the last 2 laps, so yeah.
Yeah, what happened there? Was it tyres?
Well, no, I just got caught up because I was just pushing my own air, and Will and Dylan were pushing together to catch up to me, and then coming into Beckett's, Dylan thought there was a move there and I was at the apex, so just one of those things, and racing's racing, so.
Certainly is, and whatever happens you'll learn from it no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. It's just it's my first race in a Fiesta, so it's just a massive learning curve, so.
If I was you, I'd be pretty happy with your day's work.
Yeah, 2/3, my first meeting. You can't be happier than that, to be fair. So.
Some people who race for years and never get that, so well done to you. Onwards and upwards.
Thank you.
Well done there to Jake. Now I want to bring one more person in. This is a guy who has raced, well, he's raced for this season, and he's self-funding. He's kind of working fully on his own, getting his budget together. He's learned so much over the course of the year, and he has been named by the BRSCC the driver of the meeting. George, well done to you, Alex. Sorry, that was a fantastic achievement for you, because your results out on track, they've been really impressive.
Yeah, it's been a journey. It's like I came into this weekend, first time I've ever been in a car by myself, and I just worked up the pace and worked up the pace and worked up the pace. First result I wasn't overly happy with, but yeah, we just pushed on for race 2, and yeah, I'm really happy with the result. Yeah,
it's always a steep learning curve, and you're learning it on your own. So little trophy there, well done to you, and I mean, you must just be stoked with what's happened so far.
It's amazing. Yeah, I like two and a half months ago I couldn't drive, and now I'm at Silverstone winning drives to me, and it's a special moment, and I'd recommend like anyone that can do it, sign yourself up for Fiesta Juniors and yeah, give it a go.
Great stuff, great testimony. Well done there to Alex. Brilliant trophy. Hold it up, just give us a cheer, give us a wave. There you go. The driver of the meeting. Well done there to Alex. Driver of the meeting for the BRSCC. Fiesta Junior, showing us again how good they are at racing. Self-funded, learning it all for himself and doing a brilliant, brilliant job. I can't get the names right, can I? But they can get it right out on track. That is for sure. So we've got more racing coming up. Back to Scott, back to Chaz, because we have for you more action from the BRSCC and the MX5s.
We do indeed. Thank you, Bryn. Good to see Alex getting the Driver of the Day or Driver of the Meeting award for that one. Good to see him. He has worked really hard. I think the first time we saw the championship was at the sample session at Brands Hatch. And ever since then, he's been so enthusiastic about it. And then from picking up a car to passing his ARDS junior racing licence to going out and testing at Liddon Hill, to get him here at Silverstone and to be able to pick up a top 10 in his second race. It's fantastic stuff. Here's the grid then for the final race of the weekend for the MX5 Championship. This is Groups A and B, so it's Sebastian Fischer on pole again with Matt Luff alongside him on the front row. Jack Brewer and Mike Comber on the second row of the grid from Oliver Allwood and Joe Wiggin. That's key, even though Joe Wiggin was disqualified from yesterday's race after a technical infringement. He's got on the back foot in terms of points. Oliver Graham and Paul Bateman on the fourth row of the grid from Ian Blake and Adam Craig to round out the top 10. And it's Owen Mills and Steve Foden, who missed the last rounds at Donington Park, but is back here and looking pretty decent in 12th place. Woodwiss. Tim Dorr, the Australian, in third alongside Ben O'Hare for close racing in 14th place. Oliver Attard and George Grant, who is doing double duty this weekend in both Mazda MX5 championships, in 16th for Nick Ledoyen and Luke Pullen, who's back in 18th place. Watch from him from 18th. He's quite a rapid young driver to come through. We'll talk about him in a second. Bill Taylor and William Breen round out the top 20 from Bo Parry and Matthew Allen for Misty Racing's first MX5 championship weekend. That's Marco Attard, former British GT champion, alongside Chris Malloy, who shares a car with Matt Fletcher. Jay Shepherd now, well, I would, if he is on the grid, it'd be incredible to see if he is on there, but the 777 car, Jay Shepherd, will be on the grid for this run if he is there in 25th after Ed Worthington's rather nasty-looking accident. Bryn Griffiths alongside him on the 13th row. Then it's Thomas Holland and Tim Storer from George King, and then Stephen New to round out the top 30. And then it's Cian Donaldson and Ollie Walden from Kevin Pemberton, who takes over the car from Chris Watts. Graham Rumsey and Andrew Dean. And then it's Gina Watkinson in 36th position on her first weekend of the championship. And at the back of the grid, David Sculler and Clive Chisnell on the 19th row. Now, the reason why I wanted to mention Luke Pullen is because I know at the start of the season, Ali Bray sort of mentioned to me that he was one to watch. He was looking pretty good in terms of testing. And one testament to that, he got the Driver of the Meeting award given to him by the championship sponsors, Wasp. And he was given that because he had an engine problem in the first race, but then the second race he started from the back of the grid, I think from about 40 cars, and I think he managed to get himself as high as 17th or so. He passed 23 cars or so in one race. He was absolutely flying up the field, and so I imagine if everything is back on song with that car, then he should be possibly able to shoot his way back up through the field. This should be pretty interesting because you've got effectively three of the championship contenders. In many ways, Mike Comber, Ollie Allwood and Joe Wiggin together on the grid, but you've got three equally quick drivers that have been quick all weekend just in front of them. So the key thing for them has to be, I'm sure, Chaz, is to try and pick them off as best they can. But as we saw in the race earlier on, when you get in the pack, momentum is key to stay with the leaders. If you make one small slip up, you don't just lose one spot, you're losing 4 or 5 potentially.
Yeah, definitely. And even when they're in a battle as well, obviously they get a bit of that, but when you're trying to catch a pack in front, if they've broken away and you're not in the slipstream, then you've automatically got this little disadvantage. You've just got to hope that the guys in front will really battle hard for it. And we've seen that before. I mean, it's an amazing sight just looking out the window that all of Woodcote is just filled with MX5s, and even still around Brooklands and Luffield as well is just absolutely awash with these fantastic little rear-wheel drive machines. And there are plenty of them lining up on the grid then, and, well, we've seen plenty of action in the MX5 Super Cup as well, and their first race in this class earlier on this morning. Of course, that was A and C. We've now got groups A and B, and it was B and C yesterday afternoon. So this is the final of the 3 races for the weekend for these cars. Yeah, and this will be each respectively these drivers' second races, because for this particular format, they have to cap the entry at 60 cars. So they split them off into 3, after their 2 qualifying groups, they then split them off based on the results. They split them off into 3 groups of effectively 20. And then they basically, each group race each other once. You get 3 races in total, but each driver will race twice, and they'll race each group will race each other twice, which means that you do get 3 sets of 100 of points set handed out in terms of wins, second places, third places, etc. So the last couple of the cars just moving into position. David Sculler and Gina Watkinson and Clive Chisnell towards the back. That means the green flag will fly. And we are all set for the final 15 minutes for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship this weekend at Silverstone. It's Fisher and Love, the 2 fastest men in their respective groups in qualifying. Let's see who can pick up the victory in this last race of the day. The red lights will be up in a second. Now they are away and racing. It's a fairly clean start from pole position for Sebastian Fisher. He will look to drag race Matt Love down towards Copse Corner. He will sweep across into the right hand to take the lead. It's Mike Comber up to 3rd, followed by Jack Brewer in 4th position. I think it is then Joe Wiggin in 5th. And there's Oliver Allwood going side by side with one of his AB Motorsport teammates, Paul Bateman, who's one of the top Masters drivers in the field. He was top Masters car on the grid as they come up through Beckett's for the first time. And here comes Matt Love making a dive up the inside already for the lead. If Fisher leaves the door open and doesn't learn his lessons from race 1, he might possibly lose more positions. Love then runs out wide on the exit trying to get the power down. And now it's the 2 fastest men in qualifying. Side by side down the straight already on this first lap. There's cars diving around all over the place as well, trying to gain any ground they can. It's a bit of a traffic jam down towards Brooklands, isn't it? But look at that, through into the inside now, into the lead. Surely he's gone and got it done, hasn't he? The 158.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like Mike Comer's managed to make his way through, I think. So into Luffield they go. It's second place now between Matt Love and Sebastian Fisher. They're both in the auto test cars. And then we've got, I think, Joe Wiggin up to 4th position, running wide. There is Matt Love, and that gives the momentum to Joe Wiggins. He squeezes his way through in the black and fluorescent pink, white and yellow car up into 3rd position. And Sebastian Fischer's coming back at Mike Comer now as they come across the line. They're going to be side by side on the sprint towards Copse Corner. And I think as they turn in, yes, he is back in front. Sebastian Fischer on the form of his life this weekend. He's absolutely flying at her this season. It's his best weekend to date so far. He's gone a little wide on the exit to allow Comer back through. And now it's Joe Wiggin in the mix now in third position. He goes up to second with the momentum of Copse Corner. He is flying at it, and his teammate Jack Brewer for Tucker Motorsport is trying to go with him. And again, it's what we said before the start. You get out of the train, and you lose one position, lose momentum. You don't just lose one place, you lose 2, 3, 4, 5. And now Fischer, who was leading exiting Copse Corner, now has got to do it all over again to get himself back up towards the front. As here comes Wiggins to try and get the lead off Comer down towards Brooklands.
It's just one big shuffle. I mean, watching them come out of Woodcote that time round, it was just like one really fast rolling start. They were just 2 by 2 completely, all the way through the mid-pack. That's the number 93 of Brewer trying to go around the outside, now down the inside of Fischer. You can see the cars just leaning as hard as they can on the door handles as they go around Luffield, and he's managed to get it done down the inside, and now just behind him as well. Allwood's trying to come through here as well. He's not quite got the overlap though. He's got to be careful because the 72 of Luff is right behind him as well. Luff started on pole yesterday afternoon and had a bit of a nightmare and dropped down quite considerably as the race began. Got a bit of a battle just going past the commentary box as well. Number 30, 87 and 67 further down, just having a big scrap there. There's just so many battles going on everywhere on track, but this train for the lead, honestly, it's like, do you want to lead? Do I want to lead? It's like a long distance running race. No one wants to be at the front.
It's a very British situation. After you. No, after you, I insist, because everyone wants the toast. It's a case of, no, you lead. No, I insist, you lead. No, I insist, you lead.
It's like holding the door for someone.
Exactly. So, ironically, no one wants to really, if you see what I mean, no one wants to give the toast to anyone else, but of course it means that they have a big disadvantage. They're the one punching the hole in the air for everyone to benefit from. So, Joe Wiggin, meanwhile, probably just wants a race victory. He doesn't even care, probably. He might care about Mike Comer going up the inside, though, into Brooklands, and he does make the move stick, and the team boss of MCR makes his way up 3. It's Mike Comer racing. It's Mike Comer leading the way now, passing Joe Wiggin. It's now Jack Brewer up to 3rd place. Got his first podium to the championship last year at Snetterton. That's when Joe Wiggins' form in the championship really started last year when he joined in 2019. As Steve Foden gets very sideways in the black and gold 77. He's now going to be trying to fend off the 29 of Adam Craig around the outside. That will be for 7th and 8th position across the line, but it's still Comer that leads it. Wiggin looking to the outside in 2nd place. The gap was 98,000 of a second across the line. And there's a bit of a lock up there with someone getting off onto the dirt. They come through the right-hander at Copse. You hear the tyres just squealing as they come through Copse Corner. And Comer now still leads. But look at this. Brewer's going to get up the inside for 2nd, potentially. Fischer's in there. Luffers looking down to the outside of everyone if he can get stopped on the brakes. Everyone's trying to be leading and out exiting brackets. It's going to be very intense. Luff's all over the curbs and out wide. Oh, goodness me. 2 cars involved. That's the 25. That is Stephen New. And the 28, that is Kevin Pemberton. And they've both come together, I'm afraid, at Copse Corner, so hopefully both are okay.
There's a car around at Beckett's as well, actually. Just seen that on the CCTV. It looks like they've just lost it on the way in, and then it's spun the other way around. There's cars dispersing all over the place. There it is, the 21.
That's Chris Malloy. So Matthew Fletcher drove that car in their first race. Fischer takes it over. As Sebastian Fischer is going for it. I think he's at 4th or 5th at the moment. Someone locks up. That's Paul Bateman going deep, and he loses a place to Ian Blake in the 95. And Jack Brewer's now into the lead now. But Jack Brewer, dare I say it, hasn't won a race just yet, but everyone's lifting off.
There's a safety car out, I believe. Yes,
yeah, safety car.
Yeah, the 2 cars off at Copse. I'm just looking at them on the CCTV now. One of them stationary. They're just getting the driver out of the car. They're just speaking to them just to make sure that they stayed where they were before the safety car came out, and now it's out. They know that it's safe for them to at least get out of the vehicles. It looks like there's been quite the big hit on the right-hand side of one of them. Obviously, that's the driver's side. And he's leaning onto the roll cage. I think he's maybe just turning the GoPro off. But at the moment, there's definitely something wrong with the 28 because the wheels are really aggressively angled to the left when he's come to a stop. So it seems to have broken something on the front right. You can see the front left hanging down as well on the 25. That's Stephen New, and that car definitely isn't new, to be honest. Very second hand at the moment.
I have to say, because we had one safety car on the front cup yesterday, but this is the first safety car of the day, if you believe it, in that many cases, because we haven't had any other championships. So, regardless of everything that's gone on, I think it's fairly impressive that the meeting's been able to carry on with only getting to this point in the afternoon where we've had a safety car. So, that's fair enough. Now, this is interesting because looking at the race order then, so Jack Brewer, who, I don't want to curse it, so I'll touch wood, hasn't won a race so far this season. He's been almost desperate to get a good result in many cases. And the strongest performance he had in any previous Mazda MX5 weekend was last year at Stesta, where he picked up his first 2 podiums. He's now worked his way into the lead, and what's impressive also is that he had an incident at Donington Park where initially he thought that was his season over, but the incredible work by Tucker Motorsport got that car rebuilt, got it resorted, got it out and ready for Silverstone, and he's repaying them now with the effort with 8.5 minutes to go into the safety car. As we see that our fantastic marshals and recovery teams are already on the scene.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of debris just behind the JCB on the CCTV camera. There's quite a bit of debris on the right.
I will say one mention is that Stephen Newman, the 25, has gone out. There are 1 or 2 marshals down there that are staying with Kevin Pemberton, who isn't out of the car yet, so I do hope he's okay. So rather than dwell on that, there is the medical response team is out there. So
yeah, just got there now.
Yeah, and if anything, they go out. For an accident like that, they always go out there purely for a precaution. And the driver's laws also go to the to see the chief medical officer, at least purely for a precaution, just to make sure there's nothing. They can get out of the car and make sure there's nothing that isn't evident that isn't initially evident for what's going on. So hopefully that's the case. Hopefully he's okay and there's not too much of a drama on that one. Let's focus on the situation with the lead then, because we've got Jack Brewer, who leads the way then from Mike Comer in 2nd place, Joe Wiggin, who was leading for a moment, in 3rd, Matt Laffey was the front row sitter in 4th place, the pole man Sebastian Fisher is in 5th, Ollie Allwood 6th, and that's probably a little bit further back than maybe he ideally would like to be. 7th place for Adam Craig, 8th for Oliver Graham, 9th for Steve Foden, and 10th for Owen Mills, with Ian Blake in 11th place from Paul Bateman in 12th. And then it's Ben O'Hare in 13th. He's had a couple of strong results throughout the season so far, and he's had a couple of top 10s. And there is just the white car with the offset black and red stripes just there going through the shot there in 13th place, just ahead of Tim Dorr, Bill Taylor, then Tim Dorr, and then it's the 60 of one of our Attards, or Attard family. That is Oliver Attard, and he is ahead of Luke Pullen in 17th place. I was expecting him to make a few more strides up the field, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to just yet. So it's back in 17th place, and maybe finding it a bit more difficult to pick his way through the order this time, maybe on a circuit where there is a lot more slipstreaming and toes in that sense. Lick Ledoyen sits 18th. We've got Matt Allen in his and Misty Racing's first weekend in the MX5 Championship, so welcome to them, because they're also running for the first time a car in the, as we saw, the Fiesta Junior Championship for Mitch Marie. So 2 new championships for them this weekend. They've also got some racing going on at Brands Hatch. They've spread their team out between 5 different cars, because about 4 or 5 different championships, which is quite extraordinary. But such is the outfit for Club Motorsport.
Yeah, and it's infectious, isn't it? It's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So the car's still making their way around under the safety car.
Oh, wow, they've just on one of our CCTV cameras, they're just airlifting the 25 out of the way. There's big damage to the front right of the car, bodywork-wise. The wheel itself looks okay, but the bodywork's been knocked in by quite a considerable amount. The medical team are still with the 28, so they're just working with him just to get him out of the car, just to make sure everything's all fine. But as we know, Copse is it's quite the fast corner, isn't it? So if you've got one of these cars going one way, then potentially the other and just taking a hit, he is out of the car and he's walking under his own power. I think he's just sustained a little bit of an injury to his right hand. Potentially, he was just holding that there, but he is out of the car under his own power, which is great to see. And the marshals are now working on getting the car out of the way of the circuit. So good news there that Kevin is okay. And we do, obviously, if he has injured his hand, wish him the quickest of recoveries.
Of course. Obviously, what happens, just in case whether he's just simply bruised it or not, but the best thing to do is obviously allow the medical teams and, of course, chief medical officer to look them over. He'll go to the medical centre just to get himself checked over to make sure it's nothing too serious. And, of course, fingers crossed that he is apart from maybe just a bit of a bruise in his hand, he is okay. But rather than speculate that, let's focus back on the race, which could potentially give us a bit of a sprint finish here, because we've got just over 4.5 minutes to go in this race, and I think the only person that will want this to stay on the safety car is Jack Brewer, because if it does, he'll have got into the lead at exactly the right time before the safety car came out. So, but if we do get back underway, he's going to have to possibly defend like nothing else in his life or in his racing career to try and hold on to this, because as we say, he hasn't won a race yet. He has finished on the podium, but nothing is ever guaranteed. So rather than saying guaranteed, saying he is going to win, things can obviously definitely change.
Oh, yeah.
Now, for the record, in terms of timing, just quickly, they have pushed away the Kevin Pemberton car, and the medical response unit is also just about to leave. So I know that's probably slowing up the field a bit on the safety car, maybe to give them a bit more time to clear some track vehicles. I don't think it's going to be they're going to move them quicker. They might do, in fact, actually. They might even move them quick enough to maybe get them underway this time by. Just keep an eye on the lights on top of the safety car here. If they go out, which they're still on at the moment, but the thing is they have to let them go with a reasonable amount of time, so they might even let them go around for one more time. So it could be maybe a 2-lap sprint to finish up the race. But it does appear as though I think Kevin Pemberton's car probably has been moved. And yeah, they're going to go around for one more lap, I think, just to make sure, rather than spring the surprise on them. So safety car leading the way. In terms of the championship contenders, I counted really 4 coming into the weekend, and those were I think in points order. It was coming into the weekend. It was Joe Wiggin from Oliver Allwood, then Mike Comber, and then from Will Blackwell Chambers. And I think this weekend, in some cases, might have possibly just turned the championship battle a little bit on its head, because we had Will Blackwell Chambers unable to start yesterday's first race. I think there were an issue they were trying to solve before the start of the race, which they couldn't able to do. There was a chance he might be able to start from the pit lane, but he missed that, sadly. Then we had Joe Wiggin, who was discovered after the race to have found a technical infringement on his car. So he has had his race win yesterday taken away, unfortunately, and that won't count as a drop score either, because they've changed the rule because of the shortened season, where it used to be normally you'd have 3 drop scores you take, but this year, because it's a shorter season, they're doing just the 1, so that makes a bit more sense there. And then it opens the door in some cases for both Mike Comber and Oliver Allwood. And Oliver Allwood, of course, he took 100 points, which would have helped him, I think, at least get ahead of Joe Wiggin. And then Mike Comber, of course, will want to try and take points away from Joe as well, so that'd be quite key. Now then, safety car lights are out, which means that this time by, we will get racing back underway. And I think we might have enough time.
Potentially 2 laps?
Yeah, 2 laps. It'll be they'll start the penultimate lap when they come across the line, and then there will be one proper flying lap towards the finish. So this is the challenge then, Chaz. Here's the big question. Can Jack Brewer potentially hold on for 2 laps to take his first MX5 championship win? It's a big question, but I guess the answer should is, I guess we'll find out.
Well, I mean, judging how it's been so far, Griffiths in 20th place could still take the win at this point. It's honestly amazing, the battles that we get here. We've got 1 minute and 40 seconds. So as the safety car just crosses the line now to enter the pit lane, Brewer is going to get this underway. He's got Comer literally pushing him around the exit of Luffield here, Scott, but I don't think we're going to see any sort of calm racing as we get underway once again here at Silverstone.
Yep, he's got a restart, but unfortunately for Jack, Comer's gone with him, so that's pretty tricky. There's 1 or 2 cars, but actually going side by side. That's a bit cheeky. Oh, and that's interesting. Now then, Matt Luff looked to me as if he was in front. Unless I got that right. Yeah, Matt Luff was in front of Joe Wiggin before they crossed the line. Now that's not allowed, of course. You have to race till you get across the line. That's where the green flag is, and Joe probably didn't get a good enough restart, so he's got the momentum back. That might be Matt Luff's maybe defence, but at the same time, the rule is the rule. You cannot pass before he gets the green flag, so that could be a tricky one, possibly even a penalty for Matt Luff. We'll wait for the stewards to make their own decision on that one. Meanwhile, Jack Brewer does indeed still lead. It's 2nd place for Comber. Luff is in 3rd at the moment, but Joe Wiggin might feel as though, again, because he overtook him with the yellow flags, it should be him there instead. Fisher is 5th, Allwood 6th. Then it's 7th place for Adam Craig. It's Graham, Foden and Mills. But the top 2 have been breaking away. And there goes Joe Wiggin trying to make a pass down the outside for 3rd place. A lock-up from Seb Fisher. Has to be careful not to hit the back of Wiggin as he goes into the left-hander at Brooklands. And Allwood's in there as well. Side by side between Craig and Graham. That's over 7th and 8th positions. And now as they come out of Luffield, this is the crucial part of the race now. We've got 15 seconds to go. There is 1 more lap left here. 1 more lap to decide who wins this race. Is it going to be Jack Brewer for the first time? Is it going to be Mike Comber for add another trophy to his cabinet? We'll have to wait and see. It's possibly side by side for Thursday come across the line. The timer hits 0 now, but they have started the last lap, and it is side by side for Thursday. Joe Wiggin dives down the inside into Cop's corner and possibly even leans on Luff a little bit. Luff goes over the curb and holds on. They're both going wide on the exit. 5th place now for Fisher, 6th for Allwood, then it's still Craig from Graham, Foden and Mills. Meanwhile, for the lead, Comer is still almost pushing Jack Brewer here. Now, if he's going to try and make a move, it'll have to be down towards Brooklands, because that's the possible only opportunity that he's got. He will stay close in the slipstream. This is now where Jack Brewer really has to get defensive and hope that he can hold on to the position. Out of Beckett's for the final time, down the back straight. It's going to be side by side for 3rd again. Fisher is also in there looking to try and get 5th, and here comes Comer up the inside. Is he going to make the move? Brewer might let him go round the outside if he can try and stick there. If he can hold on to the outside, he will try. He is going round the outside. If he can hold on, it's still side by side, and Brewer will try and fight it all the way, but Comer has got through. into Brooks. As I said, that was the key opportunity, and he's absolutely taken it with both hands. Out of left field for the final time. Brewer will try and win a little wide there for Coleman. It could be the resurgence there for Brewer. He tries to go around the outside. It's going to be side by side or a photo finish, but in a drag race to the line, possibly a second of the win. Cross the line, they go, almost a photo finish, but Coleman does get it on the line by 84 one-thousandths of a second. Brewer is second, and he only finished ahead of his teammate by 87 thousandths of a second, with Joe Wiggin in third. Fisher gets fourth ahead of Allwood and Love, with Foden, Craig, Graham and Mills in the top 10. That top 10 covered by 2.1 seconds, and Steve Foden set the fastest lap on the last lap of the race.
Well.
And breathe.
Yeah,
that was a tense finish, and I did sound the run to it. Brookins was going to be the key opportunity.
Yeah.
And Comer took it with both hands, stuck it down the inside, and credit to Jack Brewer. He tried so hard to stick around the outside line, but Comer closed off the avenues to go back up the inside at left field, got the move done, and that's a win for Mike Comer.
Top 10 separated by less than... top 20 separated by less than 10 seconds. That's intense, that is. But yeah, like you say, Brewer, he tried to get it back. He could have made a real issue of it by trying to go squeezing down the inside of Woodcote. You saw that he did go to the right, and he thought, no, let's not do that. Let's go back right behind him. Just try and push him to the line and dive out. And unfortunately didn't quite get it over the line. Good stuff from Wigan in third, though. He managed to get that back from Luffy, who eventually finished sixth. But there is your result, Scott.
So Mike Comber makes the pass when it counts, and he wins the final race of the weekend for the MX5 Championship. But he does it by 84 one-thousandths of a second from Jack Brewer, who was so close to that first win. But he knows he's got the confidence now to get into that position and race at the front. He knows his pace, and that should give him some good confidence heading to Donington. To Brands Hatch, forgive me. Then it's Joe Wiggin, third place. It's a make-up for yesterday after winning the race. Sebastian Fisher gets fourth. Then it's Oliver Allwood in fifth position from Matt Luff in sixth. Steve Foden with the fastest lap on that last lap gets seventh. Adam Craig finishes 8th, and it's Oliver Graham and Owen Mills rounding up the top 10. Good run from Owen Mills this weekend. He's had a couple of good results and good pace. Ian Blake equally in 11th place. Paul Bateman, I think, was top Masters driver home in 12th. He was. From Ben O'Hare in 13th, Oliver Attard in 14th, then Tim Dorr in 15th place, then Bill Taylor, Luke Pullen, who couldn't make the progress I thought he would, but in 17th place for him. Matt Allen gets 18th from Nick Ledoyen, and Bryn Griffiths to round out the top 20. As you say, top 20 covered by less than 10 seconds. Impressive stuff. Safety car restart or not. Bo Parry 21st. From Kean Donaldson 22nd, then William Bream, Thomas Holland, Clive Chisnell, Graham Rumsey, George King, Marco Attard 28th. So not quite the weekend I guess he was hoping, but it is his first weekend in the MX5, so he's still learning. Even British GT champions can learn new things. And then Ollie Walden and Chris Malloy round out the top 30. And then the last of the finishes, we had Tim Storer, Andrew Dean, George Grant, Gina Watkinson and David Sculler. And then the two cars that we saw getting involved with each other at Cops Corner, which caused the safety car, sadly, Stephen New and Kevin Pemberton. I imagine Kevin has gone to the medical centre, but again, you did look he was holding his hand or his wrist. But we all hope that he is as okay as he can be in that situation. Of course, he will have gone there purely at least as a precaution, as anyone does in any incident. So there is the top three from our final MX5 Championship race of the weekend. And to have a chat to our top three and find out how that last sprint finish was in those last two laps, we'll throw you back down to Bryn when he's ready in a couple of moments' time. But that's our MX5 action done for the Mark 1. Super Cup coming up later, but Bryn will have the top three in a couple of moments' time.
Thanks very much there, gents. Yeah, what a race. What an end. I mean, the safety car coming out there, 2 laps, 2 flying laps really at the end, and the very final corners. Well, no one was leaving anything worth. They all finished. They're all going home at the end of this. Why not finish with a flurry or a McFlurry if you're anywhere near a fast food chain? Never mind. Right, let's get some winners, shall we? I can't breathe in the mask. It's given me all lightheaded. That's the trouble. Right then. What a race there, Mike. The last couple of corners in particular.
Yeah, no, it was a great race. Jack did brilliant to get a good getaway. Got a bit of breathing space when I think Joe missed a gear. Otherwise, it would have been a lot harder if I had the pressure of someone like Joe on the back of me. So, and to be honest, my team didn't have a pit board out to tell me how long was left, but I saw their pit board. So I knew there's a lap left, so thanks Team Tucker for helping out on that side.
Well, that's just evil, isn't it? Not only you thank them for that, but you got them on the last couple of corners as well. When you look at the race and the way it was panning out, particularly with the safety car, you don't know how long you're going to get after the restart. You have to stay so focused, don't you? And you must have had that belief that you were going to find a jump at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I've really struggled this weekend. Cars felt great, just it's a bit of a power circuit, and I'm not down on power. I'm not going to sort of say that that's the issue. It's just that it's so evenly matched, and the toe makes such a difference. Whenever you hit the front, it's just so difficult to pull away. So yeah, it's just I was just thinking, as long as I'm near the front, whenever there's an opportunity, take it, because you never know when the next one's going to come. That was the game plan, and it worked. But great drive from Jack. It's he's not as experienced at the front end, but he's fitted in really well in there. You'd think that he'd had years of experience. He drove really well there.
We often see it with a lot of MX5 racing that the car at the front can never pull away, but the car behind finds it hard to get past. So for you to find that little way through, was it experience or was it a mistake?
No, a bit of experience really. Just sort of knowing I've been on the wrong side a few times around here, so I was determined to not repeat those sort of mistakes really, and so experience really. But Jack drove brilliant. He couldn't have done any more. Gave me racing room at the same time as a bit like earlier on when he overtook me. Fantastic move. Racing room, it makes great racing, and I've got a lot of respect for every driver on the grid.
It's a fantastic race to watch. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There you go, race winner. Speaking to him, let's get Jack in as well. So Jack came second. I mean, really, the very last few corners of the entire race there. Jack, talk us through that. You so nearly had it.
What can I say? It was just a really good race. The safety car, it was the first time I've led a safety car restart, so that was a bit new for me. Mike drove really well. He was really clean. I got a good move on him earlier on in the race, and then towards the end of the race, it was last lap. I didn't realise it was last lap, if I'm perfectly honest, and left the car's width on the inside, and he filled it. So fair play to him. It was a good clean move, and I think we had a pretty good race, to be honest.
Well, he just said that his team didn't put a pit board out to say it was the last lap. He saw it because of your team's pit board.
Whoops.
It was a great race. Well done.
Thank you very much. Big thank you to all my sponsors as well, Airborne Graphics and Signs and EPTA Projects, Apta Projects. They've just been brilliant the whole season, and obviously massive thank you to Tucker Motorsport for preparing the car, because they've done the best job all weekend, so thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff. We've got time for one quick word then from the third place driver as the cars come up to the grid for the very next race. These BRSCC meetings, the racing does come thick and fast. Joe, talk us through that third place for you.
Yeah, it was hard really. With the safety car, I didn't really get into the groove of like we wanted to, but thanks to Tucker Motorsport, SFR, Eco Trailer, CN Signs, we're still on the podium. It's been a good weekend, I suppose. Well done to Jack, my teammate, on second place. Just got unlucky really. We didn't do the first race this morning, so we didn't have a bit of track knowledge, and I think we just missed the setup a little bit, and I was just struggling. So to get back on the podium is a great result, and I'll never say no to a trophy.
Exactly, it's always nice to finish with a bit of something for the mantelpiece.
Yeah, the car's in one piece, so I can't complain really.
Well done. There you go, great stuff from the drivers from the Mazda MX-5s. We are back with another race. Like, you can hear them probably getting ready just over your shoulder. If you were to glance around, you'd see it right now, but we're going to wait just a few seconds because I've got to hand back to our commentators, to Chaz, to Scott, for more action from the BRSCC with the Fiestas once again.
We love a bit of Fiesta action here on this race weekend. We've got more coming up once more. It is the combined grid for the Hyperdrive STXR Challenge and the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, racing with MRF tyres. Two championships that are sharing a grid once again. They would normally have standalone grids, but to make sure we get all the races in for this compressed season, we now, of course, have enjoying themselves on the grid together, as they did for their first rounds at Cadwell Park. As we've got the grid come up, a couple of cars might be out of position. That looks like that's the MX5 Super Cup grid, I think. So I think rather than that, I think we'll should be able to pick up the grid on the TSR timing.
You'll just see on the screen as well. I was just trying to point then some of the cars. It must be very hot out there. I mean, you can see the heat haze in it as well. Like I said before, even with the sunburn and windburn, some of the drivers even now, even though they've just got to the grid, they're waving the door around just to get a bit of air circulation in the car. So the temperature could be a bit of a challenge for a lot of the drivers in the many series that we've got here this afternoon as the heat continues to rise. We have 4 races of the day left. This is race 12 of the weekend. We've got the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Super Cup after this, then the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK and VW Cup all in one race. And then to end the day, we've got a 45-minute race in the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy with the City Car Cup. That's going to be an absolute belter. If you want mixed cars on a grid, and that is the place to get it.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You've got anything from a Capri to a Celica and then a Toyota Aygo as well. It's just amazing to watch. And then BMWs as well. It's just, what a great grid there is in that.
and plenty of MX5s and everything else in between. So the cars head off on their formation lap for the second race, and here is the grid. So this is the results from race 1. So John Cooper, who won the Turbo Invitation class earlier on, takes pole position in that class. From Danny Harrison alongside him, then it's David Knight, and BTCC favourite Paul O'Neill starts in 4th. Then it's the regular championship competitors, with race 1 winner Sam Watkins on that class pole in 5th overall, from Ethan Rogers alongside him on 6th on the grid. 7th place on the grid is Ben Winrow. Alongside him is Dominic Bush from Zachary Lucas and Richard Ashmole. Then it's Spencer Stevenson and Rob Smith on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is Robert Stevens and Sam Walter, and then Ollie Turner, who had that spin at Brooklands early on. I didn't see if it was any contact or not, but he starts 15th at the back of the Fiesta grid along with Marco Ricci and Jamie Goings to make up the 17 Fiesta Championship competitors. Then there's our grid back. There'll be a 10-second gap, and then we'll have William Heslop starting on pole for the STXR Challenge contingent. He starts alongside Chris Grimes in 2nd place, with Mark Robinson in 3rd on that grid alongside Chris Jones on the 2nd row of the STXRs. Then it's 3rd row for the STXRs, Justin Roberts and Michael Blackburn. Jason Hennefert in his Class B Escort alongside Paul McHugh, who's hoping for better fortunes than he had in his 2nd Civic Cup race after he lost out on his pole. Adam Bissell and Sam Beckett, who is a usual front runner but had some issues after he had a spin earlier on in that race up at Brooklands 2. Then it's Tony Mumford and Paul Green in his Class A machine from Alec Townley and Matthew Spencer. Last year's Class D car, but with increased competition, finding it a bit more difficult this year. Ron Lofstad and Matthew Morton, who came into the weekend as Class A championship leader, if I'm correct. And then the last couple of cars being John Spencer and Luke Woodward, who's hopefully on the grid, who don't think started the race or stopped on the first lap either way. And then Michael Rudge, who's in his first season of STXR racing at the back of the grid of this mammoth lineup. So it is in total... it is a 36-car grid in total. We've got 17 Fiesta Championship cars, 19 STXR Challenge cars. This is, as we said earlier on this morning, it's more of an away round for the STXR Challenge because they normally race in northwestern venues, places like regularly Croft and Alton Park and Anglesey, forgive me, but they have also raced at places like Croft. They're at Cadwell Park for their second rounds, and they've been to other circuits like Silverstone here a couple of times. They've been to Snetterton as well, Mallory Park as well. They were at last year, so they do go to an away round every year or so to kind of give them a different bit of environment from their usual 2 haunts. But the car's making their way around onto the grid. And the key question, I think, key points are going to be, I guess, with the Turbo Fiestas, is John Cooper going to be able to make it 2 from 2 in that class, or is any of the 3 cars behind him going to be able to stay with him? Of course, it looks as though I think it might have been maybe just for Cadwell only, but at least for here it's different, where the Turbo Fiestas are that much quicker that they are in an overall position where they are overall leading, but of course they're that quick that they're not getting in the way of the other championship point-scoring cars in the Fiesta Championship because they're that quick and they're in their own race. And as we saw, by the time they're getting towards the end of the race, they were lapping some of the other Fiesta Championship cars in there too, amongst all the STXR traffic. So that's the key thing. For the Championship scoring cars, it'll be a case of if Sam Watkinson can pick up win for 2 from 2, or if either Ben Winrow or Ethan Rogers can maybe make it up. Either way, if 2010 Racing can get another podium lockout for the championship class, Simon Hunt's going to be very happy for his weekend's work. And as for the STXR Challenge, it's going to be William Heslop looking for another victory, but let's see if either Chris Grimes or Mark Robinson can make it work. And 2 cars to watch out for in the Fiesta Championship, just poking out there, just the blue and yellow car there is Ollie Turner. Watch for him. He was quick in qualifying with pole, and also watch for Mark Robinson and also Sam Beckett. The green flag is at the back, and we're set for more Fiesta hot hatch action. The STXR Challenge and Fiesta Championship all set to get underway here at Silverstone for race 2. The race is underway for the Fiesta Championship. It's a pretty equal launch, but it's a slightly better one. It looks as though for Cooper as they head down towards Copse for the first time. Harrington's on his inside into the right hand. He'll try and go with him side by side. Equally with 2 old touring car sparring partners, Nye and O'Neill. Nye runs wide a little bit as the STXRs get underway. It looks like in the Championship class cars, it's been a lightning getaway for Sam Watkins. He's almost with the turbo cars, and a great start for Zachary Lucas. Meanwhile, here come the STXRs with William Heslop leading the way from Chris Grimes in 2nd place. It's 3rd for Mark Robinson, and an equally good start, it looks as though, as well, once again, for Chris Jones in that Escort XR3i, and Justin Roberts appears to have gone with him. So, onto the back straight for the first time. It's side by side for the lead in the Turbo Invitation class as Cooper holds on from Harrison, still with Nye and O'Neill in touching distance. Up the inside for second goes David Nye. He's a wily old fox, is David Nye, former BTCC racer like Paul O'Neill has been, and they're all staying together now as we see Sam Watkins in 5th position. I did see also up to 2nd place, it looked like, was Ben Winrow from 3rd on the grid in the championship class, so he's making some good progress in his opening couple of laps. Also up there is Zachary Lucas. I think he's dropped back to 4th behind Ethan Rogers. But there go the turbo cars out of the first end of the first lap. Across the line they go with Cooper in the lead and Nye up to 2nd place. Now these two, of course, were playing cat and mouse at Cabell Park with Cooper and I, but of course with these 2 extra turbo cars on the grid, it's great. Here's our STXRs, and it's still Heslop leading, but you have to say, looking at that, at the exit of Lufford on towards Woodcote, that compared to the first race, Chris Grimes is right underneath his rear wing. Mark Robertson watching on with great interest in third. Yeah, it's been a good start for Grimes, to be honest. He's trying to keep the pressure on, but in the second class on track, like you said, Watkins has been flying. Oh, there's contact there between the 11 and the 5. That is Richard Ashmole. He's having a bit of a moment. He had a bit of a slide, and then the car going around the outside of him also got into his door. They're giving him a bit of a kiss there. Nice, still ahead of Harrison. You can just see Harrison having a little poke down the inside. Paul O'Neill was saying after the first race that he wanted to stay with these guys a little bit more. Seems like he's doing that at the moment, but Watkins is flying away at the moment. Just trying to watch now for the other 112, just trying to tuck it down the inside there. That was, I believe it was Stevenson, wasn't it? Just trying to, oh, the big hop there. That was the 23 of Zachary Lucas. He was going rallycross in there. I've heard that these apparently do make good rallycross cars, these STs, but that was a real moment, especially around Luffield. That's not somewhere that you want to have that happen to you. No, I think it was side by side there between, it looked like it was Spencer Stevenson and possibly Richard Ashmole there. I saw them on the CCTV camera. One car into the pit lane. And dare I say, it looked like Ethan Rogers. So Ethan Rogers, he had an issue of some kind. In fact, yeah, Rogers is dropping down the order. Yes, he is in the pit lane. So an issue there. I think, was that even possibly the consequence of the contact from Beckett's? I'm not sure, but he's in the pit lane, sadly. So there go the Turbo Fiestas in the Fiesta Championship. And Watkins is away at a canter. These guys aren't there. Look at this. Ashmole for Spencer Stevenson. And then Zachary Lucas has to avoid the back end of hit going into the rear of Spencer Stevenson. Dominic Bush. And look at Ollie Turner. He's up in the mix as well. He started pretty much towards the back of the Fiesta Championship field. He's going 3 abreast. He told me the car was feeling great at Cowell. It feels even better here at Silverstone. And he's absolutely flying in his opening 2 laps. Look at this. It'll feel better in a moment when he gets ahead of the pair of them. But that's if he pulls this manoeuvre off. There's still 3 wide going towards Brooklands then. Looking down the inside is Ashmole. It squeezes the gap, but look at that, through the middle though, still the number 23. Oh, there's wheel-to-wheel contact, a little bit of a hop into Luffield. He says, no, I'm still here, mate, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Still makes the corner, manages to make moves, gives him a bit of a kiss on the rear end, just inspects that rear bumper to see if there is still a tow hook on it. And what a fantastic bit of driving that was there from Oliver Turner. Manages to just keep that car somehow on the ground around Luffield, and it was the 23 on the previous lap, Zachary Lucas, that did that. So he's probably thinking, I know what that feels like, mate. That's not the most comfortable of things. We're looking now at Nye in second place, trying to get after Cooper. And we saw in the first race this afternoon, though, in this one, Scott, Cooper broke away, but then through the traffic, he really lost out. And it was Harrison all over the back of him. But now it's Nye. Maybe Nye could manage this a bit differently and go after him just on pure race pace. Potentially. It's a definite possibility. And at Cabell Park on the twisty circuits, it was Nye that seemed to have the pace over Cooper for most of the weekend, it seems. So heading out through the Fiesta Championship, out through the right-hander of Beckett's onto the back straight and towards the complex of Brooklands. Here's the STXR runners, top 3 altogether. So William Heslop leads the way from, in fact, there's a bit of a change there, I think, actually, because that's now Michael Blackburn. Now, I think Chris Grimes is into the lead now. Yes, he is. So Chris Grimes, I've got confused by the dark blue cars there. So it's Chris Grimes in the blue car with the white stripes. Heslop into second place now. It's now Michael Blackburn, a former Escort XR3i driver, into third place. And Mark Robertson in fourth, but it could be second for Michael Blackburn if he plays his cards right. See Justin Roberts in the background in fifth there as they head through Brooklands. So if this actually holds on, Chris Grimes could be the first man, other than William Heslop or Mark Robinson, that wins a round of the STXR Challenge overall, which would be quite impressive to see. And Chris Grimes so far is holding that advantage in the 10 Sport Performance machine. I was also going to try and see if I can find out where Sam Beckett was at the moment, but it's not on our timing screen just yet. Danny Harrison with the fastest lap of the race now, 1 minute 6.240. Just holding on to third place. And the top 3 are still separated by 1.1 seconds, so it's pretty close between them in these Turbo Fiestas. Here comes Justin Roberts. He's got past Chris Jones in the leading Class B Escort XR3i. Adam Bissell comes through next, then Sam Beckett. There he is. And there is Jason Hennifer, who leads the points in the Class B after... Beckett's 24th at the moment, sorry, just having a quick check there. He has moved up a position on that previous lap. Did his personal best as well last time round, and he was half a second quicker than the car in front, which was Bissell. So he's making waves at the moment, is Beckett. As we see now, this fantastic battle still. Heslop, Blackburn all over the back of him, and he's not letting him get away with this. You've got to think as well, we've seen this plenty of times today, where Robinson is now in the box seat here, because with this battle going on in front, he's sort of just magnetising to the back of it as the two of them hold each other up. And we saw earlier in the junior race that it all came down to a rather aggressive dive down the inside into Beckett's that took the 2 cars out in front of the third one running in the battle. But whether that happens here is yet to be seen, as Robinson in the 69 car now just
catching his bearings a little bit. But in front, though, the battle is definitely livening up. And the bungee cord effect is coming back here again, Scott, that I mentioned earlier, where one of the cars will break away a little bit over a couple of corners, then back into the slipstream, will just reel him in again. Yeah,
and that's a key thing. Of course, you have to keep momentum, particularly on a circuit like this. We talked about so many times today. As we see Michael Blackburn having a pretty decent first weekend. I say decent, that's a bit of an understatement at the moment, being in third place in the ST for the first time. Mark Robinson, who usually has to stare at the back of William Heslop's car, or vice versa when they were battling in the first 2 rounds at Alton Park in Cadwell, is certainly having to get used to being not in first or second now. It looks that we've got a couple of drivers that are able to take the fight here, and hopefully in their next rounds, which are due to be, I think, next month at Alton Park again, it's their second visit, are hoping that they can also make that stick. And Chris Jones in the background, Otis, he's really giving it some in that XR3i. He's back up to 5th position overall now in that one, as now Michael Blackburn has a look and he darts out and possibly tries to unsettle the last year's overall and Class A champion when he was in the Fiesta XR2s, William Heslop, and he's almost just allowing Michael Blackburn that small opportunity to squeeze through if he can, as they head up through Woodcote once again, and Blackburn tries to draw alongside, and Heslop has to give him the room as they come up through Woodcote corner. I can't even speak, it's been so much action. Woodcote corner on the run towards Copse. And we're looking further back here. There's a good battle going on here between some of the cars further down the order.
Oh, and actually there's been a change for lead. Nye has overtaken Cooper on the previous lap, and they're going 3 wide down the straight, actually, with Harrison going one side of the lap traffic, Cooper going the other. O'Neill still trying to hold on there, but it looks like he's dropped off a little bit from those guys. He's a couple of seconds back now, but Nye is now trying to put the Harrison, I've got the two of them confused again, trying to put the pressure on Cooper to take that second place. Cooper, for the first time over the course of the day, has lost the lead in class, and now Nye is going to try and break away here, Scott, but as we saw before, through the traffic, even for Cooper, it is not easy to do when there's so many different pace levels of these cars.
Absolutely, these Turbo Fiestas are, I have to admit, I think even some of the STXR drivers probably would have seen them being lapped at Camel Park, probably wouldn't have realised just how quick they are on the straights.
Oh yeah, they are
here
fast.
At Silverstone. And we saw 1 or 2 drivers get a bit spooked out of the way by just how quick these cars really were. But this is a fascinating fight between these Turbo Fiestas, and it is a look into the future for the Fiesta Championship, because this is an invitation class for them, but next year the plan is to have a few more of these out to run their own class as a point scoring class, and they're certainly using this year, this rather unusual year, as a bit of a chance to develop these cars on track further, to get some feedback from some drivers like, of course, Danny Harrison and David Nye and John Cooper, and indeed Paul O'Neill, who are very experienced, to get their feedback, to develop them in terms of the setup, and to try and find a good baseline for these cars to be set up so that when they do get a few more out on track next time, it can work. Now, John Cooper is coming back at David Nye, but he has still got David Harrison on his tail as they come. So Danny Harrison, that's David's his dad, Danny Harrison in the mix as well. They're just coming up to put a lap on Justin Roberts as Cooper has a look out, just peeks around the outside. Harrison thinks about diving down the outside to take second place in the invitation class as Justin Roberts completely gets out of the way. I'm having no part in this battle, thank you very much. And Chris Jones also points out the window. That way, boys, go to my right. I'm not going to get involved. That's 4. This is 4 now. Second place, STXR's in front. That was Michael Blackburn getting past Will Heslop. As meanwhile, John Cooper is going for the lead back again into Brooklands, but he can't quite make it stick. And David Nye now under a lot of pressure, and all Cooper had to hesitate on the apex coming out of Brooklands there. That's brought Harrison right back onto his tail. I don't think he realised that Nye was going to shut the door that quickly. And also just in front, you can see that Michael Blackburn has indeed got past William Heslop for second place. So it's now the championship contenders in the top 2, 3rd and 4th, for 2nd and 3rd overall, and in the invitation class. Here comes Danny Harrison again. Just weaving this way and that, but at the moment, Chaz, no way through.
No, that's it. He's piling the pressure on. You cannot doubt that for a second, but great to see these top 3 once again very close together. And I mean, all afternoon we've been saying in the Civic Cup that we saw earlier, a small field doesn't mean that you're going to be short of action, and 3 cars here proving that even further as they go down towards Beckett's once again. Nye just trying not to get held up there. Cooper in there as well, and then Harrison right behind. Paul O'Neill, of course, dropped off this pack again a little bit. We've actually had a message from our very beloved David Addison saying that Paul's probably too busy tweeting to focus on the racing at the moment. But Watkins behind them, by the way, 5th overall, leading the Fiesta class. Absolutely flying, isn't he? But look at this, Nye having to defend now. This is getting feisty with only 4 minutes to go.
I imagine he's going to get stick for that, obviously, when he goes to the BCC paddock next weekend. So I think that if he didn't get stick enough already from David Addison and co, he's going to get quite a bit of it in spades next time. It'd be quite nice if we can possibly just taking a look at our championship class runners, because we've still got Watkins leading the way in in the championship class in 5th overall. But we've got a bit of a closing up battle going on for 2nd place between Ben Winrow and Spencer Stevenson as we go through. We've got a few of the tail enders of the championship class in the Fiesta Championship. There's your leader in STXRs, Chris Grimes. He could be on course at the moment, provided nothing happens in the next 3.5 minutes, touch wood, for him to take his first win of a championship in his first season. So good to see if he can break the stranglehold that both Will Heslop and Mark Robinson have. There's the turbo cars putting a lap on Sam Walton, one of the Specialised Motorsport machines. David Nye now holding on to that bit. It looks though through the traffic there that Cooper's managed to get past them quicker than Danny Harrison could, and he's lost a couple of car lengths as a result. Next car which the turbo cars will come onto lap is their fellow Mark 7 Fiesta, which is the regular Z-Tech S model of Marco Ricci, London-based Italian. As they come through Brooklands once again, a little wide there for Marco, but he'll try and move out the way as best he can. I want to give a quick update as I can, just looking on the timing screen of our championship running cars. It is still Watkins leading the way by 5 seconds. He really is dominating here today at Silverstone. From Ben Winrow in 2nd place on his first weekend of the championship. Spencer Stevenson's 3rd in that race from Dominic Bush, and then Ollie Turner, who started towards the back of the Fiesta Championship after he spun at Brooklands in race 1. He's managed to pick his way back up to 5th, and that's where kind of he stayed at the moment. He's got a 2-second gap to try and make up in the next few minutes to Dominic Bush if he can, but it might be 5th he has to settle for as a result of that.
Robinson's just gone onto the podium, by the way, in his class. He's just passed Heslop as they came out of Woodcote down the straight now, so he's gained another position there. Also, I'm sure you've noticed the giant smile on my face every time that XR3 comes past of Jones. It's just phenomenal to see how quickly that car is going amongst these more modern Fiestas. Absolutely love it. And the XR2s as well, the older shape as well. It's about as aerodynamic as a housing estate as it managed to just plant its way around Luffield there. We've got one of them on the outside there of the white, I believe that's number 5 Fiesta, I think, Richard Ashmole it is. Yeah, Richard just getting away obviously down the straight, but fantastic to see them getting their elbows out. And the leaders are still right together, but it looks like Cooper's actually retaking the lead as they come out of Luffield here. I've just looked out the window, and that's definitely not the all-white car of Nye in the lead.
Yeah, well spotted, Chaz. Good stuff. So it is John Cooper in the lead. You'll see him on the screen in a second as they come through. And it is the black and white car with the red and green flashes of John Cooper as he comes across the line. They're going to have 2 more laps to go with 1.5 minutes on the clock. And as they turn in...
I love it. I love that it puts the hazards on.
Chaz still can't laugh at the fact that when he hits the brakes, it's so hard. Oh, and Danny Harrison,
hello,
very wild on the exit of Cops Corner. There was no cars around him, so I think he just turned in and the back end must have stepped out a little bit.
You meant to say hello to the marshals after the race, mate.
Possibly. He's too busy waving at them mid-race to try and make that happen. So, and unfortunately got distracted. So this is our lead battle. We did see briefly on screen there, we saw our scrap that was going on for 2nd between Winrow and Stevenson. The gap was 0.3 of a second, so it's very close between them. The next car they're going to come up to lap is Jamie Going, which is at Jam Sport, and Jamie being an experienced character in the championship, I'm sure that he's not going to let them have it, let them lap him that easy, because knowing Jamie Going like I do, he's going to make it a little bit tougher for them, I think, this time. So through the right-hander of Brooklands and Luffield they go.
This will be the final lap this time round as well. So if Nye is going to get it done, the time is Nye. Get on with it, son, because Cooper, he's done a great job, to be fair, to get that back, because it was looking before like Nye would break away. I did say earlier it'd be interesting to see if he would break away and manage to sort of manage the traffic a bit better. He's not done that this time round. Cooper doing a smashing job here, and it looks like he's opened up that gap a little bit, maybe, but Nye's got a good run, actually, out of Copse, and he's looking towards Beckett's. Watch for the hazards on Cooper's car as he slams on the brakes on his way in. And look at that, Nye closes right up to the back of him. He's going to try and get a cut back on the exit, but he's gone a little bit deep. He took the apex nicely, but just doesn't quite get the run off the corner there, Scott, as we've only got a couple of corners to go now.
You know, trying to cope with all these puns that you make about David is nigh impossible, quite honestly. Absolutely. That's absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, last lap of the race for our invitation class cars, and Cooper coming up to put a lap on Rob Smith as they come up through the left-hander at Brooklands. I think he'll very comfortably try and get out of the way if he can, although he's stuck on the apex there. He's probably thinking, well, where do you want me to go? I've got nowhere else to go. But even so, John Cooper making that move in the last couple of laps. Runs a little wide on the exit, and is it going to compromise? It might well do. They're going to go side by side, and David Nye's going to be the ultimate opportunity. It's going to be a photo finish on the line. Sprint to the checker flag. Who's it going to be? Cooper or Nye? The timing screen has it as David Nye gets it by 19 one-thousandths of a second. Incredible. Meanwhile, further back, if we can look at our Fiesta Championship competitors, I think that Spencer Stevenson, or someone in the back, and maybe Zachary Lucas, has got a bit of an extra air away because he's got the Zachary Lucas, in fact. The boot lid has come open. Look at this, Robert Stevens, in fact. The boot lid has come open, Robert Stevens' car.
I didn't know Mugen did a wing for the Fiesta as well.
No, but don't. I'm not pretty sure. I didn't realise they went into Ford-related products.
Yeah.
But, that's a different market they've gone into entirely. Meanwhile, it's a win you can see on the screen there for the blue and white car there, Chris Grimes. He's the first winner other than William Heslop or indeed Mark Robinson in the STXR Challenge. So congratulations to him for picking up that win. Second place indeed goes to Michael Blackburn. It's third for William Heslop. Impressive stuff for him in that mix. So
where's Watkins now? Oh, is this him here?
Yeah, there he is. So you'll see the red car coming into your screen. There it is, up towards the checkered flag. It's a double win for Sam Watkins this weekend. Fight for second's pretty good. It is Ben Winrow across the line who will just hold on to Spencer Stevenson as they come to the checkered flag. And it's Ollie Turner. It's Dominic Bush into second place. So what's happened to Ben Winrow in the final lap? Because he's tumbled down the timing order and he hasn't come through. So what's happened to Ben Winrow? Either way, it's Dominic Bush that picks up second place. Spencer Stevenson gets third. And Ollie Turner, despite everything he's been through today, fourth place for him from Zachary Lucas. And then Richard Ashmore picks up sixth. And then it's Ben Winrow who has not come through. I'm just looking on the cameras here, our CCTV, to see if he's stopped anywhere or... Can't see anything obvious, to be honest. So, and he's not showing as being...
That's an interesting one. Very, but Nye at the end there, that was opportunism off the scale. That was fantastic. And 19 thousandths of a second. Doesn't matter how much he's won by, he still beat Cooper across the line. Amazing stuff. And like I said, I called it at the time. Cooper was definitely wide. He went round the outside of Smith in the number 99, tried to get on the power as quickly as possible, and it just understeered, and then he was still on the outside, so he couldn't go anywhere. And I thought, all right, well, if you two are going to go over there, I'll just chuck it down the inside area to Woodcote. Flew past him, but then just as Cooper got a run off the corner again, he sort of closed up across the line, but that was incredibly close and a hell of a race to watch. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, great stuff from the combined grid for the Fiesta Championship and the Hyperdrive STXR Challenge. I think the time screen going to ask you is a little bit sort of count back from before everyone else got across the line. So I've got the time screen in front of me here. So David Nye, as we said, fantastic last lap move to pounce on John Cooper's mishap there at the final corner. Wins the second race of the weekend for the Fiesta Championship in the invitation class by 19 one-thousandths of a second. Then it's Danny Harrison in third place from Paul O'Neill in fourth. Then it's Sam Watkins who wins the Fiesta Championship class 2 from 2 this weekend from Dominic Bush on the last lap. Whatever happened to Ben Winrow, I'm not sure. Maybe if we do talk to Bush and Stevenson on the podium, they might have a bit more of an insight as to what happened, because Winrow was battling with Spencer Stevenson in that one. Anyway, after that, it's then Turner from Lucas and Ashmore rounding out the top 10. And then it's Smith going, Ricci, Walton, and then it's Chris Grimes who wins the STXR contingent from Michael Blackburn, and then it's Mark Robinson and Will Heslop to round out the top 20. And then it's Chris Jones from Sam Beckett, from Justin Roberts and Adam Bissell. Then Jason Hennifer finishes second in Class B from Paul McHugh. Tony Mumford, then it's Alec Townley. Paul Green looks as though he's the winner of Class A in the XR2 from Matthew Spencer in 30th. And then the last few finishes on the screen were Loftstad, Matthew Morton, Ethan Rogers, who retired early on, or he came to the pits early on, and then it's Michael Rudge and John Spencer. And I'm pretty sure very shortly we can go down to Bryn, who can have a chat with our class winners in both STXR and Fiestas down the pit lane.
Yes, indeed. You can come down to me. I'm not with anyone right now because you can see that Chris Grimes is posing in front of his car for photographs. If you pan to the right-hand side there, you'll see a very happy David Nye in the turbo who took that at the very last, didn't he? Just jumping over John Cooper. That was an incredible finish line there. If it was horse racing, they'd take a while for them to work it out, but luckily we have transponders on these cars, so we can see it slightly differently. Then beyond there, in the red Fiesta, we've got Sam Watkins, the winner of the BRSCC Fiesta Championship Racing. So we'll come to all three, kicking off with Chris Grimes. If we can go, hello, can we grab you just here, sir? Well done. What a race that was. I mean, that was brilliant for us to see. It's nice to see so many different varieties of Fiesta out on track, and, well, talk us through it.
Them last two Fiestas in the last couple of laps, I was going to get upset then, yeah. Thank God the checkered flag came out.
Tell us what it means to you for a win then, because it looks like you're a bit emotional.
First ever win, yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, mega. Never been Silverstone before either.
Have you not?
Not
so how have you learnt this circuit?
On the simulator. on the PlayStation. Yeah.
Talk us through your race. I mean, first ever race win, that's a big landmark. Obviously with that you now have the experience to do more and get more.
Hopefully, yeah. We'll see what happens, yeah. But just got off the line, they're quite good. Heslop made a couple of mistakes and that was it. As soon as I got away, the other couple were battling, so I thought I'll just keep my head down. Yeah.
Talk us through what was going through your mind in the last couple of laps. What were you thinking as you were going around? Because you've got to stay composed. Your heart must have been beating through your suit.
Yeah. You always think what's going to happen when the flag comes out, but those other two Fiestas, yeah, I was getting upset, like, yeah. Do
you know what though? Sometimes it's easier to stay on it when you've got people pushing you. You know, other times if you're away, then you can let your mind go, and you can take the simplest corner wide, and that's it. You game, set, and match.
Well, for the mid part of the race, I was on my own. The other Fiestas were miles in front, so I was just consistent lap times. But then, yeah, they were backing up, and I thought, here we go. This is where it's going to happen.
But no, you've got it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations there. What a brilliant race win there from Chris. Let's head this way. Let's get our second place driver. No, let's get our first place driver from the other class. My brain today is all mush. I blame it on not enough water. That's what I'm going to say. Another Welsh flag heroic drive there from Sam. Well done to you.
No, thank you. Yeah, it was turned out to be quite a lot of stuff going on behind me. I think I was just lucky where I was to start with.
Well, lucky may be, but you still have to stick it there and hold it there to the very end.
Yeah, it was amazing. Car's been great the entire weekend. Been no problems. It's been awesome.
What's it mean to you to be able to get out, particularly in these weird times we're in with COVID-19 and all the restrictions there are? What's it like to get out on track and actually forget about that for 20 minutes?
Yeah, it's nice, especially with other lockdowns coming in. It's actually nice to go out and just have escapism and have fun. Yeah, it's great.
Well, congratulations. It was a really hard-fought win, but brilliant to watch.
Cheers, thank you.
There you go, another race win here at Silverstone on the National. We've got one more man to speak to, and that is David Nye in the turbo class. He's just getting his face mask on. We're going to grab him over here in just a second. He's got that beautiful trophy. Remember, we saw it a little bit earlier on with the turbo on the trophy. It's one of my favourite trophies of all time. David, you left your trophy. It's one of the best trophies I've ever seen, and he's left it over there. He's got so many he can't remember what it's like to get it for the very first time. And look at this, it's a lovely piece of metal work there. Isn't that beautiful? David, what an incredible end to that race.
It was, yes. Trying to work out where John's weak points were. He's faster than me down the straights, both straights. He's pulling away or pulling up to me, and the only way I could get past was in the corner somehow, so I had to try to do something different. We got really blocked with the other cars a couple of times, just massive block. He went round the other side, got past again. It's all good fun. Respect to the other drivers, just try to be careful and run it through, but it's a good fun championship.
But it was the exit that was key. You got such a good exit, you got to get alongside, and then, well, you know, it was a photo finish if we needed such a thing.
Just got to be a little bit patient on the throttle round there and your line, and then if John makes a mistake, that's it, I'm there. But that's the way it works. They're a great car to drive, and thanks to Daniels Motorsport, and we got Fixings and Power Tool Centre. That's it. That's the ones who's sponsoring us. Thanks.
Well done to you. It was a great race, great trophy. What a day here. Brilliant.
Thank you. Cheers.
Loved it. Great action from the Fiestas as always. We've got more action coming up. We've got the next round of the TCT coming in 2 races time, round 4 of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. But before that, more action from the BRSCC with the Mazdas, the Mazda Super Cup.
If you thought that race was action-packed, I think we're about to get hopefully more of the same that we saw in race 1, maybe minus some of the yellow flags. But we have got the cars on track for our second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Now this grid is set by, I believe, the second fastest times in qualifying, so slightly mixed up, but most drivers are in roughly the same position, so we'll give you the grid very shortly for that. One car I'm actually pleased to see on the grid is just the car that's got the slightly sort of blue front bumper on the left-hand side. That's Gary Townsend. If you remember in the first race, if you watched it earlier, you will have seen that he had some damage on the right front of the car after he had a bit of contact, and they had to cover that with yellow flags at the end of the race, which was kind of something which hindered, in the end, Abby Eaton from possibly taking the win from Luke Herbert, who as a result, consequently starts on pole. But let's give you the grid then, and he's actually back out on grid, and actually starting pretty high up. So this is the grid for race number 2. Luke Herbert, triple defending champion and race 1 winner, starts on pole, with James Cousins again getting a second chance to start from the front row. Sam Smith and Gary Townsend, credit to the team, to AK Motorsport to get that out for race number 2. In 4th, Patrick Fletcher and Simon Baldwin start on row 3 of the grid, just behind them. 7th for Abby Eaton, she's got some work to do from row 4 alongside Colin Bysouth. Then it's Braden Fletcher and top club driver Richard Amos on his first weekend. Martin Plowman with improved performance in 11th, alongside John Langridge hoping for better fortunes after he retired early. Jack Sycamore and Sam Bailey make up the 7th row of the grid from Martin Tolley and Alex Miller. Then it's Christian White and Michael Nibbs, who starts back in 18th, but he's pretty quick. He wants to make his way up from row 9 of the grid. Top 20 completed by David Henderson and Clive Powles, followed by Matt Pickford and Nick Rutter. We hope that Declan Lee is on the grid, alongside Christopher Richardson this time, after he failed to make the start in race 1. George Grant of Clapham North starts 25th, alongside Adam Bessel in 26th position, and Simon Fleet and Liz Walton from Bruce Robinson, also on his first weekend in Super Cup, a regular Mark 1 driver from David O'Reilly, the Australian, in 30th place. And then the rest of the field comes up as Seamus Haney in 31st position. Looks like we've lost 1 or 2 cars from the start of this grid, which is a shame, but we do have a couple of cars which we should have had. I think we should have had, looking at it, Xavier Brook and Martin Heath and Chris Lindy and Scott Wright and Duncan Harris, I think, on that one alongside them. But if we've lost them, and that's unfortunate. But we'll see how many cars we've got if we have got the full quota of 36. Hopefully we have, but onto the grid they come. So Luke Herbert is on course to try and possibly pick up what could be his 5th win of the season from 7 races, if possible. Is there a chance for James Cousins to make a better start this time? Sam Smith knows he has to try and take as many points as he can to prevent Luke Herbert from getting too much of an advantage. You've also got Patrick Fletcher and Simon Baldwin in the mix as well. Simon's also very quick, but he has had a bit of bad luck getting involved in incidents in the first couple of laps in the last 2 races, and possibly has a chance to do so. What can Abby Eaton do? She made a cracking start from 4th on the grid to get up there to pressure Luke Herbert all the way in that race for the win, and she starts in 7th, and also the likes of Patrick Fletcher in the top 10 as well, amongst others. It is a stacked field of talent here, 36 drivers. It's one of, in fact, I think it's possibly the biggest Super Cup grid we've potentially ever had, which is unbelievable to see. It's great to see the championship has got back to full health after it was separated into the Super Cup and the Super Series, but it's all back together for 2020 and beyond, and it was the absolute right decision to do so. Last couple of cars just lining up towards the rear of the field, and I think, the rest of that contingent is there, so we think we have got the full quota of 36, which is brilliant. So Duncan Harris and Seamus Haney in position, green flag at the back. Is it going to be another win for Luke Herbert, or can someone else finally steal the top step? Watch for the red lights in the bottom right corner. They will go on, the revs will rise, they will hover on the clutches, then they'll dump them, and away we go. And it's a strong start again from Luke Herbert from the front row of the grid. James Cousins slots into 2nd place. It is side by side for 3rd between Townsend and Smith. And Townsend giving as much as he can up the inside line to hold on, but Smith has got the grip to try and take 3rd place. And a cracking start also for, I can see, for Colin Bysouth on the inside. He's got up to 4th or 5th position. One of the Paddock Promotions motorsport cars runs wide, but now down towards Beckett's for the first time. And it is Herbert leading the way with Cousins in 2nd place. Smith in 3rd, side by side for 4th and 5th. Great starts for Bysouth and also for Fletcher. Also getting in there is Abby Eaton. And she might be a bit dubious to see that Simon Baldwin's behind her, because those two got together in the final race at Donington at the old hairpin, which compromised both their races. So that could be pretty tasty down towards Brooklands for the first time. Nonetheless, here they come, up towards the left-hander at the end of the straight. It could be 2, maybe 3 abreast into the right left-hander they go towards Luffield. One car running wide is Gary Townsend as he snatches a front brake, and that's going to let one, possibly both of the Paddock Promotions cars towards the front through. Will filter their way past 36 Mark III MX5s. It's a fantastic sight to watch with so many top club drivers. A couple of cars running wide, one being Patrick Fletcher, the other one onto the gravel. I think that's Simon Baldwin or Sam Bailey, I think. No, it is Sam Bailey in the 107. Simon Baldwin still continues on. The end of the opening lap then. Herbert leads by 0.4 of a second from Cousins to 2nd place, but for how much longer? Here comes Sam Smith up into Copse for the 2nd time, and now also carrying momentum is Abby Eaton around the outside. Look at the momentum she's carrying. 2 or 3 cars running wide. One I think was Richard Amos, the other one possibly was Braden Fletcher by the looks of it. And Abby Eaton is actually up to 3rd place already. She's gone past Colin Bysouth, looking round the outside of James Cousins, and with the grip she's got on the outside line, she might well do it. Cousins leans on her on the exit. It's also side by side between, believe it or not, Colin Bysouth and Richard Amos, who incredibly, he's leading club class, but he's flying on his first weekend in Super Cup. He's up to 6th place and staying there on legitimate pace, Chaz. Incredible stuff.
It is awesome to see, and that's the thing, these any sort of club racing like this does promote this sort of debut performance from drivers. It's great to see people coming into these series. There's the hazards on there as well. Bit of contact going on in the middle. Oh, we'll have it back. You stick me the elbow in my side, mate. You can have another one back there. That was the 116 getting involved. They're 3 wide on the exit of Luffield as well. On Woodcut, there's a 007 smoke screen there kicked up by the dust. They're all over the shop trying to sort this out. And the 116 manages to survive that as well. We've actually got the 23 and the 28 side by side. They're all over the shop at the moment. That was Martin Tolley and Christian White. Those two just getting a bit elbowy in there as well. Plenty of fun going on here. And, well, you said at the top of this one, though, Scott, that it was going to be action-packed. They're just thinking, oh, track limits, what are they? Absolutely flinging it around. Compton, look at this for the lead as well.
And this is crucial. This is the 2 championship contenders. It's Luke Herbert and Sam Smith going at it for the lead. And if they keep on holding each other up, guess who's waiting to try and pounce on it? She might be an invitation driver, but Abby Eaton will take a win in this championship any day of the week. She hasn't lost any of her touch by one of these cars when she won the championship back in 2014. And crucially, Sam Smith has the fastest lap at the moment because it's first dicing this way and that. But still, Luke Herbert showing that fantastic defensive driving to hold off his main championship rival. We look back here to see James Cousins funding up one of his fellow rookies for this year, which is Richard Amos, and I'm staggered by Richard Amos' performance. He just shows not only what a decent driver he is, but also there's lots of skirmishes going on in the mid-pack there as Chaz is just making exclamations in the background, and I think rightfully so because it's getting very close, but it also shows just how well sorted BC Cars, which runs both Sam Smith and Richard Amos, how well sorted those cars really are.
Yeah, I wanted to just point out as well, look at the front of Luke Herbert's car, the front left. Oh, there was a car out of shape there. Just in the background, I'm just trying to catch out who that was. But the front left of Luke Herbert's car looks like it's been pushed up slightly. That was a moment. That was not pushed up slightly. Flipping heck. That was all over the shop, that. But honestly, the front left of it just looks slightly raised. When they come towards us, down towards Brooklands, just have a look at it. That's if he's still in the lead. There's a bit of a dent on the on the front of Sam Smith's car, I should say. Abby Eaton in there as well. Cousins' car is looking very happy with itself with the uplifted corners after plenty of contact there. He's even got the hazards on to warn people to go away. But look at this next shot now. Look at Herbert's car. The front left, on screen our right, it's definitely raised up just a tiny bit, isn't it? It looks a bit odd.
It could be a deliberate setup on suspension. Oh, one car's gone very wide off the road, it looks like, on the run-up there. It's on the CCTV camera in the background, but look at this, it's really stacked up for the lead now, and again Herbert slides out wide and Smith is giving it everything he can to try and influence it, and Happy Eaton thinks, I'm not scoring points, but do you mind if I maybe come through, Sam?
Oh, contact behind there's 2 cars completely sideways, just caught it off camera there. Cousins with his hand in the air saying, what are you doing, mate? I don't want to go out on the gravel. This is circuit racing, not rallycross. He manages to get back on, but as you could see there, he definitely was not happy with that contact. Fantastic shot from above the start-finish line there. And as they go down towards turn 1, it is Smith that's gone down the inside into the lead by the look of it, Scott.
Almost, because sticking around the outside of looking on the cameras in the background, he has just about held on. But the crucial thing is Smith is in position to have the inside line here. Does Herbert dare to go around the outside? And what factor is Abby Eaton going to be? They all hit the brakes together. Luke tries to go down the outside, and Luke's going to leave the door open. He's going to leave it for 1 position and maybe 2, because finally Abby Eaton's going to try and make the move that she couldn't make in race 1, and she is going to make her way through it. And what's crucial also now, she's got the toe on Sam Smith, which means it could push Luke Herbert from the lead down to 3rd in a couple of corners. Colin Bicep is trying to come back at them now in 3rd place. Abby Eaton incidentally has the fastest lap of the race, and that's Richard Amos off the road. So he was running so well. If he can get that going, they might be hopeful. As back up the inside for 2nd place. Excuse me, Abby, you're not in the championship fight. Get out of it. Into 2nd place, back goes Luke Herbert. Abby gets shuffled down to 3rd. 4th now for Colin Bicep. What a return he's made. He missed out in the season last year, comes back triumphantly, and he's faster than he's ever been in 4th place. It's absolutely superb. And up to 5th place now, on some decent form at the moment, is last year's Mark 1 champion John Langridge, learning about Mark 3s on the fly here and running one of his best performances so far, Chaz.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying at the moment. Herbert's diving around all over the back of Smith, though. He's trying to put him off at the moment, but Eaton and Bysouth just in there in the fight. In 5th position, you've got Langridge, I should say, just a little bit on his own, to be honest. But he's not going to be too fussed with that because it's good championship points, of course, for 5th place. Here is the battle again for the lead then. Smith still leading them. Herbert down the inside. Abby Eaton trying to make that outside line work. Oh, Sam Smith's gone a little bit deep, though. Down the inside, Herbert tries it. Abby Eaton gets a great run on the exit, though. That means that if she can force Herbert over to the right-hand side, that he's not going to get the slipstream.
Possibly so. That's very well pointed because she held that outside line. The momentum she's carried might help, but look at Colin Bysouth. He might be actually inadvertently helping Luke Herbert by shoving him down the straight, and it's possibly working. He's got the toe from a number 1. Herbert covers the braking zone for Eaton, and they've boxed her in. Herbert takes the lead, takes the second position, Bysath on the outside line, hangs it round the outside into Luffield and says, excuse me, Abby, again, you're not part of this championship fight, out of my way, I fancy a podium. So into third place he goes. He takes a tighter exit. That might give Abby a bit more momentum. But again, if potentially Bysath can get a little bit more of a toe from Luke Herbert as he starts to chase after Sam Smith, there might be a possibility to make that happen. Across the line went Bysath and Eaton. 10,000ths of a second separated them side by side. And Bysath does in fact make the move and is up into third place. And if he can make that, I believe that should be his first podium. But we've still got half the race to go to decide if that's ever going to happen or not.
That's the thing. We've got so much action already and half the race to go. Herbert's managed to get alongside Smith. He's right behind him, gives him a bit of a push in the rear, to say the least. But Smith, he's soaking up this pressure really well. The all-white car with the white wheels looks phenomenal as well. I really do like that car. But Herbert, he's been a cheeky Herbert at the moment. He's all over him. But like you said, though, Scott, Bysath doing a great job in third. Abby Eaton, though, will not take that line down. She will want to be like, right, watch this. Herbert, he's also saying, watch this. Famous last words. Chucks it down the inside. A little bit of the cement dust kicked up.
And look at this. Yeah,
Bysath down the inside of Sam Smith and Herbert as well. Doesn't quite do it. Maybe a tiny bit of contact. Sam Smith goes, not on your life. Get out of the way. Abby Eaton's thinking, right, I'm a part of this now. Watch this, lads. Cheers. Bit of a drift there from Bysath as well. And somehow Herbert's managed to get back into the lead. This is phenomenal stuff. But like I say, famous last words, watch this. Chuck it down the inside, but amazing. And the 10 and 5 right together as well as they cross the line. Yeah. That, of course, was Braden Fletcher and John Langridge. So I was saying before that Langridge, car 5, P5 was safe, but he's definitely not now as Fletcher gets fourth. Fifth.
And still 6.5 minutes to go, which is fantastic. We've still got plenty more. Yeah, help, exactly, for our voices, I think, after that one. So, side by side again, they're at it once more.
Oh, God.
It's almost children play, isn't it? Come on, settle down, children. Or not, because it's quite a good battle, actually. Round the outside does go Sam Smith, and he's going for it. If he can hold on, Herbert will have to give him the room. And I think he's there, though. He's got that line he needs. He's alongside. That's critical. And neither of them have a toe. The crucial thing is, Abby Eaton and Colin Bysath are both giving a toe to each other. And it's working, because here they come. Is it going to be 3 abreast? Abby's going to try and maybe fire it down the inside. Here she comes. It is going to be 3 abreast as they turn in. Is it going to be close? Eaton goes for second up the inside into Brooklyn, so she might well get it. Unless Smith can hang around the outside, which he can't. But then she's on the outside line trying to get back past Luke Herbert. Sam Smith gets back up the inside. This is incredible. Fantastic racing from the MX5 Super Cup. One of the best championships in British Club Motorsport, and it really is proving it right now. Herbert from Smith, from Eaton, from Bysath, the top 4 altogether. Let's look at the gap between all 4 of them across the line. It is, would you believe it, less than half a second between the top 4 of them. And John Langridge and Patrick Fletcher are about 2 or 3 seconds back, battling over their own position. Eaton back up the inside for second place, or tries to on Sam Smith. Can't get it done. Loses momentum, and now here comes Colin Bysath, and it starts all over again at Beckett's.
Every single time they go out of Woodcote, it's just reset, see what you can do at Cops, and then go from there, develop it. Well, at the moment, though, Smith still trying to pile the pressure on Herbert. Herbert, though, I mean, we said it earlier on in the first race, you can tell he's a defending champion. The way that he can still go really deep into Brooklands, keep the car in the middle of the circuit, not even on the racing line, and still hold the position from drivers like Smith, Eaton and Bysath is just phenomenal stuff. You can see now Smith going to the outside line. He's thinking, right, if Herbert can do this, I can do it as well. Tries to get around the outside, gets a bit of an overlap, but he has to compromise his line. Abby Eaton's now going to try and take advantage of that, but nothing doing there. Unless you can poke it down the inside, she's going to have a look, but they're all doing this little line through Luffield that I mentioned earlier, where you just sort of skim across the first part of it, run out a little bit wide mid-corner and then get the slingshot on the way out, and they're all wise to it. That's the thing. All 4 of these drivers know the tricks in the book. They are really wise to it, and it's fantastic to see. Look at Herbert. He's just thinking, right, stuff you. I'm going right to the inside here, and I'm going to come back across. Hello, I'm still here. Smith's like, on the brakes. Chuck it in. Get on with it. Abby Eaton's just sitting back watching. Well, I say that. That's definitely not that's not spectating.
That's not watching. That's getting involved, and rightfully so. Look at this, and the championship contenders are side by side again. And this time now it's Smith with his nose in front, and he takes his turn in front of Lee going through. Or does he? Because the Herbert's back up the inside yet again. Side by side through Beckett. Still a bit of an oversteer moment for Smith, but he holds on against the inside line. And again, he's got that momentum and the position, but watch for the 2 cars behind. Eaton and Bysath both have that toe on Sam Smith, and they're going to get involved as well. Meanwhile, behind them, Braden Fletcher has got past John Langridge in the background. Also, they're being charged by Simon Baldwin. And here they go again, 2 by 2, hurrah, into Brooklands. Smith gets his nose in front this time, makes the move, and is in front of a number 1. Now the 68 of Abby Eaton, the Clapham North car, tries to go around the outside as well, but can't quite make it stick just yet. But she's trying. You have to commend her effort. She's really going for it. Almost gets edged out wide. Both Herbert and Eaton clip the gravel on the exit of the corner. It's unfortunate we can't put a camera on everyone because I'm looking on the cameras in the background. There's so many groups of cars and battles going, you don't know where to look, but ultimately this is where the main action is, at the front of the field, where it's key for the championship. Eaton up the inside for second place in the Cops corner. It won't affect Smith for the championship if he stays in third place, if he can stay there, because that Colin Bicer thinks, ding dong, fancy, remember me, I'm up for third place if you don't mind. And we're back to what we had effectively in race 1 with Easton on the back of Herbert now. It's getting slightly under brakes and just hovering on the rear end of Herbert. He bounces over the curb, but they're all going to get the toe now. The one that might benefit the most here is Colin Bicer. He's going to get a triple toe down the back straight on the run towards it, and there's only 2.5 minutes left. I have to ask the question, how are these four going to sort this out?
Oh, I don't know. Let's just flip a coin or flip a couple of them. They're nearly 4 wide into Brooklands. Herbert defending hard against Eaton. Eaton just has a bit of a lock up there. And I was just going to say, though, Bysouth hasn't really made too many efforts so far. Drifting competition around here by Herbert and Eaton. I'd say that Herbert definitely wins that one. That's if he doesn't win the race, but I'm pretty sure that he's got a good shout at it, let's say that. But Bysouth at the moment, he hasn't made too many efforts to take this away. 5th position, by the way, Fletcher seems to there's Langridge, and I was going to say Baldwin was in with a shout, but they're right in the middle of the road there.
And I'm afraid that has, unfortunately, that might possibly have the makings of possibly a red flag. Session stop, red flag. Well, and no surprise really. Now, one involved was John Langridge. The other one, Simon Baldwin's coming to the pit lane.
It was like a preemptive commentator's curse, because I was going to say that Baldwin had made some moves and got up there and started to chase the pair of them down, and then all of a sudden that happens, I'm afraid. So as things stand, if it's declared a result, which I'm pretty sure with 1.5 minutes left it will be, Herbert takes somehow the win there, but that's obviously...
I think Herbert crossed the line just before the red flag was called.
Yeah.
I think. Which might mean that if they go the countback of a last complete lap...
Although actually, no, if they...
It's interesting because... It's interesting because, like I said, it's like Brazil 2003 all over again, isn't it? Because it's like whoever's in front of the last complete lap, when the leader crosses the line, that's obviously where they count it back to. If they have to count it back a further lap, it will then put, I think, Smith into second place and Eaton into third. But even so, it wouldn't have changed the fact that Smith was going to get the points for the second place anyway.
Yeah, true.
So
it's a real shame that, though. There was, as you saw from the zoomed-in camera shot, there was quite a lot of fluid coming out of the front of that car. It must have been quite a big hit. We've seen quite a lot of different lines going around Brooklands, and it does close up quite a lot, but I may be thinking there that I'm just trying to sort of assess the damage. It looks like a right rear hit, though, on the second of the cars. Obviously, the number 5 is in the foreground there of Langridge, and I think Baldwin was involved because Baldwin came in the pit lane, actually, so it must have been one of the other cars. I'm just trying to check which of the colours that is. Is that one of the Paddock Performance cars? It's not,
no,
is it?
I want to say it's possibly Michael Nibbs.
Oh, it is, yeah, Nibbs is he's just come up as missing on TSL, actually.
Right.
So, yeah, I think maybe...
Yeah, it looks like it's the 82 of Michael Nibbs, and it's the... yes, 82 of Michael Nibbs, and the number 5 of John Langridge, unfortunately. So
I'm just wondering how he's hit it with the rear, but, you know, if Langridge was probably involved in an incident that left him in the middle of the road, then Nibbs could have come through and hit the front of the car, because I was going to say, for it to get as much damage as it's got there, from 2 cars that were going around the corner together already in a battle, it would be it'd be quite a strange hit, but obviously we do hope they're okay. Bit of an odd incident there. Unfortunately, we didn't quite see it directly in our eye shot, but yes, there is the result then. It is declared a result, and what a great race that was all the same.
Absolutely. Shame it had to be curtailed, but of course a red flag for that incident at the end. But as Luke Herbert, as we correctly presumed, did cross the line at the end just before the red flag came out, it does mean that Luke Herbert is declared the winner with Abby Eaton again in second place and Samuel Smith in third, but he still gets the points for second place anyway. And I think also Abby did also get fastest lap, but again, as she's an invitation driver, she won't get the point for that in many cases, and that is pretty much a result declared. Colin Bysouth was brilliant in that race and got 4th. Braden Fletcher gets a personal best for him, much improved for Paddock Performance in 5th. James Cousins picks up 6th. Clive Powers is 7th from Sam Bailey, Martin Plowman and Adam Bessel with much improved result from race 1, rounding out the top 10. 11th for Clive Powers. He wins the club class at a canter, actually. Top club class driver from Sam Bailey, and then Martin Plowman from Adam Bessel and Declan Lee. I think it's a bit of a shuffle there. There's a couple of duplicated drivers there, I think. Declan Lee and Alex Miller from David Henderson, and Christian White from Nick Rutter and Simon Fleet, who round out the top 20. It's Matt Pitford 21st from Chris Richardson, then Gary Townsend, George Grant, Martin Heath, David O'Reilly, Bruce Robinson, Liz Walton, Xavier Brook and Duncan Harris. And then we'll see the last few cars on the result from from those that we lost and that's finished. And so we had Chris Lindley in 31st, Seamus Hay 32nd, Scott Wright in 33rd. And that car that was on the inside, I thought it was Patrick Fletcher. Thought he had some kind of issue, and it looks like he did, unfortunately. So he was out of that race, and so was Richard Amos. And also we had Martin Tolley in the field as well, who also, he looks like he dropped out after 3 or 4 laps, unfortunately. So, never a dull moment in the MX5 Super Cup, as it's been shown. And it's the same top 3 as before, so we've got a bit of time for the cars to come back around, because they've all parked, most of them have parked on the pit straight. And the result's been declared because of the fact that we were past 75% distance in that race, so we can declare a result. And it's the same top 3, and they're all going to head into pit lane, but the other way this time, so they're probably going to end up at the Parc Fermé somewhere down the end. So whether Bryn has to run down to the end to find them, or whether they're going to bring them back around to have a chat nonetheless, either way. I'm also just seeing on the CCTV camera as well, just a shot of John Langridge's car, and I'm afraid it is not a pretty sight on the front of it. That's going to need some work ahead of the final rounds at Brands Hatch.
Credit where credit's due, though. The bonnet, and just to sort of try and describe this very briefly, the bonnet is very bent in. The front right of it is a good foot higher than it normally is. However, the split is still in one piece, joining it together at the bottom. So if you are in the market for an MX5, make sure that you get one with the splitter that's the same strength as whatever John Langridge has got on that, because that's a very sturdy front end by all stretches.
Yeah, a silver lining and all that, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's a bit of an odd one. Apologies, everybody. I went off on a bit of a tangent there, but still, very very entertaining race throughout, though. That was absolutely awesome to watch, and we can sort of catch our breath a little bit there, because of course coming up after this we have the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and the TCR UK Championship and VW Cup all in one race, and it's going to be very exciting indeed. And as you can tell, I am one very excited boy for this. It's going to be a very very strong race. And then after that we have, to round out the weekend, just after 5 o'clock, the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy with the City Car Cup. That's a 45-minute race. And if you think that you've seen a good mix of cars on a track day, wait until you see this. It's going to be amazing to see. But you can see there, the wind has died down slightly here this afternoon at Silverstone. It was a lot stronger earlier. The Union Jack flies just above the BRDC building there. It's a great sight out of the commentary box here. We're on the exit of Woodcote, just looking over at the BRDC buildings as well, and we can see the main straight. We can see also just the exit of Brooklands, and then Luffield and Woodcote as well, and just down towards Copse. And I think in terms of weather, Scott, it's been an absolute blessing this, because recently the weather's been a bit all over the place, so to get a nice clean sunny day for this racing has been brilliant.
It has. It's been typical sort of late summer, almost slightly early. It's been slightly, I guess, unusual warm early autumnal weather, I suppose, because we're into September now. Of course, we haven't had the official end of daylight savings declared. That doesn't come until towards the end of October. But we believe that we have the top 3 down in the Parc Fermé, so we can head down to Bryn, who can have a chat with them and see what they thought of that quite astonishing second MX5 Super Cup race.
Yeah, not quite actually, I'm afraid, Scott. I am here. I'm having a lovely time with trophies and with first, second and third marker boards and with caps and with face masks and stuff like that. But you can see I haven't got a face mask on, and that is because there are no drivers. Because at the end of that race, although the race was red flagged, the cars came back down onto the grid, and as you saw, they went back into Parc Fermé, which is all the way down the end there. So to get the drivers to here would take way too long, and the trophy is going to be sent actually up to them so they can get them that way. But we have got the lead up to TCT, and I cannot wait for this race. Round 4. This is the exact halfway point, or halfway through this race will be the exact halfway point of the 2020 season. And Henry Neal just has it by a nose at this moment. But we know that Lewis Kent is really, really chomping at the bit. He wants to take that one there. And don't write Max Hart off. He's a guy who's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker. He was saying to me that one real problem he has with the Touring Car Trophy car, the TCR that he's racing in, the TCR Cooper that he's racing in, is that he really finds it hard to get used to that car. He has no time for any form of testing. So in the Cupra Leon, he gets into the car, they set it up as best they can, but he's used to single-seat races, remember. So Max Hart gets into this car, it doesn't work in any way that he's used to. The braking points, they're his biggest problem. He was saying to me that where the brake markers are, he has to brake so far before that to where he would normally brake when it comes to single-seat. So that is what Max has been saying about the Cupra Leon when he races in TCT, and that's coming up very, very soon. We'll get on the grid maybe when the cars come out. We'll have a little wander around if we can do. So we'll have a little pause at the moment. We'll be back very, very soon from Silverstone, from the National, for the next instalment from the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Well, I'm back on the grid. As you can see, the grid behind me is going to form very, very soon for round 4 of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, as well as the VW Racing Cup. We've also got TCR UK, a lot of cars here competing across TCR UK as well as the Touring Car Trophy, and that is because it's all been amalgamated for the last 2 seasons. This year, the focus very much on the Touring Car Trophy, and the man who will be taking up the place to your right just there is Henry Neal, the current Touring Car Trophy champion. He's going to be taking this position. As we head back all the way down the end, you'll be able to see the VW Racing Cup cars. They'll take the same position. What happens with this race is slightly different to some other multi-class races. They all go at exactly the same time. Sometimes you get like a 10-second wait between the cars going. Not with this one. It all happens at exactly the same time. But expect the VW Racing Cup cars to be, well, not caught, but certainly maybe caught near the end of the race. They will lap a fair bit slower than the TCT cars. To the right, we have Henry Neal's car, as I was saying. That car there, the only NGTC car, the next generation touring car to be on the grid. And as we move slightly out of the way, because we want to get run over by the course car as it comes through, I don't want to get run over anyway. I'm not sure about Darren on camera. Do you want to get run over? No, he says. I'm very, very wise. It's funny you get a safety car that couldn't outrun one of the cars it's leading through. But as we go over to Henry's car, let's have a quick listen for a second. 2-litre turbo, Type R. This car was driven by his dad, Matt Neal, to race success in the British Touring Car Championship. It's an absolute beast of a car, beautiful car. Hydraulics on the jacks as well, the hydraulic jacks lifting it up. It's a very, very nice piece of kit. Further back, we have this i30N of Lewis Kent. Now, this car, I think, is one of the most beautiful looking cars, and it's got such a great look to it with their new scheme, the new colour scheme. They've gone a bit more bronze, I suppose, than they had last season. Lewis Kent looking very fast. He's second for a reason. That's because he got second in the last race, of course. That puts him in a strong position for the TCT. As we look over here as well, in third on the grid is Max Hart. As I was saying, Max Hart doesn't get any testing in this and is very much used to single-seat races, which means his braking points are totally different here at Silverstone, where he would normally brake in his single-seat racing car. That is way too late for one of these things. You need to get on the brakes a lot earlier to get that car turned in. As we go further back, Tim Docker is here. We saw Tim Docker out a couple of years ago at Alton Park, and we've seen him so far this year as well. Made his debut in 2018. He had 2 fifths at Alton Park, and he's here on the grid in 4th place for the second race of the day. As we go further back, another Cupra, another Cupra Leon, and this is driven by Dan Kirby. Very good. A bit of damage on the side there, as you can see from the earlier race. A little bit of a scuffle, shall we say, with some of the other cars. Going a little bit further back as well as continue down the grid. Might as well, we've got a little bit of time. I can hear we're getting near to the race start, but a little bit of time. We've got Will Butler. Will Butler here making his debut in TCT, a rally driver at heart. This guy here has got incredible, incredible car control, but will it transfer onto a tarmac grid? And incredibly making up the grid just here using a lot of high-performance duct tape, we have got Darrell Wilson. This car being taped together, held together, huge front-end damage in that first race. You can see just the extent of it, huge amounts of damage, but Darrell Wilson will be wanting to get some really strong results. He's had a podium in the past, but let's just say if he can stick it together, if he can keep it together for an entire race, that would be amazing for Darrell, because he has got the pace to perform. As we work our way back down here, take a little glance, you can see some of the VW Racing Cup cars on the grid. They are all in position, a few places dividing them from the TCT. But we had such a great race earlier on. We're going to have another one, I have no doubt, because these guys, when they put it together out on track, they're mighty fast, they're mighty impressive, and they're mighty loud as well. And I'm rather excited as always. I love this form of racing. I've been involved in this about 2.5 years now, my 3rd season involved with TCR and TCT. And Scott Woodwiss is standing by to talk us through, along with Chaz. This one, gents, is over to you. The 4th round of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy.
Thank you very much, Bryn. Absolute pleasure as always. Fantastic grid walk there, just showing you some of the kit that we get to witness here in the Touring Car Trophy. And of course, it is TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. A great mix of tin-top machinery. And Henry Neal lines up on pole position once again. And, well, we saw in that first race, Scott, he didn't get the start that he wanted, dropped back a bit, but he did a great job to get it back up there, didn't he? And Lewis Kent taking advantage of incidents around him to get that second place.
Yeah, and I think if the car's performing better for him now that we know that he had one or two issues with the brake bias, something still with a sticker, which is saying he was going the wrong way. But, I mean, hopefully, if he's been able to make some further tweaks in the space between races, he can hopefully get a good start and get himself into the lead, because it would then mean that if he can do that, it will be 2 wins each for both Henry Neal and Lewis Kent. I guess the question now got to be as well is, we saw the pace that both Darrell Wilson and Dan Kirby had in race 1, and whether they can, A, stay away from each other, given what happened in that first race, but 2, how much they can try and move up a little bit from where they're starting towards Dan's starting back in about sort of 5th or 6th position, whereas Darrell's back in 7th. So a little bit of work to do, but given how close everyone is this weekend so far, I think this is how it makes it another great race, particularly with the TCR and TCT cars, because go back in qualifying and how close everyone already was at many points in the race, it opens up the window for not necessarily the same podium that we had in the first few races that we've had so far. As for VW Cup, different story in some cases. It could be intriguing to see if Bradley Kent can pick it up 2 from 2, but we need to watch Richard Gilbert. He was the champion leader coming into the weekend, had that issue at Cops with him stop the car and then get back going again and lost a lap, and it showed that on pace when Bradley Kent came up to try and lap him, he couldn't quite, Bradley couldn't lap him because the pace was better for Richard. So if he's able to get a good start and pick his way past the 3 Scirocco's in front, Richard Gilbert could be a good favourite for a victory in the VW Cup ranks in this race. Yeah, definitely, and it's a very, very quick car as well, the JMR Racing Machine. But, well, the other bright green car on the grid, Darrell Wilson, as we saw, I dubbed that car just while Bryn was doing his grid walk. I dubbed it the Frankenstein's Monster because it's bright green and it's mighty grumpy looking at the front and all stuck together as we saw. But what a great job they've done to get that car back out there. Obviously the rear bumper, what was left of it, would have just been ripped off as Bradley Kent is being moved out of the way. Oh dear. That's an interesting one. Very strange. That's either to move him back into position. Richard Gilbert saying, thank you. That's odd. I've not seen that before. Unless it's a revert. That looks like just a reversal of the top 4 by the looks of things. Yes, because the 79 of Paul Ivans finished ahead of. Or did he finish ahead? No, Paul Ivans finished behind Andy Wilmot. So that means if they are switching them around, it will be. Yeah, they are. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it'll be Paul Ivans ahead of Andy Wilmot this time. So they are switching him around. So it looks as though it is going to be... That's the most live grid swap you'll ever see, everybody. The most live done reverse grid. But fair play, though, to the marshals. I mean, I know that some series and championships may be like, oh, no, you can't push a car back on the grid or move it around. But they've just thought, stuff it, we'll do it. We'll crack on and get on with it. Let's get this touring car race underway. You can see there the gorgeous TCR cars. I go weak at the knees looking at these things from up here, and that's NGTC, ex-Matt Neal, now Henry Neal, Honda Civic Type R looking the part as well, reflecting their current BTCC livery as well, of course. Last season it wasn't quite the same with the black and blue livery that he had, but great looking machinery all the same. And interesting to get the 3 different manufacturers within the top 3 in that race, and well, top 4 as well, all 4 manufacturers, with the Golf just finishing in 4th position there, of course having Tim Docker at the wheel of that. And then it was Dan Kirby, Will Butler and Darrell Wilson all getting their elbows out of it. To be fair, actually, Butler, he had a clean race, didn't he? Just let Kirby through near the end of that one, just to say, after you, chap, you go out in hunt of Docker in your championship fight that you're trying to get on with. But Tim held him off at the end, though, and did a good job for that 4th. Yeah, all being terribly British again. No, after you, I insist. Please have my position. No, it should be interesting. And I always find it fascinating as well is how the ex sort of NGTC British touring car is able to stack up against these 6 TCR cars. And I guess the balance of it means that they can perform pretty well. And what I think this is hopefully doing for Henry is that it's giving me experience in an NGTC car, because I would like to think that eventually at some point going forwards, he will find himself in the British Touring Car Championship, I would imagine. And so these couple of years at the wheel of one of his father's ex sort of touring cars is giving him valuable race experience, which if he was trying to do that in the British Touring Car Championship, for me it's what I call learning out of the spotlight. And I don't mean that disrespectfully to the championship at all. What I mean is that he's not in the big cut and thrust of being amongst everyone, having to be thrust in at the deep end of the British touring cars. He's using this as a platform to develop his own skills as a touring car driver, so that when he's ready, if he chooses to make that step up, he's got the skills because he's been at the wheel of a touring car for the past 2 seasons of racing it. So that's the key thing in terms of that. That's my meaning by that in many cases. So Henry's putting it all to great use, and also it's teaching things like race traffic, passing other guys, racing around other touring cars, and to set up an NGTC car, how an NGTC car feels in terms of engine, chassis, and suspension. It's all key thing lessons that he'll take on to what I'm sure will be a future touring car career at the BTCC or beyond, or wherever he chooses to go.
Yeah, indeed, and that's it. There's a great plethora of touring car series that you can get involved in once you get on that ladder and prove yourself. It's a phenomenal set of series that you can get involved with, and TCR obviously has a lot of championships all over the world, many of which are incredibly entertaining to watch, as is touring car racing. You can just see the VW Cup cars there making their way through Beckett's. But I agree with Bryn. Lewis Kent's car, that Hyundai, is wonderful to look at. It's a great... It actually looks like a very big car compared to some of the others, just because of the overall sort of box size of it, because it's a little bit higher. You can see a little bit of body roll pop from the exhaust there of Henry Neal's Civic, and again, absolutely love it. He's just doing a couple of burnouts, weaving around as he comes down towards his grid slot. Lewis Kent with the great bronze Hyundai just behind as well. And then we have the 101 machine, Max Hart. Don't forget, Max was brilliant to watch in that first race earlier on this afternoon. This is the penultimate race of the day here at Silverstone. Behind this one, we will have the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy featuring the City Car Cup with 45 minutes to go. But, well, I think Darrell Wilson will be happy that this one won't be 45 minutes, because that car looks like it's done around with Frank Bruno at the moment. Cause that's,
or several.
Well, yes, yeah.
And this is the patch up and the bandages to make sure it heals a bit better.
Yeah, look at it. It just looks very grumpy in the background, doesn't it? But it looks aggressive still. That Astra is a really good-looking car, and he's directly target-fixed on Dan Kirby ahead, I'm sure.
The tape over the head that makes it look a pirate. It's like someone who's lost an eye with like a patch over it. Like you can see, it's kind of like he's battle scarred, and he's been in some kind of a war with that one. But he's good to see him back out on the grid anyway, and he will be hoping to put up a good result. And that's unfortunate. Bradley Kent now.
Now, I thought there was an issue with that car before, and it seems quite odd that there now actually is.
Yeah, there definitely is one now, unfortunately. So he won't take the start, I'm afraid. So we were down one TCR car, but it looks as though I think we're about to get underway.
Red lights are about to come on then for the second race of the day here in the Touring Car Trophy. And they're away already. And it looked like a very strong start for Henry Neal, although Lewis Kent has flown, and Henry Neal again hasn't got away, and neither has Butler. Neal's lost a spot off the start. Max Hart is right behind him as they go through turn one. Butler gets away eventually. The lights are out, mate. But into fourth place now, Tim Docker, but Max Hart all over the back of Henry Neal. It just seems like Henry has a bit of trouble getting that car off the line in comparison to the TCR cars around it. Lewis Kent then leads them. Darrell Wilson has jumped Tim Docker and Dan Kirby already, who are side by side out of Beckett's. Great start from Darrell Wilson. He did this in race one as well. And that green car behind them, no, it is not the actual TCR Golf, even though you could definitely mistake it for it. It's a VW Cup car with the TCR kit there. That is Richard Gilbert, the number 2. Look at Henry Neal already, though, very aggressive here. Richard Gilbert, a very comprehensive lead in the VW Cup at the moment, at the end of this first lap, and he'll want to extend that even further after his issue in the first race. But here we go then, out of Luffield and through Woodcote for the first time. Lewis Kent leading the way, Henry Neal second, then it's Max Hart in third. They sound phenomenal as they come past. Dan Kirby is now ahead of Darrell Wilson, who's going slowly. Darrell Wilson, I'm not sure whether he had an issue out of Luffield, but he's going very slowly in comparison down the straight. You can see there Docker just getting away from him. Be interesting to see what happens. It's Gilbert leading the VWs from Ivans, and then Wilmot, Ivans, and then Butler is just behind. Henry Neal and Max Hart right together as they go towards Beckett's. Max I thought he was looking down the inside there, doesn't quite get it done, tucks it in for the second part of the corner. But battle commences straight away here, Scott. Instantly on it now as Henry Neal tries to recover once again.
Not only is this incentive for Lewis Kent to put his foot down, it's also incentive for Max Hart to try and get his best result of the season. He's had 3 third places so far this year. He wants to try and improve it as Henry Neal makes a small dive to... that was almost a half... It's kind of possibly inspective look up the inside of Lewis Kent, and half kind of defensive move there to put off Max Hart there.
Gilbert,
going round.
Gilbert's had another issue on the exit of Beckett's. The car has stopped on the straight. I've just seen it on the CCTV camera. I thought it was Wilson.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, no, not again. I was talking to Mark Wakefield earlier this morning. He was saying that, actually it was yesterday, that he wasn't too pleased, obviously, that the car had issues and he wasn't on the pace in qualifying, and now I'm afraid it seems like they've got further issues. It's got going again, so turn it off and on again. Looks like Darrell Wilson's back up to full racing pace as well, which is nice, so we've not lost him. He's all over the back of Docker at the moment. Speaking of all over the back of, Max Hart He's certainly he's got heart in this race. Dan Kirby, fastest lap, and look at this, trying to get the cutback on Henry Neal. That's great stuff from Max Hart in the 101. Say Leon gives him a tap. I think Henry just closed the gap down a little bit there. Max is definitely not scared to get his elbows out and get involved. Side by side they go down towards Brooklands again. He comes over a bit, says, go on, try it, mate. He's all over him. We've got Joyce in the background, and look at Dan Kirby behind them already. He's making waves here. What a great battle we've had between those pair, and he's still trying to push. All of this time, though, Lewis Kent will be happy because he'll be trying to get away, and that gap will naturally be extending as these guys battle. But Dan Kirby's in on this now as well, following his fellow Seat Leon Cupra. He's saying, well, I'm not going to follow you out there, mate. That's not a great line. Goes around the outside of Woodcote, gets alongside. Down the straight they go. You've got to think with that run, he might be out in front of him by the time they get to Copse. Let's have a look. They're still side by side, and no. Max Hart says, not in your life. I've got this inside line and I'm going to carry on, mate. Dan Kirby holds on to 4th position, though. But great racing already. But now that's relinquished the gap back to Henry Neal. That's unleashed him, I should say, to go and chase after Lewis Kent. 5th place is still Docker. Then we've got Wilson and Butler. Wilmot leads the Golfs now. Sorry, the Volkswagens, apologies. Then it's Ivans, ironically, he's in a Scirocco as well. Alden is 3rd in class. Then it's Gilbert. Joyce is back in the pit lane. And as seen earlier, Bradley Kent did not start the race, I'm afraid. But now, Max Hart and Dan Kirby both looking very feisty in these Seat Leon Cupras. Good looking and good sounding cars as well. But you've got to think now, are we going to see the same again from Henry Neal here, Scott? He's going after Lewis Kent, and he is on a charge. He was actually 4/10 slower last time round. Let's see what the difference is this time as they cross the line. 59.6 and 59.5, fastest lap of the race for Henry Neal that time round. So he's taking tenths out of him at the moment, Scott.
He is. Just showing just how much pace is in that NGTC touring car. There is Tim Docker. He's been racing that car in Braycott before he chose to come back to TCR UK. So he's definitely got plenty of mileage in that car. But it's a shorter 20-minute sprint races compared to the longer endurance races that he's been using it in before. As we see, Max Hart still now being pressured by his fellow Cupra runner in Dan Kirby, who momentarily before they came through set the fast lap was Richard Gilbert. When he got the car going again and completed a lap, but it looks as though, I'm afraid, that he's trying to restart the engine, but there's nobody home, so I'm afraid
he's exercising his camouflage there on the grass.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Very good point. He's parking a green car on green grass, so it seems to be helping him out there. Meanwhile, this is our scrap now for the lead in the VW Cup, because we've now got Andy Wilmot, former BTCC runner himself, and one half of the Trope Price Cars racing outfit. The other half is just there, behind Max Hart, Dan Kirby. And he's now heading Paul Ivans at the moment, and he's ahead of Jeff Alden, who didn't get out in very long because he had an incident in qualifying. I remember I did see the car at the end of yesterday. He was looking a little bit worse aware, but he managed to get him out today, which is good to see. That's not good to see, unfortunately. Richard Gilbert, I'm afraid, that's going to make major damage to his championship lead, and that is Russ Joyce, is it?
No,
that's 19. That's 19. So that's Jeff Alden. My apologies. So he's actually switched cars. So he's got a different Scirocco here he's in, rather than the Golf he was in at the start of the weekend. So he's in a different car now, which I think that the team have been able to provide him with so he can get back out there. And he's running at the moment in 3rd place in VW Cup, so he will be able to pick up a podium if he holds on.
Whoa, we've got a massive moment of Dan Kirby just watching out the window, who's completely sideways around Brooklands. Hart, by the way, did the fastest lap of the race last time round by 0.010 of a second over Henry Neal's current fastest lap. But Henry is really catching the race leader Lewis Kent, and Hart is catching Neal now with Kirby. Well, he's launching it at the scenery by the look of it, because it honestly came into view sideways in Brooklands, really trying. Dan Kirby, obviously very experienced when it comes to getting behind the wheel of a race car, but yeah, he's certainly putting his drift on there. This is the battle in the VW class. 2 race leaders. These pair were inseparable in the first race as well, as it's Wilmot leading Ivans. And they're both doing a fine job in those 2 Scirocco's. Great to see, like I said earlier, awesome to see the Scirocco's still racing. I love these cars. Really good looking bits of kit. And Joyce is repeating his race 1 antics, where he does a lap and then comes in, and then does a lap and comes in, I'm afraid. So maybe some electrical issue or some sort of engine related issue with that car not quite behaving itself. Henry Neal did another fastest lap last time round, 59.171, 59.2 personal best from Max Hart. So they're getting quicker and quicker as the race goes on. We're nearly 7 minutes in now, Scott, and they're just improving all the time.
Yeah, that'll be possibly the amount of rubber that's kept on being laid down, I'm sure, as the race has been going on, of course, throughout the day. And of course that means that by the end of the day you get a much grippier track, because obviously it's been bone dry all day in beautiful sunny weather conditions, that the amount of rubber on the track now must be a lot more in terms of better lap times this time by. And Henry Neal, you can sense, is starting to try and put the pressure onto Lewis Kent this time by.
He had a mega run down the straight then. I thought he was going to get it done, but the change of direction there from that TCR Hyundai from Lewis Kent, it just dived into Copse. It looked great. And another fastest lap last time round for Henry Neal, so he's really on it now. But the cars behind are not going away.
That you can tell that that's a car that's been developed by two kings of touring car racing, Gabriele Tarquini and Alain Menu. They were the two drivers which they brought on board to develop that car when it was originally launched, and it's such a great car. And Hyundai have really announced themselves into motorsport here, and Lewis Kent is certainly making the most of this fantastic bit of kit as he puts a lap on Jeff Alden. Is still Jeff Alden quickly get out of the way. No, I'm not getting involved in any of this with these TCR cars. I'm backing off and letting them through. So they come out through Luffield. And
we've got Richard
again.
We've got Gilbert slow again on the straight. The car's almost at no revs. It's just come past the commentary box. The top four still right together. Alden following them around, and it's actually not bodywork hanging off the side of it. It's just part of the vinyl from the design of the car, I'm afraid. It's just peeled back, so not as much airtime for one of the sponsors at the side of the car. We've got Wilson and Butler, by the way, a little bit further back from this. Docker's all on his own. We've got Wilson and Butler, another 4.8 seconds back from Docker, but they're right together at the moment. Only 7/10 of a second separating them. The 6/10 separating Lewis Kent and Henry Neal, who goes a bit deep into Beckett's. Still pushing hard though. That Civic seems to have really good run off the corner and great straight line speed. That seems to be the main difference here between these TCR cars and that NGTC car. It's really pokey in a straight line. You can see the heat haze coming out the side of it. It's like a steam train making its way down the straight. Deep on the brakes, the nose dives in as well. It's a true touring car. I absolutely adore the thing, as you can tell. I'm not going to shut up about it for a week. My poor missus. Lewis Kent, though, that's a car I adore even more, that Hyundai. I know I shouldn't be biased as a commentator, but I'm hoping Lewis Kent can get one of the wins here. But Henry Neal, he's well on his way in terms of pace to get 2 out of 2, as well as pole position. But we'll have to see how the battle goes. At the moment, though, we've got Kirby now ahead of Hart, apparently.
I think there's a bit of a glitch in his there's a bit of a warning, so there's 3 or 4 cars that still don't seem to have fully working transponders. Also to mention as well is that you say about Henry Neal possibly getting second place. If he keeps getting warnings like getting a black and white flag for track limits, he might be there for much longer. So, but just how much you can see how much Henry Neal tries to carry as much speed as he can through the corner. You can see just how the way it leans on its suspension just through Beckett's as he comes onto the Wellington straight. But I think what's clear is that it's I think before at Alton Park it was more of a case of once Lewis got into the lead, it was a case of Henry Neal trying to make up for a bit of a not so good qualifying or first race in many cases, whereas this time you can see that Lewis has got genuine pace, and not saying he never did, but he's got genuine pace in this Hyundai now.
Now they've figured out the trick with the brake bias as well.
Yeah, and they seem to have got the car on a good rhythm. He's able to at least keep on actual genuine pace alone Henry Neal at bay, and also Max Hart, if I'm correct, he's come up from single seaters up into TCR for the first time, and making the most of that single-seater experience where it's mostly, I guess, depending on what car you run, it's mostly mechanical grip you have to work with.
Yeah, definitely.
So making the most of that. And Dan Kirby's not too far away either. About the top 4 are separated by 2.6 seconds. And lap time-wise, they're all very evenly matched between the lap time delta between all 4 of them. That 2/10 as Henry Neal goes way too deep into Beckett to try and hold on.
He was actually, the camera just panned around very quickly there because Gilbert had gone off just in front of them at Beckett's. I heard some tyre squeal and I thought, who was that? But Kent went deep. It looked like he'd locked up as well, but Gilbert had just gone off just before that as well. So luckily they've avoided it. You can see him in the background there. But like you say, Lewis Kent and Max Hart coming from single seaters. He's definitely in a bit of different scenery here, but he's doing a smashing job of it, to be honest. And they're not easy cars to get used to. As we've got an issue there. That is our VW Cup leader.
That's either a puncture or that's a loose wheel.
It was wobbling around a lot, wasn't it? I think it's just a puncture. Yeah, it's just the tyre going around the edge of the rim.
Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, you're right. It is a puncture. So that now brings it
all in. Round the outside into Cobbs. That caught us both off guard there. Runs a bit wide. That's track limits again. Not that I'm trying to bring it up and get him in trouble. Lewis Kent is flashing the lights desperately, saying, please get out of the way, I'm coming through. Right, I'm going to go down the inside, stuff it. We need to get on with this. Onto the brakes into Beckett's, 8.5 minutes to go. But look at this now, the top 4. Now those two have had that little coming together, almost, on the exit of Copse, after Neal went for the move. This is what we were saying before in the MX5s and in the Fiestas as well, when it was so close. You go for a move. If it hinders the pair of you, you've got to then think about the cars behind who can catch you up. Henry Neal looks to the inside. He's been doing this all race. He takes a very early turn in for Brooklands, gets the car straightened up on the brakes, the nose dives to the ground, and then he chucks it in. And that Civic just seems to really cope with that very well.
I think he's deploying a bit of a Schumacher-esque strategy. I think he's cleaning up that side of the track, so when he does eventually have to try and make him move up the inside line, it's not the dirty part of the circuit. He's not coming off the line to make that happen. He's actually trying to clean it up.
Very true.
So when he is ready to make that move, he goes up the inside. He's not finding himself out of control and going through. So that's it's a possibility. Either that or he possibly is just doing it to try and put Lewis Kent off, or a combination of both. Because but either way, Henry Neal is certainly doing a grand job to keep up with him. But Lewis Kent equally, with that Hyundai, looking to try and take an outright win here. but you also look behind. These two Cupras behind, they're not their business have finished yet, and they've all closed up now to the gap where the top 4 are separated by 1.4 seconds. And Max Hart, if he keeps playing his cards right in this way, so we've got into the second half of the race with 7.5 minutes to go, he might get more than a third place here if he plays it right.
Yeah, and just looking out the window, Gilbert has finally decided to bring that car in, I'm afraid, so more issues for it. That's a real shame to see that as well. But this battle for the top 4 is phenomenal. I mean, Dan Kirby's dropped off a little bit compared to the previous lap, but it's not too much, to be honest. He was actually 2/10 quicker than Hart last time around, but it just shows you how much the front 2 have checked up. So, round again to start the 14th lap of the race, completing lap 13. Sounds phenomenal as they go past once again. But Dan Kirby there with all the lights ablaze in that gorgeous gold-wrapped car. It looks phenomenal. There you go. You can see the beautiful shine on it. It looks absolutely brilliant.
It really is. It's glinting in the sunshine, isn't it? It's a typical term to use for gold to be glinting, but it absolutely is. And it turns in through this time, and Neil was getting very close under braking that time. You can tell he's pushing as hard as he dares now, but Max Hart is doing everything he can to stay with him. So these top 3 very evenly matched in terms of pace and back and forth. They're going to come up to put a lap on Jeff Alden again in his Scirocco. He will stay well out of the way this time, Brian. This time again, all aiming for the apex as they try to break as straight a line as possible.
Watch Max Hart here, because Max is all over Henry. He's actually trying to go round to his left-hand side. Now he's going to get a deeper exit on here, try and get the cutback, get a good run down the straight. But as I said before, that Civic has got some legs in a straight line. But all this time now, if he's trying to distract Henry, I think Henry had just a bit of a run wide out of Brooklands that just compromised him slightly. I think that we're going to see Max Hart try and make a move. He's been very, very exciting to watch. The bonnet was rattling a little bit there as he got towards Cops. That could be something to keep an eye on. You don't want that. We saw it on Alden's car, but not quite to that extent. Dan Kirby all the time just watching this, hoping that his fellow Cupra driver can get a move done, but so far it's just proved to be the start that has been the hindrance for Henry Neal. Further back from this, by the way, Docker is still 5th, with Butler behind him, but it looks like Wilson has dropped down on that previous lap, I'm afraid, 1:06.6, so he's had an issue somewhere. Try and catch up with that in a little moment, because we've still got 5 minutes to go of these 4. They're not quite parading at the moment. They're all, like I said before, the bungee cord is out, and it's very much tying the 4 of them together. It's fantastic, and Lewis Kent's doing a great job at holding the pace. Still doing 59s. He did a 59.4 last time. Let's see what this one is. 59.4, 59.1, fastest lap of the race for Henry Neal. So that time round, he's thought, right, I'm not going to focus on Max Hart. I'm just going to get on with it, and let's try and go forward. He's really pushing now, and Wilson is, yeah, it seems like he's dropping down the order further and further, I'm afraid. He's actually been in the pits. That was why. Yeah, he pitted last time round. He's actually still crossing the line, but he's dropped away a bit. There's Dan Kirby in 4th place. Oh, Max Hart's gone wide. Manages to recuperate quite quickly, though, but yeah, Henry Neal, you can tell visually now, he has set his sights on the back of that Hyundai. Watch his line as he goes into here, though. He turns in a lot earlier. Ready? Gets it turned in about there, dives it down on the brakes, gets it slowed up in a bit more of a straight line, and maybe that's just helping because of how that car handles. Slightly different in terms of the TCR cars compared to the NGTC machine, and it does seem a lot lower to the ground, but I think that's more of a visual thing from the Hyundai because it's quite a tall car in comparison. The Civic's quite sort of low and sleek. It's a great shape. I certainly prefer it over the newer one, let me say that. But in terms of Kirby and Hart, obviously still the other way around at the moment, but they're holding station and they're doing a good job, and so too is Docker. I mean, he's 5th at the moment, still holding ahead of Butler. In terms of the lap times, though, Butler was actually 8/10 faster. He's just done his fastest lap of the race in the number 70 Seat Leon Cupra. In the VW Cup, it's Ivans, and Alden's actually 2nd just by staying out there. Alden's actually going to get some good championship points out of this. Wilson is behind them, and then Wilmot, unfortunately, still in the pits. So we've lost most of the VWs. We've lost Gilbert, Joyce and Kent from that. So if you finish, you're going to get some good championship points. But here again is Henry Neal very close to the back of Lewis Kent this time round. 3 minutes to go here, Scott, and this is getting spicy.
Just whilst we're looking at that, I was mentioning Richard Gilbert's attempts to get back on and off the circuit and sort of stopping and starting. It appears to have attracted the eye of the clerk of the course because they have given him a black and orange flag, I think, for that. So I think he's gone back out on circuit, but I think he possibly might have to come back in, unless he already has come back in and served that, in which case he'll carry on towards the end. And it seems to know whatever issue was, it seems as though he's back out and looking okay. So 3 minutes to go then in this second Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR race with the VW Cup as well. Still Max Hart holding on to third place. At the moment, it's going to be a clean sweep at this rate of the entire season of the same 3 drivers on the podium, because it's still Kent from Neil and then Max Hart in third place at the moment, unless Dan Kirby can do anything about that. And to be fair, Hart and Kirby are very evenly matched right now, with the two cars in front of them are lapping at least 3 or 4 tenths quicker than the 2 cars behind. And as the Cooper of Max Hart flashes the headlights, Richard Gilbert stays way out of the way after he's gone back out of the pits, I presume to solve whatever the black and orange flag issue was.
Well, if he seems to have slowed up there, but I'm not sure whether he's just getting out of the way or whether it's broken down again.
I think
no,
he was more getting out of the way.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Okay, so that said, he is going still quite slowly through Brooklands, just looking out of our window. So just over 2 minutes to go then. So we're going to get looking at lap times, probably this rate, maybe 3 more laps actually, because look at the time, they came across with 2 minutes 3 to go, and it's a 59-second lap time for these touring cars. So we might just get 3 more laps, including this one, I reckon, and 3 more laps for Lewis Kent to hold on to resist the onslaught of this constant pressure from Henry Neal as they come in. Jeff Alden gets another lap put on him as he comes through. Beckett's completely staying out of the way as best he can.
Still second in class though, so he'll just be thinking, well, points. that was close from Max Hart. Yeah. Max has to blend in a little bit with the grass. He's flashing his lights to the cars ahead. We've had a big lock-up from Docker and from Butler going into Beckett's. The two of them I've just watched it on the CCTV. They've just had a right moment going in there. It was like Butler had that much target fixation. He just followed the car in front, pretty much off the circuit and then back on. But there is Henry Neal, and there, just ahead of him, is Lewis Kent. And that gap, it was, what, 50 thousandths of a second different last time? Let's see what it is this time. Henry obviously gains it back on the straights and under brakes, a personal best from Lewis Kent, so he is right on the money now. He's 1/10 of a second off the fastest lap of the race, set by Henry Neal a few laps ago as well. So he's returned the favour at the moment, and he's opening it back up. Docker, like I said, still 5th, just ahead of Butler, 1.4 seconds separating them, but this is the battle for the lead with 46 seconds to go. It's going to be interesting now to see whether we get another lap. Look at that, Henry Neal goes deep into Beckett's, tries to get the run on the exit, and you can see that actually Lewis Kent runs a lot wider on the exit despite having the earlier apex there. It's a bit of 6 of one, half dozen the other. In the background, Max Hart, as we all know, flashing your lights gives you a 15 extra brake horsepower, so Max is definitely trying to exercise that at the moment. But he's just trying to put them off any way that he can, and that's the thing, you just got to get the mind games out at this point, because he's 1.9 seconds off the back of Neal. We've got 14 seconds to go as he leans over and looks for the checkered flag. Last lap board just gone out now.
Board, yeah.
Okay, so we've got one more attempt then for Henry Neal. The lap times last time round, Neal was 0.2 of a second quicker. So what do you reckon, Scott? Do you reckon Hart will put him off enough with the flashing lights?
Well, I think given Henry Neal the fact that he's learnt all his tricks from Matt Neal, probably has every touring car trick in the book, I'd imagine possibly not.
Yeah.
But even so, he'll give it, as the Australians say, he'll give it a red-hot go as he comes up towards Beckett's for the last time. Now, realistically, he needs a super exit here from Beckett's to line himself up, because if he's going to make the move, truthfully, it's going to have to be in Brooklands, and all that sort of effort goes to the inside line, whether he's been cleaning up the track or not. I have a feeling as we go into the last couple of corners, Chaz, I think he's too far back, and I think Lewis has possibly got this.
Yeah, he'll have to take something pretty major from Henry Neal to get it done here. He does look down the inside, as he has been doing all race, but Lewis Kent goes through Brooklands, keeps it nice and composed, a little bit wider than normal into Luffield on the brakes. Henry Neal trying to keep it tucked in there, but out of Luffield for the final time, through Woodcote, foot down hard, trust me, that Civic's going to be catching you to the line, but it's going to be Lewis Kent that takes round 4 of the championship here in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Great performance, great defence from Henry Neal, awesome pressure. Max Hart makes it a podium. Dan Kirby recovers from that earlier first race incident to finish 4th, and Tim Docker is going to come across the line in 5th, just ahead of Will Butler, who was closing him down there at the very end. Great performance by that Golf there, another top 5 finish for him. Butler, great on his debut. Wilson does cross the line behind them, but he's a couple of laps down, 2 laps down on those cars, and we just wait for Paul Ivans in the number 79 machine to make his way round. We've got Alden just coming across the line now. He's going to be 2nd in the VW Cup. There he is. And Ivans is just coming into the last corner. That's how much of a lead he had in that class. Gilbert is still out on track, though. Still trying to make the Volkswagen work. I know the car's green, but I imagine none of the dash lights on the dash are. He's actually going to... No, he is going to complete the lap. But here is your VW Cup class winner, everybody. Paul Ivans takes the victory. Very well deserved there. And, well, it just shows it was survival of the fittest out there, Scott. But what a great second race, and what a win from Lewis Kent.
Absolutely. Just one thing to mention also is that the fact that Richard Gilbert kept going, unless the stewards want to have a word with him about his sort of on and off start of the engine, incredibly, it still gives him 3rd, which he still gets 3rd place points, which actually could be going to the next couple of rounds, if it's all trouble-free for the next ones, that could be a saving grace for his championship chances, possibly that third place. It's a key thing. But yeah, I have to say, pretty much flawless drive from Lewis Kent. I can't fault it, truth to be honest. But at the same time, I can't really fault Henry Neal either. The two of them are very evenly matched, back and forth, equal on pace, and sort of closing up the gap a little bit, pulling out by a couple of tenths, back in a couple of tenths. Just as good as each other. And I think that if the two of them end up in a touring car series together once more, I think we could possibly see more of the same. And continuing the adventures of Richard Gilbert, I'm afraid that his car has now stopped on the exit of Beckett's once again, I think. So, but he's got it going again, so there he goes. But I think the squad have got definitely some work to try and fix that. But finishing order then, Lewis Kent, who picks up the victory then, makes it once more, like it was at Alton Park, a win each for Lewis Kent and Henry Neal. Max Hart once more keeps up that consistent run of third places. That's 4 on the bounce now he's had at all 4 races. Dan Kirby with 4th position. Tim Docker picks up an excellent 5th, and William Butler picks up 6th in his Cupra. Then it's Paul Ivans, your VW Cup winner, from Darrell Wilson in 8th position overall. Jeffrey Alden picked up 9th overall and 2nd in VW. So despite everything that went on for him, Richard Gilbert does indeed collect 3rd in the VW Cup.
And he's made it back to the pits,
which is good to see. And then the last couple of drivers that we'll have are going to be Andy Wilmot, who fortunately had that puncture, Russell Joyce, who for some reason retired after 3 laps, and Bradley Kent, sadly, who didn't even make the start, unfortunately. He pulled off on the formation lap.
And after taking a win earlier in the day as well, nightmare of a contrast for him, isn't it?
But it makes things very interesting for next rounds coming up, which I believe are at Donington, so very interesting stuff. But there is the top 3. There's Mickey Butler from Dunlop, just having a bit of a check of the tyre pressure to see what the Dunlop rubber is like.
Oh, I love Henry Neal's lid, by the way, the camo lid. That looks phenomenal.
Actually,
I know I've used the word phenomenal a lot today. I do apologise, but that really does look good. But any second now, though, I believe, Scott, we will be passing down to Bryn. But that was an epic battle between the two of them. They may not have been swapping places every lap, but it was just the times. They were just trading lap times, weren't they?
Absolutely. So I think, seeing as Lewis looked pretty much prepared, I'm going to hand down to Bryn to have a chat with our top 3 in both TCR, TCT and VW Cup.
Yeah, thanks very much, gents. I mean, what a race that was. Lewis Kent, I think, showing the maturity he's managed to garner over the last couple of years.
Underneath. It's underneath, Bryn. It's underneath. The button's on the bottom of it.
I was going to say, it looks as though either it's possibly his battery's run out or they've forgotten to switch it back on again. But apologies for the mishap there with Bryn's microphone. Hopefully it'll be all sorted. The Union Jack flag is disappointed. It's drooped in the wind, though, which is unfortunate. But no, it's we should be able to hear from the shot. So.
He should get Richard Gilbert on that microphone. He's used to turning things on and off again after that race.
Oh, I don't want to say things like that. I'll leave that to you on that side. At least if Stuart Lyons come after me, it's probably going to be you after that.
Yeah.
After saying that, so we should be good now. So we'll try again with Bryn, who's with our Touring Car Trophy race winner, Lewis Kent.
Thank you very much, gents. It wasn't me. My mic was on. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to blame everybody else. I'm going to take no blame whatsoever. Lewis, that was a race, I think. It was a shame because the build-up I gave to just before I came to you was, I think, quite incredible. That race showed the maturity, I think, that you've managed to gather over the last couple of years, and I think particularly the last couple of laps. Henry was really gaining on you. You know, he was knocking out a 10th, and then you put in a lap that gave you a 2/10 lead over that to kind of re-establish the distance.
Yeah, it's the starts again. I'm starting to get the starts quite well now. But yeah, you know, again, huge thanks to all the boys and everyone back at the shop. Thanks to all the sponsors as well. You know, Blockcoin, without them lot, wouldn't be able to do this. But racing was awesome. We got a good start, as I said. Pulled a little bit of a gap. We had a bit of a trouble. I think Andy Wilmot may have had a puncture halfway through. And we kind of got caught up as we came around to lap him. But yeah, we're just able to start pulling that gap and get out a little bit further every lap. And yeah, at the end I just thought I had to put in one good lap just to pull a gap, just to make myself safe. And last couple of corners played it safe and played it nice and easy, and just tried to keep it on the track.
So my big question for you really is, at the start of the season, although it's been a bit of a strange season, you were looking only at TCR UK. Your focus was, I want to be TCR UK champion. You could be TCT champion as well, and that means you could be leading over an NGTC car.
Yeah, you know,
I'd like to go for it as well. It's not our main priority. Obviously, TCR is first up. But we'll have to see how it goes. You know, Donington's a strong circuit for me. I really do like Donington, but so does Henry. Henry's very fast around there from last year. And yeah, we're just going to have to see how it goes from that point of view.
Swapping results, you two. It's been fantastic. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we have it, Lewis Kent, the race winner. What a win that was. He really held that one very, very tightly. I'm just going to try and find Henry Neal. Henry Neal's over to this side over here, but we might go to the VW Racing Cup, actually. We can get a word from the race winner, from Paul Evans, because Paul had, here he comes now. It was a really strong result. We should really get a word from the race winner from the VW Racing. That was, it was a strong performance from you as well.
It was good. It was a brilliant victory. It's great to win, but there wasn't a great deal of competition to begin with. That was my teammate Andy. We were having a good battle. We were closing in, and then going round Cops, I noticed he slowed and the back wobbled, and didn't think much of it until we came onto the Wellington Straight, and I could see, well, there's something coming off the back. It looked like fluid, and then just overtook him. It was an easy race from there, to be honest with you. Just had to keep it going. The last 3 laps, the tyres were going off, but no. It is what it is. It's a win. Just need a bit more competition, more people carrying on running.
Well, let's just hope. It's tricky, isn't it? This year is very, very tricky, particularly with sponsorship, people finding the time and the ability to actually get out and race. Let's hope 2021 brings full grids and close contact racing.
No, that's great, but no, thank you very much.
Right. Well done, well done. They are race winner from VW Racing Cup as well. We could speak to Henry Neal. I'm pretty sure he would say that he had a good race. You know, it was good to stick it on second. I'd love to speak to Max again as well, because he's been so consistent. This is a guy who is not really used to this form of racing, but here he is. He's done such a really good job in this car. We're going to be going for the Club Sport Trophy and the City Car Cup as well. That's going to be happening very soon. In fact, we might not have a time. Let's quickly grab a very quick second, a quick chat from Max. Max, going into this, you know, you were saying you had a few problems, no testing with the car, but you've had podiums galore, so it's getting there, isn't it? And you showed on a couple of your laps that you were lapping faster at times than the NGTC car.
Yeah, exactly. I just need more time in the seat, I feel. Like towards the start of the race there, I was really catching the lads. They had pulled a small gap, but I managed to pull the gap back, and I even had a few goes on Henry there around the outside and up the inside, and then we came and had contact coming out with maggots there. But yeah, I just need more time in the car. No testing obviously didn't help, so I'm looking forward to the next round where I'll get a bit of testing before the race, and hopefully I'll be right up there with the lads this time.
Is that the plan? Get out there, get in the car, get some seat time, get used to it?
Yeah, that's exactly it, yeah. Because I really was struggling in race 1, and if I had started way up, I would have kind of got more of a feel, because when you're driving with the fast lads, you get more to their pace, so hopefully I can do that. I just want to say a big thanks to all my sponsors. Like, without them, I wouldn't be able to be here, so a big thanks to them.
We love the fact you're here. It's fantastic to see you out on track. Well done.
Thanks very much, Ben.
Great stuff there, Max Hart. A brilliant podium. 2 threes, 2 thirds, 2 third places. That's what I'm trying to say on the podium there. And if we have a look at the trophies, they're lined up right now because of COVID-19, because of the bizarre way the world is right now. Trophies are on the floor. They will collect them later on. They'll take their champagne home, and I'm sure they'll keep it to themselves. Shucks, there you go. But we are ready for the final race of the day here from Silverstone, from the national circuit. We've got the Club Sport Trophy and City Car Cup as well. Quite an unusual grid, this one, and I think it's going to be one heck of a race, so stay tuned for it. To talk you through, as always, we've got Scott. He's next to Chaz. Over to you guys for the City Car Cup and the Club Sport Trophy.
I have to say, I think you're feeling a bit sorry for me that you're next to me or something, or the way around, I think it was. Or whichever way that analogy was in many cases. But yes, indeed, very eclectic grid for this one. I have to give it very quickly because we are lining up here. So I might give the first 15 or 20 cars that are on the grid for the Club Sports, then do some of the City cars. So very quickly, it's an all-Honda Civic front row. David Vincent on pole position alongside Luke Handley on the front row of the grid. Then it's the Maudsley and Mead Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark V alongside the Sheedon-Eaton BMW Compact that ran so well at Cadwell last time. Row 3 is Jamie Tonks from the Civic Cup. and then Keith Isett in a Mini Clubman. No, I did say Mini Clubman, not Cooper.
Oh,
so that's that one. We've got Scott Ferguson in his MX5 next to him, David May and Mark Skeets in their BMW 330. Stuart Donovan in his Toyota Celica, and Colin Newbold and Mark Court are next in their Honda Integra, followed by Rowan and Richard Lundy in the second of the 7 Motorsports Celicas, and Mark Thomas in that awesome Ford Capri to round out the top 12, with Miller and Langridge in their MX5, Declan Lee and Aidan Hills in their MX5, and Martin Plowman in this one in 15th place alongside the Curtis and Curious Caterham. As for the City Car Cup cars, very briefly, it is going to be on pole position for them. It looks like it is Nick Grindrod from Richard Brunning. They were the top 2 from the first race before, and the rest of the field all lined up. So a 40-car grid combined for the Club Sport Trophy and City Car Cup. Get ready for 45 minutes of mini-endurance pit stop racing action. It is the 2 Honda Civics on the front row of the grid from the BMW and the Golf as the lights go out, and we are Club Sport Trophy and City Car Cup racing. Good start from the BMW from the second row of the grid. He sprints into the lead, and David Sheed then into turn 1, into the lead. They all turn their way through Copse for the first time, and the field makes its way through. And as for the City cars at the back, they're being left behind already, but they head through up towards Brooklands for the first time, and it is BMW versus Honda on the run towards Beckett. David Sheed in that number 13 red BMW compact from David Vincent in the bewinged Honda Civic. There's Luke Handy under attack from John Maudsley. There's also the Woodhams Mini going a little bit wide there, battling with a couple of the cars in the mix. Some of the MX5s in there, the Caterham 21 there, the sort of odd Marcos type looking car, and also spotted one of our reserves getting into the race, which is John Coburn Evans, the former MX5 racer, in his Mighty Minis Rover Mini in the mix as well. As for the City cars, it is Nick Grindrod, former pickup truck racer, who is in the lead there from Richard Brunning of Bad Obsessions Motorsports. And that's in their Citroen C1 WRC, because that's the different livery for that one. Some good battles already happening there. We've got the Richard Daniels Ford Fiesta there scrapping with Rob Greensmith. But end of lap 1 in the Club Sport Trophy City Car Cup is that a problem for...
Yeah, it looks like it.
David May. So David May, who was in contention for the podium in class last time at Cadwell Park, looks like he's possibly got an issue with that BMW. I think it's more of a missed shift. He might have a problem there with that 330. But at the end of lap 1, it's the Sheed and Edison BMW in the lead from Vincent in second place, Maudsley and Mead third in the Golf, then it's Handley fourth in the second of the Honda Civics. I think David May possibly, whether it was a bit of an issue or possibly a missed shift, he has got through. Meanwhile, David Vincent already not hanging around. He's got through on the Sheed BMW and into the lead here already on the second lap of this combined Club Sport Trophy and City Car Cup race. We see there in 5th position is Jamie Tonks in his Civic Cup car. Behind him then is the rather rapid Mini Clubman of Keith Isett, so he's now up in the mix there. There it is, at the Mini there in blue and black. There's Scott Ferguson, his supercharged Mazda MX5, and then the 2.7 Motorsports Toyota Celicas with Stuart Donovan leading Rowan Lundy, and then one of my favourite cars in the grid, that beautiful Ford Capri. And I'll tell you a small thing about that. At Cadwell Park, I kid you not, every single lap without fail over the mountain, that Capri was sideways. And it was beautiful to watch. It's a beautiful sounding car, and we've got such a great eclectic mix of the field here. Meanwhile, we look back to our brilliant City Car Cup machines. And here is Nick Grindrod from Richard Brunning, and in third place is Steve Laidlaw, and in the mix there is the Fareham College BMW 116 trophy car, and that was started, by the looks of things, by James Ford, and he will hand over to Patrick Young at the mandatory pit stops. But so far, what an eclectic mix of cars, and what a fun start we've had to this brilliant 45-minute race.
It's literally a list of, if you could pick a track car, what would it be? It's honestly such a great spread, and I love the banter, by the way, on the 69 Citroen C1 in inverted commas WRC. Bad Obsession Motorsport. Instead of the total branding on the front of it as sponsorship, it says totaled on the front of it, which is just phenomenal. I really enjoy that, and I've seen before as well in those sorts of cars, they all do have these sort of tribute liveries and some of the funny liveries before, and there's such a great atmosphere around it. We can see the beautiful Honda Integra DC5 there side by side with the BMW, just trying to make his way through there, and it looks like he's actually got that problem sorted now and he's making it back up the order. But that Integra, I had a bit of a wander around it this morning. It's a really good looking car, and obviously, as you heard from me commentating on the Civic Cup earlier on, a bit of a Honda fanboy, so that car really got me excited.
Yeah, not surprised. It is a brilliant looking thing. That Integra run by 2 former Fiesta Championship rivals in the pit lane already. That's the Maudsley and Mead Golf GTI Mark 5.
Got a car off. It's the Caterham 21, I'm afraid.
Oops. Yeah,
there's two cars.
2 cars off at Brooklands. One is the Caterham 21, you're right. The other one looks to be a Mazda MX5. It's a white MX5, but which one it is, I'm not sure. We'll see that at Brooklands if the camera pans around there. But... yeah, unfortunately, we've got 2 cars on that. Could be a safety car. And there is the unfortunately, that's one of my favourite cars to build as well, the Occasion 21 of David Fender, and it's the 477 car. That's of Darren Stapleton, and it was going to be Michael Post driving that car, but instead it's actually Gary Mitchell, and so Darren Stapleton, I'm afraid, his race has come to a rather brief halt, unfortunately. There are double wave yellows down there, but just watching down at Beckett's just briefly before then, the city cars going up through Beckett's, and the way they were leaning on their suspension was brilliant to watch. A lot of the drivers from Cadwell said that these cars were absolutely fun to race, and just like that, and to no one's surprise after that, those two cars on the gravel, safety car has been deployed early on before we get to 5 minutes. So
yeah, it's understandable. It's a good decision. You know, these decisions need to be made very quickly, as I'm sure everyone can appreciate. But yeah, just coming back to the City Car Cup. The number 91, Liam Browning, good friend of mine with the Lux Sim branding down the side of it. I'm a brand ambassador for Lux Sim, I'll have you know. He was talking to me yesterday afternoon, just while we were in the paddock, just having a quick catch up, and he was saying that there's only about 2 places on the track where they actually brake, and they're not necessarily doing that to slow down. They're just getting it to get the weight over the front of the car, and that's at Copse. And then also on the way into Brooklands, a lot of the time they do brake a little bit. Some of them were just lifting into Beckett's, apparently. It's just crazy, the fact that obviously they're not the fastest in a straight line. I think they're about 80 horsepower, some of them. But it's the fact that they handle so well. They're on the door handles absolutely everywhere. It's almost like bikers have their knee pads that get scuffed away in a race. These things have the wing mirrors that get scuffed away in a race. It's just awesome to watch. And obviously, you see them, and I mean, no disrespect to them, they're not the sort of stereotypical racing cars that you expect to see, but it's the fact that they are turned into racing cars that makes them so entertaining to watch. So they're just absolutely great. And as I said a moment ago, the atmosphere behind them all, in terms of the whole community that gets involved with it, everyone tries to help everyone. And again, I use that family cliche to compare it because it's just great. I really do enjoy it.
Couldn't agree more on that side of things. It's great to see how much it's inspired so many people with the City Car Cup, and of course there are more cars incoming. I think the plan is next year for them to have their own standalone grids, and there's great interest from lots of interested people, and the great thing is you can pick up a donor car for them for, if you look in the right places, £500 or less, and then you can pick up the kit, which is for just I think around £3,000. And that in turn then gives you pretty much just about everything that you need to turn the car from a box standard road car into a full-blown City Car Cup racer. And there is they think it costs $1,000 less if you've got a C1 that races elsewhere in Club Motorsport. If you want to convert it, so long as everything else conforms to the regulations and it fits with what you need with the kit. It's predominantly the roll cage, which is what you need, but the rest of it, you can knock $1,000 off the package if you already have a compliant roll cage for that car. If it's racing something like, for example, let's say like the C1 Cup, for example, if you want to turn it into one, if you want that option. So safety car out here at Silverstone at this BRSCC Club Sport Trophy and City Car Cup combined race, 45-minute race, and we've had just about roughly 7.5 minutes gone. We'll give you quickly a rundown of who is where. So David Vincent, who leads Class A and overall, is in the lead from the Class B leading Sheed and Eason BMW, with David Sheed at the wheel. Luke Handley is currently third in his Honda Civic. Fourth is Jamie Tonks in Class B. So Honda Civics who are in, there's three Honda Civics in the top 5, and then we've got the third place Class A car of Keith Isett in his Mini Clubman. Other class leaders, as we see, that's the Darren Stapleton and Gary Mitchell car that's in the pit lane, and the close racer squad are having a look. There is Michael Close there on the left, just standing up in the middle there, and that's meant to be his team, and it looks like it's Darren Stapleton at the wheel of the car, just understanding and describing what the issue was. And we have got the David Fender caterer out to the gravel as well. It's lost a bit of its front lipper on the bonnet, but on the bumper, sorry, but the splitter, if I can get my right terminology. And he's going to come to the pit lane for the crew to have a look at that. Other class leaders we've got, so we've done B and C, because Class A leader is the overall race leader of Luke Vincent. So David Vincent, forgive me. Class B leader is the Sheed and Eason BMW Compact. Class C leader is Stuart Donovan, who is in 7th place in the Seven Motorsports Toyota Celica. And then Class D.
We're getting going again, by the way. Safety car's just come in.
Yeah,
Civic's just caned it down the straight, and it looks like it's left everyone for dead. I think some of them weren't expecting to go, especially the number 13 BMW there, actually. The Civic was gone. I mean, look at the gap. He's absolutely flown away because no one else was expecting the safety car to come in by the look of it. And he's got a massive lead as they cross the line. It was 5.1 seconds when he crossed the line.
I don't think we were either.
No,
so,
I was not ready for that.
But so class, just quickly run through the class leaders then. So effectively now, so it's still she needs to lead in the class, but they're going to come under threat now from the Jamie Tonks on the Civic just there. Oops! Oh, and that's the Richard Road London Toyota out of control. Oh goodness me! And also that's the Mark Thomas Capri. It's also in strife. We've also got the David May BMWs off the road. And I hate to say it, but the Mark Thomas Capri looks like it might have a little bit of damage on the door. Hopefully it can carry on going, which it has. But that was a very out-of-control Toyota Celica, and thankfully no one hit it. It looks like there is a bit of damage to the... I'm not sure if it's the drive... Well, it's one of the doors of the Ford Capri. They've all got going again, thankfully, after that. But that was a hairy moment down at Beckett's, which could have ended a whole lot worse. Yeah, definitely. It's we've seen scary moments there before in other series where the car just goes straight across on the grass, and you can get on the brakes, but once you're doing all you can do there, it's not going to slow it down any further. You know, it's a bit of a scary moment. So fortunately we've got away with it. Here is a replay. So there is the number 13 BMW on its way in. Just have a quick look on the right and see if you see anything happen to the Capri. Oh, yeah, there'd already been contact there, hadn't there? Looks like it. So I think that those two have come together, and then a couple of cars ran wide, and the David May BMW went way out wide over the grass. I think it was the Declan Lee Mazda and the Ponder Integra both ran wide to try and avoid a further incident. But I think the pair look like they've come together, and I think it's the Capri that's come off worst damage-wise. I do like that Celica. I'm sorry, I just do. And there's a thing with me in Japanese cars. I almost owned one of those SS2s. And that's the David May BMW, and that's damage to the left front. Now, I wonder, he did run wide at there, so I possibly... Was he the third element in that incident, possibly? Because... Well, you've got to think as well, that's a much quicker car than the cars it was trying to overtake, like the Capri and the Celica. You know, you've seen that it's quicker before, so maybe he was just trying to get a move done, and maybe he's just swept them up a little bit as he's gone through. Well, I'm not sure if that's... Considering where it's parked, I fear it might be another safety car, because unless he can get it going again and limp it back round, because the unfortunate thing is, even if he can limp it, I think he's gone past the pit entry. Yeah, he has. He's right outside our commentary box. Yeah, and it means he'll have to do a full lap to get back around again. It looks like he's damaged something on the left front, whether he's punctured the tyre or it's suspension issues. One of the two means he'll have to get back around as quick as he can. But you're looking at the 37 of the supercharged Mazda MX5 Mark 1 of Scott Ferguson. And I was looking to try and go through the class leaders, but everything kept happening at once. So quickly to reiterate there, David Vincent is leading Class A and overall in his Honda Civic. Class B leader is still the Sheedon Eason BMW Compact. Class C is being led by the first of the 2 Motorsport Toyota Celicas of Stuart Donovan, as David May trudges off thinking, well, that wasn't quite the way I wanted to spend my afternoon, but he will sure be back for more action. When I think his next time he'll be out will probably be the, if I'm correct, the Compact Cup when he's out in a couple of weeks' time at Brands Hatch. Class D is the winner from last time. They were the only entrant in Class D last time, but a win is a win, and that's the Craig and Gary Butterworth Renault Clio Sport 172. And the Class E leader is the Matthew Fletcher and Chris Malloy Mazda MX5 Mark 1 that was racing in the MX5 Championship earlier on. And that's for the City Car Cup. We can give you the run through for them. As we see now, possible change here for the leading Class B. Jamie Tonks tries to put his nose up the inside of the BMW of David Sheed. And they're lapping the City Car Cup cars. They're going to pick a lap on the Trade Price Cars machine, and also one of the Bread C1s in the mix as well. Here's some more of them further up, and there's David Vincent going through in the silver and red Honda Civic. It looks as though that this battle of the Class B is hotting up pretty nicely between David Sheed in that BMW and Jamie Tonks in the Civic Cup car. Going back to the running order of the City Car Cup machine, so we see here this I think that's a change for second, I think, because it looks like Richard Brunning has lost second place to Steve Laidlaw in the Peugeot 107, but it's still, by the looks of things, yes indeed, they're just there, Nick Grindrod, who is leading the way in his Citroen C1, so it's Citroen's first and third now, sandwiching a Peugeot in second place, and they're coming up to be lapped by the overall race leader, David Vincent, in that beautiful looking bewinged Honda Civic. Yeah, it's great to see the Civic really balanced out with that humongous rear wing on the back of it. It looks great. He's still got the standard wing as well. That's the thing. So a lot of good aero on the back of that car. The City cars are actually 4 wide down the straight. You'll see them in the background of the shot. They genuinely are 4 wide. Oh, there's one of the yellow machines in there. They're actually door banging down there. It's folded the wing mirror in. Oh, there's contact in the straight line. That doesn't need to happen, guys. Come on. They really don't need to do that. That's the thing. We've seen people moving over on straights before in other series, and yeah, it's just a bit of a warning, like, yeah, come over a day, but maybe a bit of retaliation there, I'm not sure, but that was the 96. And the 91.
He made contact with, it was the yellow car in there as well, which...
I think that's the yellow car. I think that's Paul Savage, I think, in the 142. He's the Peugeot, the second of the Peugeot 107s. Yeah. Yes, there he is in the background there. And also they're being lapped at the moment by the leading Class C Toyota Celica and Stuart Donovan, so they're going to make their way through the mix. Again, to finish off where I was going with the City Car Cup order at the moment, it is Nick Grindrod who leads the way. It is now Steve Laidlaw who leads the number 100 Peugeot that we're seeing on the circuit on the camera right now. Third place for Richard Brunning, and it's fourth for the 71 of Ben Sharp, ex-Civic Cup racer. Fifth in class at the moment looks to be for the 96 of Schofield, and it's the 91 of Liam Browning. And then we've got the Tim Evans from the 83 of Craig Carter.
I just want to make a very interesting quick point here, sorry, Scott. The fact that manoeuvre happened last lap and last time round may get some people a little bit in trouble here, because we've still got this BMW just on the exit of Woodcote on the straight. There's a yellow flag out down here, so some of the lap cars are obviously going through because it's more of a power section of the circuit, so the City Car Cup machines are getting overtaken very quickly, but this BMW that's parked right outside is causing an issue.
I think that, safety cars have been deployed again, and I think the obvious reason has to be to remove David May's BMW. So for the second time in this Transport Trophy City Car Cup race, we are under safety car, unfortunately, but it has to be to remove David May's car safely. I think they've realised that with some of the moves that's possibly the case. So I think the clerk of the course has certainly made the right decision to throw the safety car again on that one. And we are getting to the point now where the pit window actually is now open. So, of course, drivers have to come in. And, of course, it was before, I think, a 90-second pit stop, but it's now a 2-minute one. They have to add an extra 30 seconds to sanitise the car for doing a driver change for obvious reasons. As safety comes out. Then we've got cars coming in already. David Vincent's in the pit lane, as is Luke Handley. And also into the pit lane comes David Shee. So the top three are all in under safety car conditions here. In the pit lane also is the two minis, the Rover Mini of John Coburn Evans, and also we've got in the pit lane Keith Isaac. We've got Scott Ferguson's in the pit lane as well. We've got
I think
Stuart
everyone.
Donovan's.
Oh no, there's one staying out.
Almost everyone. Stuart Donovan's in. We've got the leader in the City Car Cup. We've got Nick Grindrod in. We've got Newbold and Court in. We've got our pit lane camera down here to watch the pit stops as they happen.
I just want to go back to the contact that happened down the straight. They were four wide and it was looking great, but there was one car all the way over by the pit wall thinking, nah, I'm all right, thanks. But then the three of them, the yellow car was second from the end. And I think it might have been the 96 that did come over a bit. It's the 142 machine, the yellow car, so that is Paul Savage, like you say. But it just, here we go then. So you'll see it's the yellow car just going behind the what is the WRC car. You'll see it gets a whack in the side there. It is the 96, and then he'll come over again. There's an extra bit of contact. He tips him into the side. Is that the 91 car? Or I know there's another great. It is the 91, yeah. So he comes over on the yellow 174 machine. Sorry, 142. Apologies. And it just tips him across, and he's almost, if anything. I mean, I know that that Liam Browning won't be very happy about it, but the fact that Liam was there probably saved us from a bigger accident there, because it would have gone further over into the wall.
Potentially, but in any case, that is going to be looked at. And of course, the clerk of the course will certainly have a look at that and look over it if needs be, and if they feel there's any blame to your portion, they will do.
Well, like I say, it doesn't need to happen. It's a straight line, isn't it?
No, fair point on that side. So here are the pit stops happening in earnest. So, of course, it's if it's a driver change, it has to be usually a 90-second pit stop. But again, for obvious reasons, to sanitise the car when there's driver changes, they have to add an extra 30 seconds onto any endurance race pit stop. So it's 2 minutes per car. We've got the Maudsley and Mead Volkswagen that came in earlier on, but not for a scheduled stop, for a stop for some kind of an issue, is in the pit lane. So most cars in for their stops. The leading car that hasn't stopped yet is that car on the screen behind the safety car, the Jamie Tonks Honda Civic. Behind it is in second place running out at the moment is the Alan Curtis and Costa Kiritsis Caterham Road Sport. Third place for Declan Lee, who when he pits, well, he's come out and he's the top of the pitters, drivers that come into the pit. So he will have handed that car over. It's not on the timing screen, but he will hand that car over to Aidan Hills, so former MX5 Super Cup competitor, now runs his own Hills Motorsport squad. Fourth place now for Mark Thomas, who incredibly has survived whatever contact he had on the approach to Beckett's in the Ford Capri. There's the Caterham 21 of David Vincent.
Still with the Caterham 20.5 at the moment with the front end missing on it.
Yeah, with the battle scars from before. They've taken that front end up a little bit to make it a bit safer. Fifth place for the moment, the Craig and Gary Butterworth car. So in terms of the cars that have pitted, the top cars at the moment, in terms of where people are in the order, and some of them haven't shuffled out just yet, as we see David May's BMW. He shares that car with Mark Skeets, both of which are regular BMW Compact Cup competitors.
You can see how flimsy that door is. It's so light. I believe it's fiberglass, that door.
Yeah.
But it's just literally the whole thing is just completely bending from just one hand. And the marshal has got in it because he knows that he needs to get on the steering lock. And I think the front left it's not completely broken, but it's just at a really obscure angle at the moment. So he's having trouble dragging it through. It's half on the gravel and half not, obviously to try and keep it out of the way. But they're having a bit of... They've just got to take it slowly. They need to be careful with it. You know, they don't want to break it further at the end of the day, do they? So
no, very true. So more pit calls then. We've got the Essex Motorsport Services Alfa Romeo. That'll be Jake Taplin into hand over to Richard Wayne. We've got the Fairham College BMW 116. So that'll be James... where is he on the list here? James Fordham to Patrick Young. Also in the pit lane, we've got another of the City Car Cup cars. It's Paul Savage. In also as well is the Mark Thomas Ford Capri.
The Capri's got a humongous dent in the door, by the way, on the left-hand side.
I'm not sure if
big hole.
I'm not sure if the cameras may be possible just to have it, just to see it for context. We can maybe get down and have a look at the Capri having its pit stop, because we might be able to see just how much damage on that door there really is. There's another car which has had some battle scars, and here is the Mark Thomas Capri. It's on the other side. It's thankfully it wasn't on the driver's side. I'm pleased to report. So
here we go.
So we'll have a
Ready?
look. And goodness me, that's gonna need some work ahead of the next round on that one. But it's a beautifully turned out car. I believe, if I'm correct, it's been all put together as to be a European touring car replica, including a replica livery on it. It's a beautiful looking car.
Oh, it's awesome. Look at the size of the exhaust as well. It's honestly, it's like the main gun on a tank. It's just this humongous long thing. It's
absolutely. So this is quite a unique machine. But that's the great thing about this series. We do get the regular cars with some drivers that... The reason why the Club Sport Trophy was put together is because it did give the BRSCC a kind of an all-comer style sort of series to put on there. But it's also an extra chance for some drivers on championships like Civic Cup, BMW Compact Cup, from the MX5, many other championship that exists in BRSCC that is considered a club championship that's not anything like British GT or anything of that like, to give them a chance to... It's mainly based for kind of production-based club racing cars, and there's a 5-tier class system based on true power to weight ratio. Now, what do I mean by that? It means that basically when the cars get dynoed to find out what their class is, it's done so with the drivers in full race kit in the car, because before you dyno a car, you have anyone in there sitting in there and you get a power to weight ratio. Whereas obviously when you go out on track, it's whatever the weight of your car is the car plus you wearing all your helmet and your race overalls and gloves and fireproof underwear, etc. So in many cases you might get a bit mismatched as to where you might be, and your power to weight ratio might turn out to be a couple of horsepower different depending on when you go out there. So what they do is, as a rule, when they dyno the cars, it's done with the driver in a full kit. And I think, if I'm correct, and someone's free to correct me if I've got it wrong, is that I think if you've got two drivers, they take pretty much, I think it's an average of the two in terms of the power to weight ratio. So they kind of balance it out a little bit to where you go. And that's why you get some cars, that helps accurately place cars in certain classes, which means that you've got that accurate range of where the cars are going to go, which seems fitting. And so it works really well, because it means you get a nice variety of cars in there, and some cars that you wouldn't expect to be in certain classes, depending on what horsepower they might have. They might have loads of power, but they might weigh a ton, because the car is heavy itself, and then you include the driver on top of it.
Well, that's it. A similar championship that we see in the UK is the CNC Heads Championship, with an amazing variety of cars. There was someone a few years ago who used to run, I think it was based on a Lotus Esprit body, but it had a 7-litre V8 in the back of it, and it had about 600 brake horsepower. And I live near Alton Park, so I'm always there. And at Hilltop, over the top of the hill, there was cars similar to the Civics and the MX5s that you see here, and this thing was doing double the speed, if anything, over Hilltop, but it weighed a ton, so it was braking about 20-50 metres earlier. And there was also Z-Cars Minis in there as well, with turboed Hayabusa engines in the back of them, and they were like 400 brake horsepower. It was amazing to watch, but like you say, these sorts of series are the best thing to see a great variation in cars as the safety car makes its way in.
Indeed, and we've still got cars to make pit stops, including the top two in the field, and Jamie Tonks thought, right, if you're not going to wait for me, I'm going to go. So Jamie Tonks will lead the way. He's yet to make his mandatory pit stop, as is also the Caterham behind in second place. But I think the Caterham's about to get mugged a little bit by the cars behind that have stopped. So out of the cars that have stopped, it is in fact still David Vincent who leads the way, or it was I think it was Ferguson who was leading the way. He's just been passed there by David Vincent, who retakes the lead of those. He's in the net lead now because those who have stopped as they come through. A couple more cars did stop in that sequence. We also had the Richard Daniels, just before we had the restart, and when they came past last time, the Richard Daniels Fiesta, we had the Fletcher and Malloy MX5, and also the Butterworths in their Renault Clio Sport 172. There's David Sheed, who I think will have handed over to Edison. Forgive us, I don't have a a second name. Now, a little bit of either smoke or steam out the back of that BMW on the exit of Beckett. So whether that's something just rubbing on the back end of the car, or it's something maybe that could develop into something a bit more serious, I'm not sure. Now, either way, he's not in the same class as Luke Handy, but he's going to go for position because he is right behind him.
It's interesting, that compact's got a normal road number plate on the back of it. Now, I'm not sure whether that is actually a road legal car. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because a lot of these do still have a lot of the usual road car components on. A lot of them are just stripped out with a roll cage and obviously race suspension and other race components. But, you know, they all have indicators, they all have wipers, they all have headlights. You know, they can be road legal cars, most of these. As down the inside he goes on the MX5. Thank you very much, he says. Love those compacts. We commentated on their series at Thruxton. It was phenomenal to watch.
And there's a great gag of the cars, which is a load of the MX5s with some of the City Car Cup machines, and they're all heading down towards Cops Corner. I'm not sure if the camera can pan back to that at all or not. I'm not sure. Now, this is interesting. Just flashed up on the timing screen. 4 cars have been given drive-through penalties for overtaking under the yellow flags. As the Edison BMW's spoken quite a bit. So let's try and work out which cars they are.
Vincent.
So it's the race leader. So Dave Vincent, just at the fast lap of the race, has been given a drive-through penalty for overtaking under yellow flags. Also been given penalties to the 159. That's the new Bolden Court car. Whoops! There goes the Toyota MR2. Sends MX5 scattering. Oh, and the City Car Cup cars came through so quickly. Oh, that caught me off guard for a second there, but thankfully he managed to get underway. That was the Toyota MR2 that was David Thomas, and he was so lucky for the City Car Cup cars.
Because they were too wide as well.
Yeah, and they had the 223 MX5. That was, if I can find him here, 223, which was MX5s here for a second, unless it's in the mix or
I can't see the number on the list either.
No, sorry, I've got it here. It's 223, which I think is the Chris Fantana, Nick Ramsden TRM MX5. If I'm correct. So, sorry, no, it's 221. So they've had a number stuck on the end of it. So, yes, 221. So, the cars that have got the drive-throughs, it's the number 5, which our race leader David Vincent. It's the 159, which is the New Bolden Court Integra. Also getting a drive-through is the 41, which is the Jamie Tonks Honda Civic,
and Luke Handley's Civic as well.
So 3 of the Civics falling foul as well. It's all Hondas. It's 3
Honda
Civics
drivers
and the Integra. So what this will now do, because remember, Jamie Tonks hasn't made his mandatory pit stop yet. He hasn't done that yet, which is he's getting to the end of that pit window.
That's painful.
And that's interesting because what it mean he might have to do is he might have to go and take his drive-through, and then because he won't be able to serve his pit stop on that one, then go back around and then go and take a pit stop. That's an awkward situation for him. Now the Caterham's going to make his way into the pit lane. Here we go. This is a replay of what happened with David Thomas's MR2. Just got it on the curb and loosened the rear end. And look at the avoidance from the MX5s. Very close for the. I think that was Martin Plowman getting very close to that, using all his experience.
Then we've got the 2
and then waiting for
wide
the City Car Cup cars. Oh, and that was so. That was Steve Laidlaw, Nick Grindrod, I think, changing for the lead. I think it was as that was happening, and he had the Chris Fantana, Nick Ramsden car behind. There's the Rowan and Richard Lundy car with Richard at the wheel, started where Rowan had that big off across the grass, but thankfully didn't hit anyone. I'm pleased to say. And now we see Jamie Tonks here, who yes leads the way but hasn't pitted yet. And David Vincent, it's all well and good setting fastest laps at the moment, but it's there. So the pit window is still open. The Caterham's in for its pit stop. Jamie Tonks pretty sure will have to. This is an awkward situation for him because he'll have to come in, and he's not coming just yet, so he's going to be careful because I think he's running out of time for that. In the pits, and once again, is the that'll be Gary Mitchell at least, who'll be in for his pit stop, or at least having some kind of an issue there. But the 477 car is back in.
It was the 71, by the way. Ben Sharp was leading the City Car Cup. That changed when it happened just around the MR2 was second, but now the 22 has taken the lead now. So Grindrod has actually done that. But yeah, it's still incredibly close. There is a battle going on actually that I keep seeing as they come round. It's the 143 car of Alan Curtis and Costa Kraitis. If I've got that right, apologies if I've not. They're having an amazing battle with the MX5 of Aidan Hills. They made contact twice a few laps ago at Brooklands and then into Luffield. And every time they come past, they're either completely nose to tail or side by side. It's an epic scrap.
Absolutely. I think there might have been a difference on the time screen here for who was starting which car in terms of the Alfa Romeo, because who's starting the Alfa Romeo, because it thinks though it's possibly Richard Wayne that started the car, and then Jake Taplin's taken over. Jake, who was competing in the MX5 Championship and had an extraordinary incident, which I think not many people saw, which was at Cadwell Park. And forgive me for him to reminding people of it, but and he was fine. The car was relatively fine in most aspects, but had an extraordinary incident at Cadwell Park when the car ended up going, I think, over the barriers at Cadwell Park on the end of the last corner. It wasn't, for what I understand, it wasn't like a really harsh accident. It just went over and sort of landed, I think, in the trees, in the base of the trees or the bushes somewhere. But thankfully he was okay. Maybe a little bit shaken up, and the car's been worked on, I think, back at the factory, back at the workshop. So in fact, instead of being able to bring that out for the MX5s, they brought their beautiful looking sort of Alfa Romeo GTV, sort of modern day GTV Spider.
Yeah.
And they've got Richard Wayne in the mix as well. And that team was also out at Cadwell Park. They were going to try as one of the reserves with Perry Tubb, who's quite an experienced historic racer. And they had a really beautiful looking, it was a superb looking Proton Satra in a Pertec livery. And it was a fantastic looking car. It's a shame it didn't make it into the race, but it was in the part. I saw it in the assembly area for qualifying. Beautiful looking car. So the pit window is still open. Jamie Tonks is still, well, Jamie Tonks is showing as he has pitted now, so he must have come in and done that. Now,
we've got the Integra in, by the way, just doing his drive-through. There it goes.
And also back in the pit lane, sadly, we've got Rowan Lundy in the pit lane in the second of the two 7 Motorsports Toyota Celicas, and that car unfortunately used to have some issues which they're looking to try and fix.
Maybe as a result of the contact earlier, potentially, or a little off. Yeah, he's just taping up the front end. Maybe just the excursion across the grass. It was bouncing around quite a bit, so maybe it's just broken part of the splitter towards the bottom of the front bumper there. And you know, even in these cars, I've heard people before say, "Oh, why would you need to fix that? It's only a Celica." But well, look at this here with the MX-5s and the other Celica. But the aero does make a big difference. This is the 12 car I was mentioning earlier with the 143 Caterham that's going through there as well. They've got the Alfa and the Celica. It's an incredible mismatch of 4 cars, this as well. We've got 3 open-top machines, and then the Celica, I believe it's the SS2 Celica, I think it is.
Either that or it looks like a Celica GT, because it's got the GT wing on the back of it in many cases. But it's absolutely right. It's 4 rather different sports cars, which is you've got the Alfa GTV and the Caterham and the Toyota Celica, and you've got in the mix as well the MX5. It's fantastic racing to watch, and Stuart Donovan's car is in front, a bit sideways there for the number 12. That's the Declan Lee, and
the 5 is in for its drive-through, by the way. Just looked out the window, and he's just come through for his drive-through now. So he's just entered the pit lane, gone over the line to get it on the limiter.
Now, I hate to bear bad news for 5 more cars, but they've got some more drive-throughs, but it's for leaving the pit lane under red lights. We've got to work these out now. So it's the 447, or it might be 477. It says 447 on there, but it's 477, which is the only thing I can see that's nearest to that is the Darren Stapleton and Gary Mitchell MX5. 98 also has a drive-through, which is 98, which is, I can find it on my list here. I'm struggling to find a 98 on here for some reason. 23 has also got a drive-through.
The rest of them are the city cars. So you've got Tim Evans, Liam Browning and Andrew Schofield. The 23, 91 and 96. But yeah, I know what you mean. 98, I can't see that anywhere on the list, I'm afraid. Maybe 99, Chrissy Palmer. But if they hang a board out for it, it might confuse people.
No, well, looks like that car didn't take the start because it was listed there. I'm guessing that's probably what gave that spot for the first reserve, which is John Coburn Evans' Rover Mini in that side. But yeah, you said we've got the other ones. It's 23, you said, of Tim Evans, the 91 of Liam Brown, and 96 of Andrew Schofield, all of them leaving the pits under red light. So plenty of drive-throughs, unfortunately. So we see there Mark Thomas with his slightly battle-scarred Ford Capri, but carrying on. Whilst we've got a chance of that, we've got pit windows now closed. Now this is interesting because I saw the Caterham go into the pit lane, but it's not registering as him having pitted, which is interesting. That's a bit confusing to me, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Even so, I'm going to quickly go through the classes in terms of who's where at the moment with 12.5 minutes to go here. This action-packed Club Sport Trophy City Car Cup race. There is the 23 of Tim Evans. He's one of the 3 cars that has to make a drive-through. There's another one, the 96, and he's battling away with the 318 of Simon and Paul Toolan in the Trade Price Cars livery car. Simon, of course, a former coordinator of the Civic Cup, and he's there with his brother Paul, and they're having a good time out there in the mix. In a different car when they raced at the first rounds at Cadwell. There's the Edison BMW there. He's showing with David Shee. That car still smoking or steaming a little bit on the rear of that car, but it's not affecting his pace too much. And in fact, in many cases, that probably arguably gives him the lead, because if either that's not the TSL updating him as being a pit stop, or he genuinely hasn't come in, but I was pretty sure that he did in many cases. But We'll come back to that later.
Capri's around. There's a car in front as well. The MR2's gone around at Copse. I just saw the Capri going sideways, and then just off the left of the shot, the MR2 had gone around. He manages to recover, but that was a right moment. I just heard tyre squeal and thought, oh wow, the Capri's actually making a lot of squeal for the fact that it's drifting slightly, but maybe just in avoidance there. That was a real scary moment, but we got lucky to get away with that.
There's no shortage of action in this race.
Yeah.
There's
You can finally get through to your class leaders.
Yeah, so let's just go through class leaders. I need to quickly reset my timing for a second on my screen because it's not completely up to date. It's still showing as David Vincent leading. We know that's not true. So, quick reset of my timing, which shows me that currently at the moment, okay, right now, it's now showing that the Curtis and Kiritsis Caterham is in the pit lane, but whether or not they've realised that they've actually come in too late, I'm not sure. It gives the lead now to the car coming through Woodcote right now, which is the Sheed Neeson BMW that's come through with Edison at the wheel. So they now lead overall, and in Class B. Class A leaders is the David Vincent Civic, despite the drive-through penalty for overtaking on yellow flags. Just going through shop there through some of the city cars and the MX5s. Class C leader is still Stuart Donovan in the Celica. In fact, let's give the top three for each. So Class B leader should now be Sheed and Edison in the BMW Compact. Second for Class B should be Scott Ferguson in the supercharged Mark 1 MX5, and it's third place in the class, I think, for the Anthony Woodham's Mini. They've been working quite a lot and posting on social media. There is the Curtis and Kiritsis Caterham, but I think, fellas, you might have pitted way too late, I'm afraid.
I think it might be an issue with the car, you know.
Well, it could be either that, but it looks like he's doing up his seatbelts for that in any case. So, to me, it looks like it. And they've also, it looks like a stone or something has smashed the windscreen as well, which is quite unnerving. But if that is their genuine pit stop, and also one of their headlights is facing the wrong way on the front of the car as well.
I think that's from the contact with the MX5 earlier. It was very elbows out. I've been told as well, Costa Creatis, I was just making sure, because I've heard his name before, and our director and producer Luke Austin, it's his birthday, by the way, happy birthday Luke, has informed me that Costa is known as, within karting as well, he's been known as the Greek god of speed, but at the moment he's the Greek god of pitting too late.
Possibly. Yeah, I do fear that they pitted a bit too late, and unfortunately it's because of that they're going to cop a penalty for that. Into the pit lane comes, that was one of the minis actually coming in, that was that Anthony Woodham's coming in, I think, possibly. Anthony Williams.
Yes, it was. Yeah,
it was. Yes, he's in the pit lane, so that means he relinquishes what would have been his. Well, that was class. He's in Class B, so he's lost it. So that means that gives now Jamie Tonks, I think, the lead now in. The Curtis and Kiritsis car is going to go back out, and I think still in third place in class. That's Class B. For Class A, it's the David Vincent Honda Civic from the Keith Islip Mini Clubman, and then in third place in class is the Luke Handley Honda Civic. Class C is led by Stuart Donovan in the Toyota Celica, followed by the Declan Lee and Aidan Hills Mazda MX5 Mark III. And third place is Martin Plowman, so using his endurance expertise to put another MX5 into the top three in Class C. For Class D, it is Craig and Gary Butterworth leading that way once again. They lead the way in Class D from the Richard Daniels Fiesta. And in third place is the Richard Wayne and Jake Taplin Alfa Romeo GTV. And in Class E, it's going to be a battle between the Taylor and King number 144. Taylor and King. Oh, sorry. I found it here. They're in the wrong class. It makes me find that they're in the wrong class on the entry list. So it's Bill Taylor and Paul King in the Class E Mazda MX5, and then they're ahead of Rob Greensmith in an MX5 as well. And third place, Richard Bartlett and Stephen Bartlett in another MX5. So that most of that class is MX5s in many cases. But there on screen is your overall race leader. It is Edison at the wheel of the BMW into the pit lane. Looks like it's a tyre change of some kind on the front left for the Anthony Woodham's Mini, I'm afraid, so he relinquished his position. And also still in the pit lane, I see in the background, is the Close Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark III. So it's Stapleton and Mitchell car not having a great afternoon here in the Club Sport Trophy race. But David Sheed is, and he put in a really good performance. And we've also got in the pit lane a few more City Car Cup cars as well. They've got in that they're also in two. I think we've got more in stop-goes and drive-through. It was stop-goes here, so we've got 37 and 78. Have both got 4-second stop-go penalties. These are all for pit stop infringements. I think for pit stops too short. So it's a 4-second stop-go penalty for 37 and 78. 37 is Scott Ferguson. He was up in the top three in his class, in fact. So that'll drop him down. 78 also has a penalty, which is the... Oh, it's a spin. That's the leader. That's the Sheed Neeson BMW off the road. Gets it back going again pretty quickly.
Listen to that. Sounds fantastic.
It's not too bad, and he had good reason to fall and throttle off of that because he wants to keep his lead. The 78 car, which again, we're being blind, which you probably are. Can't see a 78 on the entry list.
There's a 178.
It might be the 178, possibly Richard and Stephen Bartlett in that case, and we'll go with that.
The 96 is one of the... it's Andrew Schofield. He's having a nightmare, isn't he?
That's another penalty. It's contact and 2 penalties for him, unfortunately. And it's the 143 that's also got a penalty. That's a pit stop.
Yeah,
that must be for the late pit stop. That's the Curtis and Costa Kiritsis Caterham that's come in. I figure that's probably for pitting too late outside the pit stop window, so on that side. So that will give the order a further shake-up. And thankfully, after that, despite the only lost him pace-wise, 7 seconds off his best, that only lost him that much. It now puts him, let's say that, only 3.7 seconds ahead of David Vincent now. So Vincent, despite his drive-through, is powering back towards the front of the field. And is there issues again? There is, and that is the Class D leader. That is Craig and Gary Butterworth in the Renault Clio. And I'm not sure if there was contact with somewhere. There was a bit of bodywork that went flying, a piece of debris somewhere that went flying. Oh, and that's the anti-Woodwiss Mini with severe visibility problems.
That's front downforce,
that. So yeah, well, it's certainly giving quite a lot of front downforce, but I think he's trading off a lot more downforce for a lot less visibility, which is not what he needs at this point.
It's also drag.
Yeah, absolutely, it's not good for fuel consumption either. But what also, good to see, it smashed the windscreen that you can see just through the gap there. He's going to have to pit immediately. And I wonder, I don't want to suggest it was anything by the mechanics, but he was in the pit lane just recently.
Yeah.
I don't think that's. I'm not suggesting at all it was their fault at all, but he was just in the pit lane. I wonder if that was an issue for them.
It's got built round the side of it. It's a bit unbuilt now by the look of it, isn't it? But you can see he's thinking, right, where's this pit lane? Let's be careful. And that's the thing. You just need to be careful above anything else here. There's no rush because I don't think that car will go back out with the windscreen in the state it's in.
And what doesn't help is he's having to look through with the bonnet up. He's having to look through the gap in the gap underneath it, but because of the gap in there, it's got smashed glass, so it's got a really poor visibility. And I don't envy him having to try and get into the pit lane like that. But so
using radar next.
I think he's got some visibility as he comes in, so it's not as bad as I thought. But there's enough for him to trundle down the pit lane, and in he comes.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of their race, surely.
Yeah, I can't see him being allowed out with 4.5 minutes to go with a smashed windscreen. That's not going to work.
It looks like it's bent the hinges as well because it won't go back down.
Oh dear!
You can see he's trying to pull it down, and that's a write off that.
And that'll be it's come back down again, but that'll be wind pressure from it just being getting caught underneath it, and so where he goes. And I think possibly one of the officials or the kind of that's caved the windscreen. Goodness me!
Yeah, that looks. I mean, I said one of the cars before looks like it's done some round. You can see his frustration. He threw the steering wheel at the door there. Don't break that window as well, mate. I said a car went through a few rounds for Frank Bruno earlier. That looks like it's been in a fight with a T-Rex. That thing, it's absolutely caked in dents and smashed glass.
Absolutely.
Real shame though. Real shame.
Let's also quickly give a shout out to what's happened with our City Car Cup cars. This is the 91-96 having a good battle here. This is Schofield and Laidlaw. Schofield and Browning, and that's Browning going up the inside of Schofield, and Tim Evans in the Toyota Aygo. The only Toyota Aygo in the City Car Cup field is in the mix there, as we see. That's the Colin Newbold car. And is he battling with on position? No, because Ferguson's in 5th position. He's a little bit higher up than those guys. And also there's the Rowan and Richard Lundy.
Oh, the 96 that you just mentioned there. He's actually coming in for his stop-go now. Just come in the pit lane. And he's going to go into the penalty box there.
Yeah.
Pulls over to the right. And a slap on the wrists for you, sir.
And what's interesting, actually, with 3 minutes to go, is that the leading car is actually the City Car Cup. Is that one right there on the edge of the screen? That's the Richard Brunning Citroen C1 in inverted commas WRC. That's the Bad Obsession Motorsport guys. So that's a good effort for them. So they're going to be leading the way from Tim Evans, who looks to be in the pit there. I think it looks to me all 3 of the infringing cars, either the drive-through or a stop-go, have all just the second, third, and fourth have all just come in together. So what they might do actually is give second place back to Nick Grindrod, who is back in 5th position after he was at the early leader. As out the pit, I can see goes the 96 car, Andrew Schofield. He's just on the CCTV camera, I can see there. There's Luke Handley. He's running in 3rd in Class A and 4th overall. And there, just in front, is the 21 car. That's the Fletcher and Malloy MX5 running 5th in class. And here is still the overall leader. The thing you have to watch out for, though, is that there's been a change for the lead. Forgive me, whilst we're looking at that, there's been a change for the lead, and there is your new leader once again. Back in front is the David Vincent Honda Civic. So he was catching pretty close to the traffic, and now not only was he about. Last time I saw that gap, it was about 3 seconds between those two. Now that he's got through,
the last lap was 3 seconds different as well.
Yeah, and that had to have been traffic to get through and try and get around slower cars. So they've been making the most of the advantage to get through, and he's now got relatively clear track now with 2 minutes to go. as he powers on. So he now leads the way in Class A.
Powers on is the word. It's just, that thing is roaring down the straight. I mean, we've had the Civic Cup here today, but that thing's on another level even in comparison to those cars. That's flying.
Yeah.
It's a shame to see the BMW lose the lead there because, you know, he was doing a great job out front, but just the overall pace of that Civic is just unfortunately outdone him in the long run. But 1.5 minutes to go. This race, are you sure it was 45 minutes long?
Well, I think what's shortened is because we had the 2 safety car periods, which kind of took off some of the competitive running when we were stuck in these, because we had the incident that we brought out the first safety car, which we had the Caterham and the Mazda and the gravel, and then we had the David May BMW stopped.
Yeah,
and any other incidents that we had, thankfully, were able to resolve themselves pretty quickly, which is a key thing. So there goes the Declan Lee Aidan Hills Mazda up the inside of the Rob Greensmith. Rob Greensmith, the brother of Johnny Greensmith, who's a former Porsche, back in the days when we had a BRSCC Porsche Championship, and he was a former champion there, and also he's been a race winner in MX5 Super Cup and a MX5 Championship champion as well, back several years ago. So looking here, that is Liam Browning. Battle lines drawn against. Is he signalling to Tim Evans saying, "Come on, push me, let's go.
Let's work together.
Let's work together with one more lap to go, or two more laps to go."
With a roof.
In many cases.
Though this is the final lap, by the way. Vincent just crossed the line about 10 seconds ago.
Indeed.
So this will be the final lap for him. But yeah, like I say, 45-minute race has absolutely gone by so quickly. And well, there is your race leader, and the number 5 of David Vincent in the Area Motorsport Civic. You've seen a couple of their cars earlier in the Civic Cup. And it's been a very, very strong performance, considering that he had that penalty as well, as he flies past the Mini down the straight. It's been a very, very strong performance. And the Caterham, by the way, has just come back in the 143 Costa Creatis car. But here is your race leader, Scott, as the timer hits 0. What a great drive this has been.
Yeah, not even a drive-through penalty can slow him down as he heads into Luffield for the final time. And for the last time, it'll be a driver taking the checkered flag. It's been a magnificent race day, and we're going to cap it with a very eventful but exciting and entertaining 45-minute race. And up to the checkered flag, it will be victory in the Club Sport Trophy, and overall and in Class A for David Vincent, who comes across the line and takes the checkered flag. I think he does. I didn't see the checkered flag. Yes, it does. It does go out. Didn't see it on the pit wall immediately, but David Vincent does indeed take victory. It's going to be second place, not too far behind, and Class B victory for the David Sheed and Edson BMW, as it will come through in a few moments' time. There it is. So that's second place overall and class victory. We'll also look out for more of our class winners in a moment, and also for our City Car Cup winners as well. It should be a victory in a City Car Cup if he comes across the line for Richard Brunning. We've had second and third come across the line. That was a 91 of Browning and the 23 of Tim Evans. So yeah, so Liam Browning and Tim Evans have come across the line. It's going to be a Class C win when Stuart Donovan comes through in the Celica. And
yeah, he's just on his still on his way around now by the look of it. Just about to come through. That's the number 2 car. Is he just coming out the final corner now? We've got a couple of bits of machinery. Yeah, he's just coming out the final corner now. Although there's a lot of cars here going very slowly across the line. They're literally coasting across the line. But it's the least dramatic way I've ever seen a class win get taken. But Donovan does cross the line.
It's like the end of a 24-hour race when they're all going across and like taking it very slowly for like a photo finish, which is quite extraordinary. But in the pit lane come several other cars, and they're all waving to the marshals as they should do. And of course, whilst we're on broadcast, and there is your City Car Cup winner, by the way, car 69, which was Richard Brunning. quickly, guys, get the cameras and check them on course. There he is. There's car 69, the Citroen C1 WRC. I say that in comments, but that will please the Bad Obsession Motorsport guys quite a lot. They've got quite a big following on social media, and I'm sure their fans will be very happy about that, to see their car take a victory. It's interesting, we also had a few cars which were still showing as having stop-go penalties, but didn't actually take them, so that's going to have an effect or not, I'm not sure. But here is the looks to be the overall result then. So David Vincent wins overall and in Class A in the Honda Civic. And then it's Sheed and Edison in second place. I figured we'd possibly, wasn't sure if we were going to get the top 3 for City Car Cup or not. There's some interviews there, but maybe or maybe not, I'm not sure. Hopefully we do, but if we can't, then we'll see what we can do. So we've got Sheed and Eason in second place in the BMW Compact Cup. Then it's third place overall and second in Class A for the Keith Isett Mini Clubman. Fourth place for Luke Handley in the Honda Civic EP3. Then it's Class B victory in 5th position overall for Scott Ferguson in the Mazda MX5 Mark 1. Class C victory goes to Scott Ferguson. Stuart Donovan, forgive me, it's been a long day, in the Toyota Celica. Declan Lee and Aidan Hills pick up 7th in the Mazda MX5 Mark III. Jamie Tonks in the Honda Civic EP3 finishes in 8th for Mark Thomas, who survived a very hairy incident at the Beckett's complex to finish 9th overall, and 10th place for Martin Plowman in Class C as well. 11th place for Newbold and Court in Class A in their Honda Integra. 12th goes to David Thomas, who had plenty of spins in his Toyota MR2 but still finishes in 12th. Taylor and King in their MX5 win Class E, and they do so ahead of Robert Greensmith, and then the Bartletts, Richard and Stephen. Maudsley and Mead, who had some troubles early on in their Volkswagen Golf, then Fantana and Ramsden, Fletcher and Malloy. The Butterworths come across the line and they win Class D after their little off at Cops in the Renault Clio. Curtis and Kiritsis in the Caterham Road Sport. Then it's Richard Daniels in the Ford Fiesta, and then we come to our city cars, with that race being won by Richard Brudding in the Citroen C1. Then we've got the Wayne and Taplin Alfa Romeo. Then the rest of it is pretty much mostly City Car Cup cars. Liam Browning takes 2nd, and Tim Evans 3rd in City Cup from it's Nick Grindrod, then Steve Laidlaw, Andrew Schofield and Ben Sharp. John Coburn Evans did make it to the end in the Rover Mini. And then the last few cars is Simon Toolan and then Craig Carter, Fordham and Young BMW in 33rd, and it's Paul Savage, and then a few cars that hit some strife. David Fender with damage early after a spin, Anthony Williams with bodywork and windscreen damage, Stapleton and Mitchell with all sorts of mechanical issues, the Ren Richard Cundy in the Celica, and then May and Skeets in the 330. And so we're going to hand down to Bryn. So just whilst we're waiting to get some of our class winners in place for both the Club Sport Trophy and the City Car Cup, I guess we can reflect on what's been an incredible day of racing here, and not just today, but this weekend as well. We had a race yesterday, the MX5 Championship, and we also had the epic 4-hour Fun Cup race. We should give a shout out to Fun Cup. It was a win for Axiometrics with I think it was Chris Devell, Christian Rose, and Riley Phillips who took their first win of the season, and some incredible racing all day, Chaz, of course, from not just the TCR guys out there, but of course we had plenty of MX5 action.
Yeah. The
Fiestas were great fun to watch. The Fiesta Juniors were great to see some racing stars of the future strutting their stuff on track as well. Civic Cup, despite, doesn't matter if they had 12 cars, they had 12 cars put on a great show of racing. Yeah. And to cap it all off as well, an incredibly eclectic and entertaining Club Sport Trophy and City Car Cup race to round off what's been a phenomenal weekend of racing at the home of British Motorsport.
Yeah, it has indeed. And I mean, when I saw the bill for this, when I got asked to commentate today, I jumped in the air pretty much. It was just amazing. The fact that there's so many close racing series here. All of the MX5 groups were just amazing. And the Super Cup. Civic Cup was great. So was Touring Car Trophy as well. It was a joy to commentate on that. And we do have Bryn now in the pit lane, I believe, who's going to take us through some post-race interviews.
Yes, indeed you do. I'm here. Everything is working. A few technical gremlins at the very, very last bit of the day. I think it's been fried by not just the heat, but all that exciting racing. That was, David, one of those races for us watching. It was a 45-minute race, but it just flew by.
Yeah, like I say, not for me. It was a long race and the temperatures were soaring. Didn't make it easy for myself with the penalty overtaken on the yellows. When you catch the C1s on the straight, you try and pass around the corner, all of a sudden they're not actually that slow on the corners. So, yeah, made it difficult for me, but still managed to do it in the end, so happy with that.
It reminds me of looking at British touring cars years and years ago, and it was Capris and Minis on track, and the Capris used to just blitz it off the line, but getting in the corners, the Minis are so nimble.
Yeah, it's really unique. It's great to race with all the different cars. You know, the Capri was really fast down the straight, not so fast in the corners, and the Mini the opposite. So you have to sort of plan how you're going to pass them. Yeah, such a good race. Yeah, such a good race.
As the race goes on, and your brain gets warmer and warmer and warmer, how does that planning go? Is that when mistakes can happen?
Yeah, you can make some mistakes. I've done a couple of 24-hour races now, so 44 minutes isn't so long these days. But yeah, just try and sort of keep focus, and you've got your air vents, your windows open, trying to keep cool. That's all you need to do, really. Just keep them pumping the laps in and get through the traffic quickly. Yeah.
Because it's one of those things, isn't it? You can race for 40 minutes, make one mistake, and that's not just your race over, but that's it all done. And you managed to keep it all going. Were there any moments along the way, apart from that little problem you had with the overtaking on yellows?
Yeah, no, personally I was okay. When I was trying to catch this gentleman who was in P1 at the time, he did make a mistake and span at turn 2, I believe. So yeah, that's part of the game, isn't it? It's not all about lap time. If you make a mistake, that's going to cost you dearly. So.
Yeah. And of course, when you've got you've got people coming in doing pit stops as well, you've got all this changing going on. If you do make one little mistake early on, you get a bit of time to maybe get it back together. But if you make that mistake late on, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I used to do a bit of sprint racing. Like you say, if you make one mistake, that's pretty much your race ruined. So doing this, you can make a mistake and you can plan, you can speak to your engineer and work out how to get back up, and that's what we did. So brilliant.
Amazing. Well done. Congratulations.
Mate, cheers.
There you go. That's our race winner there from the Club Sport Trophy. We'll go different classes. There are different classes along the way, but we haven't got time to speak to all the different classes. What we're going to do is speak to the City Car Cup winner. Let's go and grab the City Car Cup winner. He's around here. If we can bring him towards us, and we'll get a quick word with Richard Brunning, because that was a really, really positive from him race. He had to deal with a fair bit along the way. So Richard, just here, well done to you. If we can spin you round, Richard, it's so bright so we can see your face. There you go, much nicer. Richard, that was, for us watching, a really, really incredible race. So much going on and so many weird bits of kit out on track as well.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, being in the slowest cars out there, it's tough because we can corner pretty much the same speed as a lot of these guys, but they come past us on the straights, and you have to be in your mirrors and make sure nothing's going on. But as it happened, that was it's quite a lonely race. The safety car ended up working to my advantage, but I had no idea.
Yeah, and so tricky, these sorts of races, because you can do such a good job for 35, 40 minutes or something, and then something goes wrong. Maybe you're trying to get out of the way of one car that's quicker than you, and you get in the way of another, and there can be contact. So you have to keep your wits together. What's it like keeping that concentration in a car that, as the race is going on in these temperatures, is getting hotter and hotter and hotter?
It's hard. You just have to keep your rhythm. As long as you can keep a rhythm, it's not so bad. The problem with that is when you've got all these quick cars going past you all the time, it's really hard to keep that. As long as you keep your rhythm, you're all right. And thankfully, I hadn't got too much pressure from behind me to start with. I had a reasonable start, but Steve Laidlaw did a most fantastic pass on me coming out of Cops on lap 2. Down a third, and then the safety car came out, and and after that I had no idea. But it was a nice race to come back in and go, oh, P1. It's like, yes.
It's a really nice race to come back and do that, isn't it? And what a way to end the day for us here at Silverstone.
Well, yeah, thanks for the great weather. The meeting was brilliant, and thanks to Alpha Live and you guys for being here. And yeah, I'm buzzing.
Himself, fantastic. Well done.
Thank you very much.
What it's all about, right? If you can't be buzzing at the end of a win.
To thank my man Nick Blackhurst, my business partner and my partner in crime, and thanks to my wife Sarah and my 2 little twins, Felicity and Erica at home. I can't wait to come back and see you.
Putting up with you. Congratulations, well done there, great stuff. What a day, what a day's racing we have had here from Silverstone, from the national circuit. It's so nice to come back racing, isn't it? I know that it's a bit weird with masks and no people able to see it actually at the circuit, but hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. It's been a real pleasure from myself, from Chaz and from Scott as well. Thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you next time when the TCT finishes at Donington with a triple header.